Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Soul Possession, Smoke Screen. Hearing Song Qingyu's suggestion, Li Zuanyi shook his head slightly and said, Qingyu, don't worry. Everyone is in a bad state now. Let's recover our mana first. The things are there, so there is no need to rush. Since entering the high platform, the four people have been fighting with these puppets without stopping. Although they successfully defeated these puppets as they wished, everyone's mana has been consumed by now, and they are very tired. At this point, Li Zuanyi thought it was better to be safe and not rush to get the spiritual objects. Wait until everyone recovers their mana before taking the next step. After all, this place is not a safe place. If some restrictions are triggered later, everyone will suffer a great loss if they are in a tired state and cannot fight against the enemy. Hearing Li Zuanyi's suggestion, Song Qingming and Himengsa nodded at the same time, and then the four of them sat cross-legged together, took out the spiritual stones and pills on their bodies and began to recover their own states. Because he had rested for a while before, Song Qingming was in a better state than the other three people at this time, so he was also the first among the group to replenish his own mana. After taking a few healing pills, seeing that the three people beside him were still patiently recovering their mana, Song Qingming stood up directly, and then came to a golden elixir puppet that fell to the ground not far away. In the previous battle, Song Qingming felt that these puppets were quite powerful at first, and thought they were all ordinary corpse puppets like the golden wind on his body. It was not until he defeated them later that Song Qingming realized that these puppets were not made of corpse puppets, but ordinary puppet beasts similar to the white lion puppet. It's just that the materials used to refine these puppets are somewhat special, and they are obviously different from the ordinary puppet beasts that Song Qingming has seen. The strength they have just shown is also obviously much stronger than the puppet beasts of the same level. Although Song Qingming has some personal research on the way of puppets, he has not inherited such high-level skills after all. After a careful study, Song Qingming still shook his head slightly. He couldn't tell what special materials these puppets had been integrated into to improve their strength. Seeing that he couldn't figure it out for a while, Song Qingming collected all the damaged puppets on the ground. Although the core of these golden elixir puppets was damaged, it would be difficult for even a high-level puppet master to repair it. But these special puppet materials on them are very special. If the puppet beast on their bodies is damaged in the future, they may be used to help repair it, which is more or less useful. After collecting all the golden elixir puppet materials scattered on the ground, Song Qingming came to the nascent soul puppet that fell by the pool and also carefully examined it. This nascent soul puppet is made of special materials like those golden elixir puppets. However, because Song Qingming's last blow did not damage the core part of his chest, although this nascent soul puppet has fallen to the ground and cannot move, it can still clearly feel a trace of spiritual fluctuations on its body. Seeing this, Song Qingming suddenly showed a hint of joy in his heart. A talisman appeared in his hand, and he carefully sealed the nascent soul puppet in front of him. Fellow Daoist Song, you are so interested in these puppets. Have you practiced puppetry? Why have I never heard you talk about it? Just after putting away the nascent soul puppet in front of him, Song Qingming heard a crisp sound coming from behind him, and then he realized that senior sister Li Zuanyi had recovered her magic power and came to his side. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming immediately turned around and shook his head at Li Zuanyi and said softly, Senior sister Li, you misunderstood. Although I like to study these things, I have never learned any puppetry skills. It's just that I once had a good friend who was good at this, and it was because of him that I became interested in puppetry skills. I collected these puppet materials because I wanted to take them to him in the future to see if it was possible to repair them. Senior sister Li, you shouldn't mind this, right? The good friend who was good at puppetry mentioned by Song Qingming was actually Feng He, who had a close relationship with him in the past and was also the only high-level puppeteer he knew. As early as when he helped Feng He take over another body, Song Qingming had seen Feng He display his puppetry skills. Later, when he went to the Xianheizuk Xianji to help Feng He take revenge, Song Qingming even saw Feng He refine two fourth-level puppet beasts with his own eyes, and he has always admired his profound puppetry skills. The reason why Song Qingming spent so much time collecting these puppet materials that seemed to be of no value in the eyes of others was that he wanted to show these things to Feng He in the future. Just like the nascent soul puppet in front of him, although the appearance was severely damaged, the core of its heart was not completely damaged. When he had the opportunity to go to the Xian Heizuxin realm in the future, he might be able to find a way to repair it. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Li Zuanai immediately smiled and nodded, saying, I was a little surprised when I saw junior brother Song summon so many puppets to set up the formation. I thought you practiced this way yourself. It turns out that you have met a master who practices the way of puppets. The cores of these puppets have been damaged. We are not proficient in the way of puppets. Even if we take them out, I am afraid it will be difficult to repair them. Since junior brother Song is interested, just keep them. By the way, there is another puppet in the pool that was originally used to guard the center of the yin position formation. After taking the spiritual medicine, junior brother Song can go down and take a look. Seeing that Li Zuanai had no objection, Song Qingming nodded slightly and collected the nascent soul puppet beside him and the scattered fragments around. Not long after, He Mengxin and Song Qingyu also stood up and walked over. Neither of them had practiced puppet skills and naturally had no interest in these damaged puppets on the ground. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, the two did not raise any objections as expected. When everyone's condition had almost recovered, Li Zuanai's eyes immediately shifted to the pool not far away, and walked over with Song Qingming and others. Qingyu, you and fellow Taoist he put away those spiritual medicines first, and fellow Taoist Song and I will go to get the soul-nourishing wood. Everyone be careful. Hearing Li Zuanai's instructions, Song Qingming and others immediately nodded, and then went to pick spiritual objects according to their respective tasks. Li Zuanai, who came to the side of the soul-nourishing wood, first touched his storage magic tool with one hand, took out a red wooden box more than 1 foot long, opened it and put it aside. Then he and Song Qingming began to cast spells together, and soon a green spiritual light with a similar color wrapped the entire soul-nourishing wood from top to bottom. Fellow Taoist Song, are you ready? Seeing Song Qingming nodded slightly on the opposite side, the magic power in the hands of the two immediately began to fully activate, emitting bursts of spiritual light, and the soul-nourishing wood in front of them also began to shake violently because of the surge of powerful magic power. Just as Song Qingming and the other two were trying their best to cast a spell, the soul-nourishing tree in front of them just kept shaking, but there was no sign of rising. After trying hard for several times, seeing that the soul-nourishing tree in front of them still did not move upwards at all, Song Qingming and the other two, who felt that something was wrong, could not help but gradually reveal a trace of doubt. Hey! Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Li, why can't this spiritual wood be taken out? Not far away, He Mengxin, who had picked all the high-level spiritual medicines in an instant, saw that Song Qingming still hadn't succeeded, and walked over with Song Qingyu in some doubt. After the two came to Song Qingming's side, they asked a simple question and immediately began to cast a spell to help. What surprised them was that the four of them cast a spell at the same time, but the soul-nourishing tree still remained motionless, which made everyone frown. Seventh brother, is this 4th level spiritual wood so difficult to take? Even with so many of us, we still can't do it. Could it be that there is a weight of 10,000 pounds underneath it? Facing the doubt on Song Qingyu's face, Li Zuanai beside him shook his head and said, although the soul-nourishing wood is a 4th level spiritual wood, its size and weight are no different from those of ordinary low-level spiritual woods. It can't be as outrageous as you say. I can't take it out. There should be some special restrictions under the spiritual wood that seal its roots. You wait up there, I'll go down and see the situation first. After Li Zuanai finished speaking, he was about to cast a spell and dive into the pool, but Song Qingming, who was standing beside him, stretched out his hand to stop him. Fellow Taoist Li, I am more proficient in the way of restricted formations. Why don't you let me go with you? Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to be a little worried about him, Li Zuanai didn't refuse when he heard it. He nodded slightly, and then the two fell into the water together. After entering the water, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to release a waterproof shield, and then followed Li Zuanai forward. Soon, the two came to the soul-nourishing tree under the water. After carefully scanning the root of the soul-nourishing tree, the two did not see any special formation restrictions. Li Zuanai couldn't help but wonder, strange, there is no restriction, why is this spiritual wood so difficult to take? After muttering to herself, Lizuanai released a spiritual light in her hand again, which was directly imprisoned on the soul-nourishing tree. Just as she was about to start casting again, several black lights suddenly shot out from under the soul-nourishing tree and flew towards Lizuanai and Song Qingming next to her. Seeing this sudden situation, the two quickly cast a spell to release a shield to resist, and then quickly retreated. Just when the two of them felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the pool, they didn't expect that a purple light shield suddenly appeared above the water surface above their heads, directly blocking the entire pool. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell and released a Luo red heart sword in his hand, and drew a sword light directly above his head. A red sword light quickly cut through the water surface and flew upwards, and the next moment it directly hit the purple light shield on the water surface. But what surprised Song Qingming and Lizuanai was that the blow he just swung with all his strength failed to break the defense above. The purple light shield only shook slightly, and quickly dissipated the power of the red sword light, and returned to its original appearance. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and Lizuanai were slightly startled. Just as they were about to launch another attack, the next moment a black light flashed not far in front of the two of them, and suddenly a black figure appeared. This puppet, I clearly destroyed its core before, how can it be resurrected? Seeing the black figure in front of him, Lizuanai immediately recognized that this puppet was the puppet in the pool that he had destroyed when he cracked the Yin-Yi formation before. But what Lizuanai couldn't understand was that she had clearly destroyed the core on the chest of the puppet, so how could it be resurrected? At the same time, Song Qingming's consciousness quickly swept over the other party, and then he explained with a somewhat ugly face, "Senior Sister Li, this guy is not just a puppet, he should be possessed by something now." Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to have seen through his true colors, the black figure's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange green light, and then he said unhappily, "I thought that the one who could break the formation outside and destroy the guardian formation puppet that woke me up would be at least a unyielding cultivator. I didn't expect that it was just two giant ghosts who came, which really wasted my time." Hearing the complaints from the black puppet, it seemed that he didn't take the two of them seriously at all, but the aura emanating from him was a little unpredictable, and it was unknown what level of cultivation he was in. Hearing this, Lizuanai and Song Qingming on the side looked at each other, and immediately asked carefully, "How dare you address us like that? Were you also a nascent soul cultivator?" "Nascent soul cultivator, haha. You little giant and ghosts have too low cultivation levels, so it's normal that you can't see my cultivation level, but these are not important now. Since you woke me up, you should make some compensations. Just offer your physical bodies and let me go out for a walk." Hearing what the black shadow puppet said, Song Qingming on the side immediately said, "Looking at the puppet you possess, it is most likely a cultivator who has lost his physical body. Even if your cultivation level was high when you were alive, how much strength can you exert with only your soul possessed now? Now that we don't know who or when, you are talking nonsense like this, it's a bit too arrogant." When they just entered the hall, Song Qingming and others felt that the yin energy in this place was very strong, and they thought it was only because the soul-nourishing tree was cultivated here. It was not until now that he saw the appearance of the black puppet possessed by the cultivator's soul that Song Qingming finally understood that the reason why there was a soul-nourishing tree here was that someone had set up a plan here in advance. The soul-nourishing method used by the black puppet in front of him was something Song Qingming had already seen when he first met Fengyi. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party was probably the same as Fengyi, and was also a cultivator who had lost his physical body. It's just that this guy used the yin key to cultivate the soul-nourishing tree here, probably to use the soul-nourishing tree to restore his own soul, and then find a suitable physical body to take over. Hearing what Song Qingming said, the black puppet said with disdain, "Oh, it seems that you are not that stupid, and you still have some knowledge. However, just relying on you two little giant and cultivators, you also want to fight against me. That's a bit whimsical." After the black puppet finished speaking, a burst of black light suddenly emerged from his body, and then a very powerful pressure burst out from his whole body. Seeing this, Song Qingming and Lizuanai's faces changed, and they quickly cast spells and released magic weapons to protect themselves. This time, although they hadn't started fighting yet, Song Qingming seemed to have felt the opponent's strength in his heart. The strength of this black puppet was estimated to be no less than the nascent soul puppet they faced. While Song Qingming was thinking, the black puppet had already cast a spell with both hands to release two black iron balls, and then the black iron balls flew directly towards the location of Song Qingming and the others under his control. Seeing this, Li Zuanai immediately cast a spell to control a silver shield magic weapon in front of him to meet it, trying to block the black iron ball in front of him. Song Qingming immediately cast the secret method 9 Palace Meteor Escape and turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Song Qingming's figure bypassed a black iron ball that attacked him and appeared directly in front of the black puppet a few feet away. Seeing Song Qingming use his body skills to turn defense into offense, he was holding the Luo red heart sword and slashing towards him. The black puppet didn't care too much. After glancing at Song Qingming, he stretched out his hand and turned into a huge black palm, directly blocking the Luo red heart sword on his side. With a bang, Song Qingming was directly repelled more than 10 steps by the black giant hand, and at this time, the black iron ball was under the control of the opponent and quickly attacked behind Song Qingming. At the same time, the silver shield magic weapon displayed by senior sister Li Zuanai collided with another black iron ball, but did not repel the opponent's attack. As soon as she touched the black iron ball, Li Zuanai felt that her magic weapon was instantly knocked away, and the next moment she fell into darkness. Before Li Zuanai could react, she felt as if she had lost control of herself and suddenly fell into a bottomless black abyss without control. After seeing senior sister Li Zuanai take a black iron ball and suddenly get trapped in a large ball of black light, Song Qingming immediately understood the power of this thing to trap the enemy. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly used the 9 Palace Meteor Escape again to avoid a black iron ball behind him, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing Song Qingming's figure constantly changing in the pool to avoid his black iron ball, the black puppet smiled slightly, cast a spell with both hands again, and 2 more black iron balls appeared in front of him. "Little ghost, I think you should stop wasting your energy." After the black puppet said this, the 2 black iron balls flew out immediately, and began to encircle and suppress the other black iron ball that was tracking Song Qingming. Because the pool below was too small, Song Qingming, who had the 9 Palace Meteor Escape, had a bit of difficulty just to avoid a black iron ball. Seeing that the other party released 2 more, his face suddenly showed a bit of solemnity. Seeing that he had fallen into a desperate situation, Song Qingming was a little anxious at the moment, and he kept thinking about how to break the current dilemma. If he continued to stay in this pool, he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the black iron ball, but the top of the pool was blocked by a powerful ban, and he could not get out for a while. Song Qingming and the other 2 outside were not as strong as himself. Even if they found the abnormality in the pool, it would be difficult for them to help break the ban above. At this point, it was difficult for Song Qingming to rely on others, and he could only find a way to solve the current dilemma by himself. Seeing that the 2 black iron balls had caught up with him, Song Qingming suddenly turned around and cast a spell to release 2 third-level talismans. The talisman suddenly transformed into a golden shield in midair and blocked the black iron ball. Then Song Qingming moved and left the spot. The next moment, Song Qingming appeared on the other side of the pool, and then hundreds of golden butterflies suddenly emerged from his body, entwining and wrapping him up. The golden shield only slightly stopped the black iron ball and was quickly defeated by it. The next moment, it rushed straight to Song Qingming's position. However, when the 3 black iron balls passed through the insect net formed by the golden illusion butterflies, they did not hit Song Qingming, and they penetrated through the insect net again. The next moment, several purple lights suddenly shot out from the insect swarm, directly controlling the 3 black iron balls in midair. Seeing this scene, the black shadow puppet was not too surprised, and immediately began to cast a spell to control the black iron balls, trying to get them out of the other party's control. But the next moment, Song Qingming, holding the Luo red heart sword, rushed towards him with a calm face. Seeing this, the black shadow puppet had to give up the spell and turned into a black giant hand to grab the Luo red heart sword in midair again. What surprised him was that the Luo red heart sword he had just grabbed, along with Song Qingming's right hand, suddenly broke directly in front of him, and turned into hundreds of golden flying saucers in a flash of light. Huh? It's still a trick, the black shadow puppet just reacted, and Song Qingming, who seemed to have lost an arm in midair, suddenly burst into a burst of white light in front of his chest, and the right hand hidden in the insect swarm armor appeared again. Then, puppets such as Golden Wind and Silver Armor also appeared beside Song Qingming. With the help of the power of many puppets, Song Qingming swung his sword with all his strength. There was a loud boom, and the Luo red heart sword in Song Qingming's hand turned into a red stream of light and directly cut a black shadow puppet in front of him in half. In the previous attack, Song Qingming used the sleight of hand of the golden illusion butterfly covering his body to deceive the opponent's defense, and finally succeeded in destroying the black puppet in front of him with one blow. However, the next moment, Song Qingming was not ready to be happy, because the lower body of the puppet that he had just cut off suddenly emitted a black light, wrapping Song Qingming in darkness. Haha. I can also use sleight of hand. Sorry, someone came to my house today, and we had a meal and chatted for a while, so I'm a little late. Chapter 852, The Blue-Eyed White Fox Admits Defeat and Seeks Peace. Just now, Song Qingming cut off the black shadow puppet with a sword, and thought that he had finally hit his opponent hard and could reverse the unfavorable situation on the field. Unexpectedly, he finally found an opportunity to use his full strength. Although he successfully destroyed the puppet, he still failed to defeat his opponent, and instead put himself in trouble. Like Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming was just shrouded in darkness, and immediately felt that he was out of control and fell directly into boundless darkness. Even though Song Qingming tried hard to cast a spell, he was still out of control and could not stabilize his body at all, and just kept falling into the dark abyss. Half an hour later, a strange green aura suddenly lit up in the dark cage. Then a half-incomplete black shadow puppet emerged from the green light, looking at the air not far away, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. At this time, Li Zuanyi, who was shrouded by several black lights, was floating motionlessly in this extremely dark air. Li Zuanyi's eyes were tightly closed, but his face was slightly frowned, as if he was imprisoned. He was struggling hard but could not sense any changes around his body. A little giant and cultivator can actually resist me like this. Your personal will is very good. It's a pity that your physical body is a little low in cultivation. It is still a long way from the nascent soul realm. It is not suitable to be used as my possession container now. However, if I have time to cultivate it a little in the future, it can be of some use. Maybe I can refine another nascent soul puppet. The half-incomplete black shadow puppet looked at Li Zuanyi in the air, chuckled to himself, and suddenly a green spiritual light appeared on his body, and soon disappeared directly from the spot. A moment later, in another dark space, the green light appeared again, and the figure of the black shadow puppet slowly emerged again. This time, looking at Song Qingming, who was also shrouded in black light and motionless in the air, the black shadow puppet immediately showed a bit of joy on his face, and flashed to Song Qingming, who closed his eyes tightly. This kid seems to have average spiritual talent, but his cultivation is much more solid than that of ordinary people in the Jiandan realm. It seems that he is still following the way of formation. No wonder these people in the Jiandan realm are able to destroy my unyielding puppet. If my soul had not escaped from the puppet in time and woke me up, he might have escaped from here. Although it is not a unyielding level container, now that it has woken up, I might as well use it. I don't know what happened outside after so long. I hope my luck won't be too bad this time. The black shadow puppet looked at Song Qingming, who was calm and motionless not far away, and slowly showed a hint of expectation in his eyes, and then a dazzling green light suddenly emerged from his already broken upper body. A moment later, a circular green magic circle suddenly appeared above the head of the black shadow puppet. The next moment, a huge green sphere slowly emerged from the magic circle. The green sphere was shining with spiritual light, and then it turned into a green-eyed white fox spirit phantom and appeared in the air. After the white fox phantom appeared, it looked at Song Qingming with a greedy look, then turned in a circle in the air, and turned into a green light and shot directly at the top of Song Qingming's head. Just when the green light was about to approach Song Qingming's forehead, a burst of white light suddenly lit up under his feet, and then Song Qingming disappeared from the spot. Hey! How is this possible? This sudden situation made the green-eyed white fox couldn't help but exclaim. Before he could react, a circular magic circle suddenly appeared beside him. Then the scene around the green-eyed white fox changed. From the original pitch-black night, it suddenly turned into daytime, and the surrounding area seemed to be a white mist when the sun rose. After a while, not far in front of him, a man in green clothes with an ordinary appearance and a calm face walked out of the white fog. It was Song Qingming, who had just been trapped in the black light without moving. Seeing Song Qingming holding the Luo red heart sword in front of him, the blue-eyed white fox who was suddenly trapped in the white fog did not show much panic, but looked at him with a very puzzled expression. You are only at the Jiandan realm? How did you get rid of my illusion? Hearing the other party's question, Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, Your Excellency's question is a bit too much. Do you think I am really stupid enough to tell my opponent all my details? Hearing this, the blue-eyed white fox suddenly laughed and said, haha. You are right. If it were me, I would not easily reveal my trump card magical power. It's just that after so many years, this is the first time I have seen a giant and cultivator who can break my illusion. I really can't help but be a little curious. After the blue-eyed white fox sighed slightly, he continued, you really surprised me, kid. If I had known you were so difficult to deal with, I would have given you the soul-nurturing wood directly, and saved all this effort. Now that things have come to this, it seems that you will not surrender obediently today. Come up and try your skills. Even though he was trapped by the formation designed by Song Qingming, the blue-eyed white fox still spoke with great confidence, as if he did not take Song Qingming in front of him seriously. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not want to talk nonsense with him. With a movement of his magic power, a formation plate appeared. As Song Qingming cast spells quickly with both hands, a large ball of white flames suddenly flew out of the surrounding white mist and headed straight for the blue-eyed white fox. Seeing the white flames in the formation coming, the blue-eyed white fox raised one of his hoofs in front of him and lightly tapped it in the air. Soon, a green transparent shield appeared beside him, blocking all the white flames from the formation outside the shield. Seeing that the white flames in the formation could not do anything to the opponent, Song Qingming released a ray of spiritual light from the formation plate in his hand again. The next moment, a black flood rushed up to the sky again and swept the blue-eyed white fox into a wave. But what Song Qingming did not expect was that no matter how fierce the waves in front of him were, the blue-eyed white fox in the water, under the protection of the white shield, remained motionless, and the expression on his face was also not rippled at all. This guy is only a spirit body now, but he can still have such strength. Could it be that his strength was above the nascent soul when he was alive? After ordinary cultivators form a golden elixir, the birth soul will be born in their spiritual consciousness. Once the cultivator's physical body is destroyed, the birth soul will not die directly in a short time, and can be transformed into a spirit body and leave the physical body. But the birth soul of ordinary cultivators is relatively fragile. Once it loses the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to resist the invasion of the vitality of heaven and earth for a long time. After leaving the body, it must find a way to take over or possess other spiritual objects in order to survive for a long time. When Feng He's physical body fell, he survived by relying on his own puppet, and finally reborn with the help of Song Qingming. When he saw the blue-eyed white fox emerge from the black shadow puppet, Song Qingming had confirmed that the other party was just as he guessed, just a spirit attached to the puppet. It was just that the other party's birth spirit incarnation could fight against the yin-yang 8 extremes formation he had set up, which was indeed beyond Song Qingming's expectations, and he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face at this moment. You must know that after the birth spirit of a cultivator leaves the body, the strength that can be exerted can be said to be only 1/10. Even an ordinary foundation-building cultivator can easily kill the birth spirit of a giant cultivator. At this moment, the yin-yang 8 extremes formation in his hand is already a 4th-level lower-grade formation. It is absolutely difficult for the original soul of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator to resist the yin-yang, water and fire in the formation as easily as the blue-eyed white fox. Combined with the confidence shown in the words of the blue-eyed white fox before, this also made Song Qingming guess. The other party's strength in his lifetime was probably not a top nascent soul cultivator, but a powerful god-transforming cultivator like his master Link Taoist, who is already at the top of this world and only one step away from ascension. Unexpectedly, this time when everyone came to find the soul-nourishing wood, they would inadvertently be involved with such a powerful cultivator. If they had known this earlier, even if there were better spiritual objects in this place, Song Qingming would not dare to come here with Li Zuanai and others to search for treasures. However, although he felt a little regretful, going out to search for treasures itself has certain risks. If they were not greedy for treasures, they would not have easily fallen into the trap set by the blue-eyed white fox. No matter how strong the opponent is, Song Qingming and his men have no way out if they want to avoid being possessed. They can only go all out to save their lives. Seeing that the yin-yang Baji formation could not break the opponent's shield, Song Qingming cast a spell again to release a green jade bottle, and then began to quickly gather mana. As the mana in Song Qingming's hand quickly condensed, a powerful sword light condensed from the mouth of the green jade bottle, and then Song Qingming waved the sword light with one hand and broke through the air. However, although this sword light was powerful, It was easily blocked by the opponent's white shield before and after it came to the blue-eyed white fox, as Song Qingming expected. After failing in one attack, Song Qingming did not lose heart, and began to gather mana in his hands again. Soon, a second swordlight with greater power flew out, but it still failed to break the opponent's defense. It was not until the green jade bottle magic weapon above Song Qingming's had shot out the third most powerful swordlight that the face of the blue-eyed green fox trapped in the yin-yang, water and fire gradually changed, with a slightly more solemn look. Seeing that the third swordlight had already killed in front of him with a monstrous momentum, the blue-eyed white fox suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a thumb-sized white round bead. As soon as the white round bead magic weapon appeared, Song Qingming felt a strong pressure from it, as if it was a magic weapon of extremely high grade. Under the control of the blue-eyed white fox, a powerful white lightning suddenly shot out from the top of the white round bead, heading straight for the third swordlight in front of him. After the lightning and swordlight came into direct contact, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out, separating the surrounding yin-yang, water and fire. Seeing that the white lightning in front of him could actually take on the third swordlight released by his green jade bottle magic weapon, Song Qingming's face was full of surprise, and at the same time, a complicated look appeared. Seeing that the third swordlight released by Song Qingming not far away was blocked by him, the blue-eyed white fox was not too surprised, and the solemn look on his face gradually relaxed. What he didn't expect was that when he cast a spell to release lightning to resist the opponent's attack, a figure suddenly flashed over and rushed to the battlefield where lightning and swordlights were fighting in the air. Hey! Doesn't he want to live? Seeing that Song Qingming actually ignored the danger and approached the battlefield, the blue-eyed white fox suddenly showed a trace of surprise on his face, and he couldn't figure out what the other party's purpose was. If you want to die, then I can only fulfill your wish. Anyway, there's more than one physical body here. If it is really damaged, the worst that can happen is to change a container for the body, but no matter what Song Qingming wanted to do, since he wanted to die, the blue-eyed white fox also flashed a trace of murderous intent in his eyes, and cast a spell to strengthen the lightning released by the magic weapon beside him again. Just when he arrived in the middle of the battlefield, Song Qingming saw that the power of the white lightning in front of him suddenly increased a lot, and he was shocked and stepped back a few steps. Facing the powerful pressure from the battlefield, Song Qingming gritted his teeth to stabilize his body, and then cast a spell quickly, and a cyan lightning flashed out. The next moment, the cyan lightning flash turned into a cyan hand, and then grabbed the white lightning flash not far in front of him. In the surprised eyes of the blue-eyed white fox, the lightning flash from the white round bead in front of him was suddenly pulled aside by the cyan hand, and then fell into a bronze oil lamp next to Song Qingming. How could there be such a magical power? Where did this kid come from? Seeing the lightning flash on the white round bead magic weapon in front of him suddenly dissipate, the blue-eyed white fox was shocked, and he really couldn't understand how Song Qingming could have such a domineering magical power to directly take away all the lightning stored in his magic weapon. Although Song Qingming used the heaven-devouring thunder art to crack the opponent's magic weapon, after the consumption of the previous white lightning, the power of the third swordlight released by the green jade bottle was already very little. The remaining swordlight was still not enough to break the shield in front of the opponent, and soon disappeared from the battlefield. Young man, wait a minute. You and I don't have any deep hatred, why bother to fight to the death here? How about sitting down and talking? After breaking the opponent's magic weapon, before Song Qingming could launch another attack, a voice of active peacemaking suddenly came from not far in front of him, causing Song Qingming to temporarily stop casting spells. Oh. What do you want to talk about? Just say it directly. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he cast a spell again and released several puppets on his body to stand beside him, ready to continue casting spells and attacking at any time if the talks failed. Seeing that Song Qingming didn't seem to believe in himself, the blue-eyed white fox moved his eyes slightly, and didn't seem to care too much about the other party's actions. My friend, I would like to ask you a question first. How long has it been since the Battle of Qi Mountain? Are there still human gods and cultivators around here? The Battle of Qi Mountain? Sorry, I have never heard of the Qi Mountain you mentioned. I know this place is now called Qingming. I don't know if it has any connection with the Qi Mountain you mentioned. As for the war you said took place here, if I am not mistaken, it should have been at least tens of thousands of years ago. The spiritual veins of this place have long been cut off, and it is now a ruin. Not to mention the legendary gods and cultivators, Even ordinary nascent soul and golden core cultivators are unlikely to come here unless they have something to do. Oh. So many years have passed? It seems I really slept too long this time. After hearing Song Qingming's answer, the blue-eyed white fox muttered to himself and sighed slightly, then looked at Song Qingming not far away with a sharp gaze again. My friend, I can let you go. However, you must return the lightning you just collected to me, and I can only let you leave here alone. You can't take other people outside with you. How do you think this is okay? After saying that, the blue-eyed white fox stared at Song Qingming's eyes again. I said before that we came here by mistake and don't want to have anything to do with the senior. Since you don't want to show your sincerity, there is no need for us to waste time. Seeing that the other party's request was impossible for him to accept, Song Qingming did not say much and took out a wide array plate in his hand again. After forming the 10,000 spirits puppet array with several puppets beside him, Song Qingming suddenly felt that his mana was rapidly fading, and hurriedly took out a drop of Millennium Spirit Milk and poured it directly into his mouth. Song Qingming had never tried to control two high-level arrays at the same time alone before. But now at this moment, he could no longer care about so much. Song Qingming, who was controlling the one-ling puppet array, instantly increased his momentum several times, and then the little red heart sword in his hand immediately turned into a sword light and rushed straight to the blue-eyed white fox not far away. Seeing Song Qingming's direct face, the blue-eyed white fox slightly moved his face and showed a bit of anger. Obviously he did not expect the other party to reject him so decisively. Seeing that Song Qingming had already killed him in front of him, the blue-eyed white fox, who was deeply trapped in the yin and yang water and fire, could only activate the shield in front of him to resist again. Only a loud boom was heard, and a burst of red flames broke out again on the battlefield. After a while, Song Qingming retreated more than 10 steps, and the blue-eyed white fox was also shaken away by the little red heart sword. This time, although Song Qingming's attack still did not break the defensive shield in front of the blue-eyed white fox, the opponent's defense was obviously not as immovable as before. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of joy. Just when he had stabilized his body, he saw the little red heart sword coming towards him quickly. The blue-eyed white fox's originally calm face suddenly became a little ugly. Just when Song Qingming was halfway to attack, the blue-eyed white fox's emerald green eyes suddenly flashed. The next moment, the blue-eyed white fox glared and shot a strange green light at Song Qingming in midair. Seeing this strange green light, Song Qingming was about to cast a spell to release a shield for defense, but he suddenly felt a burst of heat in his chest. Then, before Song Qingming could react, a green dragon suddenly appeared out of thin air, opened its big mouth and directly blocked the strange green light shot from the other's eyes. This is the green rhino jade pendant. No wonder you can walk out of my fantasy dream. It turns out you have this thing on you. Seeing the blue dragon in front of Song Qingming so easily break the magic power he displayed, blue-eyed white fox recognized at a glance the blue rhinoceros jade pendant magic weapon on Song Qingming, which was very restraining against illusion magic power, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. If it were a question of the cultivation strength between the two, blue-eyed white fox was obviously better than Song Qingming. But the magic power and magic weapon he relied on the most were restrained and resolved by Song Qingming, one after another, after they were displayed. In addition, now that he was trapped by the opponent's formation and could not get out, blue-eyed white fox looked at Song Qingming not far away. His face was very angry, and he felt a little helpless. Why does this kid have so many magic powers that restrain me? Is it possible that I will really fall into his hands today? Before blue-eyed white fox could figure out how to deal with the next situation, Song Qingming's next attack had already killed him in front of him, and he hit him hard again and flew him to the side. The next moment, dozens of loud noises were heard on the battlefield. The blue-eyed white fox was like a moving target, being hit everywhere by the sword in Song Qingming's hand. Stop fighting, my friend. I admit defeat. I'll let you all go, okay? At this moment, a crack appeared on the shield in front of the blue-eyed white fox. Seeing Song Qingming take out the 1,000-year spirit milk to replenish his mana again, he finally chose to ask for peace again. But this time, the attitude of the blue-eyed white fox was obviously much lower, and it was no longer the confident and condescending tone before. However, after he finished speaking, Song Qingming still had no intention of stopping. After swallowing a drop of 1,000-year spirit milk, his mana surged again, and he was ready to launch another attack. Seeing this, the blue-eyed white fox continued to speak with a fierce look in his eyes. My friend, I have already admitted defeat, don't push me too far. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I can still kill those people outside. Do you really want to fight with me to the point of both sides being injured? Hearing the other party's words, the spiritual light on Song Qingming's body dimmed slightly, and he raised his eyes and looked at the blue-eyed white fox not far in front of him. In this case, then let us out first. If you still want to fight, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Hearing this, the blue-eyed white fox immediately shook his head and said, no more fighting. But me, but what? Chapter 853. A deal is reached. Chu Bai. Before the blue-eyed white fox in front of him finished speaking, Song Qingming immediately interrupted him with an unhappy look, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes again. After fighting with the opponent for so long, although Song Qingming still didn't know the true details of the opponent, he was sure in his heart that the blue-eyed white fox in front of him was at least a cultivator above the nascent soul when he was alive. These old monsters have lived for who knows how many years in the world of immortal cultivation. Most of them are very scheming and difficult to deal with if they can cultivate to such a level. When dealing with such an old guy, as long as you are not careful, you will easily fall into the calculations of the other party. If you want to reach a fair deal with the blue-eyed white fox in front of you, Song Qingming must first prove himself in terms of strength, so that the other party will be afraid and dare not act recklessly. Although Song Qingming seems to have the upper hand on the battlefield this time, in fact, he has taken a lot of Millennium Spirit Milk before, and now he is controlling 2 high-level magic arrays at the same time, and the mana in his body is already a little overwhelmed. Although the opponent's blue-eyed white fox was at a disadvantage, it would be difficult for Song Qingming to defeat him in a short time. If he really forced the fight at all costs, Song Qingming had no idea if he could hold on, and the outcome between the two was still a little unpredictable. Moreover, Senior Sister Li Zuanai and King Gaiyu outside might have already fallen into the opponent's hands. If he really pushed the opponent into a corner, Song Qingming would not dare to gamble their lives easily. Seeing that the blue-eyed white fox took the initiative to admit defeat and seek peace, Song Qingming, who took the initiative on the battlefield, gave the opponent some warnings, and then stood patiently in place to listen to the opponent's sincerity in seeking peace. Seeing that Song Qingming was staring at him closely, as if he was about to turn hostile at any time, the blue-eyed white fox had already looked very solemn, and he hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, my friend. Since I have already admitted defeat, I will definitely let you go. But before that, I want to make a deal with you. If you agree, we can become friends from enemies, and there is no need to fight to the death like this. Oh. What other deal can we make between us? I'd like to hear it. Song Qingming's face showed a hint of surprise when he heard this. Although he didn't make any movements, his eyes did not let down his guard. Hearing that Song Qingming seemed to be interested in what he said, the blue-eyed white fox relaxed a little, and then continued to speak. My friend, you just took the divine thunder from my magic weapon. You must have practiced some powerful thunder control method. I want to ask you to help me get something. If you can agree, I will give you a chance to form a baby. What do you think? What is the chance to form a baby? Please explain it clearly, otherwise I won't believe your empty words. Hearing the words chance to form a baby from the other party's mouth, Song Qingming couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Although he didn't know whether what the blue-eyed white fox said was true or false, Song Qingming's face was indeed a little more curious at this moment. Hearing this, the blue-eyed white fox immediately laughed and said, haha. My friend, you are so cautious in treating others, how dare I deceive you casually? It's like this, I know there is a place nearby where there is a kind of high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth, and the thing I want is in that divine thunder. That high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth can help cultivators to temper and strengthen their innate golden elixir in their bodies. If you can successfully refine it and temper the golden elixir, I estimate that it should be able to help you increase the probability of forming a fetus by 1 or 2% in the future. But I have also told you in advance that such an opportunity is definitely not so easy to get. The divine thunder of heaven and earth is extremely powerful. Since you understand such a profound art of controlling thunder, you should know 1 or 2 things. It is naturally dangerous to successfully refine it into your body. It depends on whether my friend has the courage. After speaking, the blue-eyed white fox's eyes showed a bit of complexity again, and it was obvious that he was a little unsure whether Song Qingming would agree to him. high-level heaven and earth divine thunder that can refine the natal golden elixir. Song Qingming, who was originally just a little curious, couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard the other party say high-level heaven and earth divine thunder. Since he practiced a heaven-devouring thunder art, he has been searching for high-level heaven and earth divine thunder everywhere, but because this kind of spiritual object is rare in the world, the progress has been slow for a while. If it is true as the blue-eyed white fox said, there is another heaven and earth divine thunder nearby that can help cultivators refine and strengthen their natal golden elixir, then for Song Qingming, it is indeed something he cannot easily miss. After hearing the explanation of the blue-eyed white fox, Song Qingming was a little hesitant at the moment and fell into a dilemma. After seeing that Song Qingming was silent after he finished speaking, he did not reply to him for a long time. The blue-eyed white fox immediately continued to speak. My friend, your cultivation has now reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden core. If I am not mistaken, you should be about to impact the nascent soul realm. Although my friend is only a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, I have to say that your cultivation foundation is indeed quite good. I think my friend must have gained a lot of great opportunities during his cultivation. Even if you directly impact the nascent soul realm now, according to my estimation, you should be able to have a 30% to 40% chance of success. But if you can really refine the divine thunder of heaven and earth directly, then the chance of success in impacting the nascent soul realm next time will be at least 50%. I think you should know whether what I said is true or not. It's up to you to choose. Seeing that the other party saw through his spiritual root cultivation at a glance, Song Qingming's eyes moved slightly, and then he directly replied, Sir, you have said so much, I also have a question to ask you. If I agree to cooperate with you, how can you make me believe that what you said is true and not another trap? Hearing the doubt in Song Qingming's mouth, blue-eyed white fox was not surprised, and nodded directly. Since this old man wants to trade with you, of course I have taken these into consideration. If you are willing to agree to this deal, help refine this divine thunder of heaven and earth, and help me get the treasure smoothly. I can first use my own soul to make a life and death contract with you that we will not attack each other, so you should be able to trust me. What if I don't agree to your deal? Haha. I still say that since I have promised you, I will definitely let you go. It's just that all of you must swear an oath in person. After leaving this place, no one must disclose the secrets here. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease to let you leave like this. After the blue-eyed white fox finished speaking, there was a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Obviously, the words just now were already the bottom line for him. Seeing that the other party had basically said what he needed to say, Song Qingming was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. My dear senior, since you are really sincere in signing a life and death contract with me, then I can agree to go with you. But before that, you must let my friends go first. This request should not be too much for you. Seeing that Song Qingming not only agreed, but also changed the way he addressed him, the blue-eyed white fox immediately showed a trace of joy on his face, and nodded slightly, saying, I can agree to this. However, I don't want too many people to know about my existence for the time being. I wonder if you are willing to help me hide it from them first. After hearing this, Song Qingming thought for a while, and immediately said, Senior is a spiritual body, and you can directly possess my puppet later. With your spiritual awareness, I think it should not be difficult to hide it from them. But I have to ask you to stay in the storage bag for a while. When we get to the treasure, I will find a way to release you. Also, if you don't mind, why don't you give us the spiritual herbs and soul-nourishing wood outside, so that they won't notice anything? Seeing that Song Qingming still wanted the soul-nourishing wood in the pool outside, the blue-eyed white fox hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed. You can take those spiritual objects if you want them, just do as you say. But I have to remind you, if they find anything unusual later, you have to think about how to explain it. Otherwise, if my identity is leaked, don't say that I don't abide by the agreement. Of course, senior, don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. The blue-eyed white fox nodded slightly after hearing this, and then a black scroll appeared on his body with a flash of spiritual light, and then cast a spell to directly separate a trace of life soul and merge it into it. After the blue-eyed white fox threw the contract in his hand to himself, Song Qingming carefully checked it again, and only separated a trace of soul into the contract until he found no problems. Oh. Yes, Junior Song Qingming, I don't know what to call you, Senior, just call me Chu Bai. After slowly spitting out a sentence, the blue-eyed white fox took the contract thrown back by Song Qingming and put it away without even looking at it. Then Chubai's magic power moved quickly, and Song Qingming immediately felt a strong spiritual fluctuation coming from outside. The other party should have lifted the restrictions outside. After doing this, Chubai, who was not far in front of Song Qingming, immediately said, "Song Xiaoyao, I have opened all the restrictions outside. You should also collect this magic array and go out together. Now that you and I have signed a life and death contract, we can no longer attack each other. You should be relieved." Song Qingming nodded slightly when he heard it, and the array played in his hand flashed quickly. The white mist around the two of them dissipated and returned to the pool again. The next moment, Chubai turned into a white spiritual light and sank directly into the body of Golden Wind next to Song Qingming. After a while, Golden Wind, whose eyes were originally a little dim, suddenly showed a strange green light in his eyes, and then Song Qingming felt that there was a very powerful soul in the body of Golden Wind in front of him. Seeing this, Song Qingming didn't care. He waved his hand and put the Golden Wind in front of him and the other puppets back into his storage bag. Looking up and looking around, Song Qingming found that the black cage outside and the light shield above the pool had disappeared. Seeing the figure of senior sister Li Zuanai not far away, floating motionlessly in the pool, Song Qingming's heart tightened and he quickly flashed to her side. Just as Song Qingming stretched out his hand to release his spiritual sense and carefully checked the condition of Li Zuanai's body beside him, a familiar voice suddenly came into his ears. "Don't worry, little friend Song, they are just in my dream black realm. There is no danger. These people have too low cultivation, and it is normal for them to not wake up for a while after entering the dream. I will give them some mana later, and they will wake up later." Hearing the voice transmission from Chubai on his waist, Song Qingming, who did not find anything abnormal in Li Zuanai's body, nodded slightly, picked her up and jumped out of the water. Song Qingming came out of the water and saw two figures lying on the ground outside. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Speaking of which, he also knew where Chubai, who was following him, came from. His strength was indeed a bit terrifying. Song Qingming had just had a shocking battle with Chubai. Although he had almost used all his magical powers, he was still lucky to win. If it weren't for the fact that Song Qingming's practice of heaven-devouring thunder control art and Linxi jade pendant magic weapon just restrained Chubai's two most powerful magical powers, I'm afraid the four of them would not be able to get out of here today. Thinking of this, Song Qingming still felt a little scared. In this world of cultivating immortals, opportunities always go hand in hand with dangers, and no one knows what will happen next. Half an hour later, Li Zuanai, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened her eyes and suddenly found a familiar face in her eyes. "Junior brother Song, have you also been tricked by the other party? Are we dead? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to take risks here. It would be fine if I died, but I didn't expect to implicate you and Qingming." Senior sister Li Zuanai in front of him was talking to herself with a look of self-blame, and a trace of tears flashed in her eyes. Song Qingming beside him suddenly showed a look of surprise. "Senior sister Li, don't worry, we are not dead yet, not dead. How is this possible? Why can't I feel my magic power? Am I still in the illusion?" Seeing Li Zuanai looking at him with a puzzled look, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and explained, "Senior sister, you just got tricked by the puppet and have been unconscious for a long time. Maybe your soul is still a little weak now. It should be fine soon." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he gently placed one hand on Li Zuanai's left shoulder. Li Zuanai, who felt the spiritual energy pouring into his body, suddenly showed a trace of joy on his face. "It's really okay, junior brother Song, this is so great." Seeing that senior sister Li Zuanai's face was already a little tearful, Song Qingming hurriedly nodded with a smile, then poured out a pill from a white porcelain bottle on his body, and said to Li Zuanai, "Senior sister Li, you just woke up, don't rush to use your magic power, take the pill first, and you should recover in a while." Li Zuanai smiled and blinked her eyes, then swallowed the pill that Song Qingming gave her. Not long after senior sister Li Zuanai woke up, Song Qingming and Himengsen, who were lying beside her, also opened their eyes and woke up one after another. When the two girls found something strange in the pool outside, they wanted to help break the ban and rescue Song Qingming and Li Zuanai. As a result, the ban set by Chubai was really powerful. Song Qingming and the others tried their best but still couldn't get in, so they could only stare anxiously outside. Just when Song Qingyu and the other two were at a loss, Chu Bai, who had already trapped Song Qingming and Li Zuanai in a black cage, was free to deal with the matter. Facing Chu Bai, a powerful opponent, Song Qingyu and He Mengxin were defeated quickly as expected and were also imprisoned in a black cage. After Li Zuanai and the other two slowly refined the elixir in their bodies, they all recovered to normal one after another. While the three of them were secretly thankful that nothing happened, they also cast a puzzled look at Song Qingming when they learned that it was Song Qingming who killed the black shadow puppet. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had been prepared for a long time, hurriedly opened his mouth and slowly explained to the three people beside him. Because he could not reveal Chu Bai's identity in front of the three people, Song Qingming directly omitted what happened later and directly said that Chu Bai was a unyielding ghost cultivator possessed by the black shadow puppet. After hearing that Song Qingming had used the golden illusion butterfly to use a sleight of hand to deceive the other party's defense, and then found an opportunity to destroy the black shadow puppet with a sword, the three people showed different expressions on their faces. Song Qingyu, who had always trusted his brother unconditionally, was naturally moved. He was just busy thanking his brother for saving his life and caring about Song Qingming's injuries. He did not doubt his words at all. Senior sister Li Zuanai was a little suspicious of Chu Bai's identity as a ghost cultivator. She felt that the other party's illusion skills were so powerful that it seemed that he was not an ordinary ghost cultivator. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly explained that Chu Bai was a unyielding ghost cultivator with great intelligence. He was not only proficient in the secrets of the ghost way, but also cultivated many special magical powers of human cultivators. After the ghost cultivator's cultivation level was raised to the Jinden realm, some spiritual intelligence would be born. Once he broke through to the unyielding realm, he would have the opportunity to recover all his memories before his death. It is also very likely that this unyielding ghost cultivator with great intelligence would cultivate some other magical powers. Although Song Qingming's explanation was a little forced, it was generally explainable. Li Zuanai nodded slightly and said nothing more. He Mengxin, who was an outsider among the three who came to help, looked a little calm. Apart from stepping forward and thanking Song Qingming for saving his life, he did not ask any more questions. After hearing Song Qingming's patient explanation, Li Zuanai and the other two also understood what happened, and their eyes shifted to the soul-nourishing wood not far away. This place has such a heavy yin energy, which is a favorite place for ghosts. It is normal for unyielding ghost cultivators to hide here. Fortunately, Brother Song showed his magical powers this time, so we were spared from the calculations of the ghost cultivator. Even if it was Brother Song's help this time, I will give you an extra share of the spiritual objects later. Well, since everyone has nothing to do, let's quickly take out the soul-nourishing wood. After Li Zuanai finished speaking, he led everyone back to the pool again. Seeing the soul-nourishing wood that was still intact after 2 battles, everyone's faces were filled with joy, and they quickly began to cast spells. As everyone cast spells, the soul-nourishing wood that had been in the pool for tens of thousands of years gradually began to rise, and then jumped out of the water with its roots. With Li Zuanai's gentle wave of one hand, the black soul-nourishing wood in the air immediately shrank several times, and then successfully entered the wooden box in front of her. We are lucky enough to get this thing, and this time our adventure was not in vain. After successfully getting the soul-nourishing wood in her hand, Li Zuanai looked at it carefully with joy, and everyone followed and surrounded her. Although the people present were all Jinden cultivators who had practiced for hundreds of years, the high-level soul-nourishing wood in front of them was very rare in the world of immortal cultivation, and it was not a spiritual object that they would have the opportunity to see on a regular basis. Everyone, since we have obtained the soul-nourishing wood, there is nothing else here, so why don't we leave here first? After scanning the surroundings of the high platform, Li Zuanai asked everyone directly, preparing to evacuate this place. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately nodded and said, I just controlled the spirit insects to search around this place, and there is indeed nothing else to find. Song Qingyu and He Mengxin on the side also nodded immediately, and then everyone turned into escape lights and flew away from this place. 2 days later, next to a huge sea abyss in the middle of Luoxia Abyss, 4 spiritual lights suddenly flew out from the depths of the middle sea abyss and landed directly on the coral reef next to it. Dao Iohi, this is your other half of the reward. You have worked hard this time. This spiritual medicine is a little gift from us. I hope you will not despise it. It has been less than 10 days. The treasure ship returning should still be on the island. It is just right to send you off. We will not send you off for a long time." After saying that, Li Xuanai handed a large bag of spiritual stones and a long wooden box to Qingming, who was standing beside him. After opening the wooden box in his hand, he saw that Li Xuanai not only gave him the other half of the reward, but also gave him an extra third-level low-grade spiritual medicine. Qingming's face was also filled with joy. "Then there will be more Dao Aoli. Dao Ao, I have some chores in the palace, so it is inconvenient for me to go with you. I will say goodbye now, Dao Ao, please leave." After bowing and saying goodbye to everyone one by one, Qingming waved and released a purple flying boat, which soon turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of everyone. After Qingming left, Li Xuanai's eyes slowly shifted to Song Qingming, who was standing beside him. "Junior brother Song, what else do you want to stay for? Can you tell us now?" Looking at Li Xuanai, who looked a little confused, and Song Qingming, who was also a little worried, Song Qingming suddenly became serious. "Senior sister Li, Qingming, I have to go get one more thing. You just stay here and wait for me." Chapter 854, Replacement of Soul-Nourishing Wood, Red Sun Divine Thunder. Because he had promised Chubai that he would help him get something, Song Qingming had already greeted Li Xuanai and the other two on the way out of the abyss, and he would stay to find some spiritual objects nearby. Originally, Song Qingming wanted Li Xuanai and Song Qingming to leave first with Qingming, but after hearing his idea, the two girls insisted on staying and waiting for him to go back together. Facing the worries on Li Xuanai and the other two's faces, Song Qingming could not tell them all the truth because he could not break his agreement with Chubai. "Seventh brother, what exactly are you going to get? Why can't you take me and senior sister Li with you? Don't worry, if we really can't help you, we will definitely not force you to go." Seeing that Song Qingming was still a little worried, Song Qingming could only smile and sigh and replied, "Qingming, look at what you said. You and I have been practicing together for so many years. When has seventh brother ever disliked you? What I am going to find is a high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth, near this abyss. The reason why I don't take you with me is that this divine thunder of heaven and earth is a bit overbearing. Even I am not absolutely sure that I can subdue it, and you two will not be able to help if you go. It's safer to stay here and wait for me, high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth." Junior brother Song, how did you know there would be a high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth nearby? Hearing that what Song Qingming wanted to get was actually a rare high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth, Li Xuanai's face showed surprise and confusion. In the world of immortal cultivation, a high-level heaven and earth divine thunder is already a very rare spiritual object in the world. It is hard for ordinary cultivators to see it, and it is not easy to find. On the way here, the four of them walked together and had not seen any spiritual objects related to heaven and earth divine thunder. At this moment, when Song Qingming suddenly heard it, not only senior sister Li Xuanai, but also Song Qingming beside him was also surprised. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly explained, "To be honest, I discovered this heaven and earth thunder from the ghost cultivator's memory by chance. I couldn't tell you directly because fellow Taoist was present." "I see." Li Xuanai nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Junior brother Song, since this heaven and earth thunder is very dangerous and difficult to tame, how about we, senior sister Li? You don't know, I have practiced a thunder control method before, and this heaven and earth thunder is very important to me. Although it will be a little dangerous, I must go this time." Seeing a very determined look in Song Qingming's eyes, Li Xuanai finally took back the words of persuasion that were on the tip of his tongue. Song Qingming, who was standing aside, also did not continue to speak after learning that Song Qingming's purpose was to find a high-level heaven and earth thunder. When Song Qingming came back from the Xianhe Xiuxin realm, Song Qingming already knew that he had obtained the heaven-devouring thunder control art, a profound thunder control art, and naturally understood the importance of the high-level heaven and earth divine thunder to Song Qingming. After persuading Li Xuanai and Song Qingming in front of him, Song Qingming used his magic power to take out another golden talisman and handed it to Song Qingming. "The place I'm going to is not far from here, and I estimate that I should be able to come back within 10 days at most. Keep the sound transmission talisman first. If I encounter any problems and need your help, I will naturally send a message to you." After explaining to Song Qingming, Song Qingming turned around and smiled at his senior sister Li Xuanai and nodded slightly, then turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. Seeing Song Qingming's back leaving, Li Zuanai and Song Qinggai looked at each other, and each saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. But the two did not say anything more, turned around and found a clean place nearby to sit down. At the same time, Song Qingming had just left the island when he suddenly felt something strange around his waist. He then waved his hand and took out a red wooden box from his storage bag. As soon as he opened the wooden box, a burst of white light immediately emerged from it, and then the shadow of a blue-eyed white fox appeared in front of Song Qingming. Haha. After sleeping in there for so many years, I finally smell the outside. I never thought that Qi Mountain has become so dilapidated now, and even the spiritual energy in the air is so thin. Seeing the blue-eyed white fox in front of him wandering around, Song Qingming carefully looked around, and then said softly, "Senior, you are only a spiritual body now, and your soul should not stay outside for a long time. This place is still some distance away from the place you said. Why don't you return to the soul-nurturing wood first, and I will call you out when we get there? There are no outsiders here. Why are you so careful? Don't worry, as long as I enter the soul-nurturing wood, among the cultivators below the late nascent soul stage, unless they are born with strong spiritual consciousness, no one will be able to find anything unusual. There are not many gods in this world, as long as you are not too unlucky to meet those nascent soul masters." Hearing the other party's answer, Song Qingming sighed slightly and said, "Haha. Senior, you don't know, I have been practicing for so many years, but my luck has always been very average. Now that you mention that, I am really worried that I will meet other nascent soul cultivators on the way. I am not worried that I will be in any danger, but I am afraid that I will not be able to explain the things about you clearly at that time. Don't blame me for violating the agreement by not reminding you of this in advance." Humph. You are really humble. With your pseudo-spiritual root qualifications of 4 spiritual roots, how can you cultivate to the half-step nascent soul realm in such an ordinary lower-level interface without some great opportunities? If people like you can only be said to have average luck, then can all cultivators in this world advance to the golden core realm? Senior, you really praise me too much? Although I can practice to this point, although I have some opportunities myself, I have also received support from many senior cultivators. I dare not say this to you." Seeing that Song Qingming's tone was very calm and there was no change on his face, Chu Bai's green eyes rolled and he didn't say anything else. After a moment, Chu Bai in midair waved his hand and threw an ancient scroll to Song Qingming. Then the whole person turned into a green light again and sank directly into the red wooden box in his hand. The next moment, a voice came into Song Qingming's ears again. "Boy, don't scare me all the time. These words are useless to me. Although I can possess the soul-nourishing tree, if I stay in the storage bag all the time, my consciousness can't sense too far away. If I encounter any powerful monks nearby, I can't tell you in advance. You are too weak at the moment, and I don't want to rely on you for my life." After hearing the reminder in the other party's words, Song Qingming shook his head slightly, then opened the scroll in his hand and took a look, and a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face. After putting away the scroll in his hand, Song Qingming's hand moved with a flash of light, and he took out a green cloth strip that was similar in color to his clothes. After wrapping the red wooden box in his hand with a cloth strip, Song Qingming tied it up and tied it directly behind him, and then accelerated his escape speed again. The red wooden box behind Song Qingming contained the soul-nourishing wood that they had taken from the pool before. After Li Zuanai got this soul-nourishing wood, he originally planned to take it to a high-level auction house in the future, exchange it for a useful infant-forming spiritual object for himself, and then share it with Song Qinggai. However, after leaving the hall, Song Qingming took the initiative to use a 4th-level spiritual medicine in his hand to directly exchange the soul-nourishing wood in Li Zuanai's hand. The quality of this soul-nourishing wood has reached the 4th-level middle grade, and its original value is much higher than the 4th-level low-grade spiritual medicine that Song Qingming took out. However, because of this soul-nourishing wood, Li Zuanai and Song Qinggai will have to share it equally, and Song Qingming has made great efforts in the process of taking treasures this time. With Song Qinggai nodding his head in agreement, Li Zuanai naturally had no objection and immediately agreed to exchange the soul-nourishing wood in his hand directly to Song Qingming. The reason why Song Qingming took the initiative to exchange for the soul-nourishing wood in Li Zuanai's hand was not only because this thing was of great help to him in practicing the spiritual consciousness technique. Another point was that Chu Bai on his body once again used this thing to make a deal with him. Halfway after coming out of the hall, Chu Bai suddenly secretly sent a message to Song Qingming, wanting Song Qingming to find a way to get back the soul-nourishing wood in Li Zuanai's hand. Because he had no physical body, Song Qingming naturally knew very well that Chu Bai wanted the soul-nourishing wood for the purpose of nourishing and repairing his original spirit. However, now the soul-nourishing wood is not in Song Qingming's hands, and it must cost some price to get it, so Song Qingming naturally couldn't help for nothing. After some bargaining, Song Qingming reached the second deal with the other party as he wished. After paying for a valuable 4th-level lower-grade spiritual medicine, Song Qingming got the soul-nourishing wood from Li Zuanai as he wished, and then he also got the puppet refining secret book from Chu Bai. However, after the two of them completed their agreement, Song Qingming had to return half of the root of the soul-nourishing wood to Chu Bai. In other words, Chu Bai used the puppet refining secret book in his hand to exchange half of the soul-nourishing wood with Song Qingming. For the two of them, this was a matter of mutual benefit. This soul-nourishing wood itself was of extremely high quality. Even if it was only half of the spiritual wood, it would be enough for Song Qingming to refine a small magic weapon to assist in practicing the soul technique in the future. The puppet refining secret book that Song Qingming got from Chu Bai was also inestimable in value to him. In the past, because he did not know the puppet skills, he could only try his luck at those large auctions if he wanted high-level puppets, and he had not been able to collect a few high-level puppets over the years. But with a puppet secret book in his hand, as long as he can find the right high-level materials, he can refine it by himself in the future, and maybe he won't have to ask for help from others. Moreover, Song Qingming has also seen the power of the puppet refined by Chu Bai. If Song Qingming can also refine such a powerful human-shaped puppet, its power can also be raised to a higher level in the future with a one-link puppet array. After flying straight forward for most of the day, Song Qingming came to another abyss again. After scanning the abyss, Song Qingming confirmed that the location was correct without much hesitation, and flew directly into it. Although there are many holes on the Luoxia abyss leading to the depths of the abyss, the locations of these holes are different, and some are thousands or even tens of thousands of miles apart. In addition, the deep seabed is pitch black, and there are sea currents everywhere. If you don't identify the direction on it, you will directly enter it. Even a giant and cultivator is also very likely to get lost. After falling into the depths of the abyss, Song Qingming followed Chu Bai's instructions, found the right direction and fled forward quickly. Unlike the lifeless abyss that Song Qingming and his companions had entered before, the concentration of spiritual energy under this abyss was much higher, and there was no yin energy. Occasionally, there were some seabed fish and low-level monsters around. Song Qingming followed Chu Bai's instructions, and after traveling hundreds of miles in the sea, he suddenly felt a violent boiling sound coming from the front, and the temperature of the cold sea water beside him also rose rapidly. After arriving here, Song Qingming slowed down his pace a little, and a high mountain soon appeared in front of him, with bursts of fiery red light constantly coming out of it. It was an extremely rare active volcano located deep under the sea. Boy, this is it. Haha, even after so many years, this place has not changed much? It seems that the heaven and earth thunder is still there. I'll lend you this fire shield for use first, otherwise you may not be able to pass through there safely with your current strength. After saying that, Song Qingming suddenly had a flash of light in front of him, and a piece of blue soft armor with a bright light floated in front of him. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately reached out to take it, and then put it on himself. Seeing that a sudden chill came over him, Song Qingming's face gradually showed a trace of satisfaction, and he hurriedly thanked Chu Bai behind him. Thank you for the treasure, senior, haha. It's just a little thing, what's there to thank for? Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry in first. Hearing Chu Bai's urging behind him, Song Qingming nodded slightly, cast a spell to release another light shield in front of him, and then flew directly to the crater facing the boiling seawater in front of him. After reaching the top of the mountain, Song Qingming looked at the red magma below, which was like blood slowly flowing out of the seabed. His eyes were slightly startled, and then he plunged directly into the magma below. As soon as he entered the magma, Song Qingming felt the extremely rich fire attribute aura coming from all around, as well as the boiling sound of the hot magma. Fortunately, with a magic weapon fire-avoiding cover given by Chu Bai, Song Qingming did not feel any heat, and the whole person was not affected too much. Seeing that this robe was so useful here, Song Qingming gradually put his mind at ease and accelerated to escape directly below. After about half a quarter of an hour, Song Qingming, who didn't know how far he had sunk, felt that there was suddenly an empty space below, and he fell into a hole deep in the magma. Be careful, Song Qingming, who had just fallen, had not yet stabilized his body when he heard Chu Bai's exclamation from behind, and then a light shield protected Song Qingming. Then, Song Qingming heard a loud bang in front of him, and he was shocked and took several steps back. When Song Qingming stopped his retreat, he found that there was a ball of red lightning in front of him. He was almost injured by this thing just now. Heaven and earth divine thunder? Seeing the powerful pressure emanating from the lightning, Song Qingming suddenly frowned and became serious. Haha. Song Xiaoyao, this thing is called the Red Sun God Thunder. It is one of the divine thunders with the highest pure yang energy among the divine thunders of heaven and earth. If you can refine this Red Sun God Thunder and use the Yang Thunder to temper the life-defining golden elixir in your body, it will definitely help you increase the probability of breaking through the nascent soul in the future. However, the temper of this Red Sun God Thunder is also very difficult to tame. When I discovered it, I wanted to tame it, but unfortunately I failed and almost hurt my life-defining soul. Whether you can take it down depends on whether you have the ability. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Song Qingming, who was standing in place, did not have any fearful thoughts, but instead felt a little more excited in his heart. The Red Sun God Thunder in front of him was indeed as bad-tempered as Chu Bai said, and the pressure emanating from his body was also very powerful. Since Song Qingming practiced the heaven-devouring thunder art, he has also subdued some heaven-devouring thunders in recent years. But even if all these divine thunders are added together, I am afraid that their strength is not even half of the Red Sun God Thunder in front of him. Only the Yuchen Beiyun Thunder that he had seen in the secret realm of the Wind and Thunder Palace that year could be comparable to it. If he could devour and refine this divine thunder, perhaps the heaven-devouring thunder control technique in his body could take this opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm. Song Qingming, who was staring at the Red Sun divine thunder in front of him, suddenly moved his magic power, and immediately a ball of green lightning appeared. At the same time, the Red Sun divine thunder not far away also turned into a red light again, disappeared in an instant, and rushed towards Song Qingming's position quickly. Even though he was prepared in his heart, Song Qingming still underestimated the speed of the Red Sun divine thunder in front of him. As soon as Song Qingming swung the green giant hand, the Red Sun divine thunder had already arrived in front of him, and directly hit Song Qingming and sent him flying. Fortunately, Song Qingming had cast a spell to put a layer of lightning shield on his body in advance, so he didn't get hurt. However, he was still numb all over by the Red Sun God Thunder in front of him. Just as he stabilized his body, before Song Qingming could come to his senses, a burst of red light appeared in front of him again, and then he was blown into the air again. There were only bang-bang sounds, and Song Qingming, who was hiding in a lightning shield, was blown around by the wind like a leaf in the wind. Boy! What are you doing? After seeing Song Qingming coming down, he was only passively beaten by the Red Sun God Thunder and did not take the initiative to attack. Chu Bai behind him couldn't help but ask a question in confusion. Hearing this, Song Qingming really ignored it, but his eyes were fixed on the red spiritual light that kept attacking him. However, facing the lightning shield on Song Qingming, it seemed that the Red Sun God Thunder also had difficulty penetrating it. Not long after the red lightning fell on it, it was absorbed and dissolved by Song Qingming's lightning shield, and did not cause much damage to him. However, the continuous and violent impact still made Song Qingming's mouth bleed, and his whole body was numb. However, even so, Song Qingming's face still did not change, as if he was waiting for something. It was not until after fighting with the opponent for hundreds of rounds that Song Qingming, who was forced into a corner by the Red Sun Divine Thunder, suddenly had a slight change in his eyes. Taking advantage of the gap when the opponent attacked, Song Qingming cast a spell with both hands. A wide giant hand transformed from lightning suddenly stretched out quickly and grabbed a group of red after images that attacked him from the side in the void. Suddenly caught by the wide giant hand, Red Sun Divine Thunder shook violently and released bursts of red lightning, trying to break free from the wide giant hand. However, facing the opponent's fierce struggle, Song Qingming's face was very firm. No matter how many red lightnings the opponent released, he quickly dissolved and swallowed them. In the previous battle, although Song Qingming had been passively defending, he also absorbed a lot of Red Sun Divine Thunder. At this time, the wide giant hand he released also contained a trace of Red Sun Divine Thunder, which had already increased its resistance to the lightning released by the opponent. After casting a spell to catch the Red Sun Divine Thunder, Song Qingming poured all his mana into it. No matter how the opponent struggled, the wide giant hand in the air remained motionless. At the same time, Song Qingming also quickly activated the heaven-devouring thunder control art in his body, absorbing the red sun divine thunder not far away bit by bit. However, facing Song Qingming who wanted to devour him directly, the red sun divine thunder obviously would not give in so easily, and was also struggling to resist him. The two sides just stopped in mid-air and pulled each other directly on the spot. It was not until half a day later that the red sun divine thunder that had been refined for a long time began to look a little weak, and was gradually pulled towards Song Qingming by the wide giant hand. Not long after that, the red sun divine thunder turned into a red light and directly sank into Song Qingming's body. Haha. I really didn't make a mistake about you, kid. Your thunder control method is really mysterious. You can even subdue the red sun divine thunder. Take the thing out and give it to me. After seeing Song Qingming refine the red sun divine thunder into his body, Chu Bai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly emerged from behind him and said to Song Qingming with a happy face. Song Qingming, who was meditating with his eyes closed, shook his head and said, "Senior, please wait. I am unable to move at all after refining the divine thunder. Please protect me for a while. I will give you the things after I have completely refined the divine thunder in my body. This place is difficult to enter even for giant and cultivators without special means. What is there to be afraid of?" Chapter 855, Flameheart Jade, Two Choices. Seeing that Chu Bai's tone was a little anxious, as if he couldn't wait to get the promised things, Song Qingming still explained calmly, "Senior, this thing is now completely entangled by the red sun god thunder, and it is difficult to peel it off directly. If you don't completely refine the god thunder, it will be difficult for me to take it out safely. I estimate that it will take at most 1 or 2 days to refine this god thunder. No matter how anxious you are, you can't afford this moment." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Chu Bai's face frowned, revealing a bit of an ugly look. However, although Chu Bai was a little displeased with what Song Qingming said, he still held back and didn't continue to urge. After glancing at Song Qingming, he finally flashed and turned into a green spiritual light, and returned directly to the soul-nurturing tree behind Song Qingming. At this time, Song Qingming, who was sitting in the air, was a little relaxed after seeing the other party leave, and immediately began to close his eyes and cast a spell with all his strength to refine the red sun god thunder in his body. Because the power of the red sun divine thunder far exceeds that of other heavenly and earthly thunders that Song Qingming had encountered before, it naturally takes more time to refine it than before. It took Song Qingming 3 full days to finally refine most of the red sun divine thunder in his body. A piece of fiery red spiritual jade located at the core of the divine thunder finally appeared completely at this moment. This piece of fiery red spiritual jade was the treasure that Chu Bai asked Song Qingming to help him get before. It had been guarded in the body of the red sun divine thunder before. However, this object looked unfamiliar. Song Qingming had never seen it before, and he didn't know what it was for a while. It was just from the importance that Chu Bai attached to this red spiritual jade that Song Qingming could judge that this object must be extraordinary, and it might be as precious as the soul-nourishing wood behind him. After refining all the red sun divine thunder next to him, Song Qingming began to control his magic power to touch the red spiritual jade in his body, and immediately felt a strong spiritual energy from the spiritual jade. This thing actually contains such a powerful spiritual energy. Could it be a spiritual object above level 4? Just as Song Qingming was casting a spell with some curiosity to continue to look deeper into the spiritual jade in his body, the red spiritual jade suddenly flashed a dazzling spiritual light, and then its body flashed and changed its position, moving quickly in Song Qingming's body. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly cast a spell to try to control it again, but he didn't expect that the red spiritual jade suddenly accelerated and flew directly to the dancing position in Song Qingming's body. "Hey! Stop quickly!" Seeing this scene, Song Qingming was immediately startled, and hurriedly cast a spell to release a wall of mana in his body, trying to stop the red spiritual jade. But what he didn't expect was that the red spiritual jade was only slightly blocked by the mana wall, and it slid directly into his dancing. The next moment, Song Qingming felt an extremely powerful spiritual power quickly overflowing from his dancing, which instantly increased his momentum several times. "Boy, what did you do?" This spiritual energy, no, could it be, Chu Bai, who was patiently waiting in the soul-nurturing tree, suddenly felt an unusual breath coming from Song Qingming, and immediately came out of the spiritual tree with a surprised look on his face. Chu Bai, who had just appeared, saw that Song Qingming in front of him was already wrapped in a piece of red flames. His face was immediately horrified and he shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to swallow the flame heart jade directly, you are going to die." Seeing this scene, Chu Bai was so anxious that he gathered a ball of green spiritual light in his hand in midair, and was about to cast a spell to stop Song Qingming. However, the spiritual energy in his hand had just appeared. Chu Bai, who realized that he had a life and death contract with the other party, hurriedly stopped casting the spell, looked at Song Qingming with an angry face and said, "Didn't you agree to give this thing to me? Why are you so greedy? This flame heart jade is not something you can bear now." Hearing Chu Bai's anxious scolding of himself outside, Song Qingming, who was in the red flames at the moment, also had a hard time. Before, he just wanted to check what the flame heart jade that the other party valued so much was. He never thought that this red spiritual jade would enter his dantian automatically without control. At this moment, his dantian was wrapped in an extremely powerful spiritual power, as if it was about to burst out. In order to prevent himself from exploding and dying, Song Qingming could only desperately cast a spell to suppress this spiritual power. At the moment, he didn't even have the strength to communicate with the outside world. Seeing that the spiritual power in his body was getting stronger and stronger, Song Qingming was even more anxious. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on. Song Qingming, who was almost forced to despair by the spiritual power in his body, suddenly had a picture flashing in his mind, remembering that this red spiritual jade had been wrapped in the red sun divine thunder before. After thinking of this, Song Qingming quickly ran a heaven-devouring thunder control art in his body, turning it into a thunder net that covered his entire dantian. Although he was not sure whether he could rely on the red sun divine thunder he had just refined to help him restrain the violent spiritual power in his body. But at this point, Song Qingming had no other better way, and he could only try it boldly. As the red sun divine thunder wrapped around the dantian in his body, Song Qingming clearly felt that the spiritual energy in the dantian gradually stabilized. The powerful spiritual energy that could make him explode and die at any time finally slowed down the rhythm of crazy overflow, and even the red flames on his body also became much smaller. Until this moment, Song Qingming, who was forced into a desperate situation, finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he seemed to be alive again. "Hey! You are really lucky. You are not dead yet." Hearing Chu Bai's voice not far away, Song Qingming slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the other party had escaped to a position dozens of feet away without knowing when. "Senior Chu Bai, what exactly is this thing, and why is there such a strong spiritual energy in it? HMPH. Boy, you don't know anything, yet you dare to be so greedy and forcefully swallow it. If I had known you were so brainless before, I would not have chosen to cooperate with a fool like you to get the treasure. Now that things have come to this, you still ask me, but I didn't ask you to refine this thing." Facing Chu Bai's harsh rebuke, Song Qingming, who also had a lot of grievances, could only explain, "Senior, you have wronged me. I have been refining the red sun divine thunder attached to it, and have not actively tried to swallow this thing. I don't know why just now, when I tried to move it, this spiritual object suddenly took the initiative to enter my dantian, which led to the current situation. I don't know this thing at all. How could I dare to swallow it rashly? I have been practicing for so many years, how can I be such an impulsive person? I hope that Senior can think about it carefully and don't misunderstand me because of this." Hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Chu Bai's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly fell into silence. It was not until a long while later, as if he had figured it out, that he took the initiative to speak to Song Qingming, who was not far away. "This thing is called Flame Heart Jade. It was born and bred in the fire veins on the bottom of the sea. It contains a large amount of very pure fire-attributed spiritual energy. This Flame Heart Jade is a 4th level medium-grade spiritual jade. If it is swallowed directly, it can help cultivators above the nascent soul stage to improve their cultivation a lot. But for you giant cultivators, it is absolutely impossible to refine it. Even if you can use the red sun divine thunder in your body to temporarily suppress these spiritual energies, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for long. Sooner or later, you will explode and die, and your body will disintegrate. In that case, Senior, you really made me suffer. If I had known that this thing would actively integrate into the cultivator's dantian, how could I have come here to help you wade through this muddy water?" Hearing this, Chu Bai said helplessly, whether it is your master or not. As for the flame heart jade that was swallowed by the red sun divine thunder, I can tell you directly that I was indeed unaware of this matter. You and I have already signed a life and death contract. If it is true that I want to murder you, how can I remain unscathed if you die here? I guess this kind of thing happened most likely because the flame heart jade has been possessed by the red sun divine thunder for many years, and there is some connection between the two. After you refined the red sun divine thunder, the flame heart jade was attracted by it and took the initiative to merge into your dantian, leading to the current result. This old man has been planning for so many years, but in the end he still miscalculated because of this. It's really unpredictable. Senior, may I ask if this flame heart jade, can a giant and cultivator really not refine it directly? Hearing Song Qingming's question, Chu Bai's face was slightly startled, and then he chuckled and said, the spiritual power contained in the flame heart jade is so great that even a unyielding cultivator would have to be extremely careful if he wanted to refine it, let alone a mere giant and cultivator like you. If you want to stay alive, there is still a glimmer of hope. But now you have wasted this thing, and you have not fulfilled your promise to me. Why should I save you now? What you said is indeed correct, but if I really die from the explosion of the giant in my body, I am afraid that nothing will be left on my body. Including the soul-nourishing wood that is very important to you, it will also disappear into ashes, which is probably of no benefit to you either. Seeing that Chu Bai's face was gradually becoming solemn not far away, Song Qingming knew that what he had just said had attracted the attention of the other party, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot and continued, if Senior is willing to rescue me, I am willing to take out a spiritual object from my body and give it to you as compensation. Senior, please consider it. Chu Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he said curiously, oh. What can you give me to help you? Tell me. However, I have to remind you first that I have been practicing for many years earlier than you, and ordinary things are not worth my attention. You should think clearly before answering, so as not to waste my time. To be honest, I still have a 4th level low-grade spiritual medicine on me. Although this thing is not as good as the flame heart jade, it is also a high-level spiritual object that can help nascent soul cultivators in their practice. I think it won't be too much of a loss to use this thing in exchange for Senior's help once. Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Chu Bai's face showed a complicated look and smiled. To say that using a 4th level low-grade spiritual medicine to ask me to help you once is not too much of a loss. But there is one thing I must tell you in advance. I can only tell you a way to survive, but I cannot save you directly. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. To be honest, I am not really unwilling to save you, otherwise I would not stay here to tell you so much. If I can recover my own strength, this matter can be done with my hands, without having to beat around the bush. However, now I am only a spirit body, and my cultivation strength is very limited. I am really powerless in the face of this matter, and there is no other way. If you cannot accept it, you and I can only say goodbye and accept our fate. Before facing the powerful spiritual power in his dantian, Song Qingming could only grit his teeth and use the red sun divine thunder to hold on, and there was not much else he could do. If it continued like this, Song Qingming estimated that it would be difficult for him to completely refine it, and the final result might be that his dantian could not bear it and exploded and died. After hearing what Chu Bai said at this moment, Song Qingming really did not have many choices. He had to give it a try no matter what. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming immediately nodded and asked, I don't know what the method is. Please speak frankly, Senior. No matter what the result is, I will have no complaints even if I die, haha. I thought you would consider it more or less, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. You really have some courage. After praising Song Qingming, Chu Bai immediately changed the subject and continued to explain, now that you have absorbed the flame heart jade, there is an excessive spiritual power in your body. These are simply not something you can withstand with your current cultivation. If you want to survive, there is a relatively safe way, which is to find a way to lead the excess spiritual power in your body out of your body, through your own meridians. As long as you successfully discharge all the spiritual power in the dantian, you will have a chance to survive. However, this method is also risky. Even if it succeeds, the dantian will be injured, which may have some impact on your future formation of infants. And if your meridians in your body cannot resist when guiding these spiritual powers, it is very likely that the meridians will be damaged, or even explode and die. Using this method, according to my estimation, you may have a probability of about 30% to 40% to survive. If you dare to try it, I can teach you this method now. After hearing the method Chu Bai said, Song Qingming did not immediately respond. After thinking for a moment, he looked into the distance and continued to ask, "May I ask the senior, besides this method, are there any other ways?" Chu Bai heard this and chuckled and replied, "Haha. You guessed right, there is indeed another way to help you solve this problem. However, this method is much more risky for you than the previous one. I'm afraid you don't have the courage, so it's useless for me to say it. Senior, I've reached this point now. Maybe I'll die in the next moment. What else can I not dare to try? No matter what method it is, just tell me. I will decide what to choose and will never blame others for it." "Well, since you have said so much, I can't help but say it. In fact, this second method is simpler than the previous one. It is to directly improve your cultivation to the nascent soul realm, so that you can withstand the excess spiritual power in your body. If you choose this method, I can teach you a spell to help you temporarily seal the excess spiritual power in your body. In this way, you can rest assured to break through the realm in seclusion." Hearing the second method mentioned by Chu Bai, Song Qingming was slightly startled, and after a while he replied, "Senior, do you mean that I should try to break through the nascent soul realm in seclusion here?" "Yes. You are right, that's what you mean." Chu Bai nodded slightly, and then continued with a serious face, "I said before that this method is more dangerous. If you fail to break through to the nascent soul this time, I think you should know the result even if I don't tell you. You will definitely die. But if you really succeed in breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the remaining spiritual power of the flame heart jade in your body will also increase your cultivation a lot, which should save you decades of hard training. If you want to stay alive, there are only these two ways now. I have told you both, you can decide which one to choose." After Chu Bai finished speaking, the magic power in front of him moved, and a black scroll appeared. He cast a spell and threw it in front of Song Qingming. Seeing the black scroll in front of him, Song Qingming was in a struggle at the moment. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take it. Now there are only two ways in front of him, either take the scroll and use the first method Chu Bai said, or fight to the death and go into seclusion to break through the nascent soul realm on the spot. These two ways are very dangerous for Song Qingming, and the way ahead is unknown. He is not sure how much chance he has of survival. After thinking for a long time, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed with a firm look, and he looked up and said directly, "Senior Chu Bai, I am willing to try the second method. Please take this thing back." "Oh, haha, I thought what I said to you later would be nonsense. But I didn't expect you to really dare to choose this way. It surprised me. Since you have the courage, I don't want the 4th level elixir. If you can successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, you only need to promise me one thing in the future. What do you think?" Faced with a choice made by Song Qingming, Chu Bai was obviously a little surprised. He did not expect that a cautious person like Song Qingming would dare to choose to directly impact the nascent soul realm here without any retreat. Not to mention how dangerous it would be to impact the nascent soul realm without any preparation in such a place. You must know that in the world of immortal cultivation, except for a very small number of genius cultivators, very few people can successfully impact the nascent soul realm in one go. And although Song Qingming has a good foundation in his own cultivation, his own spiritual roots are not high. Cultivators like him basically have to try to impact the realm several times before they can finally prove the nascent soul avenue. Compared with the first choice, Song Qingming's choice of this path is obviously much more dangerous. However, what Chu Bai did not understand is that Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years, and his heart for the Tao has long been very firm. When he heard that choosing the first method would affect his future breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, he actually had the answer in his heart. It's just that his cautious character for many years still made him hesitate for a while before he finally weighed the pros and cons and made up his mind. Faced with Chu Bai's proposal, Song Qingming did not think much about it and directly responded, "Haha. If I can really form a nascent soul here by chance, I can say that I have done you a favor. I will never refuse what you said today as long as I can do it in the future." "Okay. That's straightforward." Chu Bai smiled and shook his eyes, then waved his hand to take back the black scroll in front of Song Qingming, and cast a spell to pass a formula into Song Qingming's ears. This secret method can help you seal the spiritual power in your Danshan temporarily, but you will not be able to move your body from now on. Otherwise, once the seal is loosened, you will not be able to control the spiritual power in your body and you will surely die on the spot. You must remember these. Also, I can protect you here from now on. However, now that this old man is left with only his soul and spirit body, I can't exert much strength in a battle with others. If you encounter a giant and cultivator, I can naturally protect you. If a unyielding master comes to block your way, I'm afraid I can't help much. You can only wish you good luck. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming nodded and responded, I have considered what you said, senior. It's just that I can't cast spells at will now, and some things are not convenient to do. I hope you can help me make some preparations in advance, haha. That's fine. Just tell me what I need help with. Seeing that Chubai agreed, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell and took out several sets of magic arrays from the storage bag and threw them directly to the other party. These arrays were originally used by the juniors when they were preparing to form a baby. Senior, you were able to set up such a profound restriction in that hall. You must be someone who knows arrays. So I'm sorry to bother you, okay? Don't worry about the preparations. Just leave these to me. Seeing that Chubai didn't say much and nodded to take over the arrays, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief and took out another golden talisman. After a moment, the golden talisman in Song Qingming's hand turned into golden light and disappeared directly in his hand. I hope they can find this place. After doing all this, Song Qingming began to close his eyes and cast a spell. Using the sealing secret method that Chubai had just taught him, he began to try to seal the powerful spiritual power in his danshan. Chubai, who was not far away, looked at Song Qingming with a complicated expression, and then immediately began to cast a spell to arrange the several high-level arrays that Song Qingming had given him. At the same time, above the abyss, on a reef thousands of miles away, Song Qingming, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt something strange coming from his body and quickly opened his eyes. Qingming, what's wrong? Hearing the question from his senior sister Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell to take out a golden talisman from the storage bag. Seeing the golden light emanating from the golden talisman, Li Zuanyi's face suddenly changed and she said nervously, this is the communication talisman left by junior brother Song. Did something happen to him? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856, Dark Shadow Outside the Mountain, Retreat to Form a Baby. Funiu Mountain Range, Qing County, Song Family Funiu. Located in the meeting Immortal Pavilion of the Mountaintop family, Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao were standing in the hall on the second floor. Just as the two were patiently waiting for something, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from upstairs, and then a woman of 17 or 18 years old walked down from above. Two uncles, the ancestor invites you. Hearing the woman's message, Song Yuanfang and the two hurriedly smiled and nodded, and then walked upstairs quickly. A moment later, the two came to the hall on the third floor of meeting Immortal Pavilion. Looking at Wang Xian who was making tea not far in front of them, Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao immediately took the initiative to go up and bow. Greetings, ancestor, sit down first. Wang Xian nodded slightly when she heard the words, and then gently waved her hand to cast a spell to send 2 cups of spiritual tea that had been prepared long ago to the wooden table next to the two. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang and the two hurriedly nodded and then sat down. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea given by Wang Xian, Song Yuanhao was about to feel it, but suddenly he felt a cool air rushing straight to his sea of consciousness, which made him feel an indescribable ethereal state of mind. Seeing this, Song Yuanhao quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation, carefully experiencing the state of mind. Wang Xian and Song Yuanfang, who were also tasting tea, saw this strange scene happening to Song Yuanhao and showed a hint of surprise. After a while, until Song Yuanhao slowly opened his eyes, Wang Xian seemed to understand what had happened, and then he smiled and said to him, this Wuxin tea was originally given to me by a good friend in the East China Sea as a thank you for asking me to make an elixir. He claimed that this tea could help cultivators refine their state of mind. Yuanhao, what did you taste from it just now? Hearing Wang Xian's question, Song Yuanhao nodded quickly and responded, ancestor is right, I suddenly felt a hint of artistic conception after drinking this tea just now, and then I experienced it carefully, and I really benefited a lot from it. Thank you, ancestor, for giving me the tea. which gave me this opportunity. After that, Song Yuanhao stood up again and bowed to Wang Xian. Seeing this, Wang Xian immediately waved her hand and said, "We are all family, there is no need to be like this. Since we got this spiritual tea, my husband and I have tasted it many times over the years, and we have also given some to other friends, but we didn't get any artistic conception from it. I didn't expect that you have such a good understanding that you can actually taste a hint of artistic conception from it. It can be said that my spiritual tea was not wasted." Hearing this, Song Yuanfang on the side also laughed and said, "What the ancestor said is right. I have been fortunate enough to taste 2 cups of Wuxin tea in these years. It's a pity that my talent is not as good as Yuanhao, and I couldn't understand anything from it. It's a bit of a waste of the spiritual object." After Song Yuanfang finished speaking, a slight wry smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that he was very envious of Song Yuanhao for being able to comprehend the artistic conception through Wuxin tea. Hearing this, Wang Xian still shook her head slightly and said, "Everyone's chance is determined by heaven, there is no need to worry about it. You two came to see me today, but what happened in the market?" Seeing Wang Xian change the subject and get to the point, Song Yuanfang's expression changed and became a little serious. Then he said to Song Yuanhao on the side, "Yuanhao, you know more about this matter, so you should tell me." Hearing this, Song Yuanhao nodded slightly and said immediately, "Ancestor, half a month ago, a strange thing happened in the White Lion market. Several Qi refining monks who came back from hunting monsters outside suddenly went crazy when they entered the market. They attacked the law enforcement monks guarding the door at the door and almost caused chaos. At that time, we thought that these people were bandits from outside who came to cause trouble, so the law enforcement team executed them on the spot, and we didn't pay much attention to it. But less than half a month later, a similar thing happened again 2 days ago. Another 5 or 6 monks suddenly went crazy and attacked merchants selling spiritual objects in the market, killing and injuring more than a dozen people on the spot. After hearing about this, Yu Qing, Wang Daoyao and others, I felt a little strange, so we went to investigate those crazy people. The bodies of the monks. But they didn't find anything abnormal. There was no poisoning in these people, or any cases of taking elixirs indiscriminately. It didn't seem like the spiritual objects were affecting their minds. And the identities of these monks were very ordinary. They were all independent cultivators who lived in the White Lion Square all year round. They didn't seem to be colluding with abandoned cultivators. After checking around, we were still at a loss, so we returned to the family to ask the ancestor for advice. Oh, it's really rare to have such a strange thing. Yuanfang, what do you think about this? Seeing that the ancestor Wang Xian suddenly turned his gaze to himself, Song Yuanfang was slightly stunned, and hurriedly responded, explaining to the 2 people in front of him, if a cultivator goes crazy and attacks others for no reason, if it is not caused by a spiritual object, then it may be that he has been bewitched by someone and is controlled by the other party, so he will act so crazily. If the one who can do such a despicable thing is not a demon king with profound magical powers, it is very likely to be a demon cultivator. After hearing Song Yuanfang's explanation, Song Yuanhao immediately sighed and said, "What Brother 16 said, fellow Taoist Wang and the others have also thought about it. However, the White Lion Square has a 3rd-level demon-killing formation personally arranged by the clan leader. Even a giant demon cultivator may be detected when he arrives nearby. How can the means of an ordinary demon cultivator be hidden from the formation and enter the market? This is too puzzling. Although the White Lion Square has a magic-killing formation arranged by my husband, the power of this formation is not as powerful as you think. It is so powerful that if it encounters those great demons in the late Jiandan period with powerful magical powers, it is not surprising that it does not notice anything unusual. It seems that this matter is not that simple, and we need to be cautious. How is it possible for a demon cultivator in the late Jiandan period? Our Beishifang is just a larger ordinary market, with not many cultivators and mortals in it, and we can't even see a few 3rd-level spiritual objects. How could we provoke such a powerful demon for no reason? Ancestor, are we worrying too much? Moreover, these people came back from hunting monsters in the floating cloud mountains. This incident is also very likely to be caused by the monsters in the north. It's just that due to the strict order of the family, our law enforcement team has not explored the movements of monsters in the north in recent years. Ancestor, do you think we should send people to the north to investigate and see if there is a new monster king near Beishifang? When investigating this matter before, Song Yuanhao and others always thought that what they encountered might be the work of the new Demon King from the north, but the other party's magical powers were rather special, which made it difficult for them to confirm for a while. After hearing Wang Xian's explanation, Song Yuanhao was suddenly surprised, and he couldn't believe that this matter would actually involve a big demon in the late Jiandan period. Seeing Song Yuanhao speak out his inner thoughts, Wang Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment before he stood up and said, "Yuanhao, I know everything you said. We will do as you said. Let's send the law enforcement team to the north to investigate the situation. But we can't ignore the demon cultivators. After returning, you will personally lead people to check if there is any problem with the demon killing formation at the entrance of the market. Also, say hello to Wang Zilin and ask them to notify the Sex Law Enforcement Hall of this matter, and ask Senior Brother Li to send someone to examine the bodies of those crazy monks. The Sex Law Enforcement Hall often deals with demon cultivators, and it must be easier for them to see the magical powers of these demon cubs than us. Well, Ancestor, do we have to notify the Sex Law Enforcement Hall about this matter now? Do we have to wait until the clan leader comes out of retreat, before?" Only Wang Xian and Song Yuanfang knew about Song Qingming's secret departure from the family. Song Yuanhao and others had always believed that the clan leader had been retreating on the top of the mountain and didn't know that he was now in the East China Sea. Seeing Song Yuanhao mention Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang on the side hurriedly explained to him, "It's unknown when the clan leader will come out of retreat. If this matter involves giant and demon cultivators, it will be a very serious matter. Yuanhao, you'd better listen to the ancestor, and don't be careless at this juncture. We won't be able to explain this matter to the clan leader then." After hearing Song Yuanfang's explanation, Song Yuanhao didn't say anything more. After nodding slightly, he immediately bowed to Wang Xian in front of him and said, "Ancestor, don't worry, Yuanhao understands." After giving instructions again, seeing Song Yuanhao's figure disappear at the stairs, Wang Xian turned to Song Yuanfang beside her and asked, "Yuanfang, I always feel that something is wrong this time. My husband and Qinggai are not here, and I am alone at home. I dare not leave easily. Go and send a letter to Chang's to ask about the situation and see when they can come back." Song Yuanfang behind him nodded slightly, and immediately got up and walked out. Not long after, a red spiritual light flew out from Funiu Mountain and went east quickly. At this time, a black crow that was parked near Funiu Mountain suddenly opened its mouth and spit out more a black talisman after seeing this scene. The next moment, the talisman quickly left until it fell into a dark cave thousands of miles away. After a while, a voice suddenly rang out in the dark cave where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. "Brother, there seems to be movement over there at the Song family." "Well, so fast, they are quite alert. However, Song Qingming is not here, and with the rest of the Song family, they will definitely not be able to find any clues for a while. I hope that our trick of alerting the snake can make him take the bait, otherwise we don't know how long we will have to stay here." Hearing this, another voice sounded in the cave again, and then a red spiritual light appeared in the dark cave, illuminating the entire cave into blood red color. At this time, the first voice appeared again and said, "Brother, I know your plan. However, you want to alert the snake, but this movement is too small. Otherwise, I will go and capture a few foundation building cultivators of the Song family directly, which will definitely be more effective." "No. Junior brother, don't act so boldly. There's a sect behind the Song family. If they are alerted, I am afraid that other changes will occur. Moreover, Song Qingming can practice all the way from the key training stage to the golden core stage alone. We must not underestimate him. Otherwise, if we really make things worse and let the other party notice the clues and hide, we will have no way to explain it later." "Well, what Senior Brother said makes some sense. It is better to handle this matter in a safe way. Anyway, we have plenty of time. If it doesn't work, we will stay here all the time. We are not afraid that the kid will not come back, haha." "Junior brother, that's right. We must not learn from those self-righteous fools who fail to complete the task and lose their lives here. When the time comes, when Song Qingming is solved, all the cultivators in Funiu, no, the entire Song family territory, will become our blood food. Haha. I am a little excited just thinking about it. Haha." After the two of them talked for a while, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out in the blood-red cave, which did not dissipate for a long time. In the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, deep under the Sea of Luoxian, one day, Two spiritual lights quickly traveled through the deep sea and finally stopped in front of an erupting submarine volcano. Qingming, are you sure that the location guided by the talisman is here? Looking at the underwater volcano in front of him that was still erupting and boiling the nearby seawater, Li Zuanyi frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask Song Qingming beside him. At this time, Song Qingming, who was still holding a glittering golden talisman in his hand, also had a trace of doubt on his face. After looking at the underwater volcano in front of him and then at the talisman in his hand, Song Qingming's eyes gradually became firm, and he nodded slightly and said, "Senior Sister Li, although I can't be sure whether seventh brother is here, the location he left the talisman is under this volcano. There is no mistake, this volcanic magma is extraordinary. If we rush in with our current cultivation, I'm afraid we will be easily injured. Junior brother Song should not be in here. Let's look for other entrances nearby." Well, senior sister is right, this place is really too dangerous. Looking at the boiling magma in front of him, Song Qingming also felt a little incredible in his heart. After nodding slightly, the two began to search around the volcano separately. However, the two of them searched for most of the day and almost stepped into every corner around the volcano, but they didn't even find an ordinary cave. They could only return to the crater with disappointment. "Senior Sister Li, it's too dangerous down there. You should stay here and let me go down and take a look first. Since the location designated by the talisman is down there, it is very likely that Brother 7 is here. So many days have passed. If we don't find him quickly, I'm afraid something will really happen to Brother 7. After saying this, Song Qingming's hand flashed with a flash of light, and another green storage bag appeared. He threw it into the hands of Senior Sister Li Zuanyi. "Senior Sister, please help me keep the storage bag first. If I can't come out within 10 days, please help me send this thing back to Funiu Mountain and give it to my sister-in-law." Just as Song Qingming cast a spell to release a shield and prepared to fall directly into the magma below the volcano, a black figure flashed and stopped her. "Qingming, you have just broken through the late giant stage, and your cultivation is too low. It is too dangerous to go on like this. Let me go, Senior Sister Li, you. No, it's too dangerous down there. After all, my seventh brother and I are from the same lineage. How can I hide aside and let Senior Sister Li take the risk for me?" Before Song Qingming finished speaking, Li Zuanyi immediately interrupted her and said, "Oh, Qingming, it's already this time, how can you still tell the difference? In that hall before, if it weren't for junior brother Song's rescue, you and I would have died long ago. How could we still be standing here? Besides, junior brother Song is your brother and also my junior brother. Why can't I go and save him?" Song Qingming was slightly stunned by what Senior Sister Li Zuanyi said. When she was about to continue speaking, Li Zuanyi persuaded her again with a serious face, "Qingming, calm down. I am helping you save junior brother Song, not arguing with you. With your cultivation level, you can't hold on for long. Not to mention whether you can save junior brother Song, I am afraid you will be in danger of your life. My cultivation level is higher than yours, and I have practiced the Zhuanggun armor, which can automatically protect my body. I will definitely be much safer than you after going down. You have to believe me, Song Qingming's cultivation level was not as good as Senior Sister Li Zuanyi. In addition, she practiced a way of sword cultivation, which was good at fighting. If she only talked about defensive magical powers, she would definitely be inferior to Li Zuanyi. Even if Li Zuanyi didn't remind her, Song Qingming knew it in her heart. At this moment, seeing Senior Sister Li Zuanyi with a firm look and trying to persuade her, Song Qingming, who was extremely anxious in her heart, gradually calmed down, and then handed the golden talisman in her hand to Li Zuanyi without hesitation. "Senior Sister Li, please be careful, Qingming is counting on you." After taking the golden talisman from Song Qingming's hand, Li Zuanyi nodded slightly with a solemn face. Then cast a spell to release a white jade protective magic weapon, which turned into a light shield to protect his body, and then plunged directly into the boiling magma below. As soon as she fell into the magma, Li Zuanyi felt bursts of heat coming from all around. Even with a shield between her and him, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Knowing that this place was not suitable for staying for a long time, Li Zuanyi did not dare to delay, and hurriedly cast a spell to sink directly into the depths of the magma according to the guidance of the golden talisman. The deeper she went, the more Li Zuanyi could feel the temperature around her getting higher and higher. She had just been down for less than half a quarter of an hour. Beads of sweat had already overflowed from Li Zuanai's face, making her breathing a little rapid. However, even so, Li Zuanai, holding the golden talisman tightly in her hand, looked at the boiling red magma with a firm gaze, and her sinking speed not only did not slow down, but it increased a bit. After sinking continuously for hundreds of feet, Li Zuanai's sinking speed gradually slowed down, and the white shield formed by the magic weapon outside her body became much thinner at this moment. At this time, beads of sweat on Li Zuanai's forehead were falling like rain. The whole body was just soaked with sweat, and was quickly covered by the outside. The scorching heat directly dried her up. Having fallen such a long distance, Li Zuanai cast a spell to sense the golden talisman in her hand, but found that the position indicated by Song Qingming was still below the magma. She couldn't help but frown again. In order to resist the high-temperature magma outside, Li Zuanai's internal strength has continued to decline, and less than half is left. If she continues to sink and still can't find Song Qingming, she is very likely to lose the ability to return and escape due to lack of magic power, and eventually be melted alive in this submarine volcanic magma. Advance or retreat. The problem that Li Zuanai is facing now is also a life and death decision. However, at this moment, her eyes are still very determined. After swallowing a recovery pill, Li Zuanai's magic power surged wildly, and then he increased his sinking force again, and went directly to the depths of the magma without hesitation. Deep below the magma, Song Qingming was still sitting motionless with his eyes closed, sealing the huge spiritual power in his danshan. Not far away, Chu Bai, who had already helped him arrange all the magic arrays, was casting a spell to try out the large array he had just arranged. As a huge magic array rune slowly appeared at Song Qingming's location, Chu Bai's face slowly revealed a satisfied smile, and then he retracted his strength and flashed in front of Song Qingming. Haha. Little friend Song. These magic arrays of yours. Chu Bai's face suddenly changed slightly when he was halfway through speaking, and then he looked at Song Qingming in front of him with a hint of meaning. Hey. Boy, someone is coming, probably looking for you. After saying that, Chu Bai's body shape changed and turned into a green light, and he dodged directly into the soul-nourishing wood behind Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who is meditating in seclusion, suddenly heard Chu Bai say that someone was looking for him, and hurriedly stopped casting spells in his body. Just as he opened his eyes, a black fireball suddenly fell from the boiling red magma above. Upon closer inspection, Song Qingming found that it was a woman in black wrapped in flames. Senior Sister Li Zuanai, who was still casting spells to resist the flames on her body, heard an extremely familiar voice in the distance. She turned around and her eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely happy look. Junior brother Song, you are really here. At this time, Li Zuanai did not care about the flames on her body that had not been completely extinguished, and ran directly to where Song Qingming was. Senior Sister Li, wait a minute. Seeing that Senior Sister Li Zuanai seemed to be about to rush to him, Song Qingming, who was still casting a spell and had difficulty moving his body, hurriedly spoke to stop Li Zuanai in front of him. At this time, Li Zuanai had obviously noticed Song Qingming's abnormality, and hurriedly asked with concern, Junior brother Song, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Song Qingming's face also revealed a slight bitter smile, and he replied with some helplessness, Senior Sister Li, this is a long story. I can't move my body now because I have swallowed a special spiritual object in my body. The reason why I cast a spell to find you in Qingming is to ask you for a favor. What exactly happened here? Why did it suddenly become like this? Li Zuanai looked at Song Qingming with some worry on her face, then quickly came back to her senses and asked, Junior brother Song, what do you want us to do to help you get out of this predicament? Tell me quickly, Senior Sister Li. I am not leaving this place, but I am going to retreat here and try to break through the nascent soul realm directly. Please tell Xian about this and then help me find a protector. What did you say? Retreat here to break through the nascent soul realm. Chapter 857, What does the protector want to do? Normal cultivators who want to break through the nascent soul realm usually have to find a suitable high-level spiritual vein for retreat, and also have to prepare spiritual objects for the nascent soul formation and people to protect them in advance. In the process, all kinds of things needed for the nascent soul formation, generally, cultivators have to prepare at least a few years in advance. The reason why they need to be so cautious is that the condensation of the nascent soul by cultivators is extraordinary. Once there is an accident in the process of forming the nascent soul, it is very likely that they will die. Especially the nascent soul thunder tribulation that falls at the end of the nascent soul formation. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth can reach thousands of miles away. Such a big movement is impossible to hide from the surrounding cultivators or monsters. Once someone comes to mess up when he is undergoing the tribulation, the person undergoing the tribulation will be in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, generally speaking, even if the human cultivators want to form a nascent soul, they will choose to retreat in their own relatively safe sects. No one dares to try to retreat in the wild where monsters are rampant. Hearing Song Qingming say that his current plan is to retreat under this volcano to break through the nascent soul realm, Li Zuanyi thought he had heard it wrong, and asked with a surprised face. But the next moment, Song Qingming, who had long guessed that she would be so surprised, immediately explained to her, "Senior Sister Li, I know that my decision was a bit impulsive, but now, except for retreating to break through the nascent soul realm, I have no other way out. No matter what the final result is, I will try it." Seeing Song Qingming's serious expression, and the strangeness that happened to him, Li Zuanyi was still very confused, but she quickly calmed down. "Junior brother Song, if you are really sure, I can't persuade you anymore. It's just that this place is very dangerous, and the spiritual energy is still a little insufficient. Even if we can find a way to protect you, I'm afraid it will be difficult to help you break through. The matter of forming a nascent soul is not trivial. Junior brother Song, are you ready to break through the nascent soul now?" Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly again with a serious expression. "Don't worry, Senior Sister Li. I have already prepared the spiritual objects for the formation of the nascent soul in advance, and the arrays that should be arranged have also been arranged. Because I devoured a high-level spiritual object here before, my spiritual power is now sufficient. Even without relying on the spiritual energy provided by the spiritual veins, it is enough to impact the nascent soul realm. Now, for me, other things are prepared. The most dangerous is the nascent soul thunder tribulation after the formation of the nascent soul. Although there are no high-level monsters near Luoxian, this place is deep in the open sea after all. The nascent soul thunder tribulation is so loud that it may not be hidden from the nearby nascent soul demon king. If you want to survive this tribulation safely, you need to ask at least one reliable nascent soul master to help protect you. I still have a 4th level spiritual medicine on me. Please help me send a message to Qingming and ask her to take it back to the floating cloud mountains to see if you can ask the elders of the sect to come and protect me." After Song Qingming finished speaking, his magic power moved slightly and he took out a golden wooden box and sent it to Senior Sister Li Zuanyi. Seeing the situation, Li Zuanyi said nothing more and immediately put away the wooden box in front of him. "Junior brother Song, don't worry, I will definitely help you with this matter." After Li Zuanyi responded, he immediately sat cross-legged in front of Song Qingming, took out the spirit stone and began to restore his own mana. It was not until more than an hour later that the mana in his body had almost recovered, and Li Zuanyi stopped meditating and stood up. Seeing that Senior Sister Li Zuanyi was about to say goodbye to him and leave, Song Qingming took out another robe from his body and handed it to her. "Senior Sister Li, this is a fireproof robe I got by chance. If you wear it, you can save a lot of mana and travel freely here." Seeing the fireproof robe that Song Qingming handed to him, Li Zuanyi, who had suffered enough in the magma before, suddenly looked happy and took it with a happy face. After putting on the fireproof robe, Li Zuanyi immediately felt a burst of extremely cool air enveloping her body. She smiled and said to Song Qingming beside her, "Junior brother Song, no wonder you have the courage to find this place. It turns out that you have such a good treasure on you. This thing is really key to getting in and out of here. Why don't you lend it to me for the time being, and then return it to you after you succeed in forming a baby in the future?" "Well, that's fine." Hearing this, Li Zuanyi nodded slightly, and then turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the whole person rushed directly into the magma above. Not long after Senior Sister Li Zuanyi left, a voice immediately came into Song Qingming's ears from behind, making him reveal a little embarrassment on his face. "Boy, I remember that I only lent you this fireproof robe. It should still be considered my treasure. You should have said hello to me before giving my things away, Senior. Since you don't even want the 4th level spiritual medicine I gave you, it seems a bit stingy to say this now. Please rest assured that I only lent this thing to my senior sister so that she can help me find a protector. After I form a nascent soul, I will naturally find a way to let her return this thing to its original owner, haha. I was just talking. How can I be so stingy with you young people? Forget it, it's just a special magic weapon. If you can really form a nascent soul, I will treat it as a gift to you. In that case, I would like to thank you, Senior. Hearing what Chu Bai said, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, then closed his eyes and began to cast a spell to seal the spiritual power in his body again. After an incense stick, the location of the seabed volcano. Seeing that senior sister Li Zuanai had been in the lava for so long and had not yet come out, Song Qingyu, who was standing at the crater, was already extremely anxious. Seventh brother, senior sister Li, please don't get into any trouble. Otherwise, I can. Just when Song Qingyu was extremely anxious and worried about the safety of Song Qingming and Li Zuanai, a white spiritual light suddenly flew out of the lava and landed in front of Song Qingyu. Seeing the white spiritual light in front of him, Song Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and then a burst of joy immediately appeared on his face, and he moved towards the location of the white light. Senior sister Li, you finally came out. How is it? Did you find the seventh brother, Qingyu? I found junior brother Song, but he encountered a big trouble and can't come out for the time being. Facing the anxious Song Qingyu, Li Zuanai first nodded gently, and then told Song Qingyu with a serious face what Song Qingming encountered down there. After learning that Song Qingming was going to break through the nascent soul realm in seclusion under the volcano, Song Qingyu, like Li Zuanai at the beginning, was extremely shocked and a little bit unbelievable for a while. Qingyu, I know you may find it hard to believe this. To be honest, I was the same at the beginning. But what I just said was told to me by junior brother Song himself, and there is absolutely no concealment. And when I saw junior brother Song down there, I did feel a very strong special spiritual power from him. I believe what he said should be true. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such an important spiritual object directly to me. Seeing the 4th level spiritual medicine in the golden wooden box taken out by senior sister Li Zuanai, Song Qingyu recognized it at a glance, and his eyes gradually changed from shock to a complicated look. After a while, Song Qingyu, whose heart had completely calmed down, reached out to take the golden wooden box from Li Zuanai's hand, bowed to her and said seriously, Senior sister Li, I have to return to Floating Cloud Mountain soon. I hope you can help me stay here to protect my 7th brother. Qingyu, thank you very much. Hearing this, Li Zuanai nodded slightly and said, Qingyu, don't worry, I'm here and nothing will happen for the time being. It may not be easy to ask reliable cultivators to come and protect junior brother Song. I'm unfamiliar with this place and I don't have any familiar nascent soul cultivators to help me. I can only rely on you for this matter. Qingyu, you should also take this spiritual medicine with you, so you can use it in case of need. Seeing that senior sister Li Zuanai took out another 4th grade low-grade spiritual medicine from her body, Song Qingyu was about to refuse, but was stopped by Li Zuanai. Qingyu, the most important thing now is for junior brother Song to form a nascent soul. Don't take other things too seriously. After all, you all call me senior sister, so I can't refuse to help. Seeing senior sister Li Zuanai's eyes full of determination, Song Qingyu thought about it and didn't say anything more. She responded with peace of mind, and then turned into a beam of light and turned away. After leaving Luoxian, Song Qingyu went straight back to the Floating Cloud Mountains without stopping. After returning to the family, Song Qingyu immediately informed Wang Xian of the news. After learning that Song Qingming was in retreat in the open sea to condense the nascent soul, Wang Xian was also extremely anxious. After the two of them discussed it, they rushed to the sect together and told the sect ancestor Li Mufang who was in retreat. Not long after, Bai Yuxin, who was stationed at the front line of Pigo, received a message from the sect and quietly left the front line and returned to the Xiaoyao sect. In a cave with abundant spiritual energy on the top of Qingming Mountain. At this time, the sect's Grand Elder Li Mufeng, and several other giant elders, Li Wutuang, Chu Fengping, Chen Zuixin, and Su Ziyin were sitting in the cave, each with a solemn look on their face. Uncle Li, I think we need to be more cautious about this matter, and we can't send people to the East China Sea easily. Although junior brother Song is not an outsider, he is only a guest elder of the sect after all. If junior brother Song is in seclusion in the sect, we will definitely do our best to protect him, but now he is in seclusion in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, and it is too dangerous to go there rashly. At present, there is still the Demon King to contain the sect in the south, and there are several places near Golden Feather Mountain in the north. The activities of monsters have become more and more frequent recently. If the sect withdraws too much power to the East China Sea, once the monsters know this news, they will inevitably attack us from the north and the south, and then the entire Wei country will be in danger. I hope Uncle will be cautious about this matter. After hearing what Li Wutong said, Su Ziyin on the side immediately objected. Brother Li, what you said is wrong. Brother Song has given so much to the sect over the years. Since Qingming and the others have come to us for help, they are willing to offer a 4th level spiritual medicine to the sect, which shows their sincerity. If we really don't care, how can we justify it? We can't let them take spiritual objects to ask outsiders for help. If Brother Song fails to break through this realm and dies in the open sea, I'm afraid Qingming, Sister Wang and the entire Song family will be alienated from us in the future. On the contrary, if Brother Song really succeeds in forming a baby, the sect's actions will also make him feel disheartened, which will be a big loss for us. Seeing that Su Ziyin was a little excited in her words, Chu Fengping on the side nodded slightly and said, Junior Sister Su is right. This matter is indeed a bit tricky, but you don't have to worry too much. At present, it will take more than 10 years to protect Junior Brother Song. If too many people go, it will be dangerous for the sect. We have to consider these. Junior Brother Song is just trying to reach the nascent soul realm for the first time. I don't think it will cause too much trouble. It is not as dangerous as you think. Why don't we discuss it with Junior Sister Song and the others to see if we can send other brothers to help protect the law first? As long as Uncle Li and Uncle Bai are still in the sect, I don't think the monsters will be able to make much trouble. Hearing Chu Fengping's proposal of a best of both worlds strategy, Su Ziyin was about to say something when suddenly a white figure appeared outside the door. It was Bai Yuxin, who had just returned from the front line of Pei State. Greetings, Uncle Bai. After seeing Bai Yuxin appear, Li Wutong and others hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to him. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin waved to the people in front of her, and then saluted Li Mufang, who was not far away. Junior Sister Bai, you should know everything about Qingming. I asked you to come back this time just to hear your thoughts on how we should deal with this matter. Facing Li Mufang's question, Bai Yuxin replied directly with a serious expression, Brother Li, I am very clear about a message. I also thought about it carefully on the way here, and I still think that we can't just ignore it. We must go to the East China Sea to protect Junior Brother Song in seclusion. Right now, although our country is relatively peaceful, the surroundings of the sect are already full of crises. We must find a way to resolve this predicament as soon as possible. This time, Junior Brother Song has formed a fetus, which may be an opportunity for us to break the deadlock. We must not underestimate this matter. I want to go to the East China Sea in person. It would be better for Pigo to spend some money to ask other people to help for a while. With a 4th level spiritual medicine offered by Qingming as the price, I think it should not be difficult to use it to ask a fellow Yuanying to help. This 4th level spiritual medicine is a rare spiritual object. It would be a pity to just give it away like this. Hearing that Bai Yuxin was going to directly use the 4th level spiritual medicine offered by Song Qingming, Chu Fengping, who knew the value of it best, felt a pang of pain on his face and said something reluctantly. Hearing this, Bai Yuxin shook her head and said, it's not that easy to ask a nascent soul cultivator for help. If you don't pay a price, they may not really help you even if they come. This is related to the safety of the sect, so you must not lose the big picture for the sake of the small. Seeing Bai Yuxin coming up, she directly expressed her thoughts. Li Mufan, who had not made up his mind before, finally made a decision at this moment. He nodded and said, Junior Sister Bai, this is a very sound consideration. Then do as you say. Qingming will be handed over to you. As for Pigo, I will consider the arrangements and see if I can ask Brother Zhang to help come and take charge of a 4th level spiritual medicine. It should be enough to ask them. Seeing that the two ancestors had made a decision, Su Ziyin and others did not say much, and hurriedly nodded to agree to this matter. Half a day later, Song Qingming and the others who were in the Xiao Hall of the sect finally received a response from the sect after waiting for nearly half a month. Fortunately, this news did not disappoint Song Qingming and the others. After some discussion, the sect was willing to send Bai Yuxin to the East China Sea to protect Song Qingming's nascent soul. However, as a price, Song Qingming also offered the sect a 4th level spiritual medicine to help the sect invite a nascent soul cultivator to Pei State to replace Bai Yuxin. 1 year later, at the Luoxia Abyss in the East China Sea, on a deserted island near the sea abyss, One day, 3 beams of light suddenly flew in and landed directly on a high mountain above the deserted island, and then turned into 3 figures. Uncle Bai. This should be the island closest to the volcano below. After scanning the surroundings, Bai Yuxin nodded slightly, and then said to the 2 people beside him, "Well, let's go here. I have just checked the surroundings. There are no powerful monsters nearby. With you guys below and me here, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term." Hearing this, Wang Xiayun and Song Qingming on the side hurriedly bowed and nodded. "Then thank you for your hard work, Uncle Bai." After spending a 4th-level spiritual medicine to invite Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming took her and Wang Xiayun back to the East China Sea. They soon saw Song Qingming, who was in seclusion under the submarine volcano. After learning about Song Qingming's specific situation, Bai Yuxin chose to act separately with Song Qingming and the other 2. First, it took a lot of time to set up a 3rd-level upper-grade formation at the location of the submarine volcano, and let Song Qingming, Wang Xiayun and Li Zuanyi guard around the formation. She herself chose to sit on a deserted island above the distant sea abyss, to guard against those nascent soul demon kings with high cultivation level approaching the submarine volcano where Song Qingming was in retreat. This was also considered to be preparing an extra layer of protection outside in advance. Even if a war broke out nearby, it would basically not affect Song Qingming's retreat below to form a nascent soul. After bringing Bai Yuxin here, Song Qingming and the others quickly left the deserted island and returned to the submarine volcano again. At this time, Song Qingming, who was in retreat at the submarine volcano, finally relaxed a little after learning that Bai Yuxin had arrived outside. After using the method given by Chu Bai to successfully block all the spiritual power in the Danshan in his body, Song Qingming no longer hesitated and immediately began to try to polish the golden elixir in his body, preparing to break through the nascent soul realm. Because he had already absorbed the Red Sun Divine Thunder in his body, Song Qingming followed Chu Bai's suggestion and began to polish the golden elixir directly with the help of the Divine Thunder in his body. What he didn't expect was that after Song Qingming tried it, he found that he not only successfully polished and strengthened the golden elixir in his body, but also saved him a lot of time for quenching the elixir. Gathering the spirit in the heart of the elixir and tempering the elixir with a vital energy are the first 2 steps for a cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm. Although these 2 steps are much less difficult than the later transformation of the fetus into the nascent soul, they are also very complicated and require a lot of time for the cultivator. When Song Qingming tried to break through the nascent soul in the heavenly fire illusion, he also spent a lot of energy on these 2 levels before he successfully passed them. I don't know why, but this time when Song Qingming was in seclusion to form the nascent soul, he walked very smoothly in these 2 steps, saving at least half the time compared to the original heavenly fire illusion. Song Qingming himself couldn't determine the reason for this. However, according to Chu Bai, who had been following him, it seemed that it was because of the powerful spiritual power of the flame heart jade contained in his body that he accelerated so much in this regard. However, these did not continue to appear when Song Qingming transformed the fetus into the primordial infant. At this level, Song Qingming could only proceed steadily based on his previous experience and move forward step by step. Because he had no way out this time, if he failed to form the primordial infant, he would die. Therefore, after Song Qingming chose to start the impact of the primordial infant realm, he did not have a trace of luck. Before preparing for the transformation of the fetus into the primordial infant, Song Qingming had already taken the 2 spiritual objects he had prepared to assist in the formation of the primordial infant, the Thunder Infant Fruit and the Infant Cultivation Pill. These 2 spiritual objects are both things that can assist the cultivators in the transformation of the fetus into the primordial infant, and he has spent a lot of energy and spirit stones to get them over the years. After refining the effects of the Thunder Infant Fruit and the Infant Cultivation Pill in his body, Song Qingming suddenly felt that the golden elixir in his body began to show a slight soft change, and immediately cast a spell to control the magic power to start the transformation of the fetus into the primordial infant. At this point, Song Qingming has no way out. Success or failure depends on whether he can pass this level smoothly. Just like that, 5 years passed quickly. One day, Bai Yuxin, who was meditating in a cave on a deserted island, suddenly felt a strange spiritual fluctuation nearby. Then he opened his eyes and got up and walked out of his cave. Bai Yuxin, who had just come out, saw that there were suddenly some rolling white clouds in the sky around him, and a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. This is a strange phenomenon in the world. Is he going to pass the tribulation? No, it shouldn't be so fast to form an infant. These don't look like thunder tribulation phenomena. What happened? Just as Bai Yuxin was about to get up and go to the sea to check, he suddenly felt a strong breath rushing towards him quickly, and his face suddenly became a little solemn. After a while, a red escape light flew from the sky in the distance, and came to the sky above the deserted island where Bai Yuxin was, and turned into a bearded man in a red robe. The red-robed man glanced at the fairy queen White Jade standing on the deserted island below. His face was surprised, and he asked loudly, "My fellow Taoist, this place is not the territory of human cultivators. What do you want to do here?" Chapter 858, Frightened off the Demon King, and transformed into a nascent soul. The red-robed man was a unyielding demon king in the nearby sea area. Today, he happened to pass by the Luoxia abyss when he went out. He saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and came to investigate. The red-robed demon king did not expect that he would run into a human unyielding cultivator as soon as he arrived nearby, which made him feel a little confused. Seeing that the pressure emanating from the red-robed man in front of him was no less than his own, Bai Yuxin was slightly surprised and flashed directly into the air. "My fellow Taoist, I am not a nearby cultivator, and I am not here to offend you. I just need to help my friend refine a magic weapon here. When the thing is refined, we will leave. Please help me refine a magic weapon." "Haha. If that's the case, I can spare you, but whether it is as you said, I need to go down and take a look." Hearing Bai Yuxin's explanation, the red-robed demon king moved his eyes slightly, obviously not believing her excuse, and was about to go directly to the sea abyss below where Song Qingming was in seclusion. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin's face changed slightly, and he immediately dodged and blocked the other party. "Dao. The magic weapon that my friend wants to refine is quite special, and it cannot be easily shown to others. Please stay and don't go any further." "Oh." Dao's words make me even more curious. What kind of magic weapon can make such a big noise, and I can smell a trace of thunder tribulation? Could it be that the thing you are hiding down there is a 4th level top-grade magic weapon? I happen to be a weapon refiner. Since I have encountered such a rare scene, how can I miss it easily? The red-robed demon king had some hints in his words, as if he had seen something unusual below, and the confrontation between the two sides suddenly became tense. Before Bai Yuxin could continue to explain, the red-robed demon king had cast a spell to dodge around the other party and fell directly to the sea abyss next to him. Seeing that the other party had already torn his face and didn't want to listen to his explanation at all, Bai Yuxin, who knew that he couldn't hide it, moved his magic power and turned into a white escape light to entangle him. Bai Yuxin had successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the nascent soul after the Battle of Duan Yangfang a few years ago. Her opponent, the red-robed demon king, had advanced to the nascent soul realm for hundreds of years, but his cultivation was not as high as Bai Yuxin. He was only at the peak of the 1st level of the nascent soul and had not yet successfully broken through the 2nd level of the nascent soul. Both sides were nascent soul cultivators standing at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. Their magical powers were naturally far superior to those of ordinary low-level cultivators. However, as soon as they fought, the situation changed. With the sound of lightning and thunder in the air, the sea was full of huge waves splashed by the aftermath of the battle. Even many fish and low-level monsters in the nearby sea that did not have time to escape were affected by the battle between the two nascent soul masters and were directly shocked to death in the sea. This battle, the two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the red-robed demon king was somewhat defeated by Bai Yuxin, who was more powerful than him, and he evacuated a place on his own initiative. After the battle ended and the opponent was driven away, Bai Yuxin in mid-air hurriedly landed and prepared to meditate to restore her own magic power. But before she could recover, she saw the strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly change again. The originally rolling white clouds suddenly turned into dark, and a few lightning flashes appeared faintly. It's strange, why hasn't this strange phenomenon disappeared yet? Could it be? It's really the nascent soul thunder tribulation? How could he form a nascent soul so quickly? Bai Yuxin tried to form a nascent soul twice in the past, so he naturally knew the process of forming a nascent soul very well. Ordinary cultivators usually have to retreat for more than 10 years to successfully complete the Danksin gathering spirit, Qi Quenchingdan and fetal nascent soul. Finally, the nascent soul is formed, just like Bai Yuxin back then, and reaches the step of nascent soul crossing the tribulation. It has only been less than 7 years since Song Qingming started his retreat. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to transform the fetus into a nascent soul so quickly. Because he knew how difficult it was to form a nascent soul, Bai Yuxin didn't have much hope for Song Qingming's first nascent soul at the beginning. When he saw the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky, Bai Yuxin thought that something went wrong when Song Qingming formed a nascent soul, which caused the phenomenon to appear early. It is very likely that Song Qingming will fail to form a nascent soul next, and this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth will probably disappear soon. Until this moment, seeing that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the air not only did not disappear immediately, but became stronger and stronger, and vaguely had some of the appearance of his own successful nascent soul formation that year, Bai Yuxin's face became more and more surprised. Afterwards, Bai Yuxin fell directly into the abyss and came to the underwater volcano where Song Qingming was in retreat. Seeing Bai Yuxin's figure appear from afar, 3 figures guarding near the volcano immediately flew over and landed in front of Bai Yuxin. "Greetings, Uncle Bai, Senior." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxin nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the crater of the underwater volcano not far away, and then he said with a serious expression, "It seems that my previous guess was correct. Junior brother Song has indeed succeeded in transforming from a fetus to a nascent soul. I guess he will soon be ready to begin to transcend the tribulation, transforming the tribulation. It seems that brother Song has not been in seclusion for many years. How can he transcend the nascent soul thunder tribulation so soon?" Upon hearing what Bai Yuxin said, Li Zuanai, Song Qingming and Wang Xian on the side were suddenly surprised, and some could not believe the news that Song Qingming was going to transcend the tribulation so soon. Hearing this, Bai Yuxin immediately began to explain, "I have seen strange phenomena in heaven and earth up there, and it is indeed similar to the time when I was in seclusion and broke through. And a few days ago, a demon king smelled the scent and rushed here. I'm afraid he was attracted by the thunder tribulation up there." "What? A demon king is coming? No wonder we have felt powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from up there in the past few days. It turns out that a demon king has arrived nearby. Uncle Bai, where's the demon king now?" Hearing Bai Yuxin mention a nascent soul demon king, Song Qingming and the others were immediately surprised and asked nervously. Fortunately, the next moment, Bai Yuxin waved at the two with a smile, and said directly, "The demon king fought with me, but didn't get any advantage, and I drove him away. However, this guy has already smelled the scent of thunder tribulation, and I'm afraid he won't give up easily. You need to be more cautious these days, don't let him take advantage of the loopholes. In addition, I estimate that junior brother Song will pass the tribulation in a few months at most, and we must make preparations early. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to protect junior brother Song through the tribulation alone. My husband will pass the tribulation so soon. This is really unexpected, Uncle Bai. Then I will leave for Xiantan City immediately and ask Senior Zuantong to come." Hearing the worry in Bai Yuxin's words, Wang Xian hurriedly stepped forward and responded. Because they knew that Song Qingming's retreat here was very dangerous, in addition to inviting Bai Yuxin, a unyielding cultivator, to sit in the guardian, Song Qingming and the other two also made other preparations in the past few years. A few years ago, Wang Xian went to Yondan City and found Zhuantong, the supreme elder of Yondan League, who was in seclusion. Then, they used another 4th-level spiritual medicine in their hands as a price to persuade the 6th-level nascent soul cultivator to protect Song Qingming when he passed the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Although it was not easy to persuade a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator to help, after Wang Xian took out a precious 4th-level spiritual medicine, Zhuantong agreed without much hesitation. After all, Tiandan League is an organization famous for its elixirs. As a 4th-level alchemist, Zhuantong naturally values 4th-level spiritual medicines more than other spiritual objects of the same level. Hearing what Wang Xian said, Bai Yuxin nodded slightly, and gave a few more instructions to Song Qingming and the others, and then returned to the sea abyss. After Wang Xian left, more than a month passed quickly, and the heaven and earth phenomena in the sky had become more and more intense. During this period, the red-robed demon king really came to the top of the sea abyss as Bai Yuxin expected, bringing 5 or 6 demon kings under his command, and fought a fierce battle with Bai Yuxin and others. This time, because of the help of many demon kings under his command, Bai Yuxin fought with him for several days and the two sides were still evenly matched. In the end, Li Zuanai and Song Qingming, who were guarding below, learned about the battle above, and suddenly controlled the magic circle to kill one of the demon kings of the other side by surprise. This helped Bai Yuxin break the deadlock on the battlefield and force the demon army of the Red-Robed Demon King to retreat again. Although this battle barely forced the demon army to retreat, Song Qingyu and the other two also knew that these demon beasts would definitely not give up easily. After all, demon beasts and human cultivators have always been mortal enemies in this world. Even if the other party has no grudges with them. The Red-Robed Demon King cannot watch a human cultivator successfully pass the tribulation and form an infant under his nose, and he must come to block the way. This time they were able to barely repel the opponent unexpectedly, but next time, they might not be so lucky. Just when Bai Yuxin and the other two were a little anxious about this, a few days later, three figures suddenly came to the sea abyss. Seeing the reinforcements coming from afar, Bai Yuxin and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief and completely put down their worries. What surprised Bai Yuxin and the others was that this time Wang Xian went to ask for help, not only brought the Yondan League Supreme Elder Zuantong Master, but also brought back an extra nascent Soul Master. This person was dressed in white, with a white veil covering her face. It was the Holy Maiden of Beihu Palace, Fairy Xiamo, who Song Qingming, Song Qingyu, and Wang Xian had known before. "Are you Senior Xia, Qingyu? Long time no see." Seeing Xiamo's sudden appearance, Song Qingyu and the others were also surprised, and couldn't help but look at Wang Xian with some confusion. Seeing this, Wang Xian hurriedly explained to everyone. It turned out that when Wang Xian went to the Xiandan League to invite Taoist Zuantong, she happened to meet Xiamo, who was visiting Taoist Zuantong. After learning that Taoist Zuantong was going to help a junior protect the way, Xiamo immediately had some guesses in her heart, and took the initiative to ask Wang Xian. After confirming that the person who was going to cross the tribulation was Song Qingming, who had made an appointment with her not long ago, Xiamo took the initiative to come here with Taoist Zuantong, wanting to help Song Qingming cross the tribulation and protect the law. After learning that Xiamo took the initiative to help, Bai Yuxin, who was somewhat grateful in his heart, hurriedly bowed to thank her. "This time, junior brother Song is going to cross the tribulation, and I trouble you to come and help. I am here to thank you for him. I came out a little hurriedly this time, and I didn't bring any good things with me. These 2 pills are just a little gift from our sect. I hope you don't dislike them." Seeing the green jade bottle sent by Bai Yuxin, Xiamo bowed in return and hurriedly waved her hand to return the things. "You are too polite, Taoist friend. Taoist friend Song and Qingyu are already acquainted with me. I happened to be at Taoist friend Zuantong's place this time and heard about his tribulation, so I came to see if I could help. This time I came only because of my personal friendship with Taoist friend Song, not for any other reason. Taoist friend, please take this thing back first." Seeing that Xiamo refused to accept his elixir, Bai Yuxin did not insist anymore. After a slight nod, he cast a spell to take back the green jade bottle. Seeing Xiamo greet everyone and then take the initiative to find a place to sit down, Bai Yuxin's eyes could not help but flash a hint of complexity. Before in the sect, Bai Yuxin had also heard that Song Qingming, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian had gone to the East Sea Immortal Cultivation world many times after they had formed their elixirs. If Song Qingming and others knew a few friends like Qingming in the Jiandan stage in the East Sea, it would not be a strange thing. But Song Qingming actually knew Xiamo, a high-ranking Yuanying second-level cultivator. Moreover, they have such a good relationship with each other that Xiamo, a powerful Yuanying, can take the initiative to come and protect Song Qingming during the tribulation. This is a little hard to imagine. Not only Bai Yuxin, but even Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, who had known Xiamo before, were a little unbelievable that Xiamo could come to protect Song Qingming. However, now that Song Qingming is about to cross the tribulation, they can't think about these things. Anyway, no matter what the other party is helping for, as long as they are willing to stay and protect Song Qingming during the tribulation, it is always a good thing. At this time, Xiamo, who was sitting aside, looked at the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky, and her face was also complicated. Before, when Xiamo met Song Qingming in the 100 Flowers Palace, although she felt that he had the hope of forming a Yuanying, she did not guess when he would advance to the Yuanying realm. When she heard that Song Qingming was going to cross the tribulation so soon, Xiamo was also very surprised and a little unbelievable. It was not until he came to Luoxian and saw the strange phenomena of heaven and earth with his own eyes that Xiamo's eyes revealed a look of understanding. "I can calculate a person's luck, But opportunities are always difficult to figure out and not so easy to see through. It seems that this time, I have won. Half a month later, more than a dozen spiritual lights suddenly flew from the distant horizon, and the leader was the red-robed demon king who retreated from here twice. The red-robed demon king standing in front, looking at the thick black clouds that had gradually formed in the sky not far away, said to another green-robed man beside him with a somewhat unfriendly face, "Brother Jincheng, look, I didn't lie to you. Those human cultivators have been hiding here for so long, just to overcome the tribulation and form a baby." The green-robed man standing next to the red-robed demon king is also a nascent soul demon king, whose strength is not inferior to his. Looking at the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the air in the distance, the green-robed man nodded slightly and asked, "Brother in red robe? When human cultivators want to pass the tribulation and form a baby, they usually choose a safe place to pass the tribulation. How could someone take the initiative to come to the open sea to pass the tribulation? Haha. I don't understand what you asked, brother. But it is not that simple for a cultivator to form a baby. This person chose to pass the tribulation here, probably for some other reasons. Maybe they found some important spiritual objects here, who knows? We have to wait until we get there to figure it out. In any case, this is the territory of our demon race after all. I don't think you want to see human cultivators passing the tribulation and forming a baby under our noses." Hearing the tone of the red-robed demon king beside him, there was obviously a hint of meaning in the green-robed man's words. Hearing this, the man nodded and responded immediately, "Well, brother, you are right. No matter what these human cultivators want to do, even if they want to celebrate their birthday here, you and I can't let them do it easily. Haha. Brother, what you said makes sense. But the person who protects him is also a second-level unyielding cultivator. This woman is a little difficult to deal with. After a while, please stop this person, and leave the rest to me. Don't worry, brother, it's just a second-level unyielding cultivator. I'm here, so you can rest assured." After the two demon kings discussed on the spot, they led a dozen demon kings behind them to kill towards Hayden. However, they had just arrived above the deserted island near Hayden when they suddenly felt a very strong breath coming from the island. After a while, a figure flew out from the deserted island. It was Bai Yuxin, who had fought with a red-robed demon king several times. "It's you again. I couldn't hurt you twice in a row. It seems that you really won't give up, haha. Don't be so arrogant here. This time I specially invited my good friend Jin Chang. I think you should retreat when you know the difficulty." Seeing Bai Yuxin in front of him, the red-robed demon king looked at the green-robed man beside him, smiled slightly, and his tone was full of pride. However, seeing so many demon masters in front of him, Bai Yuxin didn't show any fear on his face. He still replied calmly, "It's true that you should retreat when you know the difficulty, but I think this sentence is more suitable for you." Seeing that Bai Yuxin still had such a bad tone, the red-robed demon king was about to fight with him, but suddenly felt that two powerful escape lights appeared on the deserted island and flew quickly. The next moment, an old man in a grey Taoist robe and a woman in white with a veil came to the air. "How come there are two more nascent soul cultivators?" Seeing that the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him had already reached the nascent soul realm, especially the grey-robed Taoist, who was a strong man who had already cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul. The faces of the demon masters such as the red-robed demon king suddenly changed, and they all showed a look of surprise. The green-robed man who was originally standing next to him felt that there were many human masters in front of him, and the situation was a little bad, so he suddenly lost the idea of fighting with them. Before the red-robed demon king could make any move, the green-robed man took the lead and turned into a flash of light, turned around and fled far away. "Wait a minute, brother." Seeing that his teammates beside him had abandoned him, the red-robed demon king was surprised and did not dare to stay for long. He directly left the demon kings behind him and chased the green-robed man. The demon kings who followed the demon king saw that they were abandoned, and they were scared and began to flee everywhere, and immediately turned into birds and beasts. Humph! With such courage, they dare to come and block the road. I really overestimate them. But you can come and go as you please. You really don't take us seriously. After Taoist Zuantong uttered a few words softly, he stepped on the light of escape and chased after the red-robed demon king in front. Xiamo, who was standing next to him, also turned into a white light and followed closely behind. Bai Yuxin, on the other hand, changed direction and went directly to chase after the slower demon kings. For a while, all over the sea surface was filled with all kinds of spiritual lights dancing. Half an hour later, when the three returned to the deserted island, the sea abyss had already returned to calm. This time, they scared away the two demon kings with almost no effort, and killed several demon kings under their command. It can be said that they won a great victory. Just when Yuxin and the other two had just returned to the deserted island to congratulate each other, the black clouds that were constantly rolling in the sky above their heads suddenly changed. Suddenly, a flash of white lightning flashed in the originally pitch-black clouds. The next moment, only boom. With a loud bang, the huge thunder resounded throughout the nearby sea, scaring the fish in the sea and making them flee far away. Seeing this scene, the three people standing in place couldn't help but become a little sullen, and their eyes were focused on the sky. It seems that the thunder tribulation will begin soon. Just as the three of them were talking to themselves, Qingming, who was in retreat under the underwater volcano, was now covered in sweat, and his breathing had become very tight. The fetus is transformed into the nascent soul, and the form is transformed to transcend the tribulation. As Qingming shouted in his heart, the natal golden elixir in Qingming's Danshan had turned into a golden child the size of a baby. Then, under Qingming's careful spellcasting and control, the golden nascent soul slowly moved and emerged directly from above his head. Seeing the golden nascent soul transformed from his natal golden elixir, Qingming was immediately very excited. He didn't expect that he had successfully transformed the fetus into the nascent soul after only 7 years of seclusion, and passed the most difficult stage of forming the nascent soul. Now Qingming has already stepped half a foot into the nascent soul realm. Next, it is the last stage of the cultivator's nascent soul formation, to pass the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Sorry. Because I went back to my hometown in recent days, it was a bit inconvenient to write books without a computer. There may be some minor problems. Please understand. Chapter 859 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, Breakthrough to Nascent Soul. As the last stage for cultivators to break through the nascent soul, the nascent soul thunder tribulation is not as difficult as the previous nascent soul transformation, but the danger of the tribulation should not be underestimated. Since the inheritance of the immortal world for more than 100,000 years, almost 80% of those who failed to break through the nascent soul realm and eventually died under the final nascent soul thunder tribulation, which shows how dangerous the tribulation is. At this stage, there is almost no way out for the cultivators who are crossing the tribulation. If they cannot become the nascent soul, no matter how high their cultivation is, they will eventually disappear into the world. However, since he has successfully transformed the nascent soul to this point, Qingming has long been very determined in his heart. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, his Taoism will not be shaken at all. After practicing Taoism for more than 200 years, he has been able to practice all the way from a small Qi refining cultivator with ordinary talent to the stage of forming a baby. For Qingming, it is already worth his life. Even if I fail next, I have no regrets. Just as Qingming was sighing in his heart that it was not easy to practice all the way, a green spiritual light suddenly flashed beside him, and Chu Bai, who had been following him, appeared again. Boy, it seems that my vision is really good this time. You have really come this far. Next, as long as you survive the heavenly thunder tribulation, you can achieve the path of the nascent soul. Seeing that Qingming in front of him had successfully transformed into a nascent soul, Chu Bai's face also showed a burst of joy. After saying that, the spiritual light in his hand moved, and he took out a golden bracelet magic weapon and presented it to Qingming. This thing is called the Fantasy Sky Gold Bracelet. It is a very useful defensive magic weapon. You should keep it for now. It should be useful for you to survive the tribulation next time. However, this thing is lent to you. You must remember to return it to me after you use it. Hearing Chu Bai's careful instructions, Qingming smiled slightly and did not argue with the other party. After responding, he took the golden bracelet directly. This magic weapon, the illusionary sky gold bracelet, seems to have a much more powerful aura than an ordinary third-level magic weapon. It should be a high-quality defense magic weapon that has reached the 4th level. After practicing for so many years, Qingming has also found several 4th-level magic weapons, but these magic weapons are all attack and auxiliary magic weapons. Qingming has never obtained a defense magic weapon above the 4th level. Unexpectedly, Chu Bai was so generous that he was willing to take out a 4th-level defense magic weapon to help him overcome the tribulation. Qingming was still a little surprised about this. Thank you for the treasure, Senior, after bowing to Chu Bai, Song Qingming cast a spell to take the golden yuanying on his head back into his body, and then stepped on the light and went directly to the top of the magma. Now Song Qingming's mana has reached the yuanying realm. Even without the fireproofing robe, he can directly pass through the hot magma in the undersea volcano without any damage with a shield formed by his own mana. Not long after, he had arrived at the mouth of the volcano. At this time, in the sky above, flashes of lightning began to flash in the dark clouds, as if they could fall at any time. Husband, seeing Song Qingming preparing to pass the tribulation in the air in the distance, Wang Xian, who was standing in the distance, felt nervous and wanted to dodge over, but was stopped by Song Qingming and Li Zuanai. Sister-in-law. Brother 7 is about to pass the tribulation. It's too dangerous for you to go over at this time, Xian. Qingming was right. Junior brother Song is at the critical moment of passing the tribulation, and he can't be distracted. If you go over at this time, not only will you not be able to help, but you may also distract him. Don't worry, with junior brother Song's ability to get to this point, I believe you must be sure of passing the tribulation. Let's wait here and wait for junior brother Song to pass the tribulation successfully, and then go over to congratulate him. After hearing the persuasion of Song Qingming and Li Zuanai, Wang Xian, who was originally a little anxious, gradually calmed down and nodded slowly to the two of them. I believe my husband will definitely pass this test and succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Looking at Song Qingming, who was casting a spell to deal with the heavenly thunder tribulation in the sky, Wang Xian's eyes flashed with determination again. At this time, in the sky above the abyss, Bai Yuxin, Xiamo, and Taoist Zuantong were looking at the black thunder clouds rolling in the sky with a serious face. Just when the three people's eyes moved slightly, a very dazzling white lightning finally lit up in the black thunder cloud. Then, a fierce thunder sound came, and then this booming thunder sound directly penetrated the entire abyss. To Taoist friends, the thunder tribulation has begun, and I'll leave it to you next. Seeing Bai Yuxin bowing and saluting, Xiamo and Taoist Zuantong nodded seriously, and then the two of them flashed and flew to the side, and together with Bai Yuxin, they guarded the air below the thunder tribulation. Now it was the critical moment for Song Qingming to pass the tribulation. The three of them did not dare to be careless. They all released their own spiritual consciousness and directly covered the surrounding area dozens of miles. The three yuanying cultivators were in charge. As long as there were cultivators or monsters approaching the sea abyss, they would immediately notice it. Bai Yuxin and others had just prepared, and there were already black clouds with lightning and thunder in the sky, and suddenly there was a huge thunder. It was only a moment after this sound, and a white lightning flashed from the black cloud in the eyes of the three people and went straight to the bottom of the sea abyss. At this time, Song Qingming, who was at the mouth of the undersea volcano, had also sensed the lightning above. With both hands, he quickly cast a spell to summon the life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror in his body. With a huge bronze mirror transformed by the 5 elements divine light mirror blocking his head, the next moment the huge white lightning in the sky fell directly on the mirror surface. Although it was the first time to break through the yuanying realm, before this, Song Qingming had witnessed Fenghe and Bai Yuxin passing the tribulation with his own eyes, and naturally knew the yuanying thunder tribulation very well. Although this first thunder tribulation seemed very powerful, its power was still within the range that he could handle. Therefore, Song Qingming, like Bai Yuxin, did not use other spiritual objects to cross the tribulation, but chose to use his own life magic weapon to resist. At this time, Wang Xian and the other two, who were standing some distance away from the undersea volcano, saw that Song Qingming seemed to have been swallowed by the huge white lightning falling from the sky, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, after a while, when the white lightning dissipated, they saw that Song Qingming's figure was still standing proudly in the air, without the slightest change. Several people breathed a sigh of relief and showed a trace of relieved smiles on their faces. At this time, Song Qingming, who was standing in mid-air, looked at his life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror above his head, and his face showed a bit of solemnity. The power of this thunder tribulation is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I can't rely on my life magic weapon to resist the fourth thunder tribulation like senior sister Bai. The life magic weapon Green Jade Lotus cultivated by Bai Yuxin is a life magic weapon with outstanding defensive magical powers. In terms of defense alone, it is much stronger than Song Qingming's 5 elements divine light mirror. When Bai Yuxin was overcoming the tribulation, She relied on this powerful life magic weapon to directly resist the first 4 heavenly thunder tribulations. It was also an extremely important thing for her to successfully overcome the tribulation. Although he had successfully taken on the first thunder tribulation, Song Qingming had personally felt the extraordinary power of the heavenly thunder tribulation at this moment, which was far more difficult to deal with than the other heaven and earth divine thunders he had encountered before. Just as Song Qingming was still sighing in his heart, he suddenly felt a throbbing in the sky, and his eyes looked up at the sky again with some solemnity. The next moment, Song Qingming's magic power began to flow rapidly, and the 5 elements divine light mirror above his head also flashed with a flash of light, and a golden shield appeared. Not long after Song Qingming finished casting the spell, a thunder sounded quickly from the sky, and then a very strong pressure enveloped his head. A moment later, Song Qingming felt a huge vibration from above his life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror, which made his hands, which were casting the spell, quickly feel numb. Because he practiced the heaven-devouring thunder art in his body, Song Qingming could quickly resolve the thunder by relying on his internal skills when fighting with cultivators who were good at thunder magic in recent years. But at this moment, facing this heavenly thunder, Song Qingming found that the heaven-devouring thunder art in his body could not resolve it at all, and he still felt an extremely strong pressure. Fortunately, although the power of this second heavenly thunder tribulation was a little stronger than the first one, it was still within the range of a full-strength attack at the peak of the golden core. As Song Qingming's cultivation level has improved to the nascent soul stage, his life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror has been fully exerted, and its power is much stronger than before. Although Song Qingming can feel a lot of pressure in dealing with this heavenly thunder tribulation of the peak of the golden core, it does not pose much threat to him overall. Not long after, under Song Qingming's full resistance, the second heavenly thunder tribulation also quickly dissipated above the submarine volcano. Song Qingming estimated that the third heavenly thunder tribulation would probably have the power of a half-step nascent soul, and he did not dare to neglect it. Before the thunder tribulation in the sky fell, Song Qingming had already begun to cast spells in advance, and fully activated the green jade refining treasure art in his body. Soon, as Song Qingming's physical strength and magic power surged wildly, a green spiritual light quickly covered the 5 elements divine light mirror above his head, directly dyeing his life magic weapon light green. Since creating the green jade treasure refining technique, Song Qingming has gradually given up the 5 elements mysterious gang technique he originally practiced and has become the main practitioner of this technique. Now, after so many years, Song Qingming has successfully deduced this technique to the peak of the early nascent soul stage, and is only one step away from the middle stage of the nascent soul. Just after performing the green jade treasure refining technique, the third heavenly thunder tribulation in the sky has also fallen quickly with a powerful momentum, directly hitting his head. Facing this powerful lightning impact, although Song Qingming was somewhat mentally prepared, his body still shook slightly. However, Song Qingming quickly stabilized his body, and then, regardless of the numbness of his hands, he cast a spell with all his strength into the 5 elements divine light mirror above his head. Facing the powerful heavenly thunder tribulation falling from the sky, the golden light shield formed by the 5 elements divine light mirror shook slightly a few times, but it was still as stable as a green mountain. It was not until the huge lightning above his head disappeared that Song Qingming slowly put down his hands and exhaled slowly. The power of this third heavenly thunder tribulation was obviously much higher than the previous 2. Fortunately, Song Qingming performed the green jade refining treasure technique in advance, adding an extra layer of protection to his life-defining magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror. Otherwise, he really didn't have much confidence that he could only rely on his life-defining magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror to withstand the third heavenly thunder tribulation that was already close to the half-step nascent soul realm. Because he knew that his life-defining magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror had no defense and recovery ability compared to Bai Yuxin's green jade lotus. After successfully resisting the third thunder tribulation, although he knew that the 5 elements divine light mirror was not damaged, Song Qingming still chose to take it back directly into his body. After all, the 5 elements divine light mirror is a life-defining magic weapon that is closely related to his body. Once the 5 elements divine light mirror is damaged too seriously due to improper use, I am afraid that Song Qingming's own body will also be affected. For this reason, Song Qingming did not want to take too many risks, so he chose a safer approach. After putting away the 5 elements divine light mirror, Looking at the fourth heavenly thunder tribulation brewing in the sky, Song Qingming's eyes changed slightly, and he took out another round array disc with his magic power. Array up. As Song Qingming's magic power suddenly poured into the array disc in his hand, more than a dozen white spiritual lights suddenly flew out from around the undersea volcano, forming a white light shield above his head. This white light array was the Tiangang 5 Elements array that Song Qingming had prepared in advance, and it was also the array he relied on most to overcome the tribulation this time. Although the Tiangang 5 Elements array is not the most outstanding in defense among the 3-level arrays, it is one of the most powerful 3-level top-grade arrays that can deal with the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. When Feng He crossed the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation that year, he also relied on this Heavenly 5 Elements array to help him survive several key Thunder Tribulations, and finally successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation and achieved the Nascent Soul Avenue. Now the Heavenly 5 Elements array has been completely repaired by Song Qingming, and later he deliberately used the green jade refining treasure art to strengthen the array flag. This also makes the current Heavenly 5 Elements array more powerful than when Feng He used it. Just when Song Qingming was ready, the fourth Heavenly Thunder Tribulation that had been brewing for a long time in the sky had also quickly fallen and headed straight above Song Qingming's head. However, facing this Heavenly Thunder Tribulation whose power has exceeded half of the full strength attack of the Nascent Soul Cultivator, Song Qingming's face was very calm, and he just tried his best to control the circular array plate in his hand to welcome the Thunder Tribulation. There was only a loud boom that resounded through the sky, and Song Qingming's entire body and the Heavenly 5 Elements array above his head were quickly covered by white lightning. Seeing this amazing scene, Song Qingming and others not far away also frowned slightly. This level of Heavenly Thunder Tribulation is beyond the range that ordinary giant and cultivators can bear. Even though they knew that Song Qingming had already prepared for it and activated a large formation he had arranged to deal with the Thunder Tribulation, they still couldn't help but sweat for Song Qingming. But Song Qingming still did not disappoint everyone, relying on the Tiangang 5 Elements formation to steadily take on the fourth Thunder Tribulation. And although the white light shield of the Tiangang 5 Elements formation was much dimmer than before, Song Qingming was under the protection of the formation and did not suffer any damage. As soon as the Thunder Tribulation disappeared, Song Qingming immediately threw out 2 pre-prepared formation flags again, directly replacing the other 2 formation flags below that were already somewhat damaged. As these 2 formation flags were replaced, the Tiangang 5 Elements formation, which had originally dimmed a lot, suddenly became spiritual and restored to its original appearance. These 2 formation flags were made by Song Qingming in advance in recent years, just to make the formation more powerful in his hands when he crosses the tribulation in the future. Seeing that the power of the formation has recovered a lot, Song Qingming gradually felt relieved. He cast a spell again and injected it into the formation plate in his hand, and began to wait patiently for the 5th Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Just when everyone was worried about this, the 5th Thunder Tribulation in the sky was soon conceived, and it fell directly into the sea abyss with a monstrous momentum. The power of this Thunder Tribulation is equivalent to the full force of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The momentum of the falling white light alone has made by Yuxin and others above the sea abyss show a bit of solemnity. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation falling from the sky, Song Qingming was also extremely nervous. However, at this moment, facing this powerful Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, he also had no way out, and could only bite the bullet and cast a spell with all his strength. In just a moment, the white lightning fell directly above Song Qingming's head. As the blow fell, Song Qingming instantly felt an extremely strong pressure, and the paralysis and the lightning made him almost lose his grip on the array plate in his hand. Fortunately, the Tiangang 5 Elements array was indeed strong enough. Even in the face of this Heavenly Thunder Tribulation that had already thought of a powerful blow with a unyielding cultivator, it still steadily blocked the opponent above Song Qingming's head. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's inner tension was slightly relieved. However, at this moment, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless. He quickly cast spells with both hands to control the array plate, and the mana in his body was continuously integrated into the array plate. Until the lightning above his head completely disappeared, Song Qingming slowly put down the array plate in his hand that was already somewhat damaged. Finally, I made it through this level. Looking at the slightly charred array plate in his hand and the array flags that were damaged a lot around it, Song Qingming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, although he successfully took on the 5th Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, but the Tiangang 5 Elements array in Song Qingming's hand has been severely damaged, The spiritual light on the array is already very weak, and it is impossible to help him take the last thunder tribulation. At this time, after seeing Song Qingming successfully take the fifth heavenly thunder tribulation, Song Qingyu, Wang Xian and others who were watching the tribulation from a distance were also very happy. Several people looked at each other. Although they did not speak, Song Qingyu and others also saw a glimmer of victory in each other's eyes. As long as he took the sixth heavenly thunder tribulation, Song Qingming would be considered to have successfully passed the tribulation and officially witnessed a nascent soul avenue. Above the sea abyss, Bai Yuxin and others saw the last thunder tribulation that was about to fall from above. While they were extremely excited, they still did not dare to relax and warn the surroundings. Several people knew very well that the more critical the moment, the more likely they would be attacked by the opponent. In the black cloud, the last lightning has taken shape. With a huge explosion that shook the earth, the white lightning fell directly into the abyss with a tremendous momentum, shaking the surrounding seawater into a huge wave. The power of this last heavenly thunder tribulation is comparable to the full force of a third-level unyielding cultivator. Even a unyielding cultivator like Bai Yuxin, who had just broken through to the unyielding stage, did not dare to underestimate such a fierce lightning. The lightning had just fallen into the abyss, and Song Qingming, who was thousands of feet below, had an extremely cautious expression. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not hesitate and directly released the array plate in his hand, and took out another golden talisman and a golden bracelet magic weapon from his body. The power of this sixth heavenly thunder tribulation was not to be underestimated, and Song Qingming naturally could not rely on the damaged Xiangang 5 elements array to withstand it. Before the thunderbolt fell on his head, the white talisman in Song Qingming's hand had already lit up with a white spiritual light, and then it turned into a giant green turtle and flew directly into the air, facing the thunderbolt falling from the sky. The Zuan Wu Vajra talisman in Song Qingming's hand was a fourth-level defensive talisman, awarded to him by his master Lingyuan Taoist after the Taixia demon-killing war. Over the years, Song Qingming has been keeping this talisman and dared not use it easily, just to prepare for his own tribulation in the future. The Zuan Wu Vajra talisman turned into a giant turtle phantom and rose to the sky, and collided with the last thunderbolt head-on. The two sides fought for a while, and in the end, the Zuan Wu giant turtle was still defeated by the thunderbolt and dissipated in the air. However, with this fourth-level defensive talisman to dissolve most of the thunderbolt, the power of the last heavenly thunderbolt has been reduced by more than half. After the remaining half of the thunderbolt continued to fall, it still penetrated a Xiangang 5 elements formation above Song Qingming's head. But then the golden bracelet in Song Qingming's hand once again transformed into a golden shield, which was placed above his head. The lightning, which had little power left, was blocked by the golden shield as expected by Song Qingming. Seeing the lightning above his head gradually dissipate, Song Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and turned into a beam of light and went straight up to the sea abyss. At this time, the black thunder clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and a burst of colorful rays of light slowly appeared. And Song Qingming's whole body and momentum were also refreshed. I have been practicing Taoism for more than 200 years, and today I finally got a nascent soul Dao. I finally lived up to my life. Chapter 860, Human Relations and Worldly Wisdom, Refining the Flame Heart Jade. After surviving the heavenly thunder tribulation, Song Qingming's aura and pressure were no different from those of a unyielding cultivator. At this moment, he finally stepped into the unyielding avenue that he had longed for countless days and nights since he started practicing. At this time, a very dazzling five-color glow had appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire sea area of Luoxia into colorful color. Seeing a burst of transparent nectar falling from the five-color glow above his head, Song Qingming smiled and shook his hands gently, and soon there were 5 more white porcelain bottles in his hands. These earth spirit dew that fell from the sky are precious spiritual objects that are of great use to foundation building and core forming cultivators, and Song Qingming naturally didn't want to waste them. The next moment, he flashed directly into the air, collected these precious earth spirit objects, and put them all into the porcelain bottle in his hand without leaving a drop. By the time Song Qingming finished doing all this, 3 beams of light had flashed to his side not far away. They were Bai Yuxin, Xiamo and Taoist Zuantong who were protecting him up there. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Song and junior brother Song, on achieving the nascent soul. Seeing the 3 of them coming, Song Qingming hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and bowed slightly to Taoist Zuantong and Xiamo in return, saying, Junior thanks the two seniors for your protection. This small spiritual object is not a token of respect, and I hope you seniors will not despise it. Seeing Song Qingming cast a spell and took the initiative to send the earth spirit due to him, Taoist Zuantong smiled slightly and did not take it, but said very politely, since fellow Taoist Song has already formed a nascent soul, you are one of our generation from now on, and you don't have to call yourself a junior. This time we came to protect the way, but we didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Those monster masters did not come to stop us, but we got a lot of spiritual objects for free. We are already unworthy of this, so how dare we come to ask for credit again? Fellow Taoist Song, please take these things back. Before Song Qingming passed the tribulation, the red-robed demon king from the nearby waters had come with monster masters, trying to stop Song Qingming from forming a nascent soul. Unexpectedly, the demon army led by the red-robed demon king came with full confidence and momentum, but ran into Zuantong Taoist, Xiamo, and Bayuxin, 3 unyielding masters. Seeing so many human unyielding masters protecting the road, the red-robed demon king and other demon army who came to block the road were also shocked, and finally chose to flee without even fighting. The red-robed demon king, who fled back to his nest, knew that many human masters were ambushed in the sea abyss, and he dared not approach the sea abyss again. Whether it is the human race or the demon race, the cultivators who have cultivated to the unyielding realm and stood at the top of the world of cultivation are generally more cherishing their lives. Although the two sides are old enemies, Song Qingming and his group are not cultivators in the nearby sea area, and they have no life and death hatred with the red-robed demon king and his group. Knowing that there are many masters sitting near the sea abyss, the red-robed demon king naturally did not have to risk going to block the road and fight with Bayuxin and others. It was when Song Qingming was going through the heavenly thunder tribulation that the red-robed demon king appeared in the nearby sea area and took a look from afar, and then left quickly after the thunder tribulation ended. This also made the people sitting above the abyss, who originally thought that there would be a large army of demons coming to block the way, feel relieved. Seeing that Master Zuantong would not accept the earth spirit due in Song Qingming's hand, Bayuxin on the side quickly spoke, haha. The two fellow Taoists have come thousands of miles away. If you hadn't arrived in time to help scare off the demon army, how could Qingming have survived the tribulation so smoothly this time? These are just some things that the younger generation can use. Although they are rare and hard to come by, they are not precious things. Please don't be polite to us if you two fellow Taoists accept them. Well, senior sister Bai's right. If the two fellow Taoists hadn't come here specially to protect me, how could I have survived the heavenly thunder tribulation so easily? In any case, you two have protected me, so these things should be accepted. Otherwise, if outsiders knew that I am so ignorant of etiquette, Song would have no face to see the two fellow Taoists in the future. In that case, let's not be polite, fellow Taoist Zuantong. In the future, we are all fellow Taoists, and we will inevitably have to deal with each other. There is no need to care too much about these things. Xiamo on the side was not too polite. After smiling and nodding, she directly put away the earth spirit due in front of her. Seeing that Xiamo was so straightforward, Master Zuantong didn't say anything more. After slightly bowing to Song Qingming, he also accepted the white porcelain bottle in his hand. After accepting the spiritual object and exchanging a few words of greeting, Xiamo said to Song Qingming beside her, what I said to fellow Taoist last time, I didn't expect it to become a reality just a few years later. Now that fellow Taoist Song has reached the nascent soul stage, I hope that fellow Taoist will have the opportunity to visit Wonhu Island in the future, and to visit more with their sect. Hearing that there seemed to be some hidden meaning in Xiamo's words, Song Qingming immediately thought of the agreement he had made with her in the past, and hurriedly smiled and bowed his hands in response. I understand what the fairy said. Please rest assured, Fairy Xia, when I have stabilized my cultivation, I will come to thank you in person when I have time. This time, the fairy has condescended to protect me. If there is any need for me in the future, just send a message to Funiu to let me know, and Song will do his best. Back then in the 100 Flowers Palace, Song Qingming and Xiamo had made an agreement that if he could form a nascent soul within 100 years, he would promise to do the other party a favor in the future. Although Xiamo did not mention it actively, she reminded Song Qingming of this matter indirectly, obviously because she was afraid that he would forget the agreement they made. When he made the agreement with Xiamo, Song Qingming did not think that he would form a nascent soul so quickly, so he did not take it to heart. He did not expect that Xiaomo's words back then were so insightful and had become a reality in less than 10 years. It must be said that Song Qingming did have some admiration for Xiaomo at this moment. Since he had already promised the other party, and the two of them had also made a contract, Song Qingming naturally could not go back on this matter. When his cultivation level stabilized in the future, he would definitely go to the 100 Flowers Palace to find a way to settle the agreement with Xiaomo. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed, Xiaomo nodded slightly, and then greeted the Xuantong Taoist beside him, and then the two of them bowed and said goodbye to Song Qingming together. My two fellow Daoists, since Taoist Song has successfully passed the tribulation, we have nothing to do here, so we'll say goodbye now. Taoist friends, please go. After the four of them said goodbye to each other, Xiaomo and Taoist Xuantong quickly turned into two beams of light and left the place directly. After Xiaomo and Taoist Xuantong left, Song Qingming turned around and came to Bai Yuxin, and handed over the remaining 3 bottles of Earth Spirit Dew in his hand. Senior Sister Bai, I've troubled you to work hard to protect me for so many years. Now I don't have anything you like. Please accept these spiritual objects first, as it is my small token of my appreciation. Junior brother Song, please don't do this. Seeing Song Qingming sincerely taking out the remaining Earth Spirit Dew in his hand, Bai Yuxin's face changed and he waved his hand at him, and then explained, you and I are from the same sect. I came to protect you because it is my duty for the sect. Junior brother Song treats me like this, which is a bit strange. To be honest, I am also very happy that junior brother can achieve the nascent soul stage this time. There is no need for so many empty formalities between you and me now. When we return to the sect in the future, I will give you a gift as a gift. I hope junior brother Song will not despise it and refuse my face. Hearing what Bai Yuxin said, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile and said, Senior sister, what you said is not true. I have just broken through the nascent soul stage and I am already penniless. In the future, I still need the sect to take care of me. How dare I despise you? However, my cultivation has not yet stabilized, and it will take some time before I can return to the sect. Please ask Senior Sister Bai to explain to Master Li for me after you go back. Bai Yuxin heard this and smiled and nodded slightly and replied, of course, please rest assured, junior brother. Well, King Gaiu and the others have come here, and you must have a lot to say, so I won't bother you here all the time. I'll come over after you finish talking. After saying that, Bai Yuxin glanced at the distance in front of the two people. There were already 3 escape lights from the depths of the sea abyss rushing towards the two people. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not say much. After nodding slightly to Bai Yuxin and sending her away, he took back the bottles of Earth Spirit Dew in his hands. After a while, Song Qingming, Wang Xian and Senior Sister Li Zuanai had already arrived in front of Song Qingming. 7th brother. You really succeeded in advancing to the nascent soul stage. We were really worried to death. The one walking in front of the 3 was Song Qingming, who was the most anxious. As soon as she came in front of Song Qingming, she took the initiative to hug Song Qingming's waist. Song Qingming was talking while hugging Song Qingming and crying non-stop. After a while, Song Qingming gently scratched her snow-white nose, smiled and slowly pushed her away and said, okay. You are a late giant and cultivator, and you still cry so easily. So many people are watching you. Since Song Qingming went into seclusion to form a nascent soul, Song Qingming has basically been waiting by his side for these years. Because she knew that Song Qingming had no way out this time, even though she had confidence in Song Qingming, she still couldn't control her worries. It was not until this moment that she saw that Song Qingming had really successfully passed the heavenly thunder tribulation and successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage that Song Qingming was completely relieved. After hearing the reminder from his 7th brother Song Qingming, Song Qingming slowly calmed down the excitement in his heart and took the initiative to leave Song Qingming's side. 7th brother, don't worry. Sister-in-law and senior sister Li are not outsiders. What's wrong with them seeing me? Will they tell others and laugh at me? Haha. Don't worry, Qingming, how dare senior sister laugh at you? However, today is the big day for junior brother Song to break through the nascent soul realm. It's not good for you to cry like this. You'd better come over first. Hearing the eye signal from senior sister Li Zuanai, Song Qingming immediately reacted and looked at Wang Xian, who was calm not far away. Then he nodded with some understanding and took the initiative to walk aside. After Song Qingming left, Song Qingming came to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. took her little hand and held her in his arms. Husband, seeing Song Qingming hugging her so tightly in front of everyone, Wang Xian suddenly felt embarrassed. Just when she was about to say something, Song Qingming quickly let go of her hand and interrupted her. You have been in seclusion for so many years, and it's really hard for you. Fortunately, God finally did not let me down this time, and let me successfully form a baby and cultivate the great Dao, otherwise I would have owed you this life. In Song Qingming's original plan, he would not have formed a baby so soon, and it would take at least another 10 to 20 years to slowly prepare. It was only because he swallowed the flame heart jade by chance that he was on the verge of life and death and had no way out, so he had to choose to form a baby in seclusion at the undersea volcano. To be honest, Song Qingming was not very sure whether he could succeed in forming a baby this time. And once he failed, he would die and there would be no chance of survival. For Song Qingming, who has always acted calmly and steadily, this choice is indeed a bit risky. For this reason, during these years of seclusion, Song Qingming has always been a little worried about Wang Xian and others, fearing that he would fail to form a baby and never see them again. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. After more than 7 years of hard seclusion, he finally lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully formed a baby and survived. Otherwise, Song Qingming could imagine how sad the person in front of him would be if he really died. Hearing Song Qingming's comfort, Wang Xian smiled and shook her head and said, Husband, although we are worried about you, we still have confidence in your baby. Since you started practicing Taoism, you have brought me and Qingming all the way. We have gone through so many difficulties and dangers. I believe you will not fall here and abandon us. Yes, I know that too. Facing the words of trust from Wang Xian, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly, and then slowly leaned her on his shoulder. After a while, the two separated again. After letting go of Wang Xian, Song Qingming brought her to senior sister Li Zuanyi and bowed to her with a serious face. I was able to successfully advance this time, thanks to my senior sister's help and protection. Please accept my gift. Please rest assured, senior sister Li, I will find a way to make it up to you as soon as possible after I go back for the 4th level spiritual medicine you gave Qingming. Before, Song Qingming already knew that Li Zuanyi took the initiative to take out the 4th level spiritual medicine on her body, so Wang Xian invited Taoist Zuantong to protect her. Song Qingming was very grateful to senior sister Li Zuanyi for helping him so generously, but he was also a little anxious. Now that he has achieved enlightenment, he should naturally return the spiritual medicine given by senior sister Li Zuanyi to her as soon as possible. However, the 4th level spiritual medicine is not an easy spiritual object to find after all. Although Song Qingming was very anxious in his heart, he couldn't say when he could return the spiritual medicine to senior sister Li Zuanyi. However, after Song Qingming finished speaking, Li Zuanyi's face turned a little ugly, and she said to him with an unhappy face, Qingming just said that I am not an outsider. Why is junior brother Song still so distant to me? Since you call me senior sister, helping you to protect the law is not my job as a senior sister. What is there to thank you for? I think even if junior brother Song has achieved the nascent soul avenue now, he should still recognize me as his senior sister. As for the elixir, it was actually given to me by junior brother, so junior brother Song doesn't have to mind it. Just return me a similar elixir when you have the chance in the future. If you still recognize me as your senior sister, don't mention this matter in the future, otherwise I won't be able to bother you in Funiu again. Seeing senior sister Li Zuanyi's serious look, Song Qingming smiled slightly and nodded quickly in response. What are you talking about, senior sister? You and I are from the same school. Even if we have different levels of cultivation, our status cannot be changed at will. Since senior sister Li said so, I will not be polite to you. I will find a similar spiritual object to return to you when I have the chance in the future. A 4th level low-grade spiritual medicine is still very valuable in the world of immortal cultivation. If you encounter those unyielding cultivators who are in urgent need of this item, it is possible to exchange it for a spiritual object for forming a baby. Now senior sister Li Zuanyi's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the golden core, and she is not far from forming a baby. For her, this is also an important spiritual object related to her future path. Although Li Zuanyi did not mind the spiritual medicine in her words, Song Qingming did not dare to neglect it in his heart and kept this favor firmly in mind. When he has time in the future, he will go out and take a look in person, and strive to give the spiritual medicine to senior sister Li Zuanyi as soon as possible to repay this favor. After making an agreement with senior sister Li Zuanai, Song Qingming turned around and said to Song Qingyu beside him, Qingyu, although I have successfully formed a baby, I still need some time to stabilize my cultivation. I am afraid that I will not be able to return to Floating Cloud Mountains for a while. We have been away for so long, and we don't know what the situation is at home. Senior sister Bai should be going back in 2 days. I think it would be better for you to go back with her first, so that we can feel more at ease. Seventh brother. Uncle Bai and I are gone, and only senior sister and sister-in-law are left here. Isn't it a bit too dangerous? Hearing that Song Qingming wanted him to return to Floating Cloud Mountains first, Song Qingyu's face suddenly showed a bit more worry. But the next moment, Song Qingming shook his head and said, Qingyu, I know what you are worried about, but I am just in seclusion here to stabilize my cultivation. Nothing serious will happen. Besides, I have now passed the heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation and am also a nascent soul cultivator. Even if I encounter a nascent soul demon king, it is not difficult to get away if I can't beat him. Don't worry, go back first. We should be able to return to the family in about half a year at most. Yes. Qingyu, we have been away from Funiu Mountain for so long. Yuan Feng and others at home must have been unable to sit still. You go back first. With you at home, we can feel more at ease. Seeing that Song Qingming and Wang Xian were both persuading him seriously, Song Qingyu did not continue to insist and nodded slightly to agree. After 2 days of gathering on the island, Song Qingming and the other two said goodbye to Bai Yuxin and Song Qingyu. After that, Song Qingming and Wang Xian gave some instructions, and then they returned to the bottom of the sea with peace of mind, and plunged directly into the boiling volcanic magma of the seabed. Soon, Song Qingming came to the place where he had been in seclusion under the magma again. Just when Song Qingming had just stopped, a green spiritual light flew in front of him, and then turned into a snow-white blue-eyed white fox. Seeing Chu Bai staring at him, Song Qingming, who had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, still couldn't see through the other party's cultivation at a glance, and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his heart. But Song Qingming didn't show any surprise on his face. With a move of the magic power in his hand, he directly threw the golden bracelet that Chu Bai had lent him to overcome the tribulation back to the other party. When facing the last heavenly thunder tribulation, Song Qingming had already used almost all the high-level defensive means on his body. If it weren't for the golden bracelet given by Chu Bai, he would probably have to use his own life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to resist the last thunder tribulation. In this case, even if Song Qingming can finally survive the catastrophe, the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, a life-saving magic weapon that is closely related to the body, will definitely suffer a great loss. It must be said that this golden bracelet did help Song Qingming a lot in the end. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to stand in front of Chu Bai so safely at this moment. After taking the golden bracelet returned by Song Qingming, Chu Bai glanced at him seriously, and then said softly, "Boy, why have you been busy up there for so long? I thought you didn't plan to come back after breaking through the nascent soul. Senior, you are joking. There are several friends up there who have come specially to protect me. Since I owe them a favor, I can't neglect them. Don't worry, Senior. Since I have already promised to help you, I will definitely not break my promise." Hearing Song Qingming's serious promise, Chu Bai nodded with a smile, and then slowly said, "My friend has just broken through the nascent soul, and his realm is still unstable. You should hurry up and retreat to refine the excess flame heart jade in your body. As for what you promised me, there is no rush. Let's talk about it after you stabilize your cultivation realm. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Then please wait for me to come out of retreat and then we will discuss this matter slowly." After hearing Chu Bai's reminder, Song Qingming did not say much. After bowing for a round, he sat down on the spot and began to meditate and cast spells seriously. When Song Qingming broke through the nascent soul before, he absorbed the powerful mana contained in the flame heart jade in his body, which helped him shorten the time to condense the nascent soul. Including the fetal nascent soul later, the flame heart jade in his body also helped him save some time. This thing helped Song Qingming a lot in breaking through the nascent soul realm. Although Song Qingming has absorbed a lot of spiritual power from the flame heart jade in the process of breaking through the nascent soul, there is still a large part of the flame heart jade left in his body. According to what Chu Bai said before, if Song Qingming can refine all the remaining flame heart jade, he can not only quickly stabilize his own cultivation realm, but also save decades of hard work. This is a hard-won great thing for Song Qingming now. Therefore, after breaking through the realm, Song Qingming's top priority is to quickly refine the remaining flame heart jade in his body. As the mana in his body continued to surge, Song Qingming also officially began to retreat to refine the spiritual jade. Chapter 861, Snow Viewing, finally here. Spring goes and winter comes, time flies, and nearly a year has passed since Song Qingming went into seclusion. As the weather turns winter, a layer of white snowflakes slowly falls from the sky above the Luoxia abyss, and soon disappears into the sea. Some of the white snow falls on the deserted island near the abyss, dyeing the original blue stone and green grass into a piece of snow white. Several white seabirds stood on a huge rock on the edge of the island, and with the help of the heavy snow to cover their bodies, they almost merged with the surrounding snowflakes. They stared at the sea surface below with caution, waiting for prey that might appear in the sea at any time. At this time, on the seabed below the abyss, a golden spiritual light suddenly shot up into the sky, flew out of the magma under the undersea volcano, and stopped above the mountain pass. As the spiritual light dissipated, a figure in a green robe suddenly appeared in the air, looking at the boiling seawater around him, and a smile slowly emerged on his face. After a moment, Song Qingming retracted his gaze and suddenly said to the person behind him, "Senior. When we go up later, someone will accompany us. Please bear with it for a while. When we reach the floating cloud mountains, I will find a suitable place for you to practice." As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, a voice came directly into his ears from behind. "Well, it's okay. You don't have to worry too much. The cultivation of these people is only at the golden core realm. Even if their spiritual sense is strong, they will not be able to see anything abnormal. In the future, unless you meet a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, you may find a clue. Don't worry." Hearing Chu Bai's confident answer, Song Qingming nodded slightly and left the place in a flash. The next moment, he turned into a beam of light and flew over the sea. Not long after, a group of birds hunting above the island suddenly saw a movement in the sea below, followed by a group of flying fish jumping high from the sea. Just when these flying birds were full of joy and were ready to hunt these flying fish, they didn't expect that the nearby sea surface suddenly swelled with water, and then a golden light flew up from below. Seeing the sudden appearance of the golden light, the nearby fish and the seabirds that were hunting were startled, and immediately lost their thoughts of prey and quickly left the vicinity of the island. The golden light didn't care about these, and jumped directly out of the sea and landed on the white deserted island. As soon as he arrived on the island, a spiritual light immediately came quickly from not far away and landed in front of Song Qingming. It was Wang Xian who stayed here to protect him. "Husband, I thought you would be able to come out of seclusion in half a year, but I didn't expect it to take so long this time. If it's later, I'm afraid Qinggai will worry and chase here again." Seeing Wang Xian coming towards him, Song Qingming hurriedly explained, "A few months ago, I had almost stabilized my cultivation, but because there was a problem with the internal skills, I spent a lot of time to comprehend the skills. I forgot the time down there, and I made you worry." Song Qingming originally expected that it would take half a year to stabilize his cultivation this time. But he didn't expect that it would not be as easy to refine the remaining flame heart jade in his body as he imagined. Even though his cultivation has now broken through to the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming still spent a few more months to completely refine the flame heart jade in his body. However, although it took a lot of time, after completely refining the flame heart jade, Song Qingming also gained a lot of benefits. The huge spiritual power remaining in the flame heart jade not only helped Song Qingming quickly stabilize his own cultivation, but also helped him add almost 20 years of hard work to his magic power. Although Song Qingming has just broken through the nascent soul realm not long ago, his internal cultivation has reached half of the peak of the first level of the nascent soul. The time required for him to break through the second level of the nascent soul can save at least 20 years compared to others, and he can advance to the second level of the nascent soul faster. The two have supported each other for many years, and Wang Xian has great trust in Song Qingming. After hearing his explanation, Wang Xian not only did not doubt it at all, but asked with a worried look, fearing that there was a problem with Song Qingming's cultivation method. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly explained to her again, and Wang Xian slowly felt relieved. "By the way, Xian, why can't I see senior sister Li? Has she left this place?" Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little confused because he had been out of retreat for so long, but still hadn't seen senior sister Li Zuanyi, so he asked. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Wang Xian's attention was immediately diverted to Li Zuanai. She smiled and pointed to a cave above the island and replied, "Some time ago, senior sister Li suddenly felt a bottleneck loosening while practicing, so she retreated to try to break through. It has been a few months now, and I think there should be results soon." "Oh, that's really a good thing, but there are no high-level spiritual veins nearby, and the spiritual energy is not very sufficient. Senior sister Li is retreating here to break through. Has she prepared spiritual stones in advance?" Before this, senior sister Li Zuanai's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the golden core, and she was only one step away from breaking through the 9th level of the golden core. Hearing that Li Zuanai was already in retreat to break through, Song Qingming was not surprised, but was a little worried that she might not have enough spiritual energy if she chose to break through here. Wang Xian, who knew Song Qingming's worries, nodded and said, "Don't worry, my husband. Senior sister Li still has enough spiritual stones. Before she went into seclusion, I specially gave her 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. It must be enough for her to break through the realm. In that case, everything is very comprehensive. Then we just need to wait patiently for senior sister Li to come out of seclusion." Seeing that Wang Xian had already made careful arrangements, Song Qingming immediately smiled and nodded, putting down a trace of worry in his heart. Because they still had to wait for senior sister Li Zuanai to come out of seclusion, Song Qingming and his partner were eager to go home, but they still needed to stay to protect her, so they did not choose to leave the deserted island in a hurry. The two looked at the heavy snow falling from the sky, and walked side by side to the top of the mountain in the middle of the deserted island again. The white snow soon covered both of them. When Song Qingming and Wang Xian reached the top of the mountain, not only were they covered with snowflakes, but even a lot of snow had accumulated between the ends of their hair. Looking at Song Qingming, whose hair was already full of white snow, Wang Xian, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but smile and said to him, "Husband, look at the two of us, we look like a young man with white hair and hundreds of years old. I wonder if our faces will be like this when we grow old in the future." "Well, I think even if there will be some changes, it should be similar. The road of cultivation is extremely dangerous, and no one knows if they will encounter unexpected events tomorrow. For us, if we can really grow old like ordinary people, it may not be a bad ending." After saying that, Song Qingming smiled and stretched out his hand to Wang Xian's eyebrows, gently helping her wipe off the remaining white snowflakes on her face. After practicing all the way to the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming is now at the top of this world of cultivation and has become a cultivator who is capable of controlling his own destiny. However, even if he has reached the nascent soul realm, it cannot be said that Song Qingming is absolutely safe in this world. There are still many masters in the late nascent soul realm and the legendary god-transforming cultivators in this world of cultivation. Although these people are rare, most of them are in seclusion for their own cultivation all year round, and rarely come out to walk around and take care of trivial matters in the world of immortal cultivation. But if you accidentally offend these people, it will also be a very dangerous thing for Song Qingming now. Even if you are really lucky and will not encounter these dangers. In terms of the lifespan of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Song Qingming can only live for more than 1,000 years at most, and there will be a day when he will grow old. If they can grow old with Wang Xian and live for another 1,000 years in the world together, it will naturally not be a bad thing for them. As for whether they will have the opportunity to go further in the future and advance to the realm of transformation, like their master Link's a Taoist, this is probably at least a few hundred or 1,000 years later. Now that he has just broken through the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming can't think that far, so he can only do his current work well. Looking at Song Qingming, who was helping her to tidy up her hair in front of her, Wang Xian showed a happy look on her face, and just kept looking at each other quietly. It was not until Song Qingming put down his hands with satisfaction that Wang Xian smiled and slowly said to him, "My husband is already a nascent soul cultivator, and he can at least enjoy 1,000 years of life. I just don't know how far I can accompany you. No matter what the future holds, I hope you and I can have the opportunity to see each other grow old together. Don't worry, it will." 3 months later, in the floating cloud mountains, the Song family's White Lion Square. Since the Song family founded the White Lion Square, they have been patiently operating this market. Now the White Lion Square has long been the largest market in the northeast of Uyghur. However, the White Lion Square that was originally bustling and prosperous has seen fewer pedestrians and cultivators on the streets in recent times. Even many shops in the market have closed down early at this moment, and it seems to be a bit dilapidated. Next to a square platform in the middle of the White Lion Square, Song Linru, with an anxious face, is guarding under the platform with a dozen monks from the market law enforcement team. Soon, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up on the platform, and then after the white light dissipated, more than a dozen figures appeared on the platform. Seeing Song Qingming and Fang Baixun walking in front of them from the teleportation array, everyone, led by Song Linru, bowed respectfully with everyone else. "Greetings, ancestor." Song Qingming glanced at everyone, then looked up in the air, and nodded slightly, saying, "Where are Yuan Hao and the others now?" Reporting to the ancestor, "The market has been opened in advance, and Elder Yuan Hao and others are now in the market law enforcement hall." "Then take us there quickly." Under the leadership of Song Linru, everyone quickly came to the market law enforcement hall and saw Song Yuan Hao and others who were anxiously discussing things. Seeing Song Qingming and the others walking in from outside the hall, Song Yuan Hao and others were immediately delighted, and hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and bow. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, tell me the situation first." Hearing this, Song Yuan Hao quickly responded, "Grandma, we received the news more than 10 days ago, near Qi Mountain, 500 miles northeast of the market. The reason why Song Qingming and Fang Baixun, two giant monks, suddenly came to White Lion Square was because more than 10 days ago, a second-level spiritual vein Qi Mountain located hundreds of miles northeast of White Lion Square suddenly came to a mid-stage foundation building monster and occupied it. After the monster occupied this place, it constantly attacked the monks who went in and out of the floating cloud mountains to hunt monsters and collect herbs. In just 7 or 8 days, more than a dozen little-level monks died in his mouth. This also included a foundation-building monk who wanted to go to subdue the monster, but he also died in Qi Mountain because of the monster. This incident made people near White Lion Square panic, and many monks did not dare to pass by this place casually, which gradually affected the reputation of the market. Seeing that the monster was so ferocious, Song Yuan Hao and others stationed in the White Lion Square immediately sent out the Fangxi law enforcement team headed by Song Xuanting and other 3 foundation-building monks to eradicate the monster in one fell swoop. It was just to deal with a mid-stage foundation-building monster. It was reasonable for Song Xuanting and 3 foundation-building monks to take action. They didn't expect that after Song Xuanting and more than 100 Fangxi law enforcement team members went to Qi Mountain, they never returned to the Fangxi and suddenly lost contact. Song Yuan Hao sent several waves of law enforcement team monks to the vicinity of Qi Mountain to inquire about the news, but none of them came back. At this moment, Song Yuan Hao and others had already discovered that something was wrong, and hurriedly reported the matter to the family, which led to Song Qingming and Fang Baixun coming. After hearing Song Yuan Hao's story, Song Qingming frowned slightly and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "Hundreds of people didn't come back. This is a bit too strange. I'm afraid that those demon cultivators are out to cause trouble again. They have been committing crimes one after another in recent years. I didn't expect that they would be so bold this time and dare to attack the market law enforcement team. It seems that they can't hold back again." Before Song Qingming came back from the East China Sea, demon cultivators often appeared near the White Lion Square. Not only did they make trouble around the market, they even slaughtered several small key training families in the territory. It was just because Song Qingming and others were in the East China Sea to protect Song Qingming at that time. The Song family and other cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect went to investigate, but they could not find the traces of the demon cultivators and could not eliminate this group of demon cultivators. It was not until Song Qingming returned that he tracked down the traces of the demon cultivators during a demon cultivator action and killed 2 foundation-building demon cultivators. She thought she had eradicated the evil from then on, but she didn't expect that these evil cultivators were not as simple as she thought. They started to make trouble again after just a few months. After understanding the specific situation, Song Qingming and Fang Baixun did not delay too much, and they got up together and rushed to the nearby Qi Mountain. Both of them were giant cultivators. The distance of hundreds of miles did not take too much time for them. It took less than half an hour to arrive at a misty mountain. Looking at the Qi Mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, Fang Baixun couldn't help but look a little solemn and said, "Senior Sister Song, this place looks a little weird. It must not be the work of monsters." "You guessed right. It must be the work of evil cultivators. After Fang Baxuan finished speaking, he shook the cuffs in his hand lightly, and summoned a golden-eyed black tiger with a black body. The aura emanating from this golden-eyed black tiger has reached the peak of the late stage of foundation building. It is obviously a second-level monster not far from forming a pill. Go! With Fang Baxuan's order, the golden-eyed black tiger opened its mouth and blew away a gust of wind, directly dispersing the fog in front of the two people, and then quickly ran forward. Seeing this, Fang Baxuan immediately took out a flying sword magic weapon and followed. At this time, Song Qingming had also summoned his own flying sword Qingming Jinguan sword directly, guarding around him. After learning that Song Xuanting and others were all missing, Song Qingming also guessed in her heart that this time the demon cultivator might be a little bit complicated. For safety reasons, she chose to send a message to the Sex Law Enforcement Hall, calling Fang Baxuan, the 4th-level giant and elder of the sect, and the two came together to investigate. After walking forward for a while with the golden-eyed black tiger, Song Qingming and Fang Baxuan suddenly found a black-clothed masked figure at the mountain pass in front of them, and they quickly stopped. Seeing that the black-clothed masked man in front of him had a high level of cultivation and seemed to be a giant and cultivator, Song Qingming quickly said, "My fellow Taoist, may I ask who you are?" Hearing Song Qingming's cautious question, the black-clothed masked man did not take the initiative to answer, but suddenly turned into a black light and fled away. "Humph! Where are you escaping?" Seeing that the black-clothed masked man in front of him wanted to escape directly, Fang Baxuan immediately flashed behind him and released a flying sword to intercept him. But what Fang Baxuan didn't expect was that the black-clothed masked man in front of him was not panicked at all when facing the flying sword attack, and directly threw a black jade bottle magic weapon to the back. This black jade bottle quickly spit out a thick black mist, and in just an instant, Fang Baxuan was wrapped in it. However, before the black-clothed masked man could be happy for a moment, 7 sword lights in the air on the other side had already killed in front of him, and directly turned into a sword net to trap him in the air. However, facing the magical power of the sword net displayed by Song Qingming, the masked man in black remained calm, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The next moment, the masked man in black and Song Qingming's sword net quickly cast a spell with both hands, and turned into a puff of black smoke and drilled out from the gap between the sword lights. Seeing that the other party's magical power was so strange, Song Qingming immediately confirmed the identity of the masked man in black. After taking a look at Fang Baxuan, who was still trapped in the black fog, he asked again with a serious face, "Sure enough, I guessed right. It's probably you, the shameful demon cultivators, who are so sneaky. But I still don't understand. Since you saw us coming, why did you dare to stay so boldly? Could it be that you came for the two of us?" Hearing what Song Qingming said, the masked man in black immediately laughed in the black fog. "Haha. I thought you were the only one here, but I didn't expect there would be someone who didn't know how to live or die to join in the fun. But since you're all here, stay here honestly. Your Excellency is really arrogant. You want to take us down by yourself? Aren't you too arrogant? It's not easy for me to take you down by myself, but I'm not the only one here today." After the masked man in black said this, 2 black figures suddenly appeared in the black fog in the air. The cultivation level they exuded was the same as Song Qingming's, and they had reached the late giant stage. Blood corpse puppets, could it be? Seeing the 2 late giant in black shadows that suddenly appeared in front of him, Song Qingming immediately remembered Ma Wuchen, who he killed together with Song Qingming, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Could the person in front of him be a disciple of the blood demon ancestor, like Ma Wuchen? Haha. It seems that you recognize my blood corpse. If you are willing to surrender, it can save me a lot of trouble. Maybe, I will give you a quick death and won't let you die in too much pain." In the eyes of the masked man in black, Song Qingming's surprise became a fear of his own strength, and he immediately threatened him. However, the next moment, the expression on Song Qingming's face quickly returned to normal. At this time, Fang Baxuan, who was not far away, had also escaped from the black fog, and saw the 2 blood corpse puppets in the late giant period not far away, showing a look of surprise. "Junior brother Fang, this guy is not easy to deal with. Quickly notify the sect," Song Qingming said, and with a flash of inspiration in his hand, he immediately controlled the Qingming golden light sword and went straight to the masked man in black, trying to buy time for Fang Baxuan to escape. "Haha. Seeing this, the masked man in black had anticipated this, and immediately cast a spell to control one of the blood corpse puppets to entangle it. He himself took the other blood corpse puppet and went directly to Song Qingming, and the two sides immediately fought on the battlefield. After fighting with the opponent, Fang Baxong took advantage of the gap in his opponent's attack and directly threw out a red talisman. However, this talisman used for communication had just been thrown out not long ago, and in another direction not far from Qi Mountain, a black shadow immediately chased after the location of the red talisman. Not long after, the black shadow caught up with the communication talisman dozens of miles away and took it in his own hand. If you still want to send a message at this time, I'm afraid it's too late. Just as the black shadow was making a sarcastic remark, he suddenly felt something strange, and his face suddenly changed as he took out a white wooden sign from his body. Seeing a red light spot moving slowly to the southeast of the white wooden sign, the black shadow couldn't help laughing. Haha. I didn't expect to be so lucky today. I've waited for so long, and I finally caught you this time. The black shadow smiled and muttered to himself, then he immediately cast a spell to take out a sound transmission talisman and sent a sound transmission not far away. A moment later, the masked man in black who was fighting with Song Qingming and Fang Baxong on the battlefield also showed a look of joy on his face after receiving the sound transmission. Haha. You're finally here. Chapter 862 Return to King and come to the door. On the east side of Qing County, in the Funiu Mountain. After a white spiritual light passed through several mountain peaks, the speed of escape gradually slowed down a lot. Not long after, a white flying boat appeared in the white light. Seeing the familiar mountains and rivers below the phantom boat, Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying boat, slowly showed a smile on his face. I didn't expect this trip to take so long, but now I finally returned successfully, from leaving the family to help Song Qingming and senior sister Li Zuanai explore the secret realm, to now forming a nascent soul and returning. Almost 10 years have passed. When he left the family to go to the East China Sea at the beginning, Song Qingming just went there to help as agreed, and he didn't have the slightest guess about what would happen later. He didn't expect that he would break through to the nascent soul realm in seclusion in the East China Sea. At this moment, returning to the familiar Qing County again, Song Qingming, who had experienced a life and death test, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hearing Song Qingming's words, Li Zuanai, who was standing aside, quickly replied, Junior brother Song's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm is a great happy event that no one expected. I guess they have probably already prepared a banquet at home, waiting for you, the great clan leader, to return. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately shook his head and smiled, haha. I have previously told Qingming not to tell anyone about my nascent soul formation. Other people in the family should not know about my breakthrough to the nascent soul yet. I have been away for so long, and I don't know how my family is doing now. Has Qing County been peaceful in recent years? Don't worry, my husband. With Qingming at home and the sect taking care of us, nothing serious should happen. If something serious does happen, Qingming will definitely send a message to inform us. We will pass by Qianfang later. Why don't we go down and ask the family cultivators first, and take a rest before returning to the family? Hearing Wang Xian's suggestion, Song Qingming immediately smiled and nodded slightly, saying, that's right. As he spoke, Song Qingming accelerated the speed of his flying boat, turned around and came directly to the Qianfang not far from them. The flying boat had just landed outside the market. The two Song family monks standing guard at the door saw three familiar-looking people coming from afar, and they immediately had some doubts in their minds. Why do these two people look so similar to the family ancestors? Could it be that the two ancestors really came out of retreat? The ancestors usually don't come here for several years. What day is it today? Why are they all here? Not long ago today, they just saw the family ancestor Song Qingming come to the market. They never expected that less than half a day had passed, and they saw the remaining two giant ancestors of the family coming. After confirming that it was really Song Qingming and Wang Xian who came, several monks guard in the city were surprised. They hurriedly informed the family foundation building elders guarding the market of the news, and took the initiative to step forward and bowed. Greetings, ancestor. After taking a quick glance at the law enforcement monks in front of him, Song Qingming quickly waved his hand and asked, who is on duty in the market recently? Reporting to the ancestor. The two elders Zuanayu and Zuaning have been guarding the market for the past 3 years. I have just sent someone to inform them. Song Qingming nodded slightly and immediately pointed forward. Lead the way. Not long after Song Qingming, Wang Xian and others followed the Song family monks into the Qianfang. Song Qingming suddenly heard a strange sound behind him, which made him stop his steps instantly. Boy! It seems that there are two people chasing us from the north. Their cultivation should not be lower than the late giant in realm, and they seem to have bad intentions. I wonder if they are coming for you. Hearing a familiar voice coming from his ear, Song Qingming's expression was slightly startled, and then quickly returned to normal, and quietly sent a voice transmission to Chu Bai behind him. Oh! Senior, you are not being too suspicious. This place is the territory of our Song family. After years of careful management by me, the surrounding area has always been relatively peaceful. Besides, I have just returned to the floating cloud mountains, and even my family members have not known about it yet. How could someone come to trouble me by chance? Is King Gaiyu here, or is someone just passing by here? Before entering the market, Song Qingming had heard the gatekeeper monk say that Song Qinggayu and Fang Baixun had just come to the Qian market not long ago. Hearing what Chu Bai said, he thought they were back again, and immediately replied. Hearing Song Qingming's confident answer, Chu Bai chuckled and said, I'm just guessing and reminding you. Since you think they are not enemies, then they should not be. Chu Bai's voice had just fallen, and before Song Qingming could reply, he suddenly felt two powerful pressures coming from the sky above the market, which stopped him again. Could it be that they are really coming for me? Song Qingming's cultivation has now broken through to the nascent soul realm, and his spiritual sense is naturally much stronger than before. Although the outsider has not yet approached the market, his spiritual sense has already sensed the other party one step ahead, that is, he is coming for the Qianfang. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly stop, Wang Xian's face suddenly showed a bit of strangeness, and asked with some confusion. It seems that there is a giant and cultivator coming here. Oh? Is it King Gaiyu? I will go out and take a look first. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Wang Xian's mouth suddenly showed a bit of smile, and then she flashed to the outside of the mountain protection formation in the market. Wang Xian had just emerged from the market not long ago, and two black escape lights had already arrived in front of her, turning into two black-clothed men with their faces covered. Who are you? Seeing that the person who appeared in front of her was not Song Qinggayu as she thought, but two black-clothed men with unfamiliar identities. Wang Xian's face suddenly changed, and she asked the other party with a vigilant look. However, the two black monks ignored Wang Xian's question, but took out a wooden sign and asked directly, Is Song Qingming hiding here? Hearing the other party's disdainful question, Wang Xian's face suddenly showed a trace of displeasure, and frowned slightly. Who are you and why are you looking for my husband? Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. Since the token shows that he is here, it should be correct. Today we are here to find Song Qingming. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Otherwise, it will be too late to leave later. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he stepped forward and waved his hand to release a black mist, and was about to attack the Qianfang mountain protection formation in front of him. Seeing that the other party did not take him seriously at all and was about to attack the formation in front of him, Wang Xian's face suddenly changed, and his hands quickly cast a spell to release his own life magic weapon Purple Gold Seal. You don't know what's good for you. I'll start with you. After seeing Wang Xian release her life-saving magic weapon Purple Gold Seal, she was about to step forward to stop her companion from casting a spell. Another masked man snorted coldly, then immediately waved his hand to cast a spell and released a burst of black smoke. The next moment, a blood corpse puppet covered in a black robe appeared in midair and took the initiative to stop Wang Xian. Blood corpse puppet, are you a demon cultivator? Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed figure blocking her way, Wang Xian quickly recognized the other party's identity, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Before, Song Qingming and Song Qinggayu killed Ma Wuchen in Song's state. At first, Song Qingming didn't tell the other party about this matter because he was afraid that Wang Xian would worry. It was not until later, before Song Qingming left the family and prepared to go to the East Xiuxian realm, because he was worried that a demon cultivator would find the vicinity after he left, that he told Wang Xian the whole matter. Seeing the blood corpse puppet summoned by the other party at this moment, Wang Xian immediately recognized their identities and was surprised. She really didn't expect that such a powerful demon cultivator would appear in such a close place to the family. Just when Wang Xian was blocked by the blood corpse puppet in the late giant stage, The masked black monk had already turned into a black shadow and came to her side. Seeing that she was about to be surrounded by the other party, Wang Xian hurriedly cast a spell and threw a third-level spiritual talisman to stop the other party, and immediately dodged and retreated to the side. However, the masked black monk obviously didn't want to let her go so easily, and spit out a large ball of black mist from his mouth again, blocking Wang Xian's retreat. Wang Xian's cultivation was only at the 6th level of Jinden, while the masked black monk she faced was a Jinden 8th level cultivator. In addition, there was a powerful blood corpse puppet in the late Jinden stage to help, and soon Wang Xian was beaten back step by step and trapped in a black mist. Just as the battle started, another black monk, with a black light in his hand, had already fallen towards the Fangxi Great Array below. The quality of the Qingming Mountain Protection Array was not high, only the 2nd grade upper level. At this moment, facing the black monk who had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, the other party just hid him casually, and immediately hit the mountain protection array below, and the entire Fangxi trembled violently. It's a Golden Core monk. After Wang Xian fought with the masked black monk outside, many monks guarding the Fangxi soon discovered a battle between the Golden Core monks outside. However, before they could figure out what was happening outside, the blow from another black monk that fell from the sky shook them. Many low-level Qi Refining monks even had difficulty keeping their own steps steady. The Fangxi was immediately in chaos. At this time, the black monk above saw that the mountain protection array below was already weak and fragile. It seemed that it would collapse in the next moment, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. Just as the black-clothed monk gathered the black spiritual light in his hand and prepared to give the mountain protection formation below a fatal blow, a green light suddenly shot out from the somewhat chaotic crowd in the market. A moment later, the green light quickly passed through the mountain protection formation and came to the black-clothed man. Song Qingming, haha, you have been hiding outside for so many years, and finally we can see you. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appearing in front of him, the black-clothed man's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, as if he had seen some exquisite treasure. Even the other masked black monk who was fighting with Wang Xian, at this moment, no longer cared about the opponent entangled by the black fog, and flashed to his companion's side, and asked with concern, "Brother, are you sure it's this guy? Master's token shows that it's here, it must be right." He is Song Qingming, haha, finally found him, it's worth our waiting for so long. I say, two of you, what exactly do you want to see me for? Why didn't you tell me? Isn't it too early to be happy? Seeing the two people staring at him with joy and talking non-stop, Song Qingming, who was standing in front of them, suddenly interrupted them impatiently. Hearing this, the black monk with a higher cultivation turned his head and immediately said, Song Qingming, you should know my brother Maiwuchen. Are you from the blood spirit sect? Hearing the other party mention Maiwuchen, Song Qingming immediately guessed their identity and frowned slightly. After killing Maiwuchen, because the blood demon ancestor had planted a ban on him, the other party seemed to have seen his face clearly. Unexpectedly, decades later, the people from the blood spirit sect really came to the door. Seeing that Song Qingming revealed his origins in one sentence, the black-clothed monk immediately said with a smug look on his face, "We came to you today to take something from you. Since you already know who we are, please hand over the Tongshan order." This item was asked by our master to take back. If you hand it over honestly, we can consider not making things difficult for you for Brother Ma's matter. You only need to compensate our sect with a spiritual object. After the black-clothed monk finished speaking, he looked at Song Qingming with a provocative look. However, Song Qingming, who had originally frowned when he heard the words of the black-clothed monk in front of him, suddenly relaxed his brows, and then replied calmly, "I don't understand what you two are talking about. You, the blood spirit sect, are nothing but scum of the demon sect. You have so brazenly come to our Uyghur territory to cause trouble. You really don't take my Zioao sect seriously. Since you two are here today, as a righteous cultivator, I will do my best to eliminate the demons and defend the righteousness. I think you don't need to say any more nonsense, humph. You are so arrogant. You Song family members are really the same. You are also ignorant. It's really a waste of our hard work. Just because you want to eliminate the demons, Wei Dao, you don't really think you can escape from us today, do you? Haha. Brother, this guy is at least a late Jinden cultivator, don't underestimate him. This kind of person can't be dismissed with a few words. If you want him to surrender, it's better to be direct, don't always think about being lazy. When we catch him later, let me extract his soul and refine his spirit, So I won't be afraid of not finding that thing, the masked man in black said, and the magic power in his hand moved quickly, and two more late giant and blood corpse puppets appeared beside him instantly. The other black-clothed cultivator had already taken out a blood-red jade plate with an aura of formidable aura. As soon as the red jade plate appeared, it exuded a very creepy and powerful pressure, which was obviously not an ordinary monster. Boy, this is the blood spirit bones plate that I specially requested from my master. I have already forgotten how many giant and monks have died under this magic weapon. It is your honor to see this magic weapon of your master. After the black-robed monk finished speaking, he suddenly chanted a spell with great confidence. After a while, a large group of bloodlight appeared above the red jade plate. Not long after the bloodlight appeared, it changed again and turned into a terrifying blood-colored skeleton that was more than 10 feet tall. The next moment, the huge blood-colored skeleton suddenly grabbed a blood corpse puppet not far away from it and swallowed it directly into its stomach. After swallowing this blood corpse puppet, a lot of flesh and blood suddenly appeared on the blood-colored skeleton out of thin air, and its aura quickly increased, reaching the half-step unyielding realm far beyond the giant and monks. However, when Qingming, who was not far away, saw this scene, his eyes moved slightly, but his face did not change much. I didn't expect you to have a 4th-level magic weapon in your hands. I really underestimated you, haha. Boy, you know how powerful you are now. But now that we have wasted a blood corpse, it's too late for you to regret it. After the black-clothed monk finished speaking, he suddenly began to cast a spell with one hand. The next moment, the blood-colored skeleton turned into bloodlight and quickly flew to the location where Qingming was. Looking at Qingming, who was still standing there not far away, the two blood spirit sect monks had already smiled at this moment. In their eyes, Qingming could not be the opponent of this blood-colored skeleton and would definitely flee in panic. At this time, the two of them were also staring at each other. No matter where Qingming fled, he would not have a chance to escape from the combination of them and the blood-colored skeleton. However, when the bloodlight came in front of Qingming, the green-clothed man with an ordinary appearance did not start to run away as they expected, but waved his hand and took out a red flying sword magic weapon. The next moment, a red sword light flashed by quickly, and one arm of the huge bloody skeleton was cut off by the sword light. And it flew back directly. What's going on? Seeing that the bloody skeleton that he had just summoned out of the spell, whose strength had reached the half-step unyielding realm, was just knocked away by Qingming's sword. The two blood spirit sect monks, who felt that there was something wrong with the other party's aura, suddenly opened their eyes, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on their faces. At this time, Qingming, who was holding the Luo red heart sword, was still standing in the same place, but the aura emanating from his body had suddenly risen to the unyielding realm. How is it possible? You are a unyielding cultivator. Feeling the powerful aura that only unyielding cultivators emanate from Qingming, the leading black-clothed monk still had some disbelief in his eyes. The two of them had already had information about each other before. When Qingming killed Mawuchen, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of Jiandan. It had only been over 30 years, and the other party had already broken through to the nascent soul stage. This was indeed beyond their imagination. Could it be that he had not shown up for so many years, and he really went out to retreat to form a nascent soul? At this moment, the black-robed monk finally figured out the problem that he had not figured out before, and a horrified look appeared on his face. At this point, the two black-robed monks looked at Qingming with no more contempt, but instead showed a bit of fear. Retreat. After knowing that the person in front of him was a nascent soul monk, the black-robed monk had already lost any fighting spirit in his heart. After spitting out a word to his companion, he immediately turned around and fled far away. At the same time, another masked man in black also turned into a puff of black smoke and followed behind him, and the two began to run for their lives. Since you two are here to find me, why are you in such a hurry to leave if you haven't finished your business? Just as they were about to flee, Qingming, who was not far away, chuckled and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a green light flashed, and Qingming had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man in front of them. He waved his hand and released a red sword light at the two of them. Seeing Qingming's figure so fast, the black-clothed man was surprised and quickly cast a spell to control the bloody skeleton beside him to resist. However, this bloody skeleton that was already a broken body was not vulnerable in front of Qingming. Only two sword lights flashed, and the bloody skeleton was cut into several pieces by Song Qingming. At the same time, a crack appeared on the red jade plate in the black-clothed monk's hand with a bang sound. After the magic weapon in his hand was damaged by the opponent, the black-clothed man no longer had the means to reach Song Qingming. Facing the sword light that Song Qingming was slashing towards him, he could only cast a spell to summon a black defensive magic weapon to protect himself. But this level of defense was like paper in front of Song Qingming, and was easily destroyed by the Luo Red Heart Sword. The next moment, this magic weapon and the black-clothed monk's body were cut in half by Song Qingming's sword. After killing the black-clothed monk, Song Qingming once again had another golden talisman in his hand, and then cast a spell to cover it on the other party's body. With a golden light covering it, the black-clothed monk's soul was directly sealed into the talisman by Song Qingming before it could escape. After dealing with this person, Song Qingming stepped on the flying boat again to perform the 9 Palaces meteor escape and chased after another masked black-clothed man. Although this demon cultivator's cultivation is lower than a previous black-clothed man, he has a lot more life-saving methods. Not only does he have a magical power similar to the blood shadow escape that uses his own blood to speed up the escape, but he has also learned a substitute method to use the blood corpse puppet on his body to withstand damage. However, under the absolute suppression of Song Qingming's cultivation strength, the opponent's life-saving ability could only delay his death. Not long after, as Song Qingming cast a spell to seal the man's soul, the bodies of the 2 demon cultivators soon ignited a burst of flames, slowly turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. Tomorrow is the new year. Xiaomeng is here to wish everyone a happy new year in advance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, Xinyu passed away, Baiyuxin visited. Looking at the 2 demon cultivators' souls that he had just captured, Song Qingming felt relieved, but also showed a look of fear. He had just returned to Qing County, and these 2 demon cultivators came to him immediately. It was definitely not a coincidence. And from their tone, Song Qingming could easily hear that they must have been waiting for him here for a long time. If he hadn't just broken through the nascent soul realm this time, he would have run into them when he was at the 9th level of the Golden Core. Facing an opponent with a 4th level magic treasure and 2 blood corpse puppets in the late Golden Core stage, it was really hard to say who'd win the battle. Because he showed his face in front of the blood demon ancestor that year, Song Qingming was mentally prepared for the people from the blood spirit sect to come to him. But what he didn't expect was that the people from the blood spirit sect could actually guess that he had the Tongshan order on him, which was indeed a bit unexpected for Song Qingming. Fortunately, Song Qingming has now formed a nascent soul and is able to protect the spiritual object on his body. Otherwise, once the news spreads, it will bring great trouble to him and the entire Song family. I finally came back this time, but I didn't expect that I still can't rest even after I got home. After Song Qingming disposed of the other party's body, 2 escape lights flew over from a distance. They were Wang Xian and Li Zuanai, who had been watching the battle for a long time. In the previous battle, Wang Xian was trapped in the black fog for a long time by the masked man in black. However, because Song Qingming appeared later, the attention of the other 2 was focused on him, and they did not pay too much attention to Wang Xian. After Wang Xian escaped, she saw that Song Qingming had chased him out, so she followed with her senior sister Li Zuanai. However, when the 2 of them arrived at the battlefield, Song Qingming's battle with the 2 blood spirit sect demon cultivators had just ended. Husband, those 2 demons didn't escape, did they? Don't worry, it's just the 2 giant disciples of the blood demon ancestor who came. They have been dealt with. Hearing Wang Xian's concerned question, Song Qingming nodded slightly and showed the talisman that sealed the demon cultivator's soul to the 2 women, and then directly put it into the storage magic tool. You are talking about the blood demon ancestor of the blood spirit sect. When did you offend this big demon, junior brother Song? Although Li Zuanai is not a cultivator from the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, she has traveled here for many years and naturally heard of the blood demon ancestor, the famous giant arm of the demon. When she heard that the 2 demon cultivators were actually disciples of the blood spirit sect where the blood demon ancestor was, Li Zuanai's face suddenly showed a trace of worry. Well, this matter is a long story, Seeing that senior sister Li Zuanai looked at him with some confusion and worry, Song Qingming immediately showed a helpless bitter smile on his face. Then he simply told him how he and Song Qingyu killed Ma Wuchen, and how they were targeted by the blood demon ancestor later. However, Song Qingming did not tell him about the Tongshan order on him. This secret was related to his future path, and it was too important for Song Qingming. The less people knew about it, the more at ease he would feel. Junior brother Song, although you have now formed a nascent soul, I'm afraid you can't deal with a master of magic like the blood demon ancestor alone. If you encounter this demon in the future, you must be careful and don't show off. After learning about the grievances between Song Qingming and his sister and the blood spirit sect, Li Zuanai didn't think much about it, but he was still a little worried about Song Qingming's safety, and said a few words to comfort him. Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, senior sister Li, I know what's going on. Although good and evil cannot coexist, no matter how high or low our cultivation is, we all have the responsibility to eliminate evil and defend the way. But if we really encounter danger, I am not the kind of person who will force myself to show off my ability. Besides, now with me, Weiguo already has 3 unyielding cultivators. I think that the blood demon ancestor has survived until now because he knows when to advance and retreat, and he will not easily come to Weiguo to take risks. Well, what my husband said is very true. Since the feud has been made, we can't escape. For now, it's nothing more than fighting back. As long as we can join forces with this sect, even if the blood demon ancestor comes in person, he can't get any advantage from us." Just as Song Qingming and the other two were standing there talking, a teleportation array guarded by cultivators in the middle of the Qianfang not far away suddenly lit up with a burst of spiritual light. After a while, Song Qingyu and Fang Baixun walked out of it. Because the demon cultivators had damaged the mountain protection formation before, the cultivators in the market were still in a mess. Song Qingyu and the others asked around and found out about the battle of the golden elixir outside. They were shocked and immediately flew out of the market. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw 3 familiar figures falling from the sky. After seeing who was coming, Song Qingyu's face suddenly lit up and he ran up quickly. "Seventh brother, sister-in-law, you are back, senior brother Song, senior sister Wang." Seeing that the people in front were Song Qingming and his wife who had not appeared for many years, Fang Baixun hurriedly followed and bowed. But the next moment, when he felt that Song Qingming's aura was a little different at close range, Fang Baixun's face suddenly showed some doubts. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for cultivators of the same level to completely conceal their own cultivation, unless they have cultivated some special magical powers. Although Song Qingming's cultivation was much higher than his, Fang Baixun could still vaguely see the other party's approximate cultivation level. But after not seeing each other for many years, when Fang Baixun's consciousness swept over Song Qingming, he could not feel the other party's cultivation at all, as if the person in front of him was just an ordinary Qi refining cultivator. Previously, the sect's Yuanying Grand Elder Bai Yuxin went to the East Sea cultivation world to help Song Qingming form a baby and protect the way. Although Fang Baixun, as a sect elder, did not know the specific details, he had heard a little bit of the rumor. Now that he noticed the abnormality in Song Qingming, Fang Baixun suddenly remembered this matter. And a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be that senior brother Song has really advanced to the Yuanying realm? Just when Fang Baixun's face showed some surprise, Song Qingming on the side immediately smiled at him, and directly released his own aura without concealing it. "Junior brother Fang, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to run into you when I just came back today." Fang Baixun was slightly stunned when he heard the words. It took him a while to react. He bowed to Song Qingming again and said, "I didn't expect that after all these years, Uncle Master has actually achieved the nascent soul. I was really rude for not checking just now. I hope Uncle Master won't blame me. Junior brother Fang, don't be so polite. I just returned to Weiguo. Except for senior sister Bai, no one else in the sect knows about this. How can you blame you for being rude? Senior sister Bai, and I have said before that the matter of my nascent soul is still unknown to outsiders. Please don't tell others about this for now." Hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Fang Baixun nodded quickly and replied, "Uncle Master, don't worry, I dare not say too much." Fang Baixun had just finished speaking when Song Qingyu on the side asked anxiously, "Seventh brother, I just heard that there are giant and cultivators outside making trouble. What happened here?" "Oh, just now, 2 demon cultivators came to attack the market. We happened to run into them and I have already dealt with them all. 2 giant and demon cultivators. Could they be the 2 we met before? Hearing Song Qingming casually mentioning 2 giant and demon cultivators, Song Qingyu and Fang Baixun were slightly startled again. After looking at each other, they showed a look of surprise. Before, the 2 of them had just fought with 2 giant and demon cultivators on Qi Mountain outside the White Lion Square and almost suffered a great loss. However, after the demon cultivator fought with the 2 of them, it suddenly withdrew for some unknown reason not long after. Song Qingyu and the other 2 returned to the Lion Square and were about to go to the sect for help. Unexpectedly, the 2 suddenly arrived at the Lion Square first and died in the hands of Song Qingming. Hearing that Song Qingyu and the other 2 had also fought with 2 giant and demon cultivators, Song Qingming and the other 2 could not help but feel surprised. After comparing, they realized that they had met the same group of people. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that there was such a big hidden danger in the family. Fortunately, Song Qingming just happened to break through the nascent soul realm and returned, so this trouble was solved so easily. After a few people greeted each other in person, Fang Baixun saw that everything on the Song family side had been resolved, so he took the initiative to say goodbye to everyone and left. Since Song Qingyu had been found, Song Qingming and others said goodbye to Fang Baixun and did not choose to stay in Qianfang anymore, but went all the way to Funiu Mountain and returned to the family directly. Since he left home last time, Song Qingming had not returned for more than 8 years, and he was also very concerned about the family's recent situation. It was not until the flying boat passed through the mountain protection array and arrived above Funiu that Song Qingming felt much more stable in his heart. And he couldn't help but breathe in the breath of the family. After the flying boat passed the top of the mountain and landed, Song Qingming turned around and put away the phantom boat beside him until all 4 people came down. Senior Sister Li. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Why don't you go to a cave in front and recuperate? We'll come to see you later. Senior Sister is injured. When did this happen? Hearing that Senior Sister Li Zuanai was injured, Song Qingyu, who was still unaware of the situation, hurriedly asked with some concern. Seeing that Song Qingyu seemed to have some misunderstandings, Li Zuanai hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a smile, Qingyu, don't worry. I accidentally injured my meridians because I was not able to break through the bottleneck. It's just a minor injury. It's not a big deal. When Senior Sister Li Zuanai was in seclusion on the island to break through the realm, although it took a lot of time, she still had some bad luck. In the end, she failed to successfully advance to the 9th level of the Golden Core. After learning that Li Zuanai was injured because of a breakthrough, Song Qingyu gradually let go of her worries and nodded, saying, although it's just a minor injury, you shouldn't take it lightly, so let your sister-in-law accompany you to find a cave for retreat. When my 7th brother and I are done here, we'll send you a message to invite you out for tea, okay? I'll wait for your news. Li Zuanai nodded slightly, and left the place with Wang Xian. Song Qingming, led by Song Qingyu, turned and came to the family's back mountain cemetery not far away. Since Song Qingming established his foundation, after hundreds of years of rapid development of the family, there are now thousands of cultivators in the Song family. Not counting those who have already joined the sect or stayed outside for other reasons. The family has been developing for so many years, and almost every year, new spiritual root children are found and sent to the mountain. But there are also many cultivators whose cultivation cannot be improved, and they slowly grow old as they grow older, until their lifespan is exhausted and they are buried in the family cemetery. After walking past a rows of tombstones in front, the 2 soon came to a brand new stone tablet and stopped together. Looking at the tombstone in front of him, Song Qingyu stepped forward and gently wiped off a few fallen leaves on it, then turned around and said to Song Qingming behind him with a serious face, Xinyu passed away not long after I came back half a year ago. At the request of his descendants who stayed in the sect, Xinyu's body has been buried in the sect's sacred land. This is a cenotaph for him in the family that I decided to build for him. I remember you always said that he was a little wronged. Now that Xinyu is gone, I think the family should reserve a place for him on the mountain. There are several cultivators in his lineage at the foot of the mountain, but no one has established a foundation yet. Don't worry, I have asked Yuan Fang to tell them to come and sweep his grave every Qingming festival and the end of the year, and I will not wrong him again. Looking at the brand new tombstone in front of him, with the 3 big characters Song Xinyu engraved on it, Song Qingming nodded slightly, then stepped forward and touched his tombstone. I personally sent Xinyu to the sect in these years in the sect. He has always been thinking about the family and has helped us a lot. This is good. Whether in the family or in the sect, Xinyu has descendants. As long as we are still here, there will always be people who remember him. On the way back to the family, Song Qingming had learned from Song Qingyu that Song Xinyu, who is in the sect, had exhausted his lifespan half a year ago and had passed away in his own cave. Song Xinyu is the only cultivator in the Xin generation of the Song family who has successfully built a foundation, and he is also the last person to pass away. After failing to form a pill decades ago, Song Xinyu, who is in the sect, completely gave up his own path and devoted himself to teaching the younger generations around him. However, he had been building his foundation for 200 years, but he eventually died before the two elders Song Qingming and Song Qingyu because of his exhausted lifespan. I remember that the last time I saw Song Xinyu, Song Qingming talked to him about teaching the younger generation. I didn't expect that this time when I came back, they were separated forever. Recalling that when he and Song Xinyu were drinking tea and chatting, the picture in Song Qingming's mind was still clear. It's just that time goes by, and the years leave no trace after all. Even if Song Qingming is extremely regretful, it can't change the fact that the people around him have passed away one by one. With Song Xinyu's sitting, now all the Xin generation of the family have died and stayed in this family cemetery. Compared with the family monks after the Yuan generation such as Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao, the Xin generation of the Song family just grew up in the most difficult era when the family just started to develop. Their generation of monks, like the previous generations of family monks, paid a huge price for the development of the family. Most of them died outside, and there were not many who could have a good end. Therefore, Song Qingming has a deep impression of this generation of monks, and naturally has the most feelings in his heart. After standing in front of Song Xinyu's tombstone for a while, Song Qingming took out a pot of spiritual wine that he had treasured for many years from his body and carefully poured him a cup. Afterwards, Song Qingming stood up and went deeper into the family cemetery, filling a cup for the elder, old patriarch, fourth elder, sixth uncle, ninth uncle, 13th uncle, eldest brother, second sister, fourth brother, etc., who were familiar to him. Song Qingming stopped walking until all the wine in his pot was spilled, turned around and looked at the familiar tombstones behind him, his eyes full of strong memories. The family has developed for hundreds of years and has long been the overlord of the northeast of Uyghur. With the success of Song Qingming's infant formation, the status of the Song family may be further improved in the future, and even go beyond Uyghur and become famous in the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. However, in the family cemetery, these ancestors who followed Song Qingming to pay for the family have gradually been forgotten in the memory of the younger generation of the clan. But as long as he and Song Qingyu are still there, someone will remember them after all. After Song Qingming returned to Funiu Mountain, more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, facing the rising sun in the sky, a spiritual light suddenly came from afar and landed directly outside the Funiu Mountain, transforming into a woman in white. Looking at the Funiu Mountain in front of her, which was covered by the mountain protection formation, the woman in white cast a spell to take out a sound transmission note from her body and was about to send it into the formation, but a voice had already come from the front in advance. Senior Sister Bai has come from afar, and I didn't greet you from afar. I hope you can atone for your sins. After the voice fell, Song Qingming, who was dressed in green, flew directly out of the mountain protection formation and landed in front of Bai Yuxin. Haha. Junior brother Song is polite. After the two greeted each other, Song Qingming immediately stretched out his hand and invited Bai Yuxin into the formation. The two soon came to the family's meeting Immortal pavilion together. Wang Xian, who was making tea, saw Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming coming up together, and hurriedly poured a cup of spiritual tea for them, and then took the initiative to retreat downstairs. When there were only two of them left in the hall, Song Qingming sat down and immediately invited Bai Yuxin to have some tea. He then asked with a smile, Senior Sister Bai, you haven't been to my Funiu for a long time. I wonder if you are here to visit me today, or if you have something to tell us. Seeing that Song Qingming came straight to the point, Bai Yuxin smiled and immediately responded, Junior brother Song, you are really thoughtful and guessed the purpose of my visit. Junior brother just came back not long ago, so I shouldn't come to bother you, but there are some things I don't remind you of. because I'm afraid you won't remember them after a long time and delay them again. Junior brother has formed a nascent soul now, but has not held the nascent soul ceremony yet. This is not in line with the rules of our floating cloud mountain cultivation world. This time I came here on the instructions of senior brother Li, and wanted to ask junior brother Song what you think, and when you plan to hold the nascent soul ceremony. Nascent soul ceremony. Hearing what Bai Yuxin said, Song Qingming smiled slightly and immediately responded softly, if senior sister Bai hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. I should have gone to discuss this matter with Uncle Li. I am really ashamed to trouble senior sister Bai to make a personal trip for this. Junior brother, you are wrong. Although you have formed the nascent soul now, you are still an elder of my Xiaoyao sect. It doesn't matter whether I come or you go. We are family and there is no need to be discriminating. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, haha. Senior sister Bai's right. It's just that I have just formed the nascent soul, and I don't have any ideas about the nascent soul ceremony. Besides, my Funiu Mountain is too small to accommodate so many people. If I rashly hold the nascent soul ceremony, I am afraid I will lose face. Otherwise, let's forget about it and wait for a chance to talk about it in the future. Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years, and his style of doing things has always been relatively low-key. Whether it was building a foundation or forming a pill, he basically didn't hold any celebrations with fanfare. Moreover, he had just formed a unyielding not long ago. And he had spent a lot of high-level spiritual objects and spiritual stones on him. He really didn't have too much financial resources to organize a unyielding celebration. But when Bai Yuxin heard that Song Qingming didn't want to hold a celebration, he waved his hand and said, Alice. Junior brother Song, you don't know that in our Funiu Mountain range cultivation world, all major sects must hold a unyielding celebration for any cultivator who successfully forms a unyielding to announce it to the outside world. Junior brother has now formed a unyielding. If we don't hold a celebration, it won't be your Funiu Mountain that will be left at, but our entire sect. Before I came, senior brother Li had already told me that the celebration was not easy for junior brother Song to handle, so we should go directly to Qingming Mountain. Junior brother, don't worry, the sect will handle all the items needed for the celebration for you, and you will definitely be satisfied. Junior brother Song, you just need to set a time, I will let Ziyan arrange the rest as soon as possible. When Song Qingming heard Bai Yuxin say that the sect was going to hold a nascent soul celebration for him, his face was suddenly surprised, and then he waved his hand and said, Senior sister Bai, I feel a little ashamed to let the sect organize a nascent soul celebration for me. It's better to wait and see if there are any other ways. Junior brother Song, don't worry. This time you have successfully formed a nascent soul, and you are already the sect's supreme elder. It is only natural for us to organize a celebration for you. Now that the sect is surrounded by unrest, your nascent soul celebration is also very important to the sect. We can also take this opportunity to show the strength of the sect and let the surrounding cultivators and demon forces know that my Xiaoyao sect now has 3 nascent soul supreme elders. Other things can be discussed slowly. This matter is indeed imminent. I hope the junior brother will put the sect first and don't refuse again. This. Seeing Bai Yuxin's sincere words, Song Qingming refused several times, but the other party still refused to accept it. In the end, he could only nod and agree. Soon, the date for Song Qingming to hold the nascent soul celebration was also finalized. Today is the new year. Xiaomeng is here to wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and family reunion. Chapter 864 Puppetry Skills, an Invitation. After Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin discussed together, they decided to hold the nascent soul celebration for him 1 year later. Next, the Xiaoyao sect will notify all nearby mortal cultivation sects that are friendly with it, and they will also send people to Qingming Mountain to watch the ceremony and witness Song Qingming succeeding as the Grand Elder of the Xiaoyao sect. Originally, Song Qingming wanted to decline this title first and wait for a while after the nascent soul celebration. After all, he has not yet fully integrated into the sect, and it seems a bit unruly to directly serve as the Grand Elder. However, Bai Yuxin had already discussed this matter with Li Mufin. Now that Song Qingming has broken through the nascent soul realm, there is no need to worry about these red tapes, and he can directly succeed as the Grand Elder of the sect. As for whether the Song family should directly integrate into the sect, it will not be too late to slowly consider it after Song Qingming takes the position of the Grand Elder of the sect in the future. Whether all the cultivators of the Song family want to integrate into the sect, or Song Qingming wants to continue to serve as the head of the Song family, he can make his own decisions, and the sect will not interfere too much. However, there is only one thing that the sect is more concerned about now. That is, after Song Qingming takes over as the supreme elder of the sect, even if he has officially integrated into the sect, he must swear in the sect's ancestral hall that he will not betray the Xiaoyao sect no matter what happens in the future. Song Qingming didn't mind this too much, and nodded and agreed in front of Bai Yuxin without hesitation. Now that the Song family is in Uyghur, no matter what Song Qingming wants to do now, the family can't completely get rid of its relationship with the sect before. Song Qingming also considered whether the sect would mind this matter after he formed his infant, and would not allow the Song family to continue to stay in Uyghur. But at the critical moment of his retreat to form his infant, Bai Yuxin was able to represent the sect to protect him for such a long time. It has also proved from the side that the sect has not completely regarded him as an outsider in these years, and he is worthy of his trust. According to Bai Yuxin, the sect is not only willing to accept him, but also allows him to continue to serve as the head of the Song family in the future, and does not directly cut off the relationship with the family. This arrangement is indeed a very good choice for Song Qingming and the entire Song family. Song Qingming's cultivation has now broken through to the nascent soul realm. If he still refuses to express his intention to integrate into the sect, outsiders will think that they have plans to compete with the Xiaoyao sect in the future. In this way, the Xiaoyao sect will never be able to let the Song family, a nascent soul family with two minds, continue to stay by their side and develop stronger. There will inevitably be a conflict between the two sides. In order to preserve the family and develop peacefully with the Xiaoyao sect, only Song Qingming, the family's nascent soul ancestor, can join the sect to take both into account. However, if both parties discuss this matter intact, they must make some concessions to each other. After Song Qingming took over as the Grand Elder, he could also continue to serve as the head of the Song family and take care of the family. This was already an exception made by the sect for him. As long as he was not forced to leave the family completely, this was something that Song Qingming and other family members could accept directly. After the two sides had discussed the matter, both Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming had a look of satisfaction on their faces. Soon, Bai Yuxin, who had completed the purpose of this trip, stood up and said goodbye. After seeing Bai Yuxin off, seeing that Wang Xian was already busy refining pills, Song Qingming did not return to the family's Yuxin pavilion, but went directly to the cave where he practiced. As soon as he walked into the door, a gust of cold wind from the depths of the cave blew directly in his face, and soon turned into a blue-eyed white fox in front of Song Qingming. "Senior, didn't you say a few days ago that you would go into seclusion for a while? How come you came out so soon? I originally planned to go into seclusion for a while, but your place is not enough yin energy, and the spiritual energy is also a little lacking. It's really not a good place for seclusion. I couldn't stand it, so I came out to walk around. Don't worry, I have never left your cave and I won't cause you any trouble." Hearing Chu Bai's complaints on the side, Song Qingming smiled slightly, with a helpless look on his face, and said, "Senior also knows that I just formed a nascent soul not long ago. This time, I have used up most of my savings. If I want to upgrade the grade of the spiritual veins here, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to accumulate spirit stones. If Senior dislikes the lack of yin energy here, I will help you find a better place in some time. Now that Senior already knows where I live, there is no need to stick to staying with me all the time. It will be the same if you come to find me when you have something, when breaking through the nascent soul realm before, because the other party helped a lot, and he promised to help Chu Bai do something. Song Qingming owed him a lot of favors. Later, after his cultivation stabilized, he was ready to return to the floating cloud mountains to cultivate immortals. When Song Qingming took the initiative to ask Chu Bai if he wanted to leave with him, he didn't expect that the other party would agree immediately. According to Chu Bai, he just wanted to go out for a walk, and Song Qingming also promised to help him with something, so he simply went to the floating cloud mountains with him. However, Chu Bai had no physical body, only his primordial spirit body, so it was not easy for him to come out and see people, and he needed to hide in the soul-nurturing tree for the time being. After hearing Song Qingming's somewhat helpless explanation, Chu Bai chuckled and nodded gently, saying, "Well, if you can find a suitable place for me to practice, it doesn't matter if I go there. It's just that you seem to have offended a lot of enemies. I'm not around, so you need to be more careful in the future. I don't want you to break through the nascent soul realm with great difficulty, and die in the hands of others before you can help me." Previously, seeing that he had just returned to Qing County and ran into two blood spirit sect demon cultivators who came to cause trouble, it really made Song Qingming a little embarrassed. At this moment, hearing Chu Bai mention this again, he also smiled bitterly, and didn't continue to explain. He nodded to Chu Bai with a serious face. "Thank you for your advice, Senior." Seeing that Chu Bai said a few words to him, he went to the side to look through the many handwritten books stored in the cave. Song Qingming didn't continue to disturb him, and went directly to a closed stone room in the cave. After setting up several magic arrays on the spot, Song Qingming directly took out a bowl magic weapon, cast a spell to release the two golden talismans sealed inside. As soon as the talisman appeared, two natal souls with yin energy immediately emerged from the air and fled directly out. But the next moment, as Song Qingming cast a spell, the large array that had been prepared on the side immediately released a golden light, which directly imprisoned the two demon cultivators' souls in the air. "My senior," the two juniors did not intend to offend, but acted on orders. "Please spare our lives." "Yes, senior, the two of us were also kidnapped and came here. I hope that the senior will put aside the past and give us a chance to make merit. I am willing to swear that I will abandon the dark and join the light in the future, serve under the senior, and help you deal with the red blood demon. We have followed the old demon for many years, and we know his magical powers and magic weapons like the back of our hands. We can definitely help the senior." Hearing the two voices begging for mercy in front of him, Song Qingming did not want to pay attention to them. He cast a spell on the two's original spirits again and released a white spiritual light. Soon the whole stone room became quiet. "Humph. People like you who always betray your teachers and ancestors, I dare not believe these nonsense. If you want to know something, I'd better check it out slowly by myself." After Song Qingming muttered to himself, he first cast a spell to change his body shape and appearance. Then he released his consciousness and directly probed into the original souls of the two people, and began to use the soul-searching secret method on them. Now that his cultivation has reached the nascent soul realm, it is obviously much easier for Song Qingming to use the soul-searching secret method on the two giant and demon cultivators than before. It took less than half an hour to search out all the secrets hidden in the original souls of the two people. It was not much different from what Song Qingming had expected before. These two disciples of the blood spirit sect were indeed the direct disciples of the blood demon ancestor, and they were also ordered by the old demon to come here to track him down. Moreover, these two people have been guarding near the Song family for more than 7 years. That is, not long after Song Qingming left Uyghur, he came to the Song family. The two of them had been lurking in the Song family. In recent years, the strange things related to the magic cultivators that have happened near the Song family were all secretly controlled by the two of them, just to lure out Song Qingming, the head of the Song family. However, at that time, Song Qingming had already been in seclusion in the outer sea of the East China Sea cultivation world to form an infant, and he had no way to take care of what was happening on the family side. The two of them had made several secret moves, but they only let out some foundation building and key refining cultivators of the Song family, or the sect's law enforcement team, and they had never encountered the core cultivators of the Song family. In order not to alert the enemy, the two of them were very patient and did not easily attack the Song family cultivators, but secretly controlled a few people to help him explore the situation on the Funiu Mountain side. It was not until Song Qingming returned to Qing County that the two of them finally couldn't help it, and after some planning, they set out on Mount Mountain. Trapped Song Xuanting and others. They wanted to use Song Xuanting and other monks from the market law enforcement team as bait to capture Song Qingming, the Song family's giant ancestor, and then find Song Qingming's trace from her. P.S. Song Xuanting and others were fine, and were later rescued by Qingming and the others. That's why they came back one step later than the demon cultivators. I forgot to write this yesterday. I saw some book friends leaving messages wondering about this issue, so I explained it here. What they didn't expect was that the plan had just been implemented for a short time, and the two of them accidentally got the news that Song Qingming had returned to Qing County. They thought that Song Qingming had finally arrived, and they could quickly complete the task with the magic weapons in their hands, and go back to ask for credit and reward from their master Red Blood Demon. They didn't expect that when they saw him in Qianfeng. When Song Qingming came to the scene, he found that the other party had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Even though the two of them were armed with a 4th level magic weapon given by the Red Blood Demon, they were still powerless in front of a nascent soul cultivator. In the end, not only did they fail to complete the task and go back to claim the reward, but they lost their lives, and even their birth soul fell into Song Qingming's hands. Not long after Song Qingming searched the souls of the two, a burst of black mist suddenly emerged from the birth souls of the two demon cultivators and quickly gathered into a figure in the air. Seeing this somewhat familiar scene, Song Qingming immediately understood it, and quickly cast a spell in his hand, directly releasing a natal swordlight with Xuanyang flame. Before the black mist took shape, the swordlight released by Song Qingming had already passed through the birth souls of the two, and a scream came from the air. Hey! How could it be a nascent soul cultivator? Could it be? The black smoke that had just formed in the air saw Song Qingming, who looked a little unfamiliar, and immediately showed a look of surprise on his face. But before he could finish his words, the swordlight controlled by Song Qingming's spell passed through the black fog again, dispersing the black shadow that had just formed directly in the air. This old demon is really hard to deal with. I didn't expect that he would notice it before I even made a move this time. Song Qingming smiled slightly, then gently raised his hand again and took back the bull magic weapon in the air. In addition to losing the birth souls of the two demon cultivators, Song Qingming took out all the storage magic weapons that he had seized from them before. Because of the previous soul search of the two birth souls, Song Qingming had already obtained the formula for opening the magic weapons, and he opened both storage magic weapons without much effort. However, what disappointed him was that these two people were similar to the golden elixir demon cultivators, such as Ma Wuchen he had met before, and they were also poor that it was a bit chilling. In addition to some useless pills and magic weapons contaminated with demonic energy, the total number of spirit stones on the two people was less than 30,000, which really made Song Qingming speechless. With a previous experience of dealing with demon cultivators, Song Qingming also roughly knew some of the reasons. The reason why these demon cultivators could not find a few spiritual stones on them was not because they were really so poor. It was because these people were often hunted down by righteous cultivators and hid everywhere, so they left a lot of backups and caves outside, just in case they needed to seize the body and make a comeback. Just like Ma Wuchen at the beginning, most of the spiritual objects they had accumulated were hidden in these hidden caves, and they only carried very few things they needed for daily cultivation. After learning that the caves where the two had left backups were all in unfamiliar places far away from Uyghur, Song Qingming temporarily gave up the idea of plundering spiritual objects and could only keep them for the next opportunity. After sorting out the spiritual stones and magic weapons in front of him, Song Qingming took out the 4th level magic weapon Blood Spirit 10,000 Bone Plate that he had seized before and looked at it carefully. This 4th level magic weapon was also the most valuable thing Song Qingming got from the two of them. Although the Blood Spirit 10,000 Bones Plate is a magic weapon stained with demonic energy, and it was damaged in the previous battle with Song Qingming. However, this item is a very rare 4th level magic weapon after all. Even if the demonic energy on it cannot be completely removed, it can be directly decomposed into a lot of high-level materials through high-level refiners. How to say its value? At least it can be equivalent to a good 3rd level top-grade magic weapon, which is Song Qingming's biggest gain this time. After dealing with these magic spiritual objects in front of him, Song Qingming cast a spell again to take out a black scroll and began to open the scroll and study it carefully. This black scroll is the secret method of refining puppets that Song Qingming got from Chu Bai before. After returning to the family, in addition to his own cultivation, Song Qingming, who stayed in the cave, had nothing else to do, and just had a lot of free time. While Chu Bai was still by his side, Song Qingming also began to study this item seriously these days, and took the initiative to ask Chu Bai for advice if he didn't understand something. Facing Song Qingming, who was humbly asking for advice, Senior Chu Bai was not too stingy with him. He taught Song Qingming everything he knew without reservation. After learning the secret method of refining puppets for a period of time, Song Qingming could only refine some of the lowest level puppets. His talent in this area was really not high, and Chu Bai laughed at him for it. But Song Qingming himself was not too disappointed about this. After all, he had long understood the way of puppets and knew that those who were proficient in this way mostly had some personal talents. Even though his talent in this area was limited, Song Qingming still did not give up easily. He still spent a lot of time studying this way. Finally, after more than half a year of continuous attempts, he successfully refined the first 2nd level puppet beast. For an ordinary cultivator, Being able to improve the puppet skills to the second level lower grade within half a year is definitely a gifted thing that people can envy. However, Song Qingming is now a unyielding cultivator, and he has sufficient materials sent by his family, as well as the incomplete map to help him restore his mana. It is naturally much easier for him to learn these low-level cultivation skills than ordinary cultivators. In addition, there is the constant guidance of Chu Bai, a high-level puppet master, and it still took more than half a year to upgrade to level 2, which is not particularly fast for him. But fortunately, after spending so much energy and working for so long, the puppet skills he learned have finally made progress, and Song Qingming is also more relieved for this. As long as he can spend more time on this in the future, he should be able to upgrade his puppet skills to level 3. At that time, he will be able to refine a useful giant and stage puppet beast to enhance his wanling puppet array that he has practiced for many years. Compared with others, Song Qingming, who can quickly restore his mana, does have a considerable advantage in learning cultivation skills. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to make up their minds and spend so much time to study a cultivation skill like this. Even Chu Bai felt that Song Qingming was less talented in this area at first, and wanted to persuade him not to waste energy and time on this, but in the end Song Qingming still relied on hard work to persevere, and finally got the results he wanted. After raising his own puppet skills to level 2, Song Qingming ordered Song Yuanfang and others to find a way to collect a large number of puppet refining materials above level 2 and continue to study puppet skills at a higher level. However, the cultivation resources in Weiguo are relatively poor. Even for a relatively powerful immortal cultivation family like the Song family, it is not easy to collect a large number of puppet refining materials above level 2 in a short period of time. In order to speed up his own improvement in puppet skills, Song Qingming needs to think of other ways. Half a year later, outside Funiu Mountain in Qing County. On this day, the wind was fine and the sun was shining on the earth. A sword light suddenly flew across the sky and came directly to the front of the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation. The man was dressed in a grey Taoist robe. After putting away the flying sword under his feet, he immediately put on a smile on his face and quickly came to the mountain gate below. At this time, seeing someone coming from a distance, 3 key condensation cultivators wearing Song family clothing hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. They bowed and saluted with a respectful look on their faces and said, "Junior greets you, Senior. I wonder why you came to my Funiu Mountain." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed monk smiled and waved his hands, saying, "I am Jiu Yun, the steward of the General Affairs Hall of the Xiaoyao sect. I came here to deliver a letter. Please inform the friends that I want to see fellow Taoist Yuan Fang." After the gray-robed monk finished speaking, he took out a jade token that could prove his identity. Seeing the jade token that only the foundation-building monks of the Xiaoyao sect could hold, the Song family monk at the door hurriedly smiled and nodded to him. "Oh. It turns out to be Senior Chu. We are rude. The great elder has already said that all the seniors of the sect who come here should not be neglected. Please go to the hall to rest for a while, and we will report to the great elder immediately." Soon, the news from the mountain reached Song Yuanfang, who was busy in the family's meeting room. Soon, the great elder of the Song family personally led people down the mountain to greet him and took the steward of the General Affairs Hall of the sect to a reception room on the mountain. As soon as the two of them sat down, Song Yuanfang had someone bring a pot of spiritual tea. Then he dismissed the people around him and said to Jiu Yun with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Chu has come from afar, and I, Song, have not been able to greet you. I hope you will forgive me for my impoliteness. I don't know why you are here, but has Senior Su replied regarding the Yinfeng Ridge mine." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun took a sip of tea, smiled and nodded to Song Yuanfang and replied, "Fellow Taoist Song's guess is right. Uncle Su has indeed agreed to the Yinfeng Ridge matter. However, I came here today, in addition to telling you the news, I am also entrusted by the sect to give you an invitation. Could it be that the sect has another happy event?" After hearing what Chu Yun said, Song Yuanfang's face, which had originally been a little happy, suddenly showed a hint of surprise, and then hurriedly took the red invitation from the other party. "Haha. I am just here to deliver the letter, and I don't know the content. You will know what it is when you open it. This matter is very important. I hope you will tell the ancestors as soon as you know it. I have to go to other places to deliver letters, so I won't bother you too much here." After handing the invitation to Song Yuanfang, Chu Yun did not stay for too long and immediately stood up to say goodbye. I am very sorry, I have been a little dizzy these days, and my writing is a bit bad. I revised the content of the next few hundred words for him. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 865, Reactions from Wa Parties, Nascent Soul Celebration. I am very sorry, I have revised the last few hundred words of the previous chapter. Those who read it yesterday may not be able to connect. I hope you can go back and read it, seeing that the other party still had things to do. Song Yuanfang did not try to keep him. He just took out 2 bottles of spirit wine and stuffed them into the other party's hands. These spirit wines were high-level spirit wines, brewed by the Song family, based on the wine recipe left by Fu Sanshan. They were rarely given out as gifts. After all, Chu Yun came today and brought him the good news he wanted. Song Yuanfang, who was happy in his heart, was also happy and generous for once. After seeing Chu Yun off, Song Yuanfang returned to the hall and took out the red invitation he had just received, with a bit of confusion on his face. It's really a bit strange. I haven't heard of any major events happening in the sect recently. How come there is an invitation? Could it be that another senior has married a wife or a concubine? Just as Song Yuanfang opened the invitation with a puzzled look on his face, he saw the words on it clearly the next moment, and his face quickly showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Is there a mistake? Song Yuanfang, with a look of surprise on his face, carefully looked at the invitation in his hand again, and only put it away after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the content. Not long after, Song Yuanfang came to the top of the family mountain with excitement, and found Song Qingming who was drinking tea and playing chess with her senior sister Li Zuanyi, and handed her the invitation in his hand. Grandma, this is the invitation just sent by the General Affairs Hall of the sect, saying that we are invited to go to attend the Yuanying celebration of the 7th uncle. Grandma, this can't be true. Before, after Song Qingming and others came back, they did not publicize the fact that he had formed a baby. The family, including Song Yuanfang, knew that the ancestors had returned to the family, and they did not know that Song Qingming had broken through to the Yuanying realm. At this moment, Song Yuanfang suddenly received the invitation from the sect to invite them to attend the celebration. He was also shocked and surprised. He cultivated all the way to the foundation building stage. Although he knew very little about the nascent soul, he knew very well that it was not easy for a cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. Until now, Song Yuanfang still couldn't believe it. It had only been less than 10 years since he left home, and Song Qingming, who returned to the family again, had already formed a nascent soul. Song Qingming, who already knew all this, did not show much change in expression after glancing at the invitation in his hand. He just smiled and nodded slightly to Song Yuanfang to confirm, Yuanfang, this is indeed true. 7th brother has successfully condensed his nascent soul in the East China Sea a year ago. Because it was related to 7th brother's nascent soul, we didn't dare to leak the news easily, so we didn't tell you about it. In fact, not only our Song family, but also the sect, only Uncle Bai and a few other elders know about this. Now that the sect is about to hold the nascent soul ceremony for 7th brother, there is nothing to hide about this matter. You can tell the rest of the family the good news. However, 7th brother has been in seclusion for training recently, and there is nothing particularly important. You should try not to disturb him. Don't worry, Grandaunt, Yuanfang understands this. I will quickly tell Yuan Jin, Yuan Hao and the others the good news. Even though he has been the chief elder of the family for so many years and has always been calm and steady in doing things, Song Yuanfang could no longer conceal his excitement when he heard the good news that the ancestor of the family had broken through the nascent soul realm. After Song Qingming received the confirmed news, Song Yuanfang hurriedly said goodbye and left, walking down the mountain quickly. He couldn't help but tell all the clansmen in Funiu Mountain about the good news the next moment. Seeing Song Yuanfang leave with an excited face, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head gently, and then walked back to the chessboard not far away. At almost the same time, not only the Song family, but also the entire Qing County and the entire territory of Uyghur, other immortal cultivation families above the foundation building stage, all received invitations from the General Affairs Hall of the Xiaoyao sect. Soon, the news that Song Qingming successfully formed an infant spread throughout the Uyghur. Many immortal cultivation families who learned of this news were as shocked as Song Yuanfang. Especially in the territory of the Song family, the Wang family, the Li family, the Gao family, etc., Immortal cultivation families that have always had a close relationship with the Song family. Before the second day, they hurried to come to the door to congratulate, but it was too busy for Song Yuanfang, the family elder who managed trivial matters. It is rare for a cultivator of Song Qingming's family to form a nascent soul in the entire floating cloud mountains for tens of thousands of years. Although, after Song Qingming formed a nascent soul, he joined the Zioao sect and became the sect's supreme elder. But as long as Song Qingming, the nascent soul ancestor, is still there, the status of the Song family will definitely not be comparable to that of a golden core family today. At this time, if these people don't seize the opportunity to come to the door to build a closer relationship, they may not have such a good opportunity in the future. In the northwest of Uyghur, in the Iron Immortal Castle, Zhang Tiang, holding an invitation, looked at it, and his face also showed a rare seriousness. A young woman standing below him saw that her ancestor had been staring at the invitation in his hand and had not spoken for a long time. She could not help but remind him, "Ancestor, now that the ancestor of the Song family has formed a unyielding, do you think we should also send a gift to Funiu Mountain first?" "Gift? Yes. Of course we have to send it, and the sooner the better. But when senior brother Song holds a unyielding celebration, we have to prepare a spiritual object to congratulate him. You can go to the treasury later to pick and see if there are any suitable spiritual objects above level 3. Don't be stingy this time." After instructing the woman to leave, Zhang Tiang put away the invitation in his hand with some loneliness. "I didn't expect that senior brother Song could form a unyielding in less than 200 years after breaking through the Jinden realm. He's really a rare genius in the world. Is it really that easy for them to form a unyielding?" As the Zioao sect sent more and more invitations to various places, not only Uyghur, but soon almost all the major sects in the floating cloud mountain range Zeuxin world learned about Song Qingming's formation of a unyielding. For a time, it also caused a sensation in the local immortal cultivation world. A month later, on a high mountain surrounded by spiritual energy in the Qin territory west of the floating cloud mountains. In a solemn and ancient hall on the top of the mountain, 3 nascent soul cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the high platform in front of the hall. One of the men in yellow robes looked at the red invitation in his hand, then gently put it down, and said with a somewhat ugly face, "It has been less than 50 years since Yuxin successfully formed a nascent soul. I didn't expect that someone in Zioao sect would break through the nascent soul realm so quickly. It's really unbelievable. Junior sister Chu, who exactly is Song Qingming? How come I haven't heard of this person before, and he broke through the nascent soul realm inexplicably?" A woman in white sitting not far from the yellow-robed man explained with a bit of helplessness on her face when she heard this, "My 2 senior brothers, this is indeed a little unbelievable. The nascent soul seed cultivated by Zioao sect was originally Chen Zuixin, and I didn't expect that this person would form a nascent soul this time. It is estimated that Chen Zuixin was seriously injured in the last battle with Zhuan sect, and it was difficult for him to break through the nascent soul. So Li Mufang and others turned to support Song Qingming to form a nascent soul. Song Qingming was not originally from Zioao sect, but a cultivator of the Jinden family under its command. Before that, he had always been a guest elder of Zioao sect. Although I met this person once in Guiyang Mountain, he had just advanced to the late Jinden period not long ago, and did not attract much attention from me. I also didn't expect that this person, who seemed unremarkable, could be so lucky to form a nascent soul in one go. I really underestimated him at the time." After saying this, the woman in white couldn't help but sigh slightly. But just as she finished her words, another voice sounded not far away. She and another yellow-robed man heard the words and turned their eyes to look at a black-robed cultivator sitting in the middle. "You are all people who have broken through the nascent soul stage. You should know the difficulties involved. How can you still think that this person is lucky to have successfully formed a nascent soul? I think it is definitely not as simple as you think for him to have come this far. Maybe he can cultivate to my level in the future, brother. Aren't you praising him too much?" Looking at the entire floating cloud mountains, there is only one person who has been able to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage in all these years. This person has just broken through the nascent soul stage. How can he be compared with you? Yes, if it is Yuxin, with her natural spiritual roots, there is some possibility. Then I have asked Song Qingming before, but he is just a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, and his talent is not particularly outstanding. It is very difficult to advance to the nascent soul stage in this life. It is estimated that it is unlikely for him to break through the middle stage of the nascent soul in the future, let alone the late stage of the nascent soul. He was able to successfully form a nascent soul in one go, and there is no doubt that he must have some opportunities, but I dare not believe that he is in the late stage of the nascent soul. Well, believe it or not, wait for me to go to Qingming Mountain to see this person, and I should have a better idea in my mind. What? This time, you are going to Qingming Mountain in person, brother? Hearing what the black-clothed man beside him said, the white-clothed woman and the yellow-robed cultivator showed surprise on their faces. Hearing this, the black-clothed man nodded slightly and said, I haven't left the mountain gate for a long time. This time I have the opportunity to go out and see if I can gain something in Qingming Mountain. Wu State, the back mountain of Xingqian Gate. A white-haired old man and a green-robed man are playing chess in a bamboo forest in the mountains. As the white-haired old man dropped his last chess piece, the man in green robe smiled helplessly and put the chess piece in his hand into the flag box. Brother, I didn't expect that someone in Xiaoyao sect would succeed in forming a baby so soon. It seems that we in Xingqian sect will have to give way to them soon. Hearing this, the white-haired old man stroked his beard, smiled and shook his head. No infant has been formed in Qingming Mountain in these years. This person must have successfully formed an infant outside. It's not surprising that you haven't heard the news. I guess the last time Bai Yuxin asked you to help was probably because this person was in seclusion outside. Otherwise Li Mufang would not be willing to spend a 4th level spiritual medicine to find us. I see. I have always had some doubts in my heart, but I didn't expect senior brother to point it out in one sentence. It seems that my practice is still a little insufficient, Alice. Junior brother, don't always care about these reputation matters. You should focus more on your own practice. Now that my lifespan is not much, the sect will be handed over to you sooner or later. So many sects in the world of immortal cultivation are ups and downs. Whether we want to compromise or not, some things cannot be forced. If you don't want to go this time, I'll go. Senior brother, the main hall of the Jiuan sect of the Yu Kingdom. Wu Jiuan, dressed in a black robe, looked at the many Jiandan elders who were arguing in front of him, frowned and sighed. Okay. This time, I didn't mean to send anyone to Qingming Mountain. But since Xiaoyao sect has sent us an invitation, if no one goes, it will be easy to be criticized in the future. Now the enemy is strong and we are weak, we have no choice but to bow our heads, even if it means losing some face. But, this time can't be the same as last time. Junior brother Linghu, I think you should go and help make the trip. Me, Linghu Ji, who had been standing at the bottom and had not spoken much, suddenly heard Wu Jiuan at the top calling his name, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing this, Wu Jiuan sighed slightly and said, Don't worry, we have signed a truce agreement with Xiaoyao sect. Since they have sent an invitation, they will not dare to do anything to you. Besides, Wanling sect has also received an invitation this time, and someone will go together. Oh. I am willing to serve my uncle. Seeing Linghu Ji reluctantly agreed. Wu Jiuan nodded slightly and turned to leave the hall. Time flies, and a whole year has passed quickly. On this day, Qingming Mountain began to be decorated with lights and colors everywhere, and every corner of the entire Lingyuan Mountain was filled with a festive atmosphere. At the mountain gate below Lingyuan, a purple-robed woman wearing a jade hairpin was carefully instructing the monks in front of her to be ready to welcome guests at any time. At this time, a spiritual light suddenly flew from the mountain and landed directly in front of the purple-robed woman, turning into a young female cultivator in red. Seeing the person coming, the purple-robed woman hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and bowed to her, saying, Hey. It's Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister is not in the inner hall to welcome guests. How come you have time to come to me? Could it be that some distinguished guest is coming soon? Seeing this, Su Ziyan hurriedly bowed in return and smiled. Junior Sister Li, you have worked hard. There are no distinguished guests this time. I am here to pick up Uncle Song and the others. Many guests have come to the mountain, and Uncle Song, the main person, is still nowhere to be seen. I am really a little anxious. So, I can only come here to pick him up first, lest Uncle Bai asks about this matter later, and I, the person who organizes the celebration, don't know how to answer. The purple-robed woman standing in front of Su Ziyan is named Li Junayan. She is the latest Jiandan elder of the Xiaoyao sect to form a golden elixir. It has been less than 6 years since she succeeded in forming a golden elixir. Li Junayan is a second-level spiritual root cultivator. Like Su Ziyan, she also tried to break through the golden elixir realm twice before finally succeeding in forming a golden elixir. In addition, Li Junayan is also a descendant of Li Mufen, the Yuanying Grand Elder of the Xiaoyao sect. She was able to stand out from many sects and successfully form a pill, and behind her was the support of this sect's Grand Elder. Hearing Su Ziyan's joke, Li Junayan hurriedly smiled and responded, "Don't worry, senior sister, today is Uncle Song's Yuanying festival, and he will definitely not let everyone wait too long. It's only a few thousand miles from Funiu to here. It is estimated that Uncle Song and his team brought a lot of people with him, which delayed them a little." Su Ziyan heard this and nodded gently, saying, "Well, I sent the sect's flying boat to Funiu to pick people up yesterday. Calculating the time, it should be almost here now. Report to the two uncles, the flying boat is here." Hearing the voice of a disciple suddenly coming from behind, Su Ziyan and Li Junayan hurriedly looked up and found that a huge black shadow had appeared in the sky not far away. There was also a circular black and white pattern hanging above the black shadow, which was the unique symbol of the large flying boat of the Xiaoyao sect. "Haha. Senior Sister Su, it should be Senior Uncle Song and the others. Let's go and greet them." Su Ziyan smiled and nodded slightly. Then the two of them turned into light and disappeared from the spot, heading straight for the large flying boat of the sect not far away. A moment later, Su Ziyan and the others arrived on the flying boat. Looking at a figure in a green robe standing in front of the flying boat, the two hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings to Senior Uncle Song. Congratulations on the success of the Yuanying." The green-clothed man in front of Su Ziyan and the others was the protagonist of the celebration held by the sect this time, Song Qingming, who had just broken through the Yuanying realm not long ago. Because he was here to attend his own Yuanying celebration, Song Qingming changed his usual simple dress today and deliberately put on a more gorgeous gold-patterned brocade robe. The clouds and dragons on the Taoist robe were flying, and the golden silk was wrapped around it, which looked very solemn and elegant. The hem fluttered in the wind, and it also revealed the owner's extraordinary demeanor. Among the many cultivators in the world of cultivation, Song Qingming's appearance has always been relatively ordinary, not particularly outstanding. But at this moment, she suddenly changed into such exquisite and gorgeous clothes, and dressed up carefully, which made people feel refreshed, as if she had a bit more extraordinary temperament. After standing there and looking at the two women kindly, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand gently, motioning them to stand up. "Junior Sister Su, we are all family, so there is no need to be polite. Thank you for your hard work in today's ceremony, Master Uncle, you are polite. Today's Master Uncle's Yuanying ceremony is an extremely glorious event for our sect. We are fortunate to be able to contribute our hearts, and we are already very excited in our hearts. How dare we say hard work?" Seeing Song Qingming exuding the powerful aura of a Yuanying cultivator in front of him, Su Ziyan was excited at the same time, and there was also a bit of complexity. She and Song Qingming were still small cultivators in the Qi Refining period, who were mixed together in Qi Anfang hundreds of years ago. I didn't expect that after 100 years of vicissitudes, their identities and status had changed several times. At the beginning, because she had the support of the sect and the care of the teacher, she was much better than Song Qingming in terms of cultivation resources. Therefore, she also cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining before Song Qingming, and then took the risk of forcibly building the foundation without preparing the foundation building pill, which made her famous and shocked the whole sect at that time. Su Ziyan was already far ahead of Song Qingming on the path of Taoism, and later she lent a hand to the other party in building the foundation, so she was at ease to accept the title of senior from Song Qingming. It was just unexpected that just 100 years later, with Song Qingming's successful foundation building, he came from behind and formed the golden elixir first. At that time, Su Ziyan watched Song Qingming surpass herself step by step in cultivation, and felt helpless in her heart. She didn't expect that Song Qingming, who was mediocre in talent in the past, would leave her behind on the path of Taoism. She thought that she had finally succeeded in forming the elixir, and finally caught up slowly. Unexpectedly, while his cultivation was still at the 6th level of the golden core, Song Qingming in front of him had already advanced to the nascent soul realm, widening the gap between them again. Looking at Song Qingming, who was smiling not far in front of him, Su Ziyan felt that the gap between him and the other party was getting farther and farther, and there was an insurmountable natural chasm. Although it takes some personal talent and luck for a cultivator to form a pill, as long as his spiritual root talent is not too bad, He practices hard and the elders of the sect can support him. Normal cultivators will have the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm. In comparison, it is not so easy to advance to the Nascent Soul realm. You know, except for Bayuxin, a cultivator with a natural spiritual root who is supported by the sect with all his strength, the Xiaoyao sect has not produced a Nascent Soul cultivator for more than 700 years. Over the past few hundred years, there have been many people with extraordinary talents like the former Hidyao Qianshu, but without exception, they all fell before the Nascent Soul Avenue. If it is said that when Qingming had just surpassed her to form a pill, Su Ziyan still had a little confidence in her heart, believing that she could catch up with him in the future. Now facing Song Qingming who has achieved the Unyielding Avenue, Su Ziyan can only look up at him at this moment, and she has no courage to compete with him for a while. Li Junyan, who was standing aside, was also a little excited when she saw Song Qingming who had become a Yuanying. Although she had successfully formed a pill and became a high-level cultivator in this world of immortal cultivation. But in front of Song Qingming, a Yuanying cultivator who has already stood at the top of the world of immortal cultivation, her current cultivation is really not worth mentioning. I don't know if I will have this opportunity in the future to be like Song Qingming, to advance to the Yuanying Avenue and truly stand at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. After the two received Song Qingming, they took a flying boat together to pass through the Sex Mountain Protection Formation and stopped at Qingming Mountain. Then everyone followed Song Qingming, the Yuanying cultivator, and walked down from the flying boat together. In addition to the protagonist Song Qingming and the two guest elders of the sect, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, the Song family also came to Song Yuanfang to participate in the celebration. There are also the foundation building families in Qing and Pingyang counties under the command of the Song family, and the foundation building forces in the surrounding markets such as White Lion Square and Red Flame Square that have good relations with the Song family, all sent people to congratulate. Led by the sect monks such as Su Ziyan, the group soon came to the Welcome Peak where the celebration was held. After arriving here, Song Qingming explained a few words to Song Yuanfang on the side, and then took Song Qingyu and Wang Xian to the Xiaoyao Hall not far away. Like the Nascent Soul celebration held by Bayuxin, this time the Xiaoyao sect also divided the guests who came to congratulate into two parts. All of the low-level foundation building and Qi Refinement monks were arranged in the sect's Welcome Peak. Song Qingyu and other high-level monks above the Golden Core were all concentrated in the Xiaoyao Hall near Qingming Peak. When Song Qingming and his companions arrived at the Xiaoyao Hall, in addition to the monks of the sect, many giant and monks from outside had come to congratulate him. When everyone saw Song Qingming coming in, they immediately stood up and bowed to him with respect. Welcome, Senior. Chapter 866, Extraordinary Plays. Congratulations to the monk. Song Qingming walked into the hall, quickly glanced at everyone, and nodded and waved his hand. After everyone stood up, he took Wang Xian to the high platform. At this time, Li Mufang and Bayuxin, the two sect ancestors who were sitting at the top of the high platform, stood up with joy on their faces and came to Song Qingming together. Congratulations, junior brother Song, on forming your nascent soul, haha. From today on, our Xiaoyao sect has one more grand elder. This is not only a blessing for our sect, but also a blessing for the hundreds of millions of people in our Wei country. Hearing the happy congratulations from Li Mufang and the others, Song Qingming smiled and bowed his hands and responded, Qingming thanks senior brother Li and senior sister Bai for their kindness. In the future, I will defend the sect with all my heart and protect the lives of the people in our Wei country with all my strength. Okay. Today is junior brother's big day, so we shouldn't stand here all the time. Take your seats quickly. Thank you, senior brother Li. After the three nascent soul cultivators on the high platform sat down again, the dozens of golden core cultivators who had been standing with them below slowly sat down. The sound of idle chattering in the hall sounded again, and the lively scene before was slowly restored. As soon as Song Qingming and Wang Xian sat down, Li Mufang asked his disciples to come forward and give each of them a cup of freshly brewed and steaming spiritual tea. He smiled and said, Junior brother, I have heard from them that you are also a tea lover. These are the spiritual teas that Mengling gave me a few years ago. She spent a lot of energy to cultivate them personally. Although they are not as good as those high-level spiritual teas outside, they are also different. You can help to taste them. Zhao Mengling is a cultivator of the same generation as Jin Zian. Now her lifespan is close to 500 years old. In the past 100 years, her cultivation has remained at the 6th level of Jiandan and has not been able to go further. Because her own cultivation has not been able to break through to the late Jiandan, Zhao Mengling has gradually become discouraged and gave up her own path over the years, and instead fully supported her disciple Yu Neshan. As for herself, most of her energy is focused on the flowers and plants around her, and she has made considerable progress in spiritual plant skills. Not only has he become a 3rd-level top-grade spiritual plant master early on, but he has also helped the sect's spiritual plant hall to train several disciples over the past 100 years, and has raised his own spiritual plant skills to the 3rd level, and has also made a lot of contributions to the sect. Gently picking up the teacup and taking a sip, a faint fragrance immediately penetrated into Song Qingming's nose. As the spiritual tea entered his mouth, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. After savoring it for a moment, he spoke softly. I have tasted a lot of high-level and top-grade spiritual teas in these years, but this is the first time I have seen such a fresh and refined taste. I didn't expect that senior sister Zhao could cultivate such a memorable spiritual tea. If I had known earlier, I would definitely go to her house to exchange some, haha. It doesn't matter. As long as junior brother likes it. I will tell Mengling later and ask her to send someone to send you some. Seeing that Song Qingming really liked the spiritual tea he chose, Li Mufang's face suddenly showed a hint of smile, and he quickly told the people beside him to come forward and refill Song Qingming and his wife with another cup. Junior brother Song, when you formed your elixir, I remember that the technique you chose to practice was the 5 elements mysterious Gangju. However, the sect's golden pavilion only includes this technique up to the late stage of the golden core, and the sect has not yet collected the techniques of the 5 elements mysterious Gangju after the nascent soul. I wonder if you need to choose another technique next. When Song Qingming had just broken through the golden core realm, he did not want to be suspected by the sect, so he only chose a more common technique, the 5 elements mysterious Gangju, in the sect's good deeds pavilion. Li Mufang and others in the sect were very clear about this. Now that Song Qingming's cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul realm, it stands to reason that he should switch to practicing other nascent soul techniques, so Li Mufang asked with some concern. However, just as he finished speaking, Song Qingming, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Li. However, as for the cultivation method, I have already found one that suits me, and I don't need to switch to other cultivation methods for the time being." The reason why Li Mufang cared about Song Qingming's cultivation method was naturally to do a favor for Song Qingming, just like he did back then. However, now that Song Qingming has deduced a set of green jade refining treasures that can be directly cultivated to the peak of the early nascent soul stage, he naturally does not need to switch to other cultivation methods for the time being. Moreover, compared with other nascent soul cultivation methods in the sect, the green jade refining treasures was deduced step by step by Song Qingming himself, and there will definitely be opportunities to deduce it to a higher level in the future. For Song Qingming, the green jade refining treasures is definitely not worse than other cultivation methods, and it is also the most suitable cultivation method for him to practice at present. As for the cultivation methods on the sect side, even if Li Mufang gave it to him directly, he had to swear not to pass it on to others, so it would not be of much use to Song Qingming at the moment. There is absolutely no need to accept a favor from the other party. Seeing that Song Qingming already has a technique to practice, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin were slightly surprised, and then smiled and responded, "Oh, I haven't seen junior brother Song mention it before, and I have been worried about this. It turns out that junior brother has already found a technique for the nascent soul stage. I wonder what technique junior brother is practicing now, and whether it matches your spiritual roots. If it is not bad, the sect also has a Cheyenne Heart Sutra that can be practiced to the 6th level of the nascent soul, which is more suitable for junior brother to practice. Junior brother, since you have already joined the sect, we will be family from now on. As long as you want, the sect will try its best to satisfy you and will never treat you as an outsider." After hearing what Li Mufang said, it seemed that he thought he was being a guest to him. Song Qingming was angry, and he quickly explained, "Brother Li, I appreciate your kindness. Please rest assured, I am practicing the set of exercises, which was accidentally deduced from a broken Jiandan period exercise. This exercise is very compatible with my spiritual roots, and now I can barely practice to the nascent soul stage. Although it is not as good as Brother Li's Chionite Heart Sutra, it is very suitable for me to practice. For the time being, I don't want to switch to other exercises, self-created exercises, so that's the case. I was a little worried. I hope you don't blame me. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are thousands of cultivation methods. Except for a small number of them that were passed down from the upper realm, the vast majority of the others were created by the cultivators of this world for more than 100,000 years. However, deducing self-created exercises is a matter that requires extremely high talent, and it also requires the cultivators to consume a lot of their own mind to deduce these exercises to a higher level. Nowadays, in the world of immortal cultivation, most of the cultivators who take the initiative to deduce their own exercises are masters who have reached the nascent soul stage. Only these high-level cultivators with a long lifespan, after reaching the nascent soul stage, find it difficult to find a high-level cultivation method suitable for them because of the incompleteness of their own cultivation methods. They have no choice but to choose to deduce and create their own cultivation methods based on the original cultivation methods, hoping to force their way out of a cultivation path of their own. When they heard that Qingming, who had just broken through the nascent soul stage, had already created and deduced a set of nascent soul stage cultivation methods, Li Mufeng, Bai Yuxin and others present all looked at him with some shock on their faces, which seemed a little incredible. Only Wang Xian, who knew that Qingming and Li Zuanai had joined a mysterious sect together, did not look too surprised when she heard her husband say this. Over the years, Qingming has cultivated from a small Qi refining cultivator to the nascent soul stage, and Li Mufeng and others have all seen it. Before this, Qingming's cultivation talent had always been average in front of everyone, not very outstanding. Even when Qingming succeeded in forming a golden elixir, Li Mufeng had always thought that he was able to step into the golden elixir path because he had received guidance from a master behind the scenes. At this moment, when he heard that Qingming could actually deduce and create a set of unyielding stage exercises, Li Mufeng looked at him with a hint of hindsight. If he had thought that Qingming's breakthrough to the unyielding stage was just luck, now Li Mufeng seemed to understand it in his heart. Over the years, he had indeed underestimated Qingming. Bai Yuxin, who was sitting next to him, behaved similarly to Li Mufeng. At this moment, he looked at Qingming with a bit more complexity. As a rare genius cultivator with a heavenly spirit root in the sect, Bai Yuxin's cultivation path had some twists and turns, but overall it was still very smooth. It took more than 200 years to successfully form the nascent soul without any danger. Compared with the cultivators of the same age, she has always stood at the top and looked down on everyone. However, when Bai Yuxin saw Qingming successfully form the nascent soul in the East Sea cultivation world, she saw that there was already someone who could walk side by side with her in terms of cultivation talent. Compared with herself, even with the full support of the sect, it still took 2 times to successfully break through the nascent soul realm. Qingming basically relied on himself to practice all the way, but he was able to do better than her and achieved the nascent soul avenue after only 1 retreat. Bai Yuxin did suddenly feel a little envious in her heart at that time. However, at that time, she was not envious of Qingming's cultivation talent. It was not until now that she heard that the other party had been able to deduce and create a nascent soul technique that Bai Yuxin realized that she was indeed a little inferior to others in this regard. Qingming was able to break through the nascent soul realm once and catch up with her. It can be seen that he has his own strengths. Looking at Qingming not far away, Bai Yuxin smiled slightly, raised the teacup in her hand, and bowed to him seriously, saying, "Junior brother Song, I didn't expect you to be able to deduce a unyielding stage technique by yourself. It's really admirable. I am indeed a little behind in comprehending techniques. In the future, I will come to ask you for advice if I have the chance. I hope you can give me some pointers." Facing Bai Yuxin's humble inquiry, Qingming hurriedly raised his glass and said modestly, "This, senior sister Bai, this is really too modest. To be honest, I can deduce this set of techniques that suits me. It's not all my credit. There are still some coincidences. But please rest assured, senior sister, in the future, when comprehending techniques, as long as I know, I will definitely not dare to hide it. Well, since junior brother has agreed to this, I will not be polite to you in the future." Just as Qingming and the other 2 were chatting on a high platform, new cultivators continued to enter the Xiaoyao hall under the guidance of the sect disciples. Soon, As time went by, more than half of the empty seats in the lower part of the entire hall were filled with cultivators in different clothes who came from all over to congratulate. Among these people, in addition to the sect's own cultivators, most of them are joined in forces around Wei State that have good relations with the Xiaoyao sect. For example, the closest Zhenayang sect in Pei State, Zuanayu sect in Yaoyan State, Ming sect in Zheng State, and Shiangtsing sect are joined in sects that often fight against the invasion of the monster tribe side by side with the Xiaoyao sect. They all sent their sect representatives to Guiyang Mountain to participate in the celebration and congratulate. Most of these joined-in forces are nominally vassals of the Xiaoyao sect. Now, with Song Qingming breaking through the Yuanying realm, the Xiaoyao sect has once again risen to a higher level. For these vassal forces, the strengthening of the Xiaoyao sect as the main family is naturally a more favorable and happy thing for everyone. The faces of the people who came to congratulate were full of joy that could not be concealed. Now it has been several decades since the last monster turbulence, and it will soon be a time for all the sects in the entire floating cloud mountain range to have a headache about it. Compared with 100 years ago, this time, the Xiaoyao sect has added 2 more Yuanying cultivators, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming. In the future, when facing the invasion of the demon clan, everyone present has a little more confidence. Especially those giant sects whose large territories have been occupied by the demon clan, now seeing the strength of the Xiaoyao sect, they are even more excited. A few years ago, because a golden horn demon king suddenly appeared in the Taiyu Lake in the south, most of the territory of the entire Pei Kingdom fell into the hands of the demon clan. If it weren't for the timely assistance of the Xiaoyao sect and other sects, I'm afraid that the Zhenayang sect would not be able to defend the remaining territory in the north, and the sect's Taoism might be destroyed. Hearing the news that Song Qingming broke through the Yuanying realm, the giant elder from the Zhenayang sect of Pei State came to Guiyang Mountain a few days ago to prepare for the celebration. At this moment, sitting below and looking at Song Qingming and others on the high platform, the elder of the Zhenayang sect seemed to see some hope for the revival of the sect in the future, when the time is right. As long as they can find a way to ask the Xiaoyao sect for help, it will not be an empty talk for them to recover the lost territories of those sects. As everyone walked into the Xiaoyao hall one by one, Song Qingming and the other 2 who were drinking tea and chatting suddenly stopped talking and looked at the door of the hall together. Just when everyone in the hall was puzzled, a kind-looking white-haired old man walked in from the door under the respectful guidance of Su Ziyan, followed by 5 or 6 Jinden monks. "We greet Senior He." Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the white-haired old man walking in the front, dozens of Jinden monks in the hall hurriedly stood up and saluted him respectfully. It turned out that Yi Wuao came in person. It seems that the other one is probably a little stingy and doesn't want to see us show off. Seeing the great elder Yi Wuao of the Xingqian sect appearing in front of him, Bai Yuxin's face was very calm, but secretly smiled and sent a secret voice transmission to Song Qingming and the others. The other person mentioned by Bai Yuxin naturally refers to Zhang Zidan, the Grand Elder of Xingqian sect. The 2 Yuanying Grand Elders of Xingqian sect have always been very different in terms of personality, temper and style of doing things. Compared with He Wuao, who is not fond of showing off and acts more smoothly, Zhang Zidan has a more explosive temper and basically never hides anything. When Bai Yuxin broke through the Yuanying realm before, it didn't have much impact on Xingqian sect. Although everyone has 2 Yuanying cultivators, the overall strength of the sect is obviously not as good as that of Xingqian sect. Moreover, Xingqian sect occupies the relatively rich Wu kingdom, and its resources are much better than those of the Wei kingdom. In the future, they will definitely be more likely to cultivate new Yuanying cultivators. However, it has only been 50 years since Xingqian sect cultivated a 3rd Yuanying cultivator, which is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. According to this situation, Xingqian sect has 3 Yuanying cultivators, and its strength has increased greatly, so it will inevitably begin to expand its own territory. After another 100 or 200 years, when He Wuao, the great elder at the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul, passes away, the Xingqian sect will probably give up the throne of the first sect on the east side of the floating cloud mountains. Although the relationship between the Xingqian sect and the Xiaoyao sect has always been good. When Bai Yuxin formed a baby, Li Mufang also brought spiritual objects to the Xingqian sect to persuade He Wuao to come to help protect the law. Later, Yuxin also followed suit and used the 4th-level spiritual medicine in Song Qingyu's hand to ask Zhang Zidan to help Sideng Piguo and go to the East China Sea to protect Song Qingming. But facing such a major event related to the status of the sect, with Zhang Zideng's temper, he would definitely not be too happy to come to Qi Mountain. It is estimated that Wu Ayao, the great elder of the Xingqian sect who has not been out for a long time, came to Qi Mountain in person because he was afraid of causing some unpleasantness. Wu Ayao had just waved and greeted everyone when Li Mufeng, who was standing on the high platform, came down to greet him personally. He bowed to him with a happy face and said, "Taoist He, you have come from afar, it is really hard work, please take a seat, haha. Taoist Li, you are too polite. Taoist Song has formed such a happy event. I am very happy for my fellow Taoist of the human race. There is no need to worry about it." After the two sides met and exchanged a few words of greeting, Wu Ayao walked up to the high platform of the hall at the personal invitation of Li Mufeng. "Hello, fellow Taoist He." Seeing Song Qingming standing up to salute, Wu Ayao slightly bowed and returned the salute. Then, he smiled and said softly, "This should be fellow Taoist Song. When fellow Taoist went to our sect to participate in the Star Conference, I vaguely remember that you had just reached the Jinden stage not long ago. I didn't expect that less than 200 years have passed and now, fellow Taoist has become one of our generation when we meet again. It really makes us ashamed. Among the human cultivators in our floating cloud mountain range, it is a blessing for all living beings to have a rising star with such talent as fellow Taoist. I have just reached the Jinden stage. How can I deserve such praise from fellow Taoist? I am really ashamed." Seeing that Wu Ayao praised him right from the start, Song Qingming felt a little embarrassed and waved his hands repeatedly to put on a humble look. Although he had successfully formed a nascent soul, Song Qingming knew that he, who had just entered the nascent soul realm, was far behind Wu Ayao, an old nascent soul cultivator who had broken through the nascent soul realm for 1,000 years. In front of such an old nascent soul master, he should be as humble as possible, so as not to leave a bad impression on others. After the two sides greeted each other, they sat down together and began to drink tea and chat. Song Qingming also took this rare opportunity to exchange some nascent soul cultivators' cultivation experience with Li Mufeng and others. With the arrival of the Xingqian monks, the Xianji sect in the east of Uyghur and the Lingyuan sect in the south soon entered the Xiaoyao hall, one after another. This time, the person who came from the Xianji sect was Yang Fengyu, the Yuanying Grand Elder. However, compared with a few decades ago, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Yuanying. Compared with Wu Ayao, who was already old and had a short lifespan, Yang Fengyu had about 500 or 600 years left, and his path seemed to be brighter. However, when they reached the Yuanying realm, every step forward was difficult for them. It was not easy for either of them to have the opportunity to advance to the late Yuanying. The leader of the Lingyuan sect was also the Yuanying Grand Elder Situyan. This time, he did not miss the celebration because of his retreat, and personally led the team to the Qi Mountain to congratulate. However, among the cultivators standing behind him, Song Qingming did not see the figure of his old friend Cheng Bufan. Calculating the time in his mind, he understood that his lifespan as a Jinden cultivator was indeed running out. When the cultivators of the Lingyuan sect arrived, almost all the sects on the east side of the floating cloud mountain range had already arrived. However, seeing the extremely lively scene in the hall, Li Mufeng and Bai Yuxin and others, as the host of the celebration, did not rush to announce the start of the celebration, as if they were still waiting for someone to arrive. It was not until a sound transmission note suddenly flew into the hall and landed in the hands of Su Ziyan on the side that she hurried to the stage and said to Li Mufeng and others, "Uncle Li, 2 uncles, the monks of the Wanling sect have arrived, okay. Go down the mountain to greet them quickly, don't be rude, and prepare to start the celebration." Hearing what Su Ziyan said, Li Mufeng nodded quickly and gave her an order. "Uncle, don't worry, I'll go down the mountain right away." With Li Mufeng's permission, Su Ziyan immediately nodded and agreed, and then walked quickly out of the hall. Not long after, Su Ziyan led a large group of monks and returned to the Xiaoyao hall again. However, when Li Mufeng and other Yuanying cultivators on the stage saw a serious-looking man in black standing not far from Su Ziyan, they all showed some surprise on their faces. "Hey, I thought it was Chu Lingyuan who came, how could it be him?" Zhao Wuling, "This old guy actually came to congratulate in person, it's really unexpected." Today it seems that there are only a few dozen votes short of 4,000 votes. It seems there is no hope. Tomorrow, on the first day of the month, Xiaomeng will shamelessly ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 867, Celebration begins, gifts from all parties. Floating Cloud Mountain Range have been at odds for thousands of years because of the competition for cultivation resources, and they did not interact much with each other. There are many sects on both sides, such as the Jingyuan sect and the Xiaoyao sect, that have a grudge against each other and attack each other. However, in the past few hundred years, the northern demon forces have been aggressive, and the Xianhe League in the south has a huge force that wants to invade the north. The major sects in the Floating Cloud Mountain Range have also felt tremendous pressure and lost a lot of cultivators and territories. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, the human cultivators can only temporarily put aside their internal grievances and unite to resist the invasion of external forces. Decades ago, the Unyielding sect took the initiative to lead the nearly 100 sects and forces in the Floating Cloud Mountain Range to agree to joint action. Then, taking advantage of the northern demon forces' unpreparedness, the northern human cultivators launched a full-scale counterattack against the demons, and finally regained some of the territories they had lost for hundreds of years. As the recognized first sect in the Floating Cloud Mountain Range cultivation world, the Unyielding sect has indeed spent a lot of thought on this alliance. It is also because of this that the relationship between the sects on the east and west sides of the Floating Cloud Mountain Range has temporarily eased a lot. Compared with the uninvited arrival of Qi Refinement and others when Baiyuxin formed a baby. This time, the cultivators of the Unyielding sect and others came to congratulate Qingming on the nascent soul celebration after receiving the invitation from the Xiaoyao sect. However, among the many cultivators who came to congratulate, others did not attract the attention of Qingming and others. Only the powerful aura emanating from the middle-aged black-clothed cultivator walking in front made the several nascent soul cultivators on the high platform couldn't help but show a bit of solemnity in their hearts. The middle-aged black-clothed cultivator is named Xiaoling. He is the great elder of the Unyielding sect of the Qin state, and is also the only late nascent soul cultivator among the human cultivators in the entire Floating Cloud Mountain Range cultivation world. Xiaoling advanced to the nascent soul stage at the age of 200. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, and he is only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he still has at least hundreds of years of life left. In the future, there is a glimmer of hope that he will break through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, or even impact a legendary supreme state of transformation. As the great elder of the Unyielding sect, Xiaoling is devoted to Taoism. Except for occasionally going out to search for spiritual objects for his own cultivation, he spends most of his time in seclusion in the sect to practice. Unless something big happens, he rarely takes the initiative to go out. Seeing that it was not Qi Refinement who everyone thought, but Xiaoling who everyone did not expect, Li Mufang and others could not help but start to speculate secretly. Does the other party have any other purpose for coming this time? Dao Yao Zhao, Dao Yao Han, I am honored. Li Mufang stepped forward and saluted. Another yellow-clothed female cultivator, standing not far from Xiaoling, immediately stepped forward and saluted in return, saying, Dao Yao Li is honored. We have come a long way, and we are still a step late despite our haste. I hope you fellow Daoists will not be offended. The yellow-clothed female cultivator who spoke was named Hanyu, one of the two supreme elders of the Huayang sect of Lishan country. Like Xiaoling beside her, she was also a cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage. However, Hanyu had only been in the nascent soul stage for less than 200 years, and her cultivation level was far behind Xiaoling, who was only a nascent soul second-level cultivator. As soon as Hanyu finished speaking, Xiaoling looked at Li Mufang calmly, bowed his hand slightly and smiled. This time, it was originally fellow Taoist Han who led the team. I just happened to come out of retreat and heard the news, so I came to join in the fun. Fellow Taoist Li and everyone, please don't be offended, haha. Fellow Taoist Zhao is the pillar of my Funiu Mountain range. We are all honored to be able to condescend to my Guiyang Mountain. How dare we be offended? The two fellow Taoists have come from afar. Please take a seat first, the celebration is about to begin. Then I'm sorry to bother you. As the Unyielding sect and others took their seats one after another, all the cultivators who were supposed to come had arrived. Su Ziyan, who was standing below, immediately arranged for his disciples to remove the spiritual fruits and tea for everyone and replace them with fine wine and spiritual food. Afterwards, Li Mufeng, Bai Yuxin, and Song Qingming personally stepped forward, raised their glasses to the cultivators present, and announced the official start of the nascent soul celebration. There were many more cultivators who came to participate in the celebration this time than when Bai Yuxin formed a newborn last time. There were 8 Yuanying cultivators sitting on the stage alone, including Zhao Wuling, He Wuao, Yang Fengaiyu, Li Mufeng, Si Qian, Han Yu, Bai Yuxin, and Song Qingming. Almost half of the Yuanying cultivators in the entire floating cloud mountain range had gathered here. There were also nearly 100 giant cultivators who came to congratulate below. Such a large-scale gathering of high-level cultivators was a rare event in the entire floating cloud mountain range for hundreds of years. Among them, the happiest person was naturally Li Mufeng, the supreme elder of the sect. When Li Mufeng just took over the sect hundreds of years ago, the Xiaoyao sect was just in the midst of the death of the previous Yuanying cultivator Daoxun's Henren, and the sect's strength suddenly weakened a lot. Later, facing the continuous invasion of the powerful demon tribe in the north, the Xiaoyao sect lost a lot of territory and could only gradually retreat to the vicinity of Jianfang. During this period, while Li Mufeng was fully committed to protecting the sect, he was also accumulating resources to cultivate the next generation of nascent soul cultivators for the sect, including Yao Qianshu. Li Mufeng spent hundreds of years to cultivate 4 nascent soul seeds. Except for one who unfortunately died in the hands of a monster before forming a nascent soul, the other 3 successfully cultivated to the 9th level of the golden core. But in the end, they all failed to break through and failed to successfully form a nascent soul. It was not until the sect turned around and discovered Bai Yuxin, a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, that he finally successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm under Li Mufeng's dedicated cultivation. Li Mufeng is now nearly 1,000 years old, and his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the nascent soul. If nothing unexpected happens, his cultivation can only stay at the middle stage of the nascent soul in this life. After seeing Bai Yuxin's nascent soul, the sect's nascent soul cultivators have successors. Li Mufeng is very relieved, thinking that he has lived up to the trust of his ancestors and guarded the sect's Taoist tradition. As for the future development prospects of the sect, it depends on what Bai Yuxin and other new generation of cultivators do. Li Mufeng may not be able to see that far. What Li Mufeng never expected was that after Bai Yuxin, less than 50 years later, Song Qingming successfully formed a nascent soul, making the Xiaoyao sect have the 3rd nascent soul cultivator. Before that, Bai Yuxin's formation of a nascent soul was still expected, but Song Qingming's breakthrough to the nascent soul was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The Xiaoyao sect, which originally had only 1 nascent soul ancestor, suddenly had 2 such young nascent soul cultivators. This also gave Li Mufeng, the sect's supreme elder, a glimmer of hope to revitalize the sect. Both Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming have a lifespan of less than 300 years, and they both have at least more than 1,000 years of lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, in the next 1,000 years, the Xiaoyao sect will have at least 2 or more nascent soul cultivators who can sit in the sect together for a long time. In the entire floating clouds mountain range cultivation world, many nascent soul sects have only 1 nascent soul cultivator for most of the time. In the past 1,000 years, only the Unyielding sect of Qin and the Xingqian sect of Wu have been able to have more than 2 nascent soul cultivators in a sect for a long time. They are also the 2 most powerful sects in the floating clouds mountain range cultivation world. If the Xiaoyao sect develops smoothly in the future, and the Xingqian sect still cannot cultivate new nascent soul cultivators, and its strength can only stagnate, it is estimated that it will happen sooner or later that the Xiaoyao sect will replace the other party and become the first sect on the east side of the floating clouds mountain range. With the talent of Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming, who have advanced to the nascent soul realm at such a young age, their future prospects are still limitless. If one of them can be lucky enough to break through to the late nascent soul realm in the future, it is not impossible for the Xiaoyao sect to even replace the Unyielding sect and dominate the entire floating clouds mountain range cultivation world. Thinking about a bright future of the sect, how could Li Mufeng, who had worked hard for the Xiaoyao sect for most of his life, not be excited at this moment? The other nascent soul cultivators present had their own thoughts. Sects like Sitian of the Lingyuan sect that had already declined a little, were naturally envious when they saw this scene, and sighed that they did not have such good luck. If the Lingyuan sect could also be like this, and suddenly had 2 more nascent soul cultivators, I am afraid that the Xianhe League in the south would not dare to rashly march north to invade the territory of Lu. Moreover, Situyan is much older than Li Mufan. If the Lingyuan sect still cannot cultivate new nascent soul cultivators within 1 or 200 years, the entire sect may decline directly due to the lack of nascent soul cultivators. The Xingqian sect and the Huayang sect currently have 2 nascent soul cultivators in their sects. Originally, their strength was second only to the Wanling sect. However, with the rise of the Xiaoyao sect, the status of these 2 sects in the floating cloud mountains in the future may have to be slightly moved back. Therefore, although He Wuao and Han Yu did not show any abnormality on their faces at the banquet, every time they looked at Li Mufang, who was toasting happily not far away, a little helplessness would occasionally flash in their eyes. Only Zhao Wuling, who had been sitting quietly opposite Li Mufang since entering the venue, had a very calm expression on his face from beginning to end. At the banquet, facing the only late Yuanying great cultivator present, everyone present was naturally very respectful and kept raising their glasses to toast Zhao Wuling. Zhao Wuling also behaved very normally and did not have any extra words. It seemed that he did not care too much about the sudden rise of the Xiaoyao sect. It was not until Song Qingming, the protagonist of the nascent soul celebration, came forward to toast that Zhao Wuling suddenly took the initiative to ask Song Qingming, "Fellow Taoist Song, before I came here, I heard that you killed 2 capable disciples under the command of the blood demon Old Ghost in Weiguo. I wonder if this is true or not." Song Qingming, who had just put down his wineglass, suddenly heard the other party asking about the disciples of the blood demon ancestor. Song Qingming immediately understood that Zhao Wuling was referring to the 2 giant demon cultivators who died in his hands in the Qianfang more than a year ago. He nodded and responded quickly, "It is true. I just returned from the outside after forming a nascent soul. I happened to encounter these 2 people doing evil nearby, so I killed them both." "Oh. So that's the case. I wonder if you searched the souls of the blood demon Old Ghost after killing these 2 people? As the first sect of the righteous way in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, the Wanling sect has enemies with many high-level demon cultivators and has joined forces with major sects to launch large-scale operations to encircle and suppress demon cultivators several times." Hearing Zhao Wuling asking about the whereabouts of the blood demon ancestor, Song Qingming naturally knew that the other party wanted to completely eradicate this demon. However, a high-level demon cultivator like the blood demon ancestor is also a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows and has many hiding places. Song Qingming had seen 5 or 6 places where the blood demon ancestor had stayed from the memories searched from the birth soul of the 2 demon cultivators before, and he could not be sure where the other party's lair was hiding. But now Song Qingming was worried that he would be stared at by the blood demon ancestor. When he heard Zhao Wuling asking about the other party, he hurriedly wrote down all the locations he knew with paper and pen and handed them directly to the other party. Regardless of whether these were useful to Zhao Wuling, Song Qingming would not lose anything by telling them. If there was really someone who could help contain the blood demon ancestor and prevent this demon from having time to find trouble with him, Song Qingming would be happy to do it. After receiving the information from Song Qingming, Zhao Wuling glanced at it lightly, nodded in thanks, and then put it away. He was startled for a moment, and continued to ask Song Qingming with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Song has just formed his nascent soul, but he was able to kill 2 late giant and demon cultivators at once and capture their natal souls. I believe you must have some high-level magical powers specifically for dealing with demon cultivators. Nowadays, these demon cultivators are doing evil everywhere, and it is difficult to completely eradicate them. We have always been troubled by them. I wonder if you have any means to deal with the nascent soul of the demon cultivators." Facing the humble request of Zhao Wuling, a late nascent soul cultivator, Song Qingming was slightly stunned when he heard the words, and quickly waved his hand with a serious face and said, "Dao Zhao, you are too polite. I don't have any high-level magical power to deal with the devil. I just learned a talisman-making technique, which allows me to refine some third-level spiritual talismans to deal with the demon cultivators Yuanying. I used them to capture the 2 demon cultivators Yuanying. As for the means to deal with the demon cultivators Yuanying, it's not that I intentionally hide them, but I really can't do anything about it. I hope Dao can understand and don't blame me." Li Mufan, who was sitting nearby, heard Zhao Wuling and Song Qingming asking about the means to deal with the demon cultivators Yuanying. He was a little surprised. He didn't know if the other party asked this intentionally, so he quickly spoke up to help explain. Fellow Taoist Zhao is determined to eliminate demons for the sake of the people of the world, so how can we not do our best? It's just that junior brother Song has just broken through the nascent soul realm, so it's no problem for him to deal with those ordinary golden core demon cultivators. But the blood demon ancestor has been enlightened for more than 1,000 years, and even if I meet him, I'm not sure, let alone junior brother Song. Well, don't mind, fellow Daoists, I'm just asking casually. Seeing Li Mufang raising his glass and looking at him with some complexity, Zhao Wuling didn't say much, but nodded directly, and also picked up the wine glass in his hand and poured it directly into his mouth and drank it all. After everyone had 3 rounds of wine, it was soon time for the celebration gift. At Li Mufang's signal, Bai Yuxin, the sect's supreme elder, took out a soft armor that was emitting golden light, and instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. Junior brother Song, this precious golden armor was made by senior brother Li himself, and there are several defensive arrays drawn by me. I am sending this item today to show my appreciation and congratulate you on your nascent soul. After saying this, Bai Yuxin took the initiative to cast a spell in front of the cultivators present and sent this robe called Precious Golden Armor directly to Song Qingming. This golden robe had just appeared not long ago, and many cultivators present had already seen its unusualness, and could not help but exclaimed. A white-haired old man in the middle stage of the golden core, who was sitting at the bottom, saw the precious golden armor in front of him, and immediately asked Su Ziyan, who was sitting next to him, with a cautious expression, "Fellow Taoist Su, the aura of this thing seems extraordinary, not like the third-level spiritual objects we have seen. Could it be a fourth-level robe?" Hearing this, Su Ziyan, who had already guessed in his heart, did not answer directly, but just smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the white-haired old man understood what the other party meant and said in shock, "I was right. I didn't expect the Chuziloao sect would even take out such a thing. This time, we are really eye-opening. It is really a fourth-level robe. I thought I saw it wrong just now." Yes. Although the value of the fourth-level robe is not as good as other magic weapons of the same level, it is also a spiritual object above the fourth level. This is a high-level spiritual object worth 70,000 or 80,000 spiritual stones, Brother Luo. It is worth 70,000 or 80,000 spiritual stones, but the fourth-level spiritual object is not so easy to buy. If you really encounter it outside, you may not be able to get it with 100,000 spiritual stones. Haha, that's right. Compared with the giant and cultivators who reacted slower below, Song Qingming, who was sitting above, had already seen the preciousness of this thing at a glance, and couldn't help but reveal a little surprise in his heart. When Bai Yuxin formed an infant before, Song Qingming still remembered that Li Mufang only gave her a third-level upper-grade magic weapon. This time it was his turn to celebrate the nascent soul celebration. Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin gave him a fourth-level lower-grade robe that was much more valuable than a third-level upper-grade magic weapon. This was indeed a bit unusual. Seeing that Song Qingming was standing there and had not accepted his gift, Li Mufang, who was sitting next to him, hurriedly urged him, "Junior brother Song, this robe was jointly given by junior sister Bai and I on behalf of the sect. Don't think too much, just accept it." Li Mufang knew Song Qingming's hesitation. Although a fourth-level lower-grade robe was worth a lot of money, Li Mufang still felt that it was worth it for the long-term development of the sect. Unlike Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming had just officially joined the sect and did not have such deep feelings. At this time, it was most necessary to let Song Qingming understand that the sect valued him, so that Song Qingming would have a sense of recognition for the sect. Hearing Li Mufang's urging not far away, Song Qingming, under the reminder of Wang Xian's eyes, immediately reacted, smiled and nodded slightly, and directly accepted the golden armor of precious light in front of him. Although this gift is a bit expensive, under such circumstances, Song Qingming couldn't say much anyway, and he could only accept it first without offending his family. "Thank you, Senior Brother Li, Senior Sister Bai." After Bai Yuxin presented the gift, Sitian, who was sitting next to him, immediately stood up with a smile, and gently waved his hand to give out a green jade bottle. "This is a bottle of blue and white dew that I got in the East China Sea 100 years ago. It has the magical effect of improving the physical strength of cultivators. I see that fellow Taoist Song has not practiced a body refining method, and this thing should be more effective for you. It should be my Lingyuan sect's nascent soul gift to fellow Taoist." and I hope you don't dislike it. Thank you, fellow Taoist." Seeing the bottle of level 3 middle grade spiritual water that Sichuan presented, Song Qingming was not surprised at all, and he accepted it with a smile. Next, He Wuao from the Xingqian sect, Yang Fengaiyu from the Xianji sect, and Han Yu from the Huayang sect who were sitting nearby also presented their gifts. They were level 3 upper grade spiritual medicine, a bottle of level 3 middle grade elixir, and a level 3 upper grade refining material. The quality was not much different from what Sichuan had just taken out, and they were all high-level spiritual objects of great value. When it was Zhao Wuling's turn to represent the Unyielding sect to congratulate, he stood up. Zhao Wuling's magic power moved slightly, and a golden porcelain bottle appeared directly. "Since I just got the news provided by Dao Yao, I can't be too stingy. The elixir inside was made by me personally, so I'll treat it as a gift to Dao Yao." After Zhao Wuling finished speaking, the golden porcelain bottle in his hand flew in front of Song Qingming. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." After Song Qingming received the porcelain bottle, he did not open it to check it directly. He bowed slightly to thank him and put it away directly. Zhao Wuling is a 4th-level alchemist. The cultivators present knew that the elixir he made personally was definitely not a common thing. Seeing that Song Qingming did not check the elixir he presented, Zhao Wuling smiled slightly, and did not care at all. He sat back directly. After the Yuanying cultivators above had finished presenting their gifts, the Jiangdan cultivators who had been waiting for a long time below immediately took the stage one by one. They came to Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor, and presented the gifts they had prepared. These Jiangdan cultivators, except for Su Ziyan and other cultivators of the sect and independent cultivators, basically came on behalf of their own cultivation forces. Although everyone has different identities and status, the gifts they presented are all spiritual objects above level 3 without exception. However, compared to the gifts personally presented by the Yuanying cultivators above, the things brought out by these Jiangdan cultivators were obviously inferior in quality. Most of the Jiangdan cultivators who came to congratulate brought out 3rd-level low-grade spiritual objects. Only the disciples of the sect and the representatives of the Yuanying forces behind them brought gifts of higher quality. After everyone took turns to go on stage, soon the last cultivator was left. And this person was also someone Song Qingming was quite familiar with. Chapter 868, the celebration ends, and the spiritual objects are divided. Although the person on the stage was wearing a gorgeous red robe, he could not hide the nervousness on his face. He walked to Song Qingming with some trepidation. "Junior Linghuji of Jiuan sect, I greet the senior and congratulate Senior Song on his nascent soul." Looking at Linghuji, who was full of white hair not far in front of him, Song Qingming couldn't help but think of the scene of competing for spiritual objects at the Star Conference when he first dealt with him. When Song Qingming had just formed a pill, his cultivation was only the 2nd level of the Golden Core, while Linghuji was a late-stage Golden Core cultivator who had formed a pill for more than 200 years. The two of them were very different in terms of cultivation and strength. At that time, Song Qingming, who was still weak, was naturally very afraid of the verbal threats from Linghuji, a veteran Golden Core cultivator, and almost gave up the auction on his own initiative. In the end, with the support of the old head Yao Qianshu, he mustered up the courage to compete with the other party head-on, and finally got the Phantom Boat, a treasure that has been with him until now. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The identities of the two people have also changed dramatically with the passage of time. Now Song Qingming has successfully formed a nascent soul, standing at the top of this world of immortal cultivation, and has become a strong man who can control the fate of a cultivator. Although Linghuji's cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, he is already an old man who has ruined his path. Because his lifespan is only a few decades away, Linghuji has begun to decline, and he has long lost the hope of impacting the nascent soul realm. At this time, his status in the sect has gradually declined, and is even worse than it was back then. Whether it is Song Qingming sitting on the stage or Linghuji standing in place, neither of them thought that there would be today's scene 100 years later. Since the rebellion of the Ma family, the Jiuan sect and the Xiaoyao sect have always been at odds with each other, and the two sides have lost a lot of cultivators in several battles. Although the two sects have temporarily stopped fighting and made peace after the mediation of the Unyielding sect, the hatred between the two sides still exists and is not so easy to resolve. The reason why Song Qingming sent an invitation to the Qingming sect for the Yuanying celebration this time was mainly because of the human alliance of the floating cloud mountain range. Otherwise, Ling Huji would most likely be blasted out of Guiyang Mountain like Zhang Ziyang did at the beginning. However, although he was invited with an invitation, after Ling Huji arrived at Guiyang Mountain, he also felt a little unwelcome. It stands to reason that as the Qingming sect is a Yuanying sect, Ling Huji came to congratulate on behalf of the sect and should sit in the first position near the high platform in front of many giant cultivators. But this time, Ling Huji was directly arranged to sit in the lower position after he sat down, sitting together with the giant forces of the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Xiaoyao sect made this arrangement deliberately, just to embarrass Ling Huji. Besides, the other giant monks sitting around Ling Huji basically knew about the grievances between the Xiaoyao sect and the Qingming sect. In front of so many Xiaoyao sect monks, they naturally did not dare to talk to Ling Huji casually, so as not to be misunderstood. Throughout the banquet, Ling Huji was left alone to drink, and the scene was very embarrassing for a while. However, in the face of these, although Ling Huji's face was a little embarrassed, his previous performance was still calm. It was not until the gift-giving session came to Song Qingming that Ling Huji's eyes gradually became a little nervous. Ling Huji was naturally very clear about the matter of competing with Song Qingming for spiritual objects. If it were not for the sect ancestor Wu Jing to speak personally this time, Ling Huji would never bite the bullet and take the initiative to run to Guiyang Mountain to congratulate. It was precisely because he knew that he had offended the other party that Ling Huji was so nervous when he stood in front of Song Qingming at this moment, and he was a little trembling when he came forward to offer gifts. Seeing Ling Huji, who was wearing white hair and red robes, in front of him, with a respectful face, he offered a valuable third-grade top-grade spiritual medicine with both hands. Song Qingming, who was sitting in the same place, was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Qingming sect was not so stingy this time, and actually sent such a precious spiritual object as the third-grade top-grade spiritual medicine. The two sects have been feuding for a long time. This time, the Xiaoyao sect sent an invitation mainly for the sake of the face of the human cultivator alliance in the floating cloud mountain range Xiuxin world. At first, they didn't plan that the Qingming sect would send someone to congratulate. However, seeing Ling Huji take the initiative to come and present this valuable gift, Song Qingming and others immediately understood. The Qingming sect should be under pressure this time, and want to take the initiative to bow to the Xiaoyao sect. Now that Song Qingming successfully formed a baby, the Xiaoyao sect has greatly increased its strength, and has already opened up the gap with the Qingming sect. At this time, they really can't afford not to bow their heads. Seeing this, Song Qingming looked up at Ling Huji, who presented a gift in front of him, smiled and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Ling Hu, we two can be said to have known each other through fighting in the past. Now that our two sects have stopped fighting and made peace, Taoist friend, you don't have to be so nervous when you come here, and you can drink a few more cups later." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he smiled slightly, and then cast a spell to take the elixir presented by Ling Huji into his hand, and directly put it into his own storage magic weapon. Seeing that Song Qingming accepted the gift he presented, the originally nervous look on Ling Huji's face suddenly relaxed, and he hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming again and responded, "Senior has now achieved the nascent soul great Dao, and still calls me Taoist friend, which is really an honor for the junior. The junior was blind and offended the senior back then, and now I think about it and I am really ashamed. It is a blessing for the junior that the senior can put aside the past. How dare I disobey?" After Ling Huji stood up, he saw Song Qingming nodded to him slightly, and hurriedly turned around and wanted to walk down the stage. However, just as he moved his feet, a somewhat cold voice suddenly came from the upper position, which made him stop. "Wait a minute." Hearing the voice coming from the upper position of the platform, Ling Huji hurriedly turned around and looked not far away, only to see a white light suddenly flying to his side. The next moment, Lim Yufeng, who was sitting in the upper position, appeared directly in front of Ling Huji, and frightened him so much that he immediately knelt down on the ground. "Senior, spare my life." Seeing Ling Huji kneeling directly on the stage and begging for mercy, the other cultivators present were all shocked, and soon the hall became quiet. Not long after, everyone's eyes were all focused on Lim Yufeng in front of Ling Huji. Han Yu, who was drinking with a person next to him, saw this scene, and immediately put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist Li, what happened? Today is a big day for your clan, and everyone is here to congratulate fellow Taoist Song. If this little friendling who did anything wrong, we as seniors can reprimand him. There is no need to embarrass a junior like him." Hearing Han Yu's loud question, Li Mufang's originally serious face suddenly changed slightly, and he smiled and waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Han misunderstood. I just have something to tell little friend Linghu, and I don't mean to embarrass him. I have some things left by your clan, which I originally wanted to return to fellow Taoist Wu. Since little friend Linghu is here today, why don't you take them all back?" After Li Mufang finished speaking, he moved his magic power and immediately dropped more than a dozen silver tokens. These tokens were exactly the same in appearance and color, and they were obviously from the same place. Seeing the many tokens that Li Mufang threw in front of him, Linghuji was a little surprised at first and didn't understand their meaning. But when he saw a familiar pattern on the token, Linghuji's face changed slightly, and he realized the origin of these things. "My friend, please keep these things carefully. After you go back, remember to bring a message to fellow Taoist Wu. Qingming Mountain is now a relatively clean place, and it can't tolerate those filthy things. If anyone makes me look dirty again in the future, this sect will make him look bad." After speaking, Li Mufang didn't care about Linghuji, who was still kneeling on the ground, and went straight back to his seat. Seeing this, Han Yu on the side sighed slightly, and immediately reminded Linghuji on the ground loudly, "My friend Linghu, fellow Taoist Li just asked you to bring a message. How can you kneel on the ground like this? Put the things away and go down quickly. Don't be so startled." "Ah, yes, thank you for the reminder, senior." After standing up and bowing to Han Yu and Li Mufang awkwardly, Linghuji quickly collected all the silver tokens on the ground. Then, in the strange eyes of everyone, he walked down from the platform. After Linghuji returned to his seat, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, stood up again with a glass of spirit wine, and said to the many cultivators below with a smile, "Dear fellow Taoists, what happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Please don't mind it. Today's celebration is not over yet. Please drink a few more glasses, thank you, senior." Seeing Bai Yuxin drink the wine in the cup in one gulp after finishing his explanation, the monks below the stage immediately followed suit and raised their glasses. Soon the whole hall became lively again. Only Linghuji, who was sitting alone and ignored, had a look of loneliness in his eyes. While all the high-level monks in the Xiaoyao Hall were toasting each other, many foundation-building monks such as Song Yuanfang on the Ying Peak not far away were also very lively at this moment. The birth of a Yuanying ancestor in the family was an extremely glorious event for the entire Song family. Although the celebration was held on the Qingming Mountain at this moment, the protagonists of the whole banquet had become Song Yuanfang and others. Many Song family cultivators. In the territory of Wei State, many Immortal cultivation families and foundation-building casual cultivators who came to congratulate, all surrounded Song Yuanfang and others to toast and congratulate. Even many cultivators from the main family of the celebration, Xiaoyao sect, took the initiative to come and congratulate the Song family cultivators. This also made Song Yuanfang and others, who had never received such an honor, extremely proud of it. In a corner of the banquet, Song Yuanhao and Su Qingming were sitting at a table, dealing with fellow cultivators who kept coming to toast and congratulate. After a foundation-building cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect in front of them left. The next moment, a figure in yellow suddenly appeared in front of Song Yuanhao and the others, and asked softly with a smile on his face, "Fellow Taoist Song, could this be fellow Taoist Su?" Seeing Zhang Yuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Song Yuanhao was a little surprised at first, then he quickly stood up and nodded to her, and then introduced her to Su Qingming beside him. "This is fellow Taoist Zhang from Tixianbao. She also went to Li Yuanhe for training with a few of us, before." Zhang Tianyang intended to match Zhang Yuan and Song Yuanhao, but only a few people in the Song family such as Song Qingming knew about it, and Su Qingming was not aware of it. Later, when Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanhao got married, Zhang Yuan followed Zhang Tianyang to Funiu Mountain to congratulate. However, at that time, she had been following behind Zhang Tianyang and did not take the initiative to talk to others. She was just an inconspicuous existence among the many guests. Hearing the introduction of her Taoist partner Song Yuanhao at this moment, Su Qingming naturally regarded the other party as an acquaintance, and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile on her face and bowed. My concubine Su Qingming, meet fellow Taoist Zhang. Fellow Taoist Su, you are polite. Seeing Su Qingming take the initiative to salute, Zhang Yuan stood there for a moment, then smiled and returned the salute. When I went to Yuanhe that year, I remember that fellow Taoist Zhang had just advanced to the 3rd level of foundation building not long ago. I didn't expect that after only 30 years of separation, fellow Taoist's cultivation has already broken through to the late stage of foundation building. This speed of cultivation really makes Song feel ashamed. Hearing Song Yuanheo's serious praise, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and said modestly, I have just advanced to the late stage of foundation building. Compared with fellow Taoist Song, my cultivation is really not worth mentioning. Fellow Taoist Song's cultivation is now perfect, and I think he will impact the Golden Core realm soon. I am afraid that the next time we meet, I may have to call you senior. During the years that Song Qingming has been in seclusion in the East China Sea Immortal cultivation world to form a nascent soul, Song Yuanheo's cultivation has already broken through to the 9th level of foundation building. In the past few years, Song Yuanheo has also successfully cultivated the unyielding technique handed down by his family to the perfect state, and he can now retreat to form a pill at any time. The reason why he has not yet started to try to form a pill is because in the past few years, several giant ancestors of the family were not in the clan, and no one could protect him. In addition, Song Yuanheo felt that the technique he practiced, Heavenly Fire and Thunder technique, still had some flaws, and he wanted to polish his own technique. As Zhang Yuan said, Song Yuanheo's own technique has been polished almost to the point where he is just waiting for the end of his ancestors' nascent soul celebration, and he will probably be ready to retreat. Hearing Zhang Yuan mention the matter of forming a pill at this moment, Song Yuanheo was also a little excited in his heart, but he still sighed humbly and said, it is not easy for cultivators of my generation to form a pill. Although I have practiced for many years, I am still not too sure about the matter of forming a pill. Fellow Taoist, please don't flatter me so much now, otherwise I will be speechless in front of fellow Taoist Zhang if I can't succeed. Fellow Taoist, you have a lot of natural resources, and now you have the support of Patriarch Song, so there is no need to be too modest. I believe you can definitely witness the golden elixir path, haha. Then I will accept fellow Taoist Zhang's good words. The three of them said a few more words on the spot, and Zhang Yuan took the initiative to bow and say goodbye. Song Yuanheo also took Su Qingming back to sit in the same place. Looking at Zhang Yuan who had already walked away, Su Qingming suddenly opened her mouth and asked Song Yuanheo, husband, fellow Taoist Zhang just now looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. Is it because I drank too much today and my face looks a little strange? Hearing the sudden question from his Taoist partner, Song Yuanheo paused, then shook his head calmly and replied, there's nothing wrong. I guess she noticed that your cultivation level is similar to hers, so she paid more attention to you. Oh. Although my cultivation level is similar to hers now, my talent for cultivating immortals is far inferior to hers. It won't be long before she will surpass me. But compared to my husband, both of us are still a little behind. I also believe that my husband will succeed in forming a pill and go further than us. Seeing Su Qingming's face suddenly become as serious as Zhang Yuan's just now when she said this, Song Yuanheo was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. The nascent soul celebration on Qingming Mountain was held for a total of 10 days from beginning to end. It was not until 10 days later, as the celebration ended, the cultivators who came to congratulate gradually left Qingming Mountain, and the lively scene on the mountain slowly quieted down. Soon after, Song Qingming also formally bid farewell to Bai Yuxin and Lim Yufeng, and returned to the family with the accompanying Song family and some cultivators from other foundation-building families in Qing County. After the sect's large flying boat arrived at Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming got off the flying boat and took Wang Xian and Song Qingyu to the Huxin pavilion of the mountaintop family. Not long after, a sound transmission note flew out of the family's Huxin pavilion and went directly to the bottom of the mountain. Then, Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanheo, who received the news, immediately rushed to the Huxin pavilion and appeared in front of Song Qingming and the other two. This time, Song Qingming and the other two summoned Song Yuanheo for his next formation. Now that Song Qingming has broken through the Yuanying realm, the family has become much more stable than before. This is a good time for Song Yuanheo and others to retreat and form den. Seeing that Song Yuanheo has practiced his Nguyen technique to the perfect state, Song Qingming did not hide too much and directly asked Song Yuanhao about his idea of forming Dan. Song Yuanhao had actually been fully prepared for his dam forming. When the ancestor of the family mentioned it, he immediately nodded and agreed. He also informed Song Qingming and others of the preparations he had made over the years. Seeing that Song Yuanhao was fully prepared, Song Qingming was very satisfied and immediately made a decision for him, arranging for him to retreat and form Dan in a month. Song Qingming, Wang Xian and others had no objection to this and all nodded in agreement. After speaking to Song Yuanfang again, Song Qingming waved his hand to let them leave and took Song Qingming and the others to the side to taste tea. Seventh brother. We have received so many gifts this time. Can you take them out so that my sister-in-law and I can open our eyes? Not long after the three of them sat down, Song Qingming, who was making tea on the side, couldn't wait to ask Song Qingming, wanting to see the gifts he received during the celebration. Wang Xian, who was standing next to him, also showed a hint of curiosity towards him. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only smile slightly and took a white jade pendant from his waist. As Song Qingming cast a spell with one hand, a burst of spiritual light immediately appeared above the white jade pendant, and the next moment dozens of high-level spiritual objects appeared in front of Song Qingming and the other two. Wow! Brother Qi, you have made a fortune this time. It would be great if we could hold such a celebration every year in the future. Seeing so many high-level spiritual objects appear in front of them at once, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were dazzled and showed a burst of joy on their faces. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately couldn't help but chuckled and responded, "You are dreaming. If it can be held every year, I am afraid that everyone can't afford to give gifts, so who would dare to come to participate in the celebration? If you like to receive gifts like this, you have to work hard to practice and strive to catch up with me as soon as possible. When you break through to the nascent soul realm in the future, Brother Qi will definitely give you a bigger one so that you can feel it, haha. Brother Qi, you really flatter me. How can I compare with you and Uncle Bai? Even if I can break through to the nascent soul realm, I don't know when it will happen." Song Qingming was talking here, and found a golden light armor from the many spiritual objects received by Song Qingming, and put it in front of him with a happy face. Level 4 robes, this is really a good thing. I didn't expect Uncle Bai and others to be so generous that they even gave away level 4 spiritual objects. Brother Qi, I saw that you were a little hesitant at the time. Do you still want to return this spiritual object? Seeing that Song Qingming looked at him with some concern, she was afraid that he would return the Baoguan golden armor in her hand to Bai Yuxin and the others. For this reason, Song Qingming was also stunned for a moment, and then smiled and shook his head and said, "This is a kind of heart from Sister Bai and the others. How can I return it casually? This is not a disgrace to them. I have just broken through to the nascent soul stage and I am short of spiritual stones. These spiritual objects just solve my urgent needs. It is impossible to return them, haha. Anyway, everyone knows that it was the uncle and his men who tried to win you over, so just accept them." Seventh brother, this time, in addition to meeting many cultivators of the same level and exchanging cultivation experiences with them, Song Qingming's biggest gain was these gifts in front of him. This time, because the sect was responsible for organizing the celebration, Song Qingming and the Song family did not spend a single spiritual stone for it. Therefore, these gifts in Song Qingming's hands were almost all obtained directly without spending any spiritual stones, and he was very happy in his heart. After a simple sorting with Song Qingming and Wang Xian, Song Qingming divided all the spiritual objects into 3 parts. Among them, the high-level spiritual medicines, elixirs and fire-attributed treasures were given to Wang Xian, who was good at alchemy. Song Qingming was given 3 magic weapons that were very suitable for him, as well as 2 third-level middle-grade spiritual talismans, and several water-attributed refining materials. By the way, Xian, can you help me see what kind of medicine this is? Sorry. There were a lot of guests at home today. I was busy all night and it's late again. Chapter 869, Level 4 Elixir, Questions to Ask. When Song Qingming was sorting out the remaining spiritual objects in front of him, he suddenly saw a golden porcelain bottle with a rather exquisite style, and he quickly opened it to take a look. However, although Song Qingming had reached the nascent soul stage, he had not seen many high-level spiritual pills, and he could not recognize the pill in the bottle at a glance, so he could only ask Wang Xian beside him. Seeing this, Wang Xian hurriedly took the porcelain bottle from Song Qingming with a smile, and gently cast a spell to take out a purple spiritual pill from it. Purple Cloud Pill. This is a 4th grade lower grade elixir. After refining, it can help improve the mana of unyielding cultivators. It is best for cultivators with fire spiritual roots and is more suitable for my husband. This pill is very rare. I only heard in the alliance that Patriarch Xuantong had refined a furnace before, and this is the first time I have actually seen an elixir. This pill is estimated to be worth at least 70,000 spiritual stones outside, not much less than the Baoguang armor given by Uncle Bai. It should be given to my husband by Senior Zhao from the Wanling sect. P.S. I have seen a lot of confusion about the value of spiritual objects in storytelling recently. Let me explain it here. Spiritual objects such as elixirs are priced according to their specific effects. Even if they are of the same grade, their values can be different. Just like Purple Cloud Pill and Piang Pill, although they are both 4th grade lower grade elixirs. However, the former can only improve the cultivation speed of unyielding cultivators, which is not particularly rare, while the latter can help giant cultivators reach the sky in one step, which is more rare. The two have different values, so the prices will also differ several times. Seeing that Wang Xian had guessed it, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly when he heard it. I didn't open it when I received it before, and I didn't expect the elixir inside to be so precious. I took advantage of it this time. I'm afraid I'll have to repay the favor when I have the chance in the future. When Bai Yuxe informed her infant, the Wanling sect also sent a 4th level elixir of similar value in order to win over the Xiaoao sect and promote the alliance of human cultivators. However, not long after, when a unyielding ancestor of the Wanling sect celebrated his 1000th birthday, the Xiaoao sect also sent a valuable 4th level lower grade talisman. The two sides reciprocated and returned the favor. Now that Song Qingming has received the 4th level elixir personally delivered by Zhao Wuling, he naturally can't get it for nothing. If he encounters something with the other party in the future, he must try his best to repay the favor. This is also the most basic social etiquette. Now that Song Qingming has just broken through the unyielding realm, he is just short of elixirs and spiritual stones for cultivation. At this time, he can get a Purple Cloud Pill. Zhao Wuling has indeed saved him a lot of trouble. My husband, if you are not in a hurry to refine this 4th level spiritual pill, I would like to take it for a few days to study it. What do you think? Seeing Wang Xian holding the Purple Cloud Pill with an expression that she couldn't let it go, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly in response, and then shifted his attention to the other spiritual objects in front of him. After sorting it out, Song Qingming made a simple estimate. Excluding the Purple Cloud Pill and precious light golden armor, the two most valuable 4th level spiritual objects. The other high-level spiritual objects in his hands, converted into spiritual stones, add up to about 200,000. If you add the gifts that Song Yuanli received from other foundation-building cultivators at the Welcome Peak, there should be tens of thousands more spiritual stones. For a unyielding cultivator, although these spiritual stones are not too much, it is also a fortune. However, some of the spiritual objects are spiritual objects sent by the same level unyielding sect as the Wanling sect. If Song Qingming receives an invitation from someone else in the future, he may have to repay a favor. After sorting out all the spiritual objects in his hand, Song Qingming put them all back into his storage bag, and then shifted his attention to the last spiritual object in his hand, the Baoguang Jinjia. After putting on the Baoguang Jinjia, Song Qingming was immediately covered with a layer of light golden light, which then quickly disappeared. The next moment, Song Qingming waved his hand lightly, and the Celadon water cup on the table not far away turned into sword light and flew in front of him. When the sword light just came to a distance of 3 feet in front of Song Qingming, a golden rune suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air and stopped it directly. Soon, the fierce golden light was firmly attracted by the golden rune and stuck to it motionlessly. After a moment, the sword light disappeared and turned into a Celadon water cup again and fell into Song Qingming's hand. Looking at the golden rune in front of him, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of satisfaction, and he waved his hand to put it away. This golden armor of precious light is a 4th level robe made by Li Mufang himself. It is engraved with several high-level magic arrays by Bai Yuxin, and has several good protections. The quality is quite good. Generally, the value of a 4th level low-grade magic weapon is more than 100,000 spirit stones. If it is a 4th level low-grade magic weapon of excellent quality and defensive type, its value can even be about 30% to 50% higher at the auction. However, The auxiliary magic weapon of the golden armor of precious light type of robe is lower than the normal magic weapon of the same level because of its general defensive effect. Even so, it is a 4th level or higher robe after all. Although it is not as good as the defensive magic weapon of the same level, its power is still several times stronger than the general 3rd level upper grade defensive magic weapon. Song Qingming now has 3 4th level magic weapons on him: Red Heart Sword of Fire, Green Jade Bottle and Green Rhino Jade Pendant, but these 4th level magic weapons are not defensive types. Now that he has obtained the 4th level robe Baoguang Jinjia, it just makes up for some of his weaknesses of lacking defensive magic weapons, which is worth it for Song Qingming. After sorting out all the treasures he got, Song Qingming sat back in his seat. At this time, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian also put away their spiritual objects, and they all focused their eyes on Song Qingming again. 7th brother. Now that you have broken through the nascent soul realm, the spiritual energy on the mountain is definitely not enough for you to practice. If you want to advance to the 4th level spiritual vein, it may be difficult for the family to do it in a short time. Are you planning to move to Guiyang Mountain with your sister-in-law to practice next? Song Qingming's cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul realm, and the spiritual vein of the family's spiritual land Funiu Mountain is only the 3rd level upper grade. For a nascent soul cultivator, the spiritual energy is already slightly insufficient. And if the 3rd level upper grade spiritual vein wants to directly advance to the 4th level spiritual vein, in addition to a large amount of spiritual stones, it also requires an extremely rare 4th level spiritual object Earth Vein Stone. For the Song family, it is obviously not something they can do in a short time. If Song Qingming stayed in Funiu Mountain to practice, he would need to refine thousands of spirit stones every year at least, so as not to affect his own practice speed. Thousands of spirit stones a year may not seem like a big number for Song Qingming, a nascent soul cultivator, but it would be a considerable expense in the long run. With Song Qingming's habit of being thrifty, he naturally wouldn't like to waste spirit stones like this. As the supreme elder of the sect, it was actually a matter of course for him to move directly to Guiyang Mountain with better spiritual energy to practice. Hearing Song Qingyu's question, Song Qingming, who knew what the other party was worried about, smiled and responded, "There are too many people over there in Guiyang Mountain now, and the spiritual energy is also a little insufficient. Senior Sister Bai and the others have already discussed this, and I will not move to Guiyang Mountain for the time being. The sect will subsidize me with a portion of spiritual stones every year for my practice, plus the salary from the family. It is almost enough for my daily practice. You don't have to worry about these." Well, now there is not much time left before the monster turmoil that happens once every 100 years. It will definitely be safer for my husband and I to stay in the family at this time. Qingyu, don't worry, my husband is now a nascent soul cultivator. In the future, as long as he has the opportunity to find a 4th level earth vein stone, he will definitely be able to upgrade the Funian spiritual vein to the 4th level. By then, we won't have to think about moving anymore, haha. Since you, 7th brother, have already thought about this, I won't say much. Now there are only 20 to 30 years left before the monster turmoil. According to the information that the sect has explored in recent years, there are already many strange demon kings in the north. 7th brother, should we call Chang's back in advance? Maybe he can help. Hearing Song Qingyu's proposal, Song Qingming said calmly, "Don't worry about this for the time being. Senior Sister Bai has told me a few days ago that after a while, the sect may have a big move in the south. If we can take this opportunity to solve the hidden dangers in the south in advance, the remaining northern demons will not be afraid even if they are strong. This matter is still a secret of the sect, you two just need to know it. Don't tell others first, so as not to spread the news." "Oh. Is the sect going to take action so soon?" "I hope it's as my husband said." The three of them sat in the same place, sipping tea and chatting for a long time, until the sun gradually set in the sky, and then they got up and returned to the cave to practice. After returning to the cave, Song Qingming first practiced for a while, and then took out a lot of high-level materials used to refine the 2nd-level puppet beast from his body, and began to study his own puppet skills. Before, Song Qingming asked Song Yuanfang and others to run through all the major markets in the north of Uyghur. Almost all the high-level puppet materials above level 2 nearby were secretly collected by the Song family. However, because Song Qingming could quickly restore his own mana, these materials were consumed very quickly. Soon, as Song Qingming upgraded his puppet skills to the 2nd level middle grade, he began to run out of materials. However, after joining the sect this time, Song Qingming took advantage of his status as the Supreme Elder and exchanged a lot of high-level puppet materials from the sect's Good Merit Pavilion at once. Looking at the many puppet materials in front of him, Song Qingming immediately immersed himself in refining puppets. It was not until half a year later, when all the materials in his hands were exhausted, that Song Qingming took the initiative to walk out of his cave. After coming to the top of the mountain to bask in the sun for a while, Song Qingming took the initiative to send a voice transmission to the foot of the mountain. Not long after, Song Yuanfang came to Song Qingming with a somewhat happy look on his face. "Congratulations, seventh uncle, for coming out of retreat." Looking at Song Yuanfang, who was smiling in front of him, Song Qingming nodded slightly and immediately asked, "Why are you so happy? Is it because you have completed the task I asked you to do?" Seeing Song Qingming asking, Song Yuanfang quickly cast a spell to take out a green jade bottle, handed it to Song Qingming, and then replied, reporting to seventh uncle, "This thing was found by Lin Rui and others from the hands of a casual cultivator in the late foundation building stage in Beishifang. It cost less than 10,000 spirit stones." Song Qingming picked up the green jade bottle, opened it and took a look, and then showed a look of satisfaction. Well done. I will reward Lin Rui and the others with merits later." Song Yuanfang nodded and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Seven, I have already arranged this matter. Recently, there is another happy event in the family. Half a month ago, Lin Yu has successfully established a foundation. It's just that Uncle Seven is still in seclusion and dare not disturb you, so I didn't tell you about this in advance." "Oh. No wonder I felt some changes in the spiritual energy on the mountain a while ago. I thought one of you had broken through again. It turned out that someone successfully established a foundation. Lin Yu, I remember that this girl seems to be the same as you, with 3 spiritual roots. She succeeded in establishing a foundation before she was 50 years old. Her talent is indeed not worse than yours. If she is well trained in the future, she probably has some hope of forming a pill." Song Linyu is a cultivator of the Lin generation of the Song family. He is also the one with the best spiritual root qualifications among the descendants of Song Yuanfang. He has always been loved by Song Yuanfang and his wife. Because of the full support of Song Yuanfang and Wang Yuqing, 2 foundation-building cultivators, Song Linyu has never lacked spiritual stones for cultivation since he was a child, and has steadily cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining. As the descendant of the great elder of the family, Song Linyu was born with an advantage in the competition for spiritual objects for foundation building, and as expected, she got a foundation building pill. After more than half a year of hard work and seclusion, she successfully built her foundation and advanced to the foundation building realm. Song Yuanfang and Wang Yuqing were naturally very happy that their granddaughter Song Linyu had successfully built her foundation. The smiles on their faces have never stopped for more than half a month. "Thank you for the compliment from Uncle Qi." Lin Yu was spoiled by Yu Qing in the early years. She was too stubborn. I was afraid that she would wander around all day and delay her cultivation. Unexpectedly, she fought hard this time to build her foundation, and the family's cultivation over the years was not in vain. Now Lin Yu is still in seclusion to stabilize her cultivation. When she comes out, I will bring her up to meet the ancestors. Well, it doesn't matter. When Lin Yu comes out, you can bring her up. After saying that, Song Qingming's hand flashed with a flash of light, and he gently waved his sleeves to take out dozens of puppet beasts of different looks and put them in front of Song Yuanfang. "So many puppet beasts, are these all made by Uncle Qi?" Before, Song Qingming asked Song Yuanfang to collect materials for refining puppet beasts everywhere, and Song Yuanfang already knew that his own nascent soul ancestor was learning puppet skills recently. However, even if a nascent soul cultivator took action, it would take a lot of time to refine a puppet beast, not to mention that he had to take care of his own cultivation. Song Qingming suddenly took out so many puppet beasts at once, which was somewhat beyond Song Yuanfang's expectations, and he couldn't help but express his doubts. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and explained to him, "These puppet beasts are indeed all refined by me. But some of them, I have already refined them before, and I just happened to give them all to you this time. Pick one out for Lin Yu later, as a gift from my elder to her for building the foundation. For the rest, you can help me pass them to Yuan Jin and put them directly into the gold storage pavilion. If there are cultivators in the family who need them, they can be exchanged directly according to merit." but tell them that these puppet beasts can only be used by cultivators in the family, and cannot be taken out to the market to resell spirit stones. Violators will be severely punished by the family. Then I would like to thank 7th Uncle for the reward on behalf of Linyu. Please rest assured, 7th Uncle, the atmosphere in the gold storage pavilion has improved a lot in recent years. We all know this. I will ask Yuanjin and others to supervise this matter. Due to the rapid development of the family in recent years, the Song family has also encountered many problems of its own, and it has also spawned some scums who seek personal gain and harm the family. In the past few years, many family monks took advantage of the loophole that some spiritual objects in the gold storage pavilion were cheaper than those in the outside market, and resold spiritual objects for personal gain. At the beginning, these clansmen were relatively restrained, and only used their own merits to exchange spiritual objects from the family's gold storage pavilion. Later, after some of them tasted the sweetness, they became more and more daring, and began to use spiritual stones to buy the merits of other family monks. What's more, some even dared to resell foundation building spiritual objects. This made the gold storage pavilion, which was originally used to support family monks, a mess. Many precious spiritual objects were not enjoyed by family monks, but were first taken advantage of by outsiders. It was not until someone reported the matter that Song Yuanfang and others realized that something was wrong, and immediately changed the gold storage pavilion system, strictly prohibiting family monks from reselling spiritual objects. Later, Song Qingyu came back from the East Seaxin world and learned about this matter, and decisively and seriously dealt with a group of family monks who had committed more serious crimes. Not only did they confiscate a large number of family merits from them, but they also sent these people directly to Yinfengling to mine in order to deter other clan members. Since then, the atmosphere of the family's gold storage pavilion has improved a lot, and no one dares to seek personal gain from it. At this moment, hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Song Yuanfang's heart was also a little complicated, and he couldn't help but sigh. He was trusted by several ancestors and was in charge of the family's secular things for so many years. Although he tried his best, there were still many negligences and he failed to do it perfectly. Knowing what the other party was thinking, Song Qingming reminded him and didn't say much. He waved his hand directly at Song Yuanfang. After the person in front of him left, Song Qingming turned around and left the place, turning into light and passing through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation and going straight to the east. Not long after, Song Qingming came to the outside of a sacred mountain deep in the Funiu Mountain. As soon as Song Qingming landed, a sword light suddenly flew out from inside Lingshan, and then a middle-aged man in black appeared in front of Song Qingming on a flying sword. Greetings, ancestor. The man in black was named Song Lincheng, and he was also a foundation-building elder of the Song family's Lin generation. Song Lincheng had successfully built his foundation for nearly 40 years, and his cultivation had reached the 4th level of foundation building. Among the many foundation-building elders in the family, he was considered to be average. Seeing Song Lincheng in front of him, Song Qingming waved his hand and immediately said, "No need to be polite. I will be in seclusion here for a while recently. Please tell them not to disturb me if nothing happens." "Don't worry, ancestor, we understand." After speaking to Song Lincheng, Song Qingming ignored him and walked directly into the mountain protection array and soon came to a somewhat cold mine. This is the Yinfeng Ridge mine that Song Cheng's accidentally discovered. Because it is rich in yin firestone, it was developed by the Song family and is now one of the family's important sources of income. After arriving here, Song Qingming did not enter the mine directly, but came to a bottomless canyon behind the Yinfeng Ridge and then jumped directly down. Not long after, Song Qingming landed at the bottom of the canyon, walked forward for more than 100 feet, and came to a tightly closed stone door. He reached out and took out a talisman, then lit it and threw it into the stone door. Soon, the stone door suddenly changed, revealing a dark cave entrance. As Song Qingming stepped into the cave, a strong gust of cold wind immediately hit him in the face. Song Qingming then waved his hand to close the cave entrance behind him. After walking several hundred feet forward, Song Qingming soon came to a larger cave. Not far ahead, a cloud of fog appeared. After glancing around and seeing nothing unusual, Song Qingming cast a spell with both hands again and released several golden runes. As the runes sank into the thick fog in front of him, the fog soon rolled and opened a gap automatically. Song Qingming walked directly into a pool with its back against a mountain wall. After Song Qingming came in, a white light suddenly flew out of the pool, and then a blue-eyed white fox appeared in front of him. "Hey! Didn't you say last time that you would be busy for a while? Why are you here again?" Seeing Chu Bai in front of him, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed to him with a respectful expression and said, "Senior, how are you? I am almost done with the things I have in my hands now. I just happened to get a spiritual object that is useful to you recently, so I came here specially to give it to you." After Song Qingming finished speaking, a spiritual light flashed in his hand, and he threw out a small green bottle, which was the spiritual object he had asked Song Yuanfang to collect before. Seeing that the other party was here to give a gift, Chu Bai, who took the jade bottle, was slightly surprised, but he still didn't say much and directly opened the green jade bottle in his hand. After a while, Chu Bai put down the thing in his hand and asked Song Qingming, "You came here specially this time. It should not be just to give you this thing. If you have something to ask me, just tell me directly. Otherwise, I dare not accept your things casually." Seeing that the other party directly revealed his purpose in one sentence, Song Qingming did not feel embarrassed at all, and laughed quickly. "Haha. You really can't hide anything from you, senior. I came here this time because I do have some problems in cultivation, and I want to ask you for advice. However, this thing is just a little gift from me, and I have no other meaning. Whether you can help or not, I will not take this thing back, so just accept it with confidence." "Oh. You are really a good person. Okay, I'll accept the things first, and you can ask if you have anything. As long as I can help you solve it, I will definitely not deliberately conceal it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870, Heavenly Heart Divine Art, Such a Loser. Seeing Chu Bai hesitate for a while and finally accept the green jade bottle he offered, Song Qingming immediately smiled. Then, in front of Chu Bai, he took out more than a dozen puppet beasts of different shapes, and then cast a spell to control them to form a puppet formation. Seeing the many puppet beasts in front of him, Chu Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he asked again, "Did you refine all these puppets? I remember that more than a year ago, your puppet skills had just barely advanced to the second level. I didn't expect that after such a short period of time, you can already refine a puppet beast in the late stage of foundation building. It seems that you are still talented in this area." Hearing Chu Bai's praise, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. The expression on his face did not change much. He bowed and began to ask, "Senior should know. The reason why I spent so much energy learning to refine puppet beasts was that I wanted to put together a set of puppet formations to drive them. But now that I have refined so many puppet beasts, I find it difficult to control them at the same time, and the power of the formation has not increased much. Senior is more familiar with puppet skills than I am. I wonder if you have any good solutions." Since learning puppet skills from Chu Bai, Song Qingming's skills in this area have improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, he had successfully refined the first puppet beast in the late stage of foundation building, and successfully upgraded his puppet skills to the second level upper grade. After refining many second level puppet beasts, Song Qingming began to try to refine them into his one-ling puppet array to test the power of his puppet array. After trying it out, Song Qingming found that even if his spiritual consciousness was strong enough, he still seemed a little powerless when controlling many puppets to set up the array. Originally, Song Qingming could still exert their full strength by controlling 4 giant puppets to set up the one-ling puppet array. When the number of puppets increased to more than a dozen, even if all of them were replaced with foundation-building puppet beasts, Song Qingming still clearly felt that he had a splitting headache, and the spiritual consciousness released by the spell became very chaotic. When setting up the array, he could only barely form a large array, and the power he exerted was much worse than he had originally imagined, and sometimes it was even less effective than when he controlled 4 or 5 puppet beasts. After several attempts, Song Qingming found that it was still difficult for him to solve the problem, so he humbly brought gifts and came to Yinfeng Ridge to ask Chu Bai, the senior. Because he only had his soul and spirit body left, after following Song Qingming to Qing County, Chu Bai always disliked the lack of yin qi on Funiu Mountain, which was not conducive to his repairing his original soul. Until half a year later, Song Qingming took him to Yinfeng Ridge. Chu Bai fell in love with this Yinling place at first sight and asked Song Qingming to help him open up a cave in the canyon below the mine. In order to prevent Chu Bai from being disturbed by others, Song Qingming also asked Song Yuanfang to discuss with the General Affairs Hall of the sect, and spend tens of thousands of spirit stones to take back all the control of the Yinfeng Ridge mine veins. Today, there are no Xiaoyao sect monks in Yinfeng Ridge, and all have been taken over by Song family monks. Song Qingming also designated the entire canyon below as his own place for cultivation, and arranged family monks to guard it. Except for himself, no one, whether it was the monks who were mining or the tribesmen stationed in Yinfeng Ridge, was allowed to enter. Chu Bai had been hiding here to practice for a long time, and had never left Yinfeng Ridge. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with his new cave. Hearing Song Qingming's humble inquiry, Chu Bai thought for a moment before he replied softly to Song Qingming, "With your current nascent soul stage consciousness, controlling this kind of low-level puppet beast, let alone a dozen, even if there are several times more, there will not be any big problem. But you want to use the puppets to form a magic array, and you want to control them freely. This requires a bit too much from the cultivator. Unless you can practice the nascent soul division technique, it will be difficult to achieve the kind of effect you want." Nascent soul division technique. Is it the kind of soul division secret technique that cultivators can use when they are refining an external incarnation? Yes. The nascent soul division technique can indeed help cultivators refine an external incarnation. I don't have this secret technique for the time being. But I have a secret method that can help improve the cultivator's consciousness. You can try to practice it. Maybe it can help you. After Chu Bai finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in front of him, and a set of black scrolls appeared. He quickly sent them to Song Qingming. Seeing the black scroll in front of him, Song Qingming's face, which was originally a little disappointed, suddenly perked up and took the scroll and placed it on his forehead. As soon as his consciousness sank into the black scroll, Song Qingming immediately saw 4 very simple golden characters: Heavenly Heart Divine Art. This set of Heavenly Heart Divine Art is much more mysterious than the soul-devouring art he practiced before. It is a set of spiritual consciousness exercises that can be directly practiced to the nascent soul stage. However, the Heavenly Heart Divine Art also has relatively high requirements for the spiritual consciousness of the practitioners. The spiritual consciousness of the cultivators in the Qi refining stage is too weak to practice directly. Only the spiritual consciousness above the foundation building stage can barely start to practice this set of exercises. Before, Song Qingming practiced soul-devouring art to the golden core, but because there was no follow-up exercise, he was forced to stop practicing. During this period, Song Qingming also tried to deduce the follow-up exercises of soul-devouring art through the jade card that Feng he gave him. Although Song Qingming spent a lot of time on this, he encountered many difficulties and failed to successfully deduce the subsequent exercises of the Jinden period. In the end, he gave up practicing the soul-devouring art. This time, he obtained the Heavenly Heart Divine Art, which finally gave Song Qingming other ways to continue to improve his spiritual awareness. He couldn't help but show a bit of joy in his heart. "Thank you for the reward of the exercises." Seeing that Song Qingming was happy to bow to him after getting the exercises, Chu Bai waved his hand and said, "It's just a spiritual practice, there's no need for you to be so polite. Now that I live with you, I can't take advantage of you for nothing. This practice is a reward for you, so that you won't feel that you've suffered a loss in the future. Senior, you're joking. These are just a piece of cake. How dare I argue with you about such a small matter? To be honest, my cultivation has just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and I know very little about these high-level techniques and matters related to cultivation. In the future, perhaps, there will be many areas where I need to rely on you for guidance. Haha. Don't worry, your cultivation has just reached the nascent soul stage, and I will naturally not be stingy with you where I can guide you. No, but, I have said before, I have helped you now, and there will definitely be a time when I need your help in the future. Just don't let me down then. Don't worry, senior. As long as it is something I can do, I will do my best, okay? Even if you don't say it, I know how capable you are, and I will definitely not deliberately embarrass you. If there is nothing else, you can go back. I still have to practice in seclusion for a while, and I don't have time to chat with you here. However, if you can find high-level Yinling water in the future, just send it to me. I will definitely not treat you unfairly." After saying that, Chu Bai turned into a white spiritual light again and flew directly back to the pool not far away. The next moment, he sank into a pitch-black branch in the middle of the pool. Seeing this, Song Qingming bowed to the branch in front of him again, and then turned and left the place. Since making an agreement with Chu Bai, Song Qingming soon felt the other party's knowledgeable and powerful side, and he has also received a lot of guidance from Chu Bai over the years. Back then, in the Luoxia Inn in the Outer Sea, Song Qingming accidentally swallowed the flame heart jade. If it weren't for Chu Bai's guidance, how could Song Qingming have thought of refining the spiritual jade to directly break through the nascent soul realm? I'm afraid he would have died in the Outer Sea by now. Although Song Qingming still doesn't know Chu Bai's specific identity and origins. But through the previous fight, Song Qingming can roughly guess that a blue-eyed white fox in front of him, who is only a spiritual body, was at least a master of the late nascent soul when he was alive. It is naturally a great thing for Song Qingming to have the opportunity to get such a high-level person to guide his own practice and person at any time. For this reason alone, Song Qingming's flattery of Chu Bai is definitely worth it. Even if he has to spend more spiritual objects, he is willing to do so. After breaking through the nascent soul in seclusion, Song Qingming actually asked Chu Bai about the other party's identity from the side. However, Chu Bai seemed unwilling to reveal his identity to Song Qingming. No matter how Song Qingming asked, he kept silent. Fortunately, the two had already signed a life and death contract. Even if he didn't know Chu Bai's specific identity, at least Song Qingming didn't have to worry about him being unfavorable to him. After all, the help Chu Bai had given Song Qingming over the years was something he could really feel, and he was indeed worthy of Song Qingming's trust. The only thing that made Song Qingming a little worried was the thing that Chu Bai wanted him to do. He hadn't said it yet, and he didn't know if he could satisfy him by then. After leaving Chu Bai's cave, Song Qingming didn't rush to leave Yinfeng Ridge, but came to a mountain forest on the edge of the canyon and sat cross-legged. Soon, in just a moment, Song Qingming entered the state of meditation without moving, and the pure wood attribute vitality in the surrounding heaven and earth also rushed towards his body. Because there were no cultivators nearby, this mountain forest was unusually quiet. Except for a few birds passing by occasionally, almost no sound could be heard. More than half a month had passed, and Song Qingming was still sitting there motionless. It was late autumn, and the wind began to blow in the mountains. There were fallen leaves flying everywhere, gradually covering Song Qingming's figure on the ground under the dead leaves. Soon, more than a month had passed. On this day, a gray figure in the woods quietly came to a nearby big tree. It had just climbed up the trunk, and its eyes were immediately attracted by several pine cones above the branches, and it immediately climbed up along the rough bark. The movement was very light, and it soon arrived in front of the target. Just as it was impatiently stretching its claws to the pine cones above its head, it didn't expect that a light breeze suddenly blew in the mountains at this moment, and the whole trunk began to shake violently. This little gray shadow guy didn't stand firmly, and suddenly fell from the high branch and fell straight to the ground. At this time, it was in midair, looking at the people below. It was already scared and at a loss, and could only scream helplessly. Just as it was about to approach the ground, a spiritual light suddenly lit up in a pile of dead leaves not far away, and then the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The next moment, the gray figure felt that he and the surrounding fallen leaves were held up in the air by a very soft spiritual power, and did not fall directly to the ground. After a while, the gray figure finally reacted and called out a few times in confusion, and then took the initiative to jump down from the air, and went into the nearby forest without looking back. After the gray figure disappeared, a figure with a golden light in the dead leaves not far away stood up and turned into a man in green. I thought I could break through the realm in one fell swoop this time, but I didn't expect it to be a little short. It seems that I have to change places. In addition to practicing his own skills, Song Qingming has also not slacked off in practicing the more special skills of Tongshan Wenlingju. The reason why he meditated for such a long time in the densely forested Yunwu Mountain is to absorb and refine the pure wood attribute of the heaven and earth vitality here. However, the Tongshan Wenlingju is a very demanding technique to practice. It has been a full 130 years since Song Qingming entered the Tongshan Tower and obtained this technique. Now the Tongshan Wenlingju that Song Qingming is practicing in his body is still at the peak of the late foundation building stage, one step short of entering the golden elixir realm. Nearly half of the time until the Tongshan Tower opens once every 300 years has passed. According to this progress, Song Qingming is still very uncertain whether he has the ability to practice this technique to the late golden elixir stage when the Tongshan Tower opens next time. Although he has already broken through to the nascent soul realm, if he performs too poorly in practicing the Tongshan Wanlingju at that time, he will be embarrassed to go back to see him. After all, the Tongshan Wanlingju is a technique related to the future advancement to the God transformation stage. Now that Song Qingming has successfully advanced to the nascent soul, how can he not be tempted by it? Next, he still needs to spend more time on it. After putting away his own magic power, Song Qingming turned around and left the place without hesitation, and then turned into a beam of light and returned directly to Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming had just returned not long ago, and Song Lingyuan had just stabilized his cultivation and came out of retreat. Seeing that several of their ancestors were on the mountain, Song Yuanfang and his wife took this opportunity to hold a foundation building celebration for their granddaughter Song Lingyuan on the mountain. This time, although it was just an ordinary foundation building celebration for the Song family. However, because of the special status of Song Yuanfang, the eldest elder of the Song family, many immortal cultivation families and casual cultivators around Qing County came to Funiu Mountain to congratulate. At the banquet, although Song Qingming and Wang Xian did not attend directly, Song Qingyu, the family's golden elixir ancestor, still showed up and gave Song Yuanfang and his wife enough face. In recent years, in addition to Song Lingyuan, the Song family has also had several Lin and Zhuan generation cultivators who have successfully built their foundations, and the number of foundation building cultivators has increased to 27. The number of Qi refining cultivators has also more than doubled compared to the time of the monster riots 100 years ago, reaching more than 1,300 people. These are all cultivators of the Song family in Funiu Mountain. If we add those family guests who are not well known to outsiders, and the casual cultivators who have been secretly employed by the Song family for many years, the number of cultivators that the family can deploy at critical moments is now close to 2,000. Although in front of a huge Yuanying sect like Zioao sect with tens of thousands of cultivators, the Song family's cultivators are nothing, not even a fraction of them. However, in front of many Jiandan families and sects in the floating Cloud Mountain Range cultivation world, the current Song family is still very powerful. Even if they take down Song Qingming, the Yuanying clan leader, the Funiu Mountain Song family can be regarded as the top Jiandan force in this cultivation world. The family held a foundation building celebration, and the cultivators in the family naturally could not be absent without reason. Except for some who were busy outside, most of the thousands of monks of the Song family rushed back to Funiu Mountain to participate in the celebration and presented many gifts to Song Lingyuan. The mountain had been bustling for several days, and it was not until the second day after the celebration banquet that it slowly calmed down. Leking, where's Lingyuan? I just asked you to take her with you, why is she gone again? Song Yuanfang had just sent off a guest and returned to the mountain, but he did not see Song Lingyuan. He quickly asked his wife Wang Leking who was talking to someone. Hearing this, Wang Leking looked around and did not see her familiar figure in the hall. She shook her head and sighed gently. She is so old, how can I keep an eye on her? I'm afraid she went to talk to Zuaniyu and the others again. Go to the back mountain and have a look. I think she should be there. Hearing his wife's slightly meaningful answer, Song Yuanfang immediately reacted, nodded slightly and sighed, then turned and walked out of the hall. The back mountain of the Song family is a beautiful mountain peak. Song Lingyuan, who had just established her foundation, was wearing a gorgeous purple celebration dress. She exuded an impressive aura from head to toe, and looked at the beautiful scenery under the mountain with a happy face. Not far from her, a handsome man in white was looking into the distance with the same smile as her. A moment later, Song Lingyuan suddenly turned around, took out a golden jade box from her body, and stuffed it directly into the hands of the man in white next to her. Brother Bai. This second-level top-grade elixir was given to me by Ancestor Xian. I have just established my foundation and cannot use this elixir yet. Brother Bai needs to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of foundation building now, so it is just right for you to use it. You can take it first, just as I repay you for your favor. Looking at the extremely precious second-level top-grade elixir in his hand, Bai Jingyan's expression was slightly stunned, and he quickly pushed it back. No. Junior sister Song, this elixir was given by Master's wife herself. It is so precious that you can't give it away casually. If the Great Elder knows about this in the future, he will definitely blame you. You'd better put it away quickly. Don't worry, my cultivation has been polished almost to the point that even without the help of the elixir, I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck smoothly. Bai Jingyan successfully built his foundation in seclusion in Funiu Mountain because of the special arrangement of his master Song Qingming. He has stayed in the Song family for a long time. It was also during this time that he and Song Linyu practiced together under the guidance of Song Yuanfang. They often accompanied each other, and the two of them accidentally developed feelings for each other. After Bai Jingyan successfully built his foundation, he soon said goodbye to Song Linyu and left Funiu Mountain. He returned to the family and began to focus on the development of the Bai family. I thought that after they separated, they would be thousands of miles apart and there would be no intersection. Unexpectedly, Song Linyu was a man of strong character. He ignored the objections of Song Yuanfang and his wife, and often sneaked to White Lion Square to visit Bai Jingyan after practicing. The two of them have been in contact and have helped each other until today. Seeing that Bai Jingyan refused to accept his elixir, Song Linyu smiled slightly and quickly explained, I know that even without this elixir, Brother Bai will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck on his own. However, if you have this elixir, it will definitely save you a lot of time and be safer. Don't worry, I have successfully built my foundation now. And Grandpa is so happy that he can't bear to blame me. Hearing this, Bai Jingyan still shook his head and said, Junior sister, I understand your intentions. It's just that I really can't do this, Brother Bai. Back then, when I hadn't built my foundation yet, you went through a lot of hardships to find purple crystal spirit water for me to cleanse my body. If not for this, even with the help of the foundation building elixir, I would not have succeeded in building my foundation so smoothly. Compared with these favors of becoming a god, there's nothing wrong with you accepting a second-level elixir. If you keep being so polite to me, I'll be angry, junior sister. You misunderstood me. Seeing Song Linyu's face suddenly change and looking at him with some displeasure, Bai Jingyan was helpless and hurried forward to explain a few words. However, Song Linyu's temper was a bit stubborn. No matter how Bai Jingyan explained, she still didn't change her mind. In the end, Bai Jingyan had no choice but to take out a second-level lower-grade talisman from his body and gave it to the other party as a return gift, and then put the pill in his hand into his storage bag. Not long after the two of them finished their topic, a figure under the mountain not far away had quietly seen everything that had just happened. This girl is really willing to give up. She exchanged such a precious second-level upper-grade elixir for a lower-grade talisman. She has just built her foundation and is so wasteful. How can she survive in the future? After sighing softly again, Song Yuanfang couldn't help but show up and walked quickly to where Song Linyu and the others were. Greetings, Great Elder. Seeing Song Yuanfang coming from a distance, Bai Jingyan was shocked, and hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and saluted respectfully. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang first smiled and nodded in return. Then his face changed slightly, and his eyes turned to Song Linyu who didn't care beside him. There are so many guests at home, and you just run around. Come back with me. Chapter 871, Counterattack on Zhenjiang Mountain and Stop the Demon King. After saying that, Song Yuanfang immediately turned around and left the spot. Song Linyu, on the other hand, first put on a relaxed smile towards Bai Jingyan, and then quickly followed. The two walked forward until they came to an uninhabited place, and Song Yuanfang turned around with a serious expression and said, Linyu, you have just successfully established your foundation. You should focus more on cultivation, and you are not allowed to go down the mountain without my consent recently. Don't think I'm joking with you. I have already informed Lin Feng and the others about this matter. If I find out that you sneak down the mountain again this time, even if your grandmother pleads for you, the family will punish you according to the clan rules. Hearing Song Yuanfang's serious instructions, Song Linyu's face suddenly showed a trace of grievance, and then he replied softly, Didn't Grandpa say at the beginning that he wouldn't stop me from being with senior brother Jingyan after I succeeded in building my foundation? Why do you want to go back on your word now? Doesn't Grandpa like senior brother Jingyan very much? Are you worried that he will treat me badly in the future? I didn't say I don't like Jingyan. You have just built your foundation. I just hope that you don't take matters of the heart too seriously and focus more on your own cultivation. Although your grandmother and I have both reached a late stage of foundation building, we both have limited talents. It will be difficult for us to form a pill in the future. Among the next generation of cultivators in the family, only you have succeeded in building your foundation so quickly and have the hope of forming a pill. Linyu, I hope that in the future you can follow your great aunt's example in cultivation and go further than us. Why don't you understand my intentions, Grandpa? Lingyuan has been practicing very hard for so many years. I believe that I can reach the stage of forming a pill without letting you down. However, I also have my own ideas, and I hope you can understand. Looking at Song Lingyuan, whose eyes were still a little stubborn, Song Yuanfang shook his head helplessly and turned away. 3 years later, at the top of Funiu Mountain. On this day, the sky above the top of the mountain was sunny and clear, but suddenly a strong wind blew up, blowing the white clouds around. After a while, these rolling white clouds slowly calmed down and quickly dispersed in the air without a trace. At this time, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared outside the cave where Song Qingming was, and the next moment, a white figure appeared beside it. Qian, who was following Wang Xian, looked at the closed cave door not far away, rolled his eyes and jumped forward. Just as it was about to take a step forward, a green figure suddenly flew out of the stone gate and stopped it. Greetings, mistress. Looking at the ice and fire dragon who had broken through to the second level of the golden core, Wang Xian nodded slightly, and asked with a smile, has your husband come out of retreat? Reporting to the mistress, the master has ended his retreat, and he asked me to come out to pick you up. After saying that, the ice and fire dragon immediately turned around and took Wang Xian to the cave behind him, and before he did not forget to secretly glare at the red flame beside him. The three of them quickly entered the cave together and saw Song Qingming coming out of the retreat room. Seeing this, Wang Xian hurriedly greeted him with a happy face. I saw a strange phenomenon in the cave before. Could it be that my husband has practiced some special skills again? Song Qingming smiled and shook her head and replied, it's not a special skill, but I just failed to break through the realm. When I was refining the purple cloud pill before, my mana reached a bottleneck, so I tried it. I didn't expect that I would fail in the end. If I want to break through the realm of cultivation, I'm afraid I need some time to polish my mana. After Song Qingming broke through the nascent soul realm, he successfully refined the remaining flame heart jade in his body, which also gave him 20 years more hard work than others. After returning to the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, at his own nascent soul celebration, Song Qingming received a gift from Hao Wuling, the 4th grade lower grade purple cloud pill. After refining this pill in seclusion not long ago, Song Qingming's mana has reached the peak of the 1st level of the nascent soul. Seeing that the mana in his body had reached the requirements for advancement, Song Qingming immediately tried to break through the bottleneck in seclusion, thus triggering the strange phenomena of heaven and earth outside. However, Song Qingming was still a little unprepared for this breakthrough, and failed to successfully advance to the 2nd level of the nascent soul. Seeing that Song Qingming triggered the strange phenomena of heaven and earth because of his failure to break through, Wang Xian was also slightly surprised, and a bit of surprise appeared on her face. So that's it, I was wondering why this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth came so strangely. I didn't expect that my husband had just advanced to the nascent soul realm in less than 10 years, and his mana had been polished to perfection. This cultivation speed is already faster than Uncle Bai's back then. Although it failed this time, my husband should not be anxious. I believe you should be able to advance to the 2nd level of the nascent soul soon, just like Uncle Bai. Although the speed of nascent soul cultivation is fast, the mana required to break through the realm is also a huge number. If you practice normally, it usually takes at least dozens of times to break through one level. When Bai Yuxin broke through the nascent soul, it took nearly 40 years to break through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul. Well, I can cultivate so fast, mainly because I refined the flame heart jade that year, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise and gained decades of mana for free. This kind of mana that is not naturally cultivated, but relies on external objects to improve, is still a little weak after all, and my failure is actually expected. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he changed the subject and asked directly, before, I received the sound transmission note you sent to find me, but has there been any movement from Yuan Hao's retreat? Husband, don't worry, Yuan Hao's retreat is all well, and nothing has happened yet. I sent you a message before, saying that there was news from the sect, and Master Li wants to see you. Oh. Well, I'll go to Qingming Mountain first, hearing that it was Li Mufang who wanted to find him. Song Qingming nodded slightly with a look of surprise, and then hurriedly packed up and walked out of his cave. Funiu Mountain is about 7 or 8,000 miles away from Qingming Mountain. Now that Song Qingming has formed a nascent soul, His escape speed has naturally increased a lot compared to when he was in the Golden Core realm. It took less than an hour for Song Qingming to appear outside the Guiyang Mountain Protection Formation. The Xiaoyao Sect Foundation building disciple who was in charge of guarding the gates saw the sect's supreme elder coming and hurriedly opened the mountain protection formation to let Song Qingming in directly. Not long after, Song Qingming arrived outside Li Mufang's cave and met Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, who had gone out to greet him in advance. Senior Brother Li, Senior Sister Bai, Senior Brother Song. I heard that you were in seclusion for cultivation before, and I asked Xian and the others to try not to disturb you. I didn't expect you to come out so soon. Come and take a seat first. After the three of them exchanged a few polite words, Song Qingming quickly walked into the cave under the guidance of Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin. After sitting down, several Xiaoyao sect disciples guarding the cave hurriedly took the initiative to serve the fragrant spiritual tea, and then took the initiative to leave the cave. When only the three of them were left in the cave, Li Mufang waved his hand gently to open the soundproof barrier at the door, then turned to Song Qingming with a smile and said, "Junior brother, this is the magic weapon you entrusted me to refine. Fortunately, I have successfully refined it a few months ago. Junior brother, please take a look at it to see if it works. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me directly, and I will definitely do my best." After Li Mufang finished speaking, a flash of light flashed in his hand, and then a square wooden sign with a black body appeared in front of Song Qingming. Seeing the strong yin energy emanating from the black wooden sign in his hand, Song Qingming immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face and took it into his hands. When Song Qingming successfully returned from the East Sea Immortal cultivation world after forming a baby, he and Chu Bai shared the soul-nurturing wood equally. Except for a part of the roots that were transplanted to Chu Bai's new cave in Yinfeng Ridge, the rest of the soul-nurturing wood was all given to Li Mufang by Song Qingming to help refine a 4th-level magic weapon. The black wooden sign in Song Qingming's hand was a 4th-level low-grade auxiliary magic weapon that Li Mufang, the only 4th-level weapon refiner in the sect, had spent several years refining. Thank you for your help, Senior Brother. Please accept these spirit stones, Senior Brother Li, as a reward for your hard work in helping me refine the magic weapon. Seeing that Song Qingming was very satisfied with the black wooden sign magic weapon he had refined, Li Mufang's face suddenly showed a smile, and he waved his hand politely to Song Qingming and said, "Junior Brother Song, you are too polite. You and I are already brothers from the same sect. Why should we be so polite to each other? Since I advanced to the 4th-level weapon refiner, I have rarely refined magic weapons due to the lack of materials. This time, Junior Brother sent me such a high-level material as the soul-nourishing wood. It is a rare opportunity for me to practice. There is no need to talk about rewards between you and me." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept the spirit stones in his hand, Song Qingming thought about it and took them back. Then Song Qingming's magic power moved slightly, and he took out a 3rd-grade top-grade refining material from his storage magic tool. Since Senior Brother is unwilling to accept the spirit stone, this refining material is my reward to Senior Brother Li for his help. I hope Senior Brother will not refuse it. Senior Brother Li, this refining material is of little use to Junior Brother Song. If it is given to you, you can refine another 3rd-grade magic weapon of good quality. Now that the monster turmoil is not far away, the sect needs to strengthen its strength. I think you don't need to refuse it anymore." Hearing Bai Yuxin's persuasion, Li Mufang hesitated for a moment, and then smiled and nodded to Song Qingming. "That's fine. Thank you, Junior Brother Song. You're welcome, Senior Brother." The three of them drank tea and chatted in the cave for a while, and Li Mufang turned to Song Qingming and said, "Junior Brother Song, I specifically asked you to come here this time. In addition to refining magic weapons, there is another thing we want to discuss with you, Senior Brother. Just say it." When Song Qingming saw Bai Yuxin appearing here before, he had some guesses in his mind. This time, Li Mufang specifically called him to Guiyang Mountain, and it might not be just about refining magic weapons. Seeing that Li Mufang was finally getting to the point, Song Qingming's face immediately became a little serious, and he nodded slightly at Li Mufang and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Mufang immediately continued, "Junior Brother Song, I have discussed with you before that we plan to take advantage of the fact that the monsters in the south of Pei State are not yet firmly established, and join forces with the monks of this Henayang sect to counterattack the Taiyu Lake Monster tribe. A few months ago, the Zhenliang sect sent a message that they have contacted the major sects in the surrounding areas, and this matter should also be put on our agenda. I wonder if junior brother Song has any ideas. Please forgive me, senior brother. I have been in seclusion in recent years and don't know much about the situation in the south. It is up to senior brother Li and senior sister Bai to decide how to deal with this matter. If you need anything from me, please feel free to speak up, okay? Since junior brother said so, I will directly tell you our ideas. More than a decade ago, the Golden Horn Demon King led the Taiyu Lake Monster tribe to attack Pei State, drove the Zhenliang sect to the north, and seized a large area of Pei State's territory. If it weren't for the timely assistance of many nearby sects such as the Xiaoyao sect, I'm afraid the entire Pei State would have fallen into the hands of the monster tribe. After the Golden Horn Demon King occupied Zhenliang Mountain, he often sent his demon beasts to harass the territories controlled by human monks along the shore of Taiyu Lake over the past decade. Even outside the Taiyuan controlled by the Wei State, there were traces of the demon army, which made the surrounding monks exhausted and miserable. In addition, the monster unrest that happens once every 100 years is getting closer and closer. Facing the possible north-south attack from the demon army, Li Mufang and others have been very worried about this in recent years. Fortunately, now that Song Qingming has formed a unyielding, the Xiaoyao sect has an extra unyielding cultivator, and its strength has skyrocketed a lot, and it also has the ability to break the deadlock. In addition, not long ago, the monks of Pei State heard that the Golden Horn Demon King, the leader of the demon clan, may have been in seclusion for cultivation. This time, Li Mufang wanted to take this opportunity to unite with the surrounding sects to counterattack the Taiyu Lake Demon Clan. Even if the Golden Horn Demon King cannot be killed, we must try to find a way to severely damage the demon army, drive them all out of the Pei Kingdom territory, and solve the worries in the south. Otherwise, if this huge hidden danger is left, when the demon army of the Funiu Mountains in the north of the Monster Beast Rebellion attacks, the main force of the Uyghur Xiaoyao sect will inevitably be pinned down in the north, and it will be difficult to take care of the Taiyu Lake in the south. Once the Golden Horn Demon King takes advantage of the situation to go north, I am afraid that not only the Pei Kingdom's Zhenliang sect, but all the surrounding sects will suffer. When he heard Li Mufang's plan to solve the hidden dangers of the southern Pei Kingdom in advance, Song Qingming expressed his full agreement at the time, and naturally had no objection at this moment. With the 3 Yuanying supreme elders of the sect unifying their opinions, the entire Xiaoyao sect monks quickly mobilized, and the sect's large flying boats carrying a large amount of supplies also quietly rushed to the front line of Pei Kingdom. A month later, when Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin arrived at the Duanyangfang, a large number of human monks and supplies had gathered here. Not counting the Zhenyang sect and the local monks of Pei State, the Xiaoyao sect alone sent more than 4,000 elite monks this time. There are also several nearby Jinden sects, such as the Xuanyu sect and the Horong sect, which have also sent monks to Pei State to help. The monks gathered in the Duanyang Square are already more than 10,000. Even if they do not count their own relationship with the Zhenyang sect, these sects are also near Pei State like the Xiaoyao sect. Faced with a demon army that has already killed them, no one can stay out of it. The only way to enjoy peace is to unite and completely solve the hidden danger in front of them. After gathering at the Duanyang Square, everyone discussed and soon set off on a flying boat to the south, killing the Zhenyang mountain that has been occupied by demon beasts for decades. Standing on the flying boat, the 4 Jinden elders of the Zhenyang sect looked at the familiar territory of the sect below, and couldn't help but sigh. The sect has lost the Lingshan for so many years, and they are finally back here. The news of the large-scale southward march of the northern monks naturally could not be hidden from the many demons on Zhenliang Mountain. However, because the Golden Horn Demon King happened to return to Taiyu Lake for retreat and cultivation, the many demon kings guarding Zhenliang Mountain did not react at first. When the demon army began to stop the resistance, the human monks had already killed their way to the foot of Zhenliang Mountain and surrounded the demon army on the mountain. However, just as the human monk army had just killed their way to the foot of the mountain, the entire Zhenliang Mountain suddenly appeared with mist, covering the entire mountain. In the decades of occupying Zhenliang Mountain, in order to occupy this mountain for a long time, the Golden Horn Demon King used the originally incomplete human mountain protection formation on the mountain to transform it into a demon fog formation unique to the demons. It was for this reason that the Golden Horn Demon King just returned to Taiyu Lake to retreat and cultivate with confidence. Seeing the surrounding demon fog gradually rising, the vision of many monks who rushed into Zhenayang Mountain was soon covered by the demon fog, and at this time, many demon beasts hiding in the demon fog also began their hunting operations. With screams coming out of the demon fog, many human monks also found that something was wrong and hurriedly evacuated from the demon fog. Seeing that the attack of the human monks in front was blocked, a white figure on the flying boat immediately flew out and slashed the demon fog in front with a sword. Only a loud boom was heard, and the whole side of Lingyuan Mountain shook violently. Looking at the demon fog below, which quickly recovered under his attack, Bai Yuxin frowned slightly, and immediately said loudly to the people behind him, "The eye of the demon fog array should be on the top of the mountain. All Jinden monks follow me to break the demon fog first, and the others surround Lingyuan and don't let a demon beast go." After speaking, Bai Yuxin led a dozen Jinden monks beside him and flew directly to the top of the mountain, and began to attack this demon fog array along the position where the demon fog was emitted. Seeing that Bai Yuxin and others had discovered the location of the demon mist array, the many demon kings guarding this Zhenayang Mountain were startled and hurriedly appeared with the help of the demon mist to stop them. Because the mountain had been completely covered by the demon mist array, even if these demon kings could not defeat the human cultivators, they could hide in the mist at any time to avoid danger. The battle between the two sides on the top of the mountain was also deadlocked for a while. At the same time, in the depths of Taiyu Lake thousands of miles away from the Zhenayang Mountain, a barefoot man wearing a golden crown suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the barefoot man's hand moved with a spiritual light, and he took out a golden unicorn emitting spiritual light, and then frowned slightly, revealing a look of displeasure. Human cultivators are really cunning. After the barefoot man muttered to himself, he immediately got up and came to the outside of the cave, and then turned into a spiritual light and disappeared on the spot. Because he knew that the demon mist array he had set up on Zhenayang Mountain would help defend it, the human cultivators would not be able to break through the sacred mountain in a short time. The Golden Horn Demon King who was on his way did not worry too much, and his face was still very calm. Just when the Golden Horn Demon King stepped on the escape light and came to the last 1,000 miles away from Zhenayang Mountain, a green escape light suddenly flew from the distant sky and blocked the Golden Horn Demon King. "It's you. You actually broke through the nascent soul realm?" Seeing Song Qingming standing in front of him with a calm face, the Golden Horn Demon King was suddenly surprised and shouted in surprise. Decades ago, the human cultivators and the demon army fought in the Duanyang Fang, and Song Qingming also participated in the whole process, and at the critical moment of the final victory, he killed a demon king. Song Qingming's outstanding performance on the battlefield naturally could not be hidden from the Golden Horn Demon King, so it was also impressed by the ordinary-looking human cultivator in front of it. However, when Song Qingming participated in the Duanyang Fang battle, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Unexpectedly, after just over a decade, Song Qingming in front of him has successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm, and the aura he exudes is no worse than that of the Golden Horn Demon King. It must be said that Song Qingming's improvement in cultivation was indeed beyond the expectations of the Golden Horn Demon King, and he couldn't help but flash a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing the surprise on the face of the Golden Horn Demon King after seeing him, Song Qingming was not surprised at all and nodded directly at him. "Fellow Taoist Jinjiao, it's been many years since we last met. Taoist, you are in such a hurry to come here. I wonder where you are going. Can you sit down and chat with me first, HMPH? I don't have time to chat with you here. If you have anything to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, please get out of the way first." Seeing that the Golden Horn Demon King had revealed a bit of impatience on his face, Song Qingming replied slowly, "To be honest, I came here specifically to wait for you. I'm afraid you can't get through this place today. However, as long as you can meet me, you can naturally get through. Please don't be anxious, HMPH. What a big tone, you dare to block my way." Seeing that Song Qingming was just as he expected, and came here specifically to stop him, the Golden Horn Demon King suddenly surged with magic power, and a golden spiritual light shone. The next moment, a fierce golden sword light shot out from the front of the Golden Horn Demon King and headed straight for Song Qingming's location. P.S. It's only been less than a month, and Xiaomeng has caught a flu again. Catching a cold twice in a month is something I've never experienced before. Please take care of yourself, fellow readers. Chapter 872, Head-on Battle, Defeating the Demon King. It usually takes at least 10 years for a human cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm in seclusion. In the eyes of the Golden Horn Demon King, Song Qingming had just broken through the nascent soul realm, and his cultivation strength must be inferior to his own. Therefore, facing Song Qingming's obstruction, the Golden Horn Demon King knew that the other party wanted to delay time. Although he was a little unhappy, he did not really take it seriously. Now there is still a demon fog formation guarding this Funiu Mountain. Even if there is Bai Yuxin, a nascent soul cultivator, it will be difficult for human cultivators to break through the Lingyuan in a short time. As long as he can defeat Song Qingming here, he can return to Funiu Mountain to help guard. At that time, with the help of the demon fog formation, even if the human cultivators are stronger than his side, the Golden Horn Demon King will have enough confidence to defend the Lingyuan. Looking at the Golden Horn Demon King attacking from a distance, Song Qingming's eyes, which were originally somewhat calm, also became very serious at this moment. He waved his hand quickly to cast a spell, and in an instant, he released his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror in his body, and then under his control, he gathered into a group to block in front of him. In the past few years, in addition to practicing in seclusion, Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror has also been successfully upgraded to the 4th level lower grade as his cultivation level has improved, becoming a life magic weapon of the nascent soul level. At this moment, the golden spiritual light emanating from the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror in front of him is also several times stronger than before. Since breaking through the nascent soul realm, this is the first time that Song Qingming has really fought with a cultivator of the same level, so he naturally dare not be careless. When discussing going south to attack Funiu Mountain, Bai Yuxin originally wanted to come out in person to stop the Golden Horn Demon King. But later, because Song Qingming took the initiative to take on this task, Bai Yuxin handed over the important task of stopping the Demon King to Song Qingming. Since he took the initiative to come here, Song Qingming would not let him go easily. Otherwise, if the Golden Horn Demon King in front of him returned to Funiu Mountain as he wished, the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. Just as Song Qingming had just made defensive preparations, the attack of the Golden Horn Demon King arrived as expected. After a bang, Song Qingming immediately felt a strong pressure in front of him, which made him retreat several steps before gradually stabilizing his body. The Golden Horn Demon King not far away was also repelled by the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror and failed to break through the defense of Song Qingming's life magic weapon. However, only a moment later, the Golden Horn Demon King disappeared from the spot, split into 3 in midair, and turned into 3 phantoms that shot 3 powerful golden lights at Song Qingming again. Seeing the opponent's attacks coming from 3 different directions, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to recall the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to the surroundings of his body, and then poured the magic power in his hand into the magic weapon. As the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror suddenly glowed, the opponent's 3 golden lights hit it from above, and as expected, Song Qingming successfully defended it. The original body of the Golden Horn Demon King is a one-horned giant lizard in the sea. The magic weapon he is most proud of is the golden horn on his back. As early as when he was still a Golden Core Demon King, he faced ordinary opponents of the same level, and this birth golden horn helped him defeat many opponents. Few people can take such a powerful attack head-on. When he fought with Bai Yuxin in the Duanyang Square, although his cultivation was not as good as Bai Yuxin at that time, relying on this birth golden horn could also make the opponent fear a little bit, and fight with him on equal terms. Seeing that Song Qingming had just broken through the nascent soul realm and had such a powerful defensive magic weapon on him, the Golden Horn Demon King showed a slight surprise on his face, and his contempt for Song Qingming gradually dissipated. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful magic weapon on you. No wonder you dare to block my way. It seems that I can't help but fight you today, haha. Then let me experience the high skills of fellow Taoist." Just after he finished speaking, the spiritual light on the Golden Horn Demon King suddenly surged, and then his whole body changed, and he turned into a nearly 100-foot-tall golden unicorn giant lizard. After revealing his true form, the Golden Horn Demon King shook his huge head with a bit of discomfort on his face, and then quickly spit out a cloud of purple smoke at Song Qingming. In addition to his own life magic weapon Golden Unicorn, this purple smoke is also a powerful magical power that the Golden Horn Demon King is proud of. This purple smoke is soaked with a kind of poison that the Golden Horn Demon King has practiced for many years. Any cultivator who is entangled by the smoke will soon have his whole body mana blocked, and his cultivation and magical powers will immediately drop by several %. Although the smoke itself is not very lethal, in this kind of battle between cultivators of the same level, once it is affected, it is easy to determine the outcome of the entire battle. As soon as the purple smoke released by the Demon King appeared, it immediately grew dozens of times larger with a wind and soon came in front of Song Qingming. Because of the information provided by Yuxin before, Song Qingming naturally also knew about this magical power of the Golden Horn Demon King. Seeing that he was about to be enveloped by the purple smoke, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell with both hands quickly, and stepped back in a flash, trying to avoid the opponent's attack. Seeing that Song Qingming had avoided his attack, the Golden Horn Demon King did not show any surprise on his face, but instead showed a strange smile. The next moment, with the cover of the purple smoke in front of him, the Golden Horn Demon King quickly bypassed Song Qingming's position and fled directly to the distance, trying to quietly escape from Song Qingming's entanglement. However, what the Golden Horn Demon King did not expect was that he had just fled less than 10 miles away when he felt a strong momentum coming from behind, which made him stop his steps in a hurry. Just as the Golden Horn Demon King turned around, a fierce green swordlight had quickly arrived not far in front of him. Seeing that the opponent was coming fiercely, the Golden Horn Demon King could only quickly condense a golden barrier in front of him, and it took a lot of effort to stop the green swordlight. When the Golden Horn Demon King stabilized his body, a green figure suddenly appeared not far away from him. It was Song Qingming who came from a distance. "Fellow Taoist Jinjiao, didn't you just say you wanted to spar with me? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You are really looking down on me. If you still think this way, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Qingming Mountain today, and you may not even be able to return to Taiyu Lake safely." "Humph. You are so arrogant. You dare to speak so arrogantly. You kid are really not afraid of knocking your teeth when you speak. Since you insist on blocking my way, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Song Qingming holding the green jade bottle magic weapon in front of him, the Golden Horn Demon King was extremely anxious, but he was helpless and could only turn his attention to the other party again. However, before the Golden Horn Demon King could make another move, Song Qingming had already quickly poured his magic power into the green jade bottle in his hand, and soon a powerful green spiritual light gathered in front of him again. Before, it was you who took the initiative. This time, it's my turn. Fellow Taoist Jinjiao, how about taking my move? Seeing Song Qingming's confident look, the Golden Horn Demon King showed a bit of disdain on his face, and responded to Song Qingming in the distance calmly. "Humph. Taoist, just use whatever powerful magical powers you have. I am not afraid of your empty threats." After saying that, the Golden Horn Demon King cast a spell again to condense a golden barrier in front of him, as if he didn't take Song Qingming's next attack seriously. Before, Song Qingming used the green jade bottle to attack the opponent, and the Golden Horn Demon King also felt a burst of pressure when dealing with this attack. However, facing this level of attack, it was not enough for him to worry, so facing Song Qingming's provocative words, the Golden Horn Demon King did not care too much. Seeing that the opponent really stood there and did not come to disturb him, Song Qingming was suddenly delighted, and the magic power in his hand was poured into the green jade bottle in front of him more rapidly. Soon, a powerful blue sword light gathered in front of Song Qingming. It was not until this moment that the Golden Horn Demon King felt something was wrong, and could not help but frowning slightly. Although the blue sword light in front of him looked the same as before, the pressure from it was more than twice as strong as the blue sword light that Song Qingming had released before. However, although the Golden Horn Demon King could see that something was wrong, he had no other choice. As Song Qingming pushed forward with one hand, the blue sword light in front of him immediately locked the position of the Golden Horn Demon King and rushed straight to the opponent with a tremendous momentum. Seeing that the opponent's attack had already killed him, the Golden Horn Demon King, who had no choice but to bite the bullet and forcefully take it head-on, quickly pushing his mana into the golden barrier in front of him. The next moment, the blue sword light hit the golden barrier head-on, and a loud noise was heard, and an invisible wave of the collision between the two immediately rippled in the air. Soon, a crisp sound was heard, and the golden barrier in front of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor shattered directly, and then the huge body of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor was directly blown away by the green sword light. It was not until he was blown hundreds of feet away that the Golden Horn Demon Emperor stabilized his body and showed a bit of anger to Song Qingming in front of him. Although the Golden Horn Demon Emperor took Song Qingming's powerful blow at this time, the obvious scar on his shoulder was bleeding. Obviously, he suffered a lot in the battle just now. If the Golden Horn Demon Emperor was not a demon cultivator, his physical defense was not comparable to that of ordinary human cultivators, and he would have been severely injured by Song Qingming at this moment. Looking at Song Qingming in front of him, who still had a smug smile on his face, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor couldn't help but flash a trace of fear in his eyes. Originally in his eyes, Song Qingming was just a cultivator who had just broken through the nascent soul, and it was impossible for him to have too many powerful magical powers. But now, the magic weapons used by the other party were all powerful, and he could no longer look down on the other party. Dao are really good at calculating. It seems that I underestimated you before. If I remember correctly, your name should be Song Qingming, right? Hearing the other party's praise, Song Qingming's face remained very calm. He waved his hand at the Golden Horn Demon King with a smile and said, "It is me, Dao. Thank you for your praise, Dao Song. This kind of opportunistic trick can only be used once after all. The battle between us unyielding cultivators still depends on our own strength." After the Golden Horn Demon King finished speaking, his face changed and disappeared again. The next moment, 5 more incarnations exactly like the Golden Horn Demon King appeared in the air, surrounding Song Qingming on all sides. As the 5 Golden Horn Demon Kings opened their bloody mouths, the air around them was suddenly wrapped in purple smoke. Seeing that there was purple smoke all around him, Song Qingming had no way to dodge it. He could only cast a spell to release a white light shield to protect himself and prevent the purple smoke from penetrating into him. However, while Song Qingming was trying hard to cast a spell to resist the purple smoke outside, the Golden Horn Demon King had already begun to cast a spell again to gather a golden sword light from the golden horn on his back. With the Golden Horn Demon King shouting angrily, the golden sword light on his back immediately attacked Song Qingming in the purple smoke. Seeing the golden sword light coming from outside, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell to release the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body to block in front of him and block the opponent's attack. But before Song Qingming could breathe a sigh of relief, golden sword lights flew from all directions again, causing him to cast a spell again and inject them into the magic weapon in front of him. Although these golden sword lights were not powerful alone, the continuous attacks still made Song Qingming, who was trapped in the purple smoke, feel a lot of pressure. For a moment, Song Qingming, who had been very relaxed in the battle, could not help but frown slightly. The purple smoke in front of him bound his hands and feet, making it difficult for Song Qingming to exert his full strength in this environment, and he fell into passive position all of a sudden. The Golden Horn Demon King outside was attacking from all directions at this moment, not giving Song Qingming a chance to breathe and escape from the predicament, obviously wanting to trap him to death in the formation. As long as Song Qingming could not escape for a long time, the purple smoke would slowly penetrate into his own shield. At that time, once Song Qingming inhaled the opponent's poison gas and was affected by it, defeat would be a matter of time. As the Golden Horn Demon King said, although Song Qingming had taken some advantages in the previous battle, the opponent in front of him was a unyielding Demon King after all, and this method of taking advantage of the situation in front of him was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. To defeat the opponent, both sides must use their own strength to suppress the other party. Seeing that the opponent had already become ruthless, Song Qingming no longer held back. While controlling the 5 elements divine light mirror to resist the golden sword light outside, he cast a spell to release 6 figures directly in front of him. Under Song Qingming's spell, the 6 figures quickly changed their shapes around him and formed a magic circle. With the help of the power of the magic circle beside him, Song Qingming first swung a spiritual light directly in the direction of the golden sword light in front of him, interrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm. Then, taking advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack, Song Qingming once again released a powerful spiritual light to the side of his head. In just a moment, the purple smoke in front was forced back by this spiritual light, revealing a huge gap. Song Qingming then flashed and escaped directly from the purple smoke. Seeing the 6 figures in front of Song Qingming not far away, the Golden Horn Demon King was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, "Eh? Puppet beast, I didn't expect you to use puppets to form a magic circle, haha. It's just a trick." Song Qingming smiled and shook his head gently, and then the spiritual light in front of him moved slightly, and the 6 puppets changed their shapes again under his control and condensed a circular magic circle in front of him. Next, Song Qingming did not say much to the other party, and directly put away the 5 elements divine light mirror beside him and then took out a red flying sword magic weapon. When Song Qingming inserted the flying sword in his hand directly into the circular magic circle in front of him, the next moment, the leaving fire red heart sword suddenly shone with spiritual light and its power increased by more than double. Dao, please take it, as a calm voice was heard by the Golden Horn Demon King. The leaving fire red heart sword in Song Qingming's hand also killed the opponent with a strong momentum. Seeing this, the Golden Horn Demon King did not dare to be careless, and directly poured all his magic power into the golden horn on his back, and then flew towards his opponent. After another close-range fight, the Golden Horn Demon King suddenly felt that Song Qingming, who was in front of him, was serious, and his strength was obviously much stronger than before. With the help of the one-ling puppet array beside him, Song Qingming's cultivation strength at this time had already far exceeded that of ordinary Yuanying cultivators who had just formed a baby, and had almost reached the peak level of the early Yuanying period. After only 100 rounds, the Golden Horn Demon King was already a little bit unable to hold on, and was beaten back repeatedly by Song Qingming holding the Luo Red Heart Sword from the front. Even if the Golden Horn Demon King used magical powers such as purple smoke, it could only delay the opponent's attack, and still could not stop the opponent's overall strength from overwhelming itself. After the two sides fought for hundreds of rounds, as a red sword light flashed in Song Qingming's hand, the huge body of the Golden Horn Demon King fell directly from the sky, knocking a nearby mountain into a huge deep pit. Although this attack seemed fierce, the thick-skinned Golden Horn Demon King was not seriously injured, and soon turned into a spiritual light and flew out from the ground. Boy, you are so cruel. Looking at Song Qingming, who was in a powerful aura not far away, the Golden Horn Demon King glared at him fiercely, and suddenly turned around and fled far away, not caring about this Henyang mountain in the distance. Although the Golden Horn Demon King was reluctant to leave the army of monsters on the distant mountain, Song Qingming's strength had exceeded his imagination, and he could not help but retreat. If he continued to fight like this, not only would he not be able to save the army of monsters on Henyang mountain, he would probably be as Song Qingming said, and it would be difficult for him to get away safely. Faced with this choice that would endanger his life, the Golden Horn Demon King naturally did not hesitate too much and turned around and left the spot. However, the Golden Horn Demon King had just started, and Song Qingming, who knew that the other party wanted to escape, immediately flashed and chased after him. At the same time, the Lihuo Chixin sword in his hand had been replaced with a magic weapon Qinggai bottle, and he began to gather magic power in the bottle again. Seeing Song Qingming chasing him, the Golden Horn Demon King was slightly startled, and suddenly turned around and spit out a golden sword light at Song Qingming, who was casting a spell. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, Song Qingming, who did not want to give up casting a spell, could only stop and rely on the circular magic circle in front of him to resist. While Song Qingming was defending his attack, the Golden Horn Demon King suddenly cast a spell to speed up his escape speed, directly widening the distance with the opponent. But although Song Qingming was blocked, he still released the third sword light in the green jade bottle towards the figure of the Demon King, escaping in the distance. However, although this sword light finally caught up with the Golden Horn Demon King, it did not succeed in stopping the opponent. When Song Qingming arrived at the distant battlefield, there was only a ball of Demon King's blood and a small piece of bloody tail in the air. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face did not show too much loss. He smiled slightly, collected the broken tail in the air, and then waved his hand to withdraw the one-ling puppet array in front of him. Although his last attack just now did barely hit the Golden Horn Demon King, the distance was too far, and Song Qingming did not see clearly what happened here. Moreover, the opponent is a Yuanying Demon King who has already achieved enlightenment. It is impossible that he has no life-saving magical powers. Normally, he will not die easily under his attack. For Song Qingming, the main task of this battle is to stop the Golden Horn Demon King from rescuing the demon army on Henyang Mountain. Being able to defeat the Golden Horn Demon King as he wished was a successful mission for him, so he didn't need to force himself to do anything else. After sighing slightly, Song Qingming stayed there for a while, confirming that the Golden Horn Demon King had indeed left and did not return secretly, and then he turned around and turned into a beam of light and left the place, on the top of Henyang Mountain. Bai Yuxin and many human giant and cultivators were struggling to attack the demon mist array on the top of the mountain. In order to buy time to break through the formation as soon as possible, Yuxin even dispatched several large flying boats hidden in the back to help them desperately attack the array center on the mountain. At this time, on the top of Zhenayang Mountain, there were 7 or 8 giant and demon kings guarding there. Seeing that the human cultivators' attack was getting more and more fierce, but their reinforcements had not arrived yet, they couldn't help but show a bit of ugly color on their faces. Brother Wangxing, it's been more than half a day, why hasn't the ancestor arrived yet? If this continues, the formation will collapse sooner or later. There are so many human cultivators outside, and there are also unyielding cultivators. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid few of us will be able to escape, Alice. I have already sent a message to the ancestor a long time ago, and you have seen the ancestor's reply. Don't worry, wait and see. Hey, it seems that someone is coming from the east. It's a unyielding cultivator, could it be the ancestor? Chapter 873, Recapture Pay State and Return to Help. Just when many demon kings on the mountaintop were extremely anxious, a beam of light suddenly flew from the east of Zhenayang Mountain, and its speed was far faster than that of ordinary giant and cultivators. Seeing that a unyielding cultivator had finally arrived, the demon kings naturally thought that their unyielding ancestor Golden Horn Demon King had come to support them, and they all turned their worries into joy and showed some excitement. Although the number of human cultivators who came from outside and the overall strength of high-level cultivators were greater than that of the demons, but now the demon mist array on the top of the mountain is still there. As long as the unyielding Master Golden Horn Demon King is in charge, even if there are more human cultivators outside, it will be difficult to break through Zhenayang Mountain. Just as the demon cultivators on the top of the mountain found the light flying in the distance, the human cultivators had also noticed the abnormality in the distance, and their faces showed some surprise. Before, Qingming took the initiative to take on the important task of stopping the Golden Horn Demon King. These were all discussed by everyone long ago, and the many giant and cultivators present naturally knew about this. However, the battle on Zhenayang Mountain had just started less than a day ago. Logically speaking, Qingming should still be in the east to stop the Golden Horn Demon King at this time, and it is unlikely that he would suddenly appear here. Seeing the escaping light coming at full speed in the distance, it was clearly a unyielding cultivator. The people present were puzzled for a moment who was coming, and they could not help but stop attacking and shift their attention to the person who came. At this moment, even Yuxin, the unyielding ancestor of the human race who had always been very confident, had a rare flash of strangeness in his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that junior brother Song failed to stop the Golden Horn Demon King? Yuxin had fought with a Golden Horn Demon King in the past, and naturally knew that the other party was quite powerful. However, cultivators who can cultivate to the unyielding stage will definitely not lack magical powers to fight, and generally their cultivation bases are not much different, so it is difficult to tell the winner between the two in a short time. This time, he and Qingming divided the work, and Yuxin only asked Qingming to delay the other party for a few days, and did not hope that Qingming could defeat the other party. Seeing the distant escaping light getting closer and closer, Yuxin was getting more and more worried. Would it be the Golden Horn Demon King or other demon masters? If so, their long-prepared plan to attack Zhenayang Mountain might fail. Stay here and continue the attack. I'll go check the situation first. Just as Yuxin had just conveyed the order and was about to stop the person coming, a familiar voice suddenly came from the distant escaping light, which made Yuxin's face relax. A moment later, the escaping light had already arrived in front of Yuxin and others, and turned into an ordinary-looking man in green clothes, which made many human cultivators present breathe a sigh of relief and show some joy. It's Uncle Song, it's the ancestor who's back. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing Qingming standing upright not far away, with no injuries on his body and a calm expression on his face, Yuxin hurried forward and asked, Junior brother Song, how come you're back so soon? Where's the Golden Horn Demon King? Could it be that he didn't come? Don't worry, senior sister I've defeated the Golden Horn Demon King and he's fled back to Tai Lake. After Qingming finished speaking, he gently waved his hand in front of everyone, and a section of the tail left by the Golden Horn Demon King when he escaped floated in front of Yuxin and others. Seeing the breath of the nascent soul realm emanating from the top of this section of the tail, Yuxin and others changed their expressions, and a hint of shock appeared out of nowhere. What? Junior brother has already repelled the Golden Horn, I didn't expect that Master Song has already repelled the Golden Horn Demon King. This is really great, old ancestors' divine power. This is really a blessing for our human race." Seeing that Song Qingming had repelled the Golden Horn Demon King, everyone present couldn't help but show a look of surprise again, and they all cast a look of admiration towards Song Qingming's position. Like Bai Yuxin, none of them could have thought that Song Qingming, who had just formed a fetus for less than a few years, could have such a strong magical power and easily defeat an opponent of the same level, the Golden Horn Demon King. You know, when the Gia Unfang battle was going on, Bai Yuxin's cultivation had already reached the peak of the first level of the nascent soul. But she fought with the Golden Horn Demon King, and the two fought for nearly half a month without being able to determine the winner. From this point of view, there is no doubt that Song Qingming has surpassed Bai Yuxin in personal fighting magical powers. Bai Yuxin, who was standing in place, was a little surprised to see Song Qingming, whose expression was still very calm. She stepped forward to avoid the crowd and asked softly, "Junior brother Song, are you okay? Are you injured?" Hearing Bai Yuxin's worried words, Song Qingming naturally understood her concerns, and quickly replied, "Senior sister Bai, this time I designed to make the other party suffer a loss and retreat. Please rest assured, I have just consumed some mana, and there is nothing else. Although the Golden Horn Demon King has retreated, there is no guarantee that there will not be other changes in the future. Senior sister, let's take over Zhenayang Mountain first, and then we will talk slowly later." After confirming that Song Qingming was not injured, Bai Yuxin put aside the last trace of worry on her face, turned around and looked at the people around her with a serious expression. "Everyone listen up, attack the formation with all your strength, follow the order of the ancestor." Just as the human cultivators outside were full of joy and sent out the cultivator army again to prepare to attack the demon mist formation on the mountain, the many demon kings on Zhenayang Mountain were already in a panic. Before, when they saw a unyielding cultivator coming from a distance, the demons thought that it was their ancestors coming to support them, and they all showed surprise on their faces. But when they found out that the person coming was not the Golden Horn Demon King, but another human unyielding cultivator, the many demon kings present immediately felt that something was wrong. In theory, Taiyu Lake is only thousands of miles away from Zhenayang Mountain. According to the speed of the unyielding cultivators, they can arrive in 1 or 2 hours at most. But now it has been almost a day since the Golden Horn Demon King received the news of his request for help, but he has not seen anyone yet. Instead, there is another unyielding cultivator on the human cultivator side. It was obvious that the Golden Horn Demon King must have been blocked outside and could not come to rescue them for the time being. Seeing that the human cultivators outside, led by the two unyielding cultivators Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming, began to attack the demon mist array on the mountain again, the demon kings finally began to be impatient. While the high-level human cultivators were all on the top of the mountain attacking the center of the demon mist array, the leading Yellow Saint Demon King suddenly led the demon beast army on Zhenayang Mountain and took the initiative to rush out to the corner guarded by the human cultivators at the foot of the mountain. Although they had been prepared for a long time, so many demon beast armies rushed out in one direction at once, and almost caught the human cultivators off guard, letting many high-level demon beasts run away. Fortunately, the high-level cultivators above discovered it in time and hurriedly commanded the surrounding cultivators to go to support, and quickly blocked the gap. The two sides directly launched a life-and-death duel at the foot of the mountain. This battle was extremely fierce, with screams ringing in the battlefield. Almost every moment, a human cultivator or a demon beast would fall on the battlefield. One side was fighting to survive, so they naturally had to fight to the death. The other side, the human cultivators, also wanted to protect their own survival territory, and they also had no way to retreat in the face of these ferocious demon beasts. The two sides fought from dawn to dusk, and then the battlefield slowly calmed down when the sun rose in the east. Although the war was over at this moment, countless corpses were lying on the battlefield, and the smell of blood was even stronger. This also made many cultivators who went to the battlefield for the first time frown when they saw this scene, and they were also extremely shocked in their hearts. Although they survived the big battle yesterday, they also witnessed the cruelty of such a large battlefield. Not to mention the lowest level Qi refining cultivators, even those foundation building cultivators who were usually high above could fall at any time on such a battlefield. Only Song Qingming and his companions, who were standing high in the sky, looked at the countless corpses lying on the battlefield below and showed some indifference in their hearts. They had all experienced several monster riots and had long been accustomed to such life and death battles, and there were not many waves in their hearts. In order to repel the demon army and protect the survival territory of the human race, no matter how many monks were sacrificed, this was inevitable. However, the sacrifice and dedication of these monks were worth it after all. After a day and night of fighting, this time Qingming and his companions almost wiped out more than 80% of the demon beasts in Funiu Mountain, harvested more than 9,000 corpses of demon beasts, and finally hit the demon army under the command of Golden Horn Demon King as they wished. Except for the leading Huangsheng Demon King and another Yaoyan Demon King who was good at changing and escaped in the chaos, the remaining 6 Demon Kings all died in the hands of human cultivators. After this battle, most of the elites under the command of the Golden Horn Demon King have been wiped out by the human cultivators. It will probably take at least dozens or hundreds of years for them to recover their strength. At least the next time the monster beast riots occur, the Taiyu Lake demons will not be able to make any big waves. On the human cultivator side, the Xiaoyao sect and other major sects also paid a heavy price. According to statistics after the war, the Xiaoyao sect alone lost nearly 400 cultivators in one battle, not counting other people who were injured. Fortunately, those who died in the battle were all low-level cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages of the sect. None of the 7 Jinden elders of the Xiaoyao sect who came with them this time died on the battlefield. Only Li Junayan, who had a lower cultivation level, suffered some minor injuries in this battle. The biggest losses were naturally this Henayang sect and many independent cultivators and family cultivators living in Pei State. All of them were fighting to regain their own territory, Lingshan. Some even returned to their homeland from other places to participate in the war, and they were naturally the most desperate group of people. However, although these people are numerous, their combat quality and experience in fighting the enemy are far inferior to the elite monks selected by other sects, such as the Xiaoyao sect. Therefore, after the war, they were also the group with the most casualties, with thousands of monks killed. Even a Jinden elder of this Henayang sect, who had a short lifespan and was already somewhat exhausted, died in the war due to serious injuries, becoming the only Jinden monk who died on his side. However, although this Henayang sect suffered great losses, after the war, many monks in Pei State showed some indescribable excitement on their faces. After the Henayang Mountain War, these people left their homes and were forced to exile to the north of Pei State and other surrounding countries. After decades, they finally took back their own Lingshan territory from the demon clan and could return to their hometown to practice. For this, no matter how great the sacrifice, they are willing. After breaking the demon fog formation on the mountain, the Zhenyang sect finally took the lead in climbing the long-lost sect's spiritual land, and everyone was excited. After some cleaning, Qingming and Bai Yuxin were soon invited into the Zhenyang sect hall and sat in the upper position in the middle. The current elder of the Zhenyang sect, Zhang Luang, took many human Jinden monks to respectfully stand on both sides. Bai Yuxin and Qingming first checked the casualties of the war and the monster materials captured, and then distributed them to each sect in person according to the agreement before the war. Although this war was mainly fought for the common position of human monks, everyone could not come here to help for nothing. The many monster materials captured in the war still need to be fairly distributed according to their respective merits. For this reason, Bai Yuxin took the lead in the unified distribution and divided all the monster materials obtained in this war into 5 parts. Among them, the 4 major sects of Xiaoyao sect, Zhenyang sect, Zhuanyu sect and Horong sect contributed the most. The remaining portion was first handed over to the Zhenyang sect to be used as a reward to other Pei State monks who took the initiative to participate in the war, which was also a compensation for them who suffered the greatest losses on the battlefield. Although everyone suffered considerable losses in this war, the monster trophies they obtained were obviously beyond everyone's expectations and were enough to make up for their losses in the war. Many sects present had no objection to Bai Yuxin's fair distribution, and they all nodded in agreement. Soon these trophies were distributed to the monks of various major sects. After getting the monster materials they deserved, the Zhuanyu sect and Horong sect, who came to help, returned directly to their respective sect territories. The monks of the Xiaoyao sect stayed temporarily to help the Zhenyang sect continue to recover other places in Pei State. After the Battle of Zhenyang Mountain, the Taiyu Lake monster army had been severely damaged, and the remaining monster forces left in Pei State were obviously no longer a force to be reckoned with. It took less than 2 months for the combined forces of the Zhenyang sect and Xiaoyao sect to recover most of the sacred mountains in the entire Pei state, just like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The monsters that were originally entrenched there were either directly wiped out by the human monks or fled back to Taiyu Lake. The remaining low-level monsters hiding in the surrounding mountains and forests were no longer a big deal, and the entire Pei state finally returned to the hands of the human monks as expected. Although the entire Pei state has fallen into the hands of the monsters for almost 20 years, there are still a few mortals living in those mountains and forests with less spiritual energy. These ordinary mortals have suffered so much for so many years in the dangerous places where monsters are rampant. Seeing that the monks finally fought back and drove away the monsters, they couldn't help crying and kneeling on the ground when they walked out of the mountains and forests. On the Pei state side, while the human cultivators were advancing triumphantly to recover lost territory, a burst of gunpowder suddenly came from the north of Wei state, which had been peaceful for many years, breaking the tranquility of the border again. In the main hall of the Zhenyang sect, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, looked at the news he had just received, and immediately frowned slightly, and asked people to call Song Qingming and other giant and cultivators on the mountain. After Song Qingming and others walked into the main hall, Bai Yuxin handed the letter in his hand directly to everyone and said directly, "I just received news from Senior Brother Li that many high-level monsters have appeared outside the White Dragon Valley in the north, and even the Black Dragon Demon King has appeared. The monsters are coming a little fierce this time. It is estimated that Funiu Mountain has received the news and knows that we are in the south, so they want to make some noise. Now that there is nothing big in Pei State, in case of changes, we should hurry up and prepare and return to Wei State as soon as possible." Hearing what Bai Yuxin said, the faces of the cultivators present were a little surprised, but they did not seem too surprised. The demon tribe of Taiyu Lake in the south and the demon tribe of Floating Cloud Mountain Range in the north have always been connected with each other. Now, it has been almost 2 months since the Battle of Zhenyang Mountain in Pei State. At this time, the Black Dragon Demon King of Funiu Mountain in the north will take action. He must have received the news that Bai Yuxin and others are in Pei State. It is determined that the northern part of Wei State is now relatively weak, so the Black Dragon Demon King wants to take the opportunity to lead the demon army to the south and try to attack the human territory. Seeing that Bai Yuxin was about to lead the people to withdraw to Wei State, Song Qingming and other Xiaoyao sect monks naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. But Zhang Long, the great elder of the Zhenyang sect, and several others were embarrassed at the moment. They could only bite the bullet and step forward to ask softly, "To ancestors, the surrounding areas of Zhenyang Mountain have just been pacified. We are not strong enough to defend so many places. Can you leave some Taoist friends to help us stay in Lingshan for a while? Our sect is willing to pay the salary according to the sect monks as a reward. I hope the 2 ancestors will help us. Our sect will always remember this favor and be grateful." After the Pei State turmoil 20 years ago, the Zhenyang sect not only lost a lot of territory, but also lost half of its strength. Now, although Zhang Long and his men have regained their Lingshan ancestral land Zhenyang Mountain with the help of the Xiaoyao sect and other sects, and recovered all the lost land that year. But the current strength of the Zhenyang sect is no longer as strong as before, and its ability is not enough to defend the entire Pei State. If the Golden Horn Demon King leads his people to attack again after Song Qingming and others leave, it will be difficult for the current Zhenyang sect to defend their own sacred mountain. Therefore, Zhang Long and others are so worried about this matter. However, as soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, Bai Yuxin immediately smiled and nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have already considered what you said. After we leave, we will let Tong Zhao and Wu Tuang take 1,000 cultivators to stay in Duanyangfang. You don't have to bear the salary, and you can pay it directly from the income of the market. A few days ago, my junior brother Song and I have repaired a teleportation array on the mountain. If there are powerful enemies of the demon clan invading, they can come to support at any time. And now we have set up all the mountain protection arrays on the mountain. Even if the Golden Horn Demon King comes in person, you can at least hold on for a few days. It's enough to wait for us to come to support. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor." Hearing that Bai Yuxin had left behind 2 giant and elders, Li Wutuang and Shen Tong Zhao, and 1,000 Xiaoyao sect monks to help guard Pigo, Zhang Long and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to thank him. Previously, in order to ask the 2 unyielding ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect to help, the Zhenyang sect had to pay some extra costs, That is, after the success of the matter, as long as the Zhenyang Mountain was successfully recovered, the Zhenyang sect would transfer half of the shares of the Dunyangfang market in the north of the sect to the Xiaoyao sect. This was also a contract that the two sects had already signed in black and white before the war, and both parties were naturally very clear about this. Bai Yuxin's words just now were actually reminding Zhang Long of this. In the future, Li Wutong and others may not be stationed in Dunyangfang temporarily, but will be stationed here all year round. After all, this market already has half of the shares of the Xiaoyao sect. In the future, whether the Zhenyang sect is willing or not, these are not facts that they can change at will. Moreover, the strength of the Zhenyang sect is weak at the moment, and they hope that the Xiaoyao sect can leave people to help garrison, even if it means paying more spiritual stones. Otherwise, if the Xiaoyao sect is unhappy and directly evacuates Pei State, the Zhenyang sect may lose the Lingshan ancestral land that they've just recaptured, which is a loss that they cannot accept. After a detailed explanation with Li Wutong and others, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin led the monks to return to Wei State on a flying boat. This time, because they knew that the sect was in a tight situation in the north, the Xiaoyao sect people's travel speed was obviously accelerated, and they returned to Wei State in less than half a month. Just when everyone was about to return to Guiyang Mountain, they didn't expect that the front line had another bad news. Li Mufeng, the supreme elder of the sect, was accidentally injured when he fought with a Malang Demon King at the front line of White Dragon Valley because he was defeated by his opponent. The front line of White Dragon Valley is now in a precarious situation. After hearing this somewhat shocking news, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin immediately abandoned the large group on the flying boat and returned to Guiyang Mountain at high speed. Then they took the sect's teleportation array to Guiyangfang. The two soon arrived at the frontline battlefield of White Dragon Valley in the north of the sect. Chapter 874 Li Mufeng is injured and sees through the plot. More than 40 years have passed since the Xiaoyao sect occupied the White Dragon Valley during the northern expedition. Today, the White Dragon Valley, a third-level upper-grade spiritual vein, has long been cleared of all the miasma in the valley under the careful management of the Xiaoyao sect for decades, and has become a spiritual land suitable for the survival of human cultivators. However, because it is located in the most frontline battlefield of the sect, the White Dragon Valley is very close to the Golden Feather Mountain controlled by the Northern Demon Clan, and the deep position is also very dangerous. In addition to the third-level spiritual vein White Dragon Valley, there are many demon beasts in the surrounding areas, which are basically still under the control of the Demon Clan, and there are no cultivators and mortals living there. After the Xiaoyao sect occupied this spiritual vein, in order to prevent the Northern Demon Clan from attacking from the south, it also sent a number of cultivators to garrison here. But because the White Dragon Valley is too prominent, it is much more difficult to guard this place than the Guiyangfang in the rear, and it is easy to be surrounded by the Demon Clan army. By the time Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin arrived at the White Dragon Valley through the teleportation array connected to the Guiyangfang, the demon army had already besieged the valley for a long time. However, it was already late at night, and the two sides did not start a war, so the entire White Dragon Valley was very quiet in addition to the eye-catching mountain protection array. Upon hearing that Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin had arrived, Chen Zuixin, who was sitting in the city, hurriedly came to the two with a happy face and bowed to Song Qingming and the others. Greetings, Uncle Bai and Uncle Song. Since the Battle of Nanaifang many years ago, Chen Zuixin has been in seclusion for nearly 30 years to recuperate, and has not left the sect to show up in front of people for a long time. Even when Song Qingming held a yuanying ceremony in Guiyang Mountain a few years ago, Chen Zuixin was unable to show up as he wished because he was in seclusion at the critical moment of recuperation. However, after so many years of careful recuperation, Chen Zuixin's injuries have almost healed, and it is estimated that he should be not far from recovery. Upon hearing that the White Dragon Valley was in crisis, Chen Zuixin, who was in the sect, immediately came out of retreat and rushed to the front line to help. Chen Zuixin's cultivation has been cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core for many years. He was originally a sword cultivator, and his fighting ability is still above the average cultivator of the same level. Although he was unable to fully exert his strength in his prime due to his own injuries, he still had no problem fighting against an average Golden Core late-stage Demon King. In recent days, the front line of the White Dragon Valley was suddenly tight because of Li Mufeng's injury. It was Chen Zuixin, Song Qingming and other golden core cultivators who arrived in time that allowed the Xiaoyao sect to temporarily stabilize the situation. Seeing Chen Xuingxin, whom he had not seen for many years, suddenly bowed to him so politely, Song Qingming was a little uncomfortable for a while, and waved to him quickly. "Brother Chen, there is no need to be so polite." Seeing Song Qingming calling him brother, Chen Xuingxin was surprised and said, "Uncle Song has already broken through the nascent soul stage. How dare Xuingxin call himself brother?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingming immediately reacted and nodded and smiled. "Only Sister Bai is here, and there is no one else. Brother Chen, don't hesitate. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that you have recovered from your injuries. This is really a cause for celebration. When you advance to the nascent soul stage and become one of us, Qingming will naturally call you brother. Today's slip of the tongue should be regarded as congratulations to you in advance. Well, Brother Song has the same personality as me. He doesn't like to care about the red tape in the world of immortal cultivation. Brother Xuingxin, you don't have to worry about it." Seeing that Song Qingming was still as humble as he was in the past after breaking through the nascent soul stage, Chen Xuingxin's face gradually relaxed and he smiled softly, saying, "I am grateful to the two uncles for their appreciation. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. However, although I am devoted to the Tao, the nascent soul path is very difficult after all. I dare not say whether I will have the opportunity to reach that step in this life." Chen Xuingxin's own cultivation has already advanced to the 9th level of the golden core for many years, and he is not far from retreating to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, the sect has also prepared a spiritual object for him to form a nascent soul. If it were not for Chen Xuingxin's slightly poor luck, he would have been injured by Yu Wuji's sneak attack in the Naniufang battle, and retreated for decades to recuperate. He should have retreated to form a nascent soul by now. If he had better luck, he might have successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm like Song Qingming. However, it is difficult for a cultivator to predict his own luck during cultivation, and Chen Xuingxin is still a little behind in this regard. After years of retreating to heal his injuries, and knowing that Song Qingming had advanced to the nascent soul one step ahead of time, Chen Xuingxin's personal mentality could not help but have some subtle changes at this time. At the beginning, he cultivated to the 9th level of the golden core earlier than Song Qingming, and he also had the full support of the sect. Logically speaking, he should be the first to break through to the nascent soul realm. But who could have thought that the situation of the two would change so suddenly? First, Chen Xuingxin himself was injured and had to retreat for decades to heal his injuries, which forced him to delay the great opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm. Then Song Qingming, the junior brother of the sect, not only successfully advanced to the 9th level of the golden core, but also successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm outside by relying on his own efforts. For a time, it not only shocked everyone in the Xiaoyao sect, but also caused a sensation in the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. In just 30 years, the changes between the two made Chen Xuingxin sigh in his heart. However, the army of monsters outside was coming fiercely, and it was not the time for them to sigh. After exchanging a few words with Song Qingming and the others, Chen Xuingxin immediately led the two to quietly come to a cave deep in the White Dragon Valley. As a sound transmission note flew out of Chen Xuingxin's hand, the restrictions outside the cave quickly dissipated, and a somewhat pale voice immediately came from inside. "Two junior brothers, come in first." Hearing this, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin nodded to Chen Xuingxin beside them, and walked in directly, and soon saw Li Mufang, who was in seclusion here to heal his injuries. "Hello, Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Song, Junior Sister Bai, please don't be too polite, please sit down first." As soon as the two entered the cave, Li Mufang immediately stood up, smiled and nodded to the two of them in return. Because of the injury caused by the Malang Demon King, Li Mufang's face was obviously still a little pale. However, in front of Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin, although Li Mufang's injuries had not yet recovered, he still tried his best to keep a smile on his face. "How is your injury, brother? What happened here? Why did you suddenly get tricked by the Black Dragon Demon King? Is it another new Demon King from the north?" Hearing Bai Yuxin's anxious and worried tone, Li Mufang hurriedly shook his head and said calmly, "Not really. This time, the demon beast army from the northern demon tribe basically came from Funiu Mountain. The only nascent soul demon king who came was the Black Dragon Demon King." "Only the Black Dragon Demon King? How is that possible?" Since the Black Dragon Demon King replaced the original Golden Feather Demon King and occupied Funiu Mountain 100 years ago, Li Mufang and the Black Dragon Demon King have fought at least a dozen times. Because both of them are mid-nascent soul cultivators, the difference in their magical powers is not big, and every battle is almost always evenly matched. Whether it is Li Mufang or the Black Dragon Demon King, it is difficult to break the deadlock on the battlefield without the help of others. After hearing Li Mufang's answer, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin were both surprised. They didn't understand how the other party had injured Li Mufang. Seeing the two so surprised, Li Mufang sighed helplessly and continued to speak. Before, I saw that only the old rival Jinayashan demon clan came outside, so I didn't pay much attention to it, and that's why I was a little careless. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for decades, the Black Dragon Demon King not only improved his cultivation to the 6th level of the nascent soul, but also had a very powerful 4th level upper grade magic weapon on him. Brother Li, you are talking about a 4th level upper grade magic weapon. How could this guy have such a thing? In the world of cultivating immortals, magic weapons and spiritual objects above the 4th level are very rare. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators are not considered birth magic weapons, and can only have 1 or 2 4th level lower grade magic weapons at most. Magic weapons like 4th level middle grade and above are already very rare. Among the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect, only Li Mufang has 2 4th level middle grade magic weapons. Moreover, the 2 4th level middle grade magic weapons on him were not obtained by him from outside, but inherited from the previous generation of unyielding cultivators in the sect, if it were an ordinary unyielding cultivator outside. Even if his cultivation could reach the middle stage of unyielding, it would be difficult for him to have a 4th level middle grade magic weapon. And the 4th level top grade magic weapon is something that is hard to come by. Many ordinary unyielding cultivators may hardly see it in their lifetime. Among the hundreds of immortal cultivation sects in the entire floating cloud mountains, only the Wanling sect and the Xingqian sect have one each. This is why Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin were so shocked when they heard that the Maling Demon King could take out a 4th level top grade magic weapon. If the Maling Demon King could really get such a powerful magic weapon, and Li Mufang was not aware of it beforehand and underestimated the enemy, the result of the battle would not be so surprising. Seeing that the two were still a little unbelievable, Li Mufang smiled and continued to confirm, yes, it is indeed a 4th level high-grade magic weapon. The magic weapon is a white silver bell, which can not only charm the mind, but also summon a silver sword light to attack the consciousness of cultivators like me, making it impossible for people to concentrate on casting spells. It is a very difficult high-level magic weapon to deal with. After fighting with the Black Dragon Demon King for so many times, this is the first time I have seen him use this magic weapon, and I was a little unprepared. I was injured by this magic weapon in the previous battle with him. It was indeed very dangerous and I almost couldn't come back. But fortunately, my injuries are not that serious. After a few days of recuperation, my injuries have almost healed. It's just that a loss of consciousness is not that serious. It is not easy to recover. It will probably take a few more years to recover. You don't have to worry too much about this injury, so that's it. The sudden increase in the strength of the Black Dragon Demon King is really beyond our expectations. No wonder he dared to lead the demon army to attack the south alone. I don't know where this demon got this 4th level top grade magic weapon from, which actually increased his strength so much. If this goes on, the north will become more and more restless in the future. After hearing Li Mufang's explanation, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming put down their worries about his injury. But soon, everyone shifted their doubts to the powerful magic weapon that the Black Dragon Demon King suddenly got, and they couldn't help but frown again. Before, the Black Dragon Demon King was originally a 5th level nascent soul cultivator who was not much different from Li Mufang. Now, with the Black Dragon Demon King advancing to the 6th level of the nascent soul, plus a powerful 4th level top grade magic weapon on his body, his strength is no longer something that Li Mufang can contain alone. Seeing Bai Yuxin mention the origin of the powerful magic weapon on the Maling Demon King, Li Mufang thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, over the years, the Black Dragon Demon King has been in seclusion to break through the realm, and he only successfully came out not long ago. It is impossible for him to have time to refine a magic weapon of this level. I think this 4th grade top grade magic weapon should not be refined by the Black Dragon Demon King himself. There may be shadows of other demon kings behind it. But for the time being, I can't judge where he got the treasure from. We can discuss this matter slowly. The most urgent thing is that we still have to find a way to repel the Black Dragon Demon King. Junior sister, bye. My consciousness is damaged now, and I may not be able to exert much strength when I go out to fight tomorrow. The magic weapon, the golden flame bottle, will be handed over to you for the time being. Junior brother Song and I will help you to contain the Black Dragon Demon King. See if you can find an opportunity to severely damage this monster. If we can't seize this opportunity, I'm afraid we will still have to pay a lot of price to deal with this matter. More than 10 years later, after Li Mufang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand, and he took out a palm-sized golden jade bottle and carefully handed it to Bai Yuxin. This golden flame bottle magic weapon is one of the 2 4th-level medium-grade magic weapons on Li Mufang's body, and it is also the most powerful magic weapon on him. Since the first generation of the Yuanying ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect obtained this item, it has been passed down in the sect for thousands of years. Almost every generation of Yuanying people in the sect regards it as the most powerful trump card, and has relied on it to reverse the unfavorable situation of the sect countless times. Seeing that Li Mufang entrusted the golden flame bottle to him, Bai Yuxin also knew how powerful it was, and his expression on his face became a little solemn. Don't worry, senior brother Li. I will do my best. After handing over the magic weapon in his hand to Bai Yuxin, Li Mufang discussed tomorrow's tactics with the two again. Soon as the sun rose in the sky, the sound of gongs and drums of monsters attacking from outside the White Dragon Valley sounded again, breaking the tranquility on the battlefield. Song Qingming and others standing on the top of the mountain looked at the army of monsters attacking from outside, and their faces gradually became a little solemn. Without the order from the monks above, the many human monks guarding the mountain protection formation on the mountain have already made various preparations to counterattack at any time. As soon as the monster army arrived in front of the formation, countless arrows, talismans, and sword lights flew out of the mountain protection formation and directly knocked down the low-level monsters in the front. As the first wave of attacks gradually ended, Chen Zuixin, Song Qinggayu and many other giant and elders of the Xiaoyao sect took the lead and fought with the giant and monster king, who came from the other side. The two sides have been mortal enemies for who knows how many years, and they know each other a little bit. They fought back and forth, and the fight was very fierce for a while. The low-level monster below had just fought with the opponent, and a man in black armor in the sky looked at all this and immediately flashed a complicated look in his eyes. Hey! They didn't dare to come out a few days ago? Why did they suddenly show up today? Could it be that they finally, just as the Mauling Demon King was thinking patiently in the air, a figure from the White Dragon Valley below flew out from the mountain protection formation and pointed directly to the sky. Dao Mauling. The teachings you gave me the other day were really good, and I really benefited a lot. Today, please come out for a while. How about we compete? Seeing Li Mufang coming out of the White Dragon Valley on his own initiative, the Mauling Demon King flashed a trace of disdain on his face, and he flashed to the other party. Dao Ali, I didn't expect that you dared to come out and challenge me when your injuries have not yet healed. It seems that the lesson last time was still too light for you. However, based on your current situation, you are not my opponent at all. If there are any helpers coming, just shout them out together. After saying that, the Mauling Demon King looked around again, and it was obvious that he had long guessed the source of Li Mufang's inexplicable confidence. Seeing this, Li Mufang did not get too polite with the other party. With a single wave of his hand, he summoned a 4th-level flying sword magic weapon and took the initiative to attack the Black Dragon Demon King. Humph! You overestimate your own ability. Seeing Li Mufang take the initiative to attack, the Black Dragon Demon King did not look surprised, and directly cast a spell to fight with the other party in the sky. Just as the two of them were struggling to cast spells and fight, two figures had already sneaked into the battlefield behind them, one on the left and one on the right. Just as Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin were gradually approaching the battlefield between Li Mufang and the Black Dragon Demon King, suddenly a powerful spiritual light fell directly from the sky and fell to the ground. The next moment, as a huge burst of gunpowder smoke dissipated, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared on the battlefield below, and a woman in white stood above the deep pit with some annoyance. He actually discovered it in advance, in order to hide their identities and sneak up on the Black Dragon Demon King. Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin both cast spells to conceal their cultivation and slowly approached from the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the two had only walked less than half the distance when Bai Yuxin was discovered by the Black Dragon Demon King. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming no longer hid their identities and directly surrounded the Black Dragon Demon King from the left and right. At the same time, Li Mufang also began to cast spells with all his strength, urging the magic weapon in his hand to entangle the Black Dragon Demon King in front of him. But not long after he started, the Black Dragon Demon King had already sensed the danger in advance, and his body moved and directly transformed into his true body. Then, the Black Dragon Demon King opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of black smoke, directly blocking Li Mufang in front of him. Before Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin arrived, the Black Dragon Demon King had already stepped on the black cloud and turned into a black spiritual light to escape to the north. Before the Black Dragon Demon King had learned from the south that Song Qingming had formed a unyielding, since he knew that the people coming were Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming. Although his cultivation strength has surpassed Li Mufang by a lot, facing the three nascent soul cultivators working together, only a late nascent soul cultivator can be sure of victory. The current Malang Demon King obviously knows that his strength is not up to this level yet, so he directly and decisively chooses to retreat. Chase, seeing that the other party did not even think about fighting, but just ran away so decisively. Li Mufang and the other two were a little surprised, and could only chase after the other party along the trail of escape. However, the cultivation of Malang Demon King was higher than that of Song Qingming and the other two. Although they chased all the way to a place less than a few hundred miles away from Funiu Mountain, they still watched Malang Demon King plunge into their own spiritual mountain. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and the other two showed some helplessness on their faces, and had to turn around and return to White Dragon Valley. Yesterday, Song Qingming and the others discussed for so long, just wanting to take advantage of the fact that Malang Demon King did not know that they had returned to the front line for support, and suddenly killed the other party by surprise. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for decades, the vigilance of Malang Demon King suddenly increased several times for some reason, and he had already been prepared for their plan. Moreover, the demon's previous hot temper was also restrained a lot at once. No matter how Song Qingming and others ridiculed him from behind, he still ran away without caring. This really surprised Song Qingming and the other two. Sure enough, these demon kings who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage were not so easy to deal with. It was not so easy to catch their attention. Since they failed to catch the Black Dragon Demon King, they could not give up the demon army outside the White Dragon Valley easily. When Song Qingming and the other two returned to the White Dragon Valley, the demon army here had also received the news of retreat in advance and fled in all directions. Those demon kings with high cultivation went north more, wanting to follow the Black Dragon Demon King back to Qingming Mountain. Unfortunately, some of these demon kings were unlucky and bumped into Song Qingming and his men on their way back. Song Qingming and his three men, who were full of reluctance, also lost their face and vented their anger at these scattered demon beasts. Along the way, the three of them killed 4 demon kings in succession, along with hundreds of foundation-building demon beasts, and countless Qi refining demons. By the time Song Qingming and the other two returned to the White Dragon Valley, the battle here had already ended, and everyone's faces showed a bit of relief. This time, not only did they repel the powerful enemies outside, but they also captured a lot of monster materials. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Chapter 875, White Dragon Valley is relieved, Song Yuan Hale forms a pill. However, compared with the many low-level cultivators below, the 3 unyielding ancestors of the sect who returned to the White Dragon Valley did not have much joy on their faces at this moment. Although the Xiaoyao sect successfully repelled the army of monsters in this battle, and killed thousands of low-level monsters and 4 giant monster kings. But such a loss is not a big deal for the Golden Feather Mountain in the north, and the powerful strength of the northern monsters still exists. When the monster unrest occurs more than 10 years later, the monsters in the northern border will come south on a large scale, and the strength of Golden Feather Mountain will soon recover. Although this time, the human cultivators have an additional unyielding cultivator, Song Qingming, and the overall strength of the Xiaoyao sect has also increased a lot compared to decades ago. But now with a great increase in the strength of the Malang Monster King, the strength of the monsters has also increased a lot, and it is still difficult to widen the gap between the two sides. At that time, the outcome between them is still unpredictable, and the battle will definitely not be easier than before. A few days later, in the hall on the top of the Golden Feather Mountain thousands of miles away, the Black Dragon Demon King stood on the hall, looking at the many demon kings who were in a bit of a mess below with a calm look, but his face showed a slight displeasure. Why didn't Qingming and his companions come? Did they flee back to the north? Upon hearing this, the White Dragon Demon King standing below hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to him and responded, reporting to the ancestor. Qingming and his companions met Li Mufang and his companions on their way back, and unfortunately all of them died at the hands of human cultivators. Those Xiaoyao sect members were so shameless that they actually attacked our demon army directly. This time, although our army withdrew, we lost more than 2,000 soldiers, and Qingming and the other 4 Taoist friends were also unable to return smoothly, ancestor. The human cultivators were so unruly and bullied the weak, which caused us to suffer such a heavy loss. We must get this blood debt back from them. That's right. Generally, when the unyielding cultivators of both sides are fighting head-on, they will not easily attack the low-level cultivators below. But the day before yesterday, because the Black Dragon Demon King ran too fast, there was no unyielding cultivator to hold back the opponent on the front battlefield of the demon race. Song Qingming and Li Mufan and others attacked and severely damaged the demon beast army that retreated on the road. Qingming Demon King and other giant and demon kings were also unlucky and just ran into them. All of them were killed by human cultivators. Although Song Qingming and others attacked the low-level demon beasts below, they were a little unmannerly. But if their unyielding ancestors had not fled without fighting, they might not have been so embarrassed and became fish in the eyes of human unyielding cultivators. Their own ancestors have already run away, and even if they don't follow the rules, you can't deal with them. However, looking at the Black Dragon Demon King with a somewhat unhappy face above, and the White Dragon Demon King and many other demon beasts standing in the hall below, they naturally dare not blame their own ancestors. They could only open their mouths to condemn the human cultivators for not following the rules and vow to take revenge in the future. Facing the excitement of many demon kings below, the Black Dragon Demon King was a little unconcerned. He waved his hand at the demons and said, "Don't worry. Now that Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin have arrived at the White Dragon Valley, we are not strong enough to deal with them. We can't easily fight them head-on for the time being. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will make them pay the price." After the Black Dragon Demon King finished speaking, he took out another silver sphere in his hand and placed it in front of him, with a little more confidence in his eyes. After seeing the appearance of the silver sphere magic weapon, many demon kings in the hall slowly calmed down and turned their eyes to look at this powerful magic weapon. Feeling the strong pressure emanating from it, many demon kings immediately showed a little more fear in their eyes. The Black Dragon Demon King had already spoken, and the demon kings naturally did not dare to oppose its opinion, so they could only shut their mouths. After all the demon kings below had quieted down, the Black Dragon Demon King turned his gaze and gave orders to the demon kings below. "This time, I attacked the White Dragon Valley in response to the Golden Horn Demon King. I thought the Golden Horn Demon King could hold off Bai Yuxin and the others for a while, but I didn't expect that guy to be so useless and was defeated by Bai Yuxin and the others so quickly. We also suffered heavy losses due to our failure to evacuate in time, and we almost ruined our hope of moving south in the future. Bai Long, go to Taiyu Lake for me in a few days. First, say hello to the Golden Horn Demon King for me. When the demon beasts cause chaos, ask him to cooperate with us to attack and contain part of the Xiaoyao sect's forces. Also, by the way, find out how the Golden Horned guy was defeated by them, and whether Bai Yuxin has any powerful magic weapons hidden on him." The Black Dragon Demon King knew a little about Bai Yuxin's strength, although Bai Yuxin had successfully broken through the second level of the nascent soul more than 10 years ago. But it is not easy to defeat the Golden Horn Demon King with her strength. Most likely, she used some powerful magic weapon and cooperated with Song Qingming to sneak attack the Golden Horn Demon King. Therefore, the Black Dragon Demon King would be suspicious and ask the White Dragon Demon King to go to Tai Lake to inquire about the news. See if Bai Yuxin has any powerful magic weapons on him, so that he can respond in advance. Since the Xiaoyao sect went north and the demon clan was defeated, the Black Dragon Demon King, who lost a lot of territory, suddenly weakened a lot of hostility. Even the actions gradually began to prepare for the investigation in advance, and they were no longer as impulsive as before, and they just did it, in the White Dragon Square. Seeing that the demon clan outside the valley had been eliminated, the White Dragon Valley that had been relieved of danger gradually returned to its former tranquility, and the Xiaoyao sect monks all returned to the valley and began to retreat south. At this moment, because the war was over, Everyone also took the sect's large flying boat and returned to King County from White Dragon Valley. Because of the great victory over the monster army, the losses were not great, and most of the cultivators made contributions in the battle. Therefore, when they left, everyone's faces were full of smiles. In addition to Song Qingming, the cultivators sent by the Song family to participate in the White Dragon Valley formation also included hundreds of cultivators brought by Song Qingming. Because the situation was urgent at the time, Song Qingming and his team did not have time to recruit too many people, and most of those who came to support were cultivators from the Song family. The merits they made in this battle alone were enough for each of them to get at least hundreds of spirit stones. For these Qi refining cultivators, it was indeed a fortune. With a happy atmosphere, everyone took the flying boat and quickly arrived outside Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming and Song Qingming had just stepped off the flying boat, and Wang Leking and Song Yuanqian, who were standing not far away, immediately came to greet them. "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, great aunt." Song Qingming glanced at the two of them, and suddenly a strange look appeared on his face. He directly asked Wang Leking beside him, "Why is Yuan Fang not at home? Where did he go?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, Wang Leking nodded slightly at first, but did not directly answer the two of them, and a trace of embarrassment was revealed in his eyes. Seeing the strangeness on Wang Leking's face, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand to dismiss the others, and then cast a spell to release a soundproof barrier among the three people. "No one will hear the noise in here, so just say whatever you want to say." Wang Leking breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and hurriedly bowed to the two people in front of him and replied, reporting to the two ancestors, "My husband went to Qingming Mountain half a month ago and is not at home. He only told me about this and asked not to let anyone else know. I hope the ancestors and great aunt will forgive me." Qingming Mountain. Could it be? Hearing that Song Yuanfang suddenly went to Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming was surprised, and turned his gaze to Song Qingming again, and saw that he nodded to him. "Well, we know about this matter. You should go and do other things first. Everyone has worked hard for the family to return from this expedition. Tell Yuan Jin later and prepare a celebration banquet for them first. In addition, the members of the clan who died in the battle will be placed in the ancestral hall first. When Yuan Fang comes back, let him decide when to bury them." "Don't worry, ancestor, we understand." After Wang Leking left, Song Qingming took Song Qingming away from the crowd. The two quickly left Funiu Mountain and headed north. As soon as the two approached the vicinity of Qingming Mountain, they saw from a distance that the mountain protection formation had been lit up around the Tandy Cave mansion, covering the surrounding high altitude. Seeing this, the two of them were nervous and hurriedly accelerated to get closer. Just as they arrived at the Tandy Cave mansion, a figure in yellow had already flashed into the air first, and smiled again when he saw Song Qingming and Song Qingming. "Husband, Qingming, you are back. I thought you two wouldn't be able to come back in a short time, so I called Yuan Fang to help. I wouldn't have made such a hassle if I had known." "Sister-in-law, how is Yuan Hao?" "He's already condensing the elixir." Seeing Song Qingming's nervous look, Wang Xian hurriedly smiled and nodded. "Yuan Hao has passed the condensing elixir stage. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to successfully condense the elixir this time." "Oh. Yuan Hao can actually condense the elixir successfully in one go. I really didn't expect it. It's worth the family's cultivation of him for so many years." The three people present were all people who had successfully broken through the Giant realm, so they naturally knew the key to condensing the elixir. As long as the condensing elixir cultivators passed this level, they had completed 70% of the condensing elixir steps, which basically meant that 1 foot had already stepped into the Giant realm. Since Song Qingming succeeded in condensing the elixir, 5 people in the Song family, including Song Qingming, Wang Xian, Song Yuanli, and Song Chang's, have successfully condensed the elixir. But without exception, all 5 of them succeeded in condensing the elixir and breaking through to the Giant realm the second time. Song Yuanhao succeeded in condensing the elixir this time. If he could successfully advance to the Golden Elixir realm, he would become the first genius in the Song family to successfully condense the elixir in one go. After the 3 of them talked for a few words, they soon passed through the mountain protection formation and came to the place where Song Yuanhao was in seclusion. After reaching the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming's consciousness had far surpassed the period of condensing the elixir. He just closed his eyes and used his consciousness to explore, and soon figured out the situation of Song Yuanhao in the cave. After several years of seclusion, Song Yuanhao not only succeeded in condensing the elixir, but also passed the level of the inner demon and successfully reached the last step of tempering the golden elixir in his body. Not long after Song Qingming and the others arrived, the sky had already begun to change suddenly, and the heaven and earth anomalies that only cultivators who condensed the elixir appeared. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming, Song Qingyu, and Wang Xian stood quietly in the air, looking at everything in the sky with a nervous look. Now, Song Yuanhao is only one step away from condensing the elixir, but Song Qingming and others outside seem to be more nervous than him at this moment. Especially Song Yuanfang and Su Qingyan, who were standing in the distance. I was even more worried, and I wished I could help Song Yuanhao share even a little bit of the pressure. Fortunately, God still favored Song Yuanhao after all. A few days later, as the rolling white clouds over the 10D cave gradually calmed down, Song Yuanhao's heaven and earth phenomena of Dan finally slowly ended. Not long after, a gray-robed figure with a smile on his face appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Song Yuanhao, who had been in seclusion for nearly 4 years. Song Yuanhao, who had just come out of seclusion, saw the 3 family ancestors outside, and Song Yuanhao hurried forward to pay his respects. Before he could speak, Su Qingyan, who was standing beside him, had already come to his side, and her face was already full of excited tears. Seeing this, Song Yuanhao hurriedly reached out to help her wipe away her tears, and then directly embraced his Taoist partner who had supported each other for many years. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and others on the side all showed a trace of embarrassment, smiled and shook their heads. After Song Yuanhao and his wife had reconciled their longing for each other, they came to Song Qingming and the other 2 who were not far away and bowed to the ground. Yuanhao was born in a humble family, and his life was destined to be difficult. Thanks to the kindness of several ancestors of the family, he has achieved what he has today. Yuanhao will never forget the kindness of the ancestors in his life. Okay, get up first. Seeing that Song Yuanhao had successfully formed a golden elixir, Song Qingming and the other 2 were very happy, and they waved to them and helped them up from the ground. Among so many people in the family, you are the only one who succeeded in forming a golden elixir in one go. It shows that your talent in cultivation is even better than that of the others. Yuanhao, achieving the golden elixir is just a small step on the road of cultivation. In the future, perhaps you can continue to move forward and achieve the primordial infant path to stand at the top of the world of cultivation. I hope you will remember the family's kindness to you in achieving enlightenment, not just the 3 of us. No matter where you go in the future, you must not forget it casually, the teachings of the ancestors. Yuanhao dare not forget. Seeing Song Yuanhao and the other 2 bowed their heads again with a serious look, Song Qingming could not help but show a little relief on his face. With Song Yuanhao's success in forming a golden elixir, the Song family has added another golden elixir cultivator. Now there are only a dozen years left before the monster turmoil that happens once every 100 years. At this moment, it is definitely a very exciting thing to be able to add another golden elixir combat power. Whether it is for the Song family or for the entire Uyghur human cultivators, Song Yuanhao's successful formation of a golden elixir is extremely beneficial to them. Soon, as Song Yuanhao stabilized his cultivation and came out of retreat to show himself in public, the news of his successful formation of the elixir also spread to Qingming Mountain. Upon learning that Song Yuanhao had successfully formed the elixir, the Xiaoyao sect did not seem too surprised. After all, the fact that Song Yuanhao was a cultivator with a different attribute of thunder spirit roots had long been known to the Xiaoyao sect, and it was not surprising that he could successfully form the elixir. However, the fact that Song Yuanhao could successfully form the elixir in one go was indeed somewhat beyond the expectations of many elders of the Xiaoyao sect, and they naturally had a better view of his future path. After Song Yuanhao formed the elixir, the Xiaoyao sect also responded quickly and sent the giant and cultivator Su Ziyan to personally invite Song Yuanhao to join the sect. Song Qingming and others had long anticipated this, and after a reception at Funiu Mountain, the 2 sides quickly reached an agreement. Finally, Su Ziyan successfully invited Song Yuanhao to Qingming Mountain and successfully accepted him as a guest elder of the sect, enjoying the same sect rights as Song Qingyu and others. So far, Song Yuanhao has also become the 16th giant and elder of Xiaoyao sect. After the sect was arranged, Song Yuanhao returned to Funiu Mountain and held his own Jinden celebration with the help of Song Yuanfang and others. This time, because Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor, personally attended, almost all the family monks in the entire Wei state came to Funiu Mountain to congratulate. Even Zheng state, Pei state, and many monks from neighboring countries came to Funiu Mountain in the name of congratulations, wanting to take this opportunity to draw some relationships with the Song family. Although Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor, has joined the sect and become the Yuanying ancestor of Zioao sect. But after all, he has always served as the head of the Song family, and his cave has always been placed on Funiu Mountain. This also made everyone around understand that Song Qingming was still not cut off from the Song family. In the future, whoever is closer to the Song family will indirectly be closer to Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor. This is enough to attract these people to come and offer gifts desperately. However, Song Qingming himself did not care much about these. Seeing that many monks outside came to congratulate him, although Song Qingming put them on the Funiu Mountain, he did not let Song Yuanfang accept their gifts. These people are all monks near the Weiguo area. If reciprocity is done, it will indeed make people feel that the Song family has an unusual relationship with them. But they have come from afar to come to the door, and it is definitely not appropriate to drive them away directly. Therefore, Song Qingming decided to put them on the mountain to participate in the celebration and drink a glass of wedding wine. But the Song family did not accept any of the gifts sent by these people, and returned them all to them. Moreover, taking advantage of this celebration, Song Qingming handed over the power of family management to Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanfang in front of all the cultivators in the family. Song Qingming and Wang Xian temporarily retreated behind the scenes and concentrated on practicing on the top of the mountain, not worrying about the big and small things in family management. Unless it was a matter of life and death for the family, all family matters could be discussed by Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanfang, without going to the top of the mountain to consult Song Qingming and others. This also meant that Song Qingming wanted to slowly delegate power to the new generation of cultivators in the family such as Song Yuanhao. In the future, the entire Song family will be left to the young generation of cultivators to slowly run, and they will carefully supervise on the side. Many of the elders of the family expressed opposition to Song Qingming's proposal, and did not want Song Qingming to be so far away from the family. But later, after Song Qingming and others slowly persuaded them, most people quickly changed their minds and accepted Song Qingming's proposal. After all, Song Qingming is now a Yuanying cultivator, and sometimes it may take more than 10 or 20 years to retreat once. There was no way to be distracted by the trivial matters of the family like before. Song Qingming and Wang Xian were both cultivators who had reached the late Jinden stage and were about to form a baby. They also did not have much time to spare. At this time, it is indeed the best choice to delegate the power of managing the family to Song Yuanhao and others. It is extremely beneficial to both the family and their own cultivation. Although he wanted to delegate power to Song Yuanhao and others, Song Qingming did not directly unload the burden of the clan leader. Although the Song family cultivators were worried about this, they were basically able to accept it. Therefore, even if someone opposed his proposal afterwards, Song Qingming quickly convinced them. After Song Yuanhao's Golden Pill celebration was over, Song Qingming soon began to practice in seclusion again. Song Qingming and Wang Xian also quickly began to retreat and challenge their own cultivation bottlenecks. Several people wanted to improve their own cultivation before the monster unrest so as to make more preparations for the upcoming catastrophe in advance. Before going to Piguo, Song Qingming's mana had already reached the peak of the first level of the nascent soul. However, because his own mana accumulation was not solid enough, he failed to break through the realm and failed to successfully advance to the second level of the nascent soul. After several battles, Song Qingming's mana was much more condensed than before. Song Qingming, who was in retreat again at this moment, had a little more confidence in his advancement to the second level of the nascent soul. After entering the retreat cave, Song Qingming cast a spell to set up several restrictions, sealing the entire cave. Then he closed his eyes and cast a spell, and began to patiently polish his own magic power, ready to impact the bottleneck in his body that had been somewhat loose at any time. As time passed, Song Qingming finally polished his own magic power to a state that he was satisfied with, and then began to urge the magic power to rush up to the bottleneck position on his chest. After a long time, he heard a tearing sound from his body, and Song Qingming felt that the magic power in his body was spinning, and the whole person felt very comfortable. Then Song Qingming felt again that the many spiritual energies around the cave were rushing into his body crazily, and he quickly crushed a piece of high-grade spiritual stone prepared in front of him, and began to absorb these spiritual energies quickly. At the same time, a cloud of mist had begun to roll in the sky above Song Qingming's retreat cave. However, this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth on the top of the mountain was not seen by anyone because it was covered up by the restrictions set up in advance by Song Qingming. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.